Chapter 1. The Realm of Immortal Cultivation. Here comes me, Emperor Qin Yu. In the early morning, the radiant sunlight dispelled the morning mist, illuminating the tranquil courtyard. Qin Yu rose from his slumber and stretched leisurely. What a splendid day it is! Once I pass the examination and join a sect, the realm of immortal cultivation shall witness the emergence of a new star. Oh ho 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 ho. Today marked the annual recruitment day for new disciples of the Heleavens sect, a day Qin Yu had eagerly anticipated for an entire year. Dressed and equipped with his belongings, Qin Yu took a package of fried, stinky tofu and stepped out of his door. A year ago, he had been immersed in gaming on Blue Star, and after enduring 30 consecutive defeats, a sudden surge of emotions caused him to black out. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself inhabiting the body of a young man in this unfamiliar world. Most of the original owner's memories had faded, leaving only vague recollections of terms such as immortal cultivation, sex selection, bandits, and serious injuries. Initially, Qin Yu thought the original owner had become foolish from reading too many novels, but after a bit of inquiry, he was left with nothing but an exclamation of astonishment had truly traversed into a world where immortal cultivation was possible. In the span of a mere second, Qin Yu embraced immortal cultivation as his foremost ambition. Which man could possibly resist the allure of soaring through the skies, traversing the earth, and flying on a sword? Most importantly, after achieving immortality, Qin Yu intended to return to Blue Star and have a thorough discussion with the game designer. At that time, the Heleavens sect was already in the midst of recruiting new disciples, and upon hastening to the sect, Qin Yu discovered that the recruitment had concluded. Thus, he decided to rent a modest dwelling in the small town. He relied on his ancestral skill of making stinky tofu to earn his daily sustenance. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Qin Yu strolled down the bustling main street of the town. Due to the Heleavens sect selection process, many unfamiliar faces filled the area. The breakfast vendors thrived, creating a lively atmosphere. Qin Yu adeptly approached a stall where the diligent proprietress was busy at work. Instantly, a line of text materialized before his eyes. Unprincipled merchant drank. A born small-time vendor, capable of effortlessly earning excessive profits through cleverness, becoming a somewhat renowned proprietor of a shady establishment in the vicinity. Can be copied. Qin Yu was already accustomed to such revelations. After his arrival in this world, he had bound himself to a system that granted him the ability to discern the talents of others. Moreover, he possessed one opportunity to replicate a drank talent. Not everyone was endowed with talent, those who were constituted roughly 1 in 1,000. Furthermore, Qin Yu believed that the system's detection capabilities were not infallible. For instance, the proprietress before him offered fair prices and never shortchanged her customers. She had always treated Qin Yu kindly, even gifting him food when he first arrived in the town without a penny to his name. How could such a benevolent person possibly be a shady dealer? The system was merely spouting nonsense. Fat Annie, 1 meat pie and a bowl of tofu pudding, Qin Yu said with a smile. Certainly, that will be 200 copper coins, esteemed guest. Please take a seat inside. What the heck, that's outrageous. Qin Yu's smile faltered, suspecting he had misheard these items typically sold for merely 2 copper coins. Aunt Fatty lifted her head and, upon recognizing the newcomer as Qin Yu, swiftly pulled him closer and whispered, "Why haven't you set up your stall yet? Today, a considerable number of affluent patrons have arrived in town. You must seize the opportunity to profit from them," she urged. Although few dare to sample your stinky tofu, there will always be adventurous outsiders eager to try it. Even if they don't eat it, you could suggest they purchase some to take home for their dogs, claiming that the spirit dogs of the Heleavens sect adore it, and that it can enhance their cultivation. Just say whatever sounds appealing if you can deceive one. It's worth it. Qin Yu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. How could he serve such delicacies to dogs? This was a treasured family recipe, handed down through generations, meant exclusively for men. Aunt Fatty continued, "Today, prices in the town have surged by 100-fold. Or even 1,000-fold. Those wealthy patrons have more than enough money. How comfortably we live next year hinges on these 2 days. Stop daydreaming and hurry to set up your stall," she urged. Qin Yu's smile froze on his face, as though he had been struck. The system certainly knows how to read people. Indeed, there is no business without deceit. It is terrifyingly true. In that moment, Qin Yu finally comprehended why the merchants in this town, despite the lack of customers, appeared so prosperous. They were relying on these few days. Scratching his head, he replied, "Aunt Fatty, I plan to try my luck at the Heleavens Sect today, so I won't be setting up a stall." Aunt Fatty slapped her forehead. "How could I forget that you came to town for this selection process? Today, let me treat you to a meal. I wish you great success." "Thank you, Aunt Fatty." She skillfully served him a bowl of tofu pudding and handed him 2 meat pies, all the while murmuring to herself, "What a pity, yet another unscrupulous merchant has left town today." Qin Yu sighed, carrying his meal to a small table. After tasting the salty and spicy tofu pudding and savoring the fragrant meat pie, an idea suddenly struck him. "Aunt Fatty, I've just come up with a brilliant idea," he said, leaning toward her with a mischievous grin. "Tomorrow, in addition to your savory tofu pudding, make a pot of sweet tofu pudding." "Sweet tofu pudding? Who would eat such a sugary concoction?" Aunt Fatty replied dismissively. "Precisely because it's unappealing to most that you can earn extra money. Listen to me. From now on, whenever a customer arrives and does not specifically request it, serve them sweet tofu pudding. When they take a bite, they will undoubtedly recoil. But who eats meat pies without tofu pudding? They won't mind spending a little more, and most will ask for a second serving of the savory tofu pudding, allowing you to profit from both." Aunt Fatty's eyes brightened at his suggestion. "It's true what they say, the minds of the youth are truly resourceful. Wait here, I'll fetch some sugar right away." Returning to his table, Qin Yu felt an immense sense of satisfaction. "Let this be my way of thanking Aunt Fatty for her care over the past year." After finishing his meal, Qin Yu slung his backpack over his shoulder and gazed into the distance. To the realm of cultivation, Emperor Qin Yu has arrived. Chapter 2. The replication of spiritual roots. The entrance of the Heleavens Sect is nestled halfway up the mountainside, while a quaint town lies at its foot. Qin Yu ascends the meticulously carved stone steps with practiced ease. Along the way, he encounters numerous youths, both boys and girls of similar age. Some are adorned in splendid attire, accompanied by bodyguards, while others wear modest clothing akin to his own. Qin Yu's gaze sweeps over each individual, noting the various talents that manifest before him. Inferior spiritual root, level. Barely possessing the aptitude for cultivation, yet it is scant. Destined to live a life as a mere servant disciple. Can be replicated. Fair and handsome, level. Possessing strikingly good looks. It is undeniable that beauty can indeed pave the way. Cannot be replicated. Rugged resilience, level. Having coarse and thick skin, displaying a recovery ability superior to the average person. Can be replicated. Medium spiritual root, level. Just managing to meet the threshold for cultivation, yet unlikely to achieve remarkable feats. Ultimately destined to serve as mere background to the flourishing flowers. Cannot be replicated. Ingenious strategist, level. Possessing a sharp intellect and quick thinking, adept at devising strategies and plans. Often achieving victory through unexpected means. Cannot be replicated. The Heleavens Sect gathers the talented youths of the Liang Kingdom, revealing an array of rarely seen abilities before Qin Yu. Alas, he gently shakes his head and sighs. How feeble. With such talents, it would be difficult for you all to stand against me, Qin. As he speaks, Qin Yu points his finger into the void. Would you like to replicate the talent inferior spiritual root, level? Yes. Replication successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired your first talent, successfully unlocking the character template. Name, Qin Yu. Talent, inferior spiritual root, level. Progress, 0. Note, upon reaching 100 progress, an opportunity to replicate talent will be granted. System functionality transformation in progress. System talent detection function has shifted from passive to active trigger. The first test of the Heleavens Sect selection is a spiritual root assessment. Those without a spiritual root are immediately eliminated. Thus, Qin Yu unhesitatingly replicates the inferior spiritual root. After reviewing the messages displayed by the system, he ponders thoughtfully. The talent detection function has transformed into an active skill. This is indeed advantageous, preventing the overwhelming influx of talent notifications in crowded situations. Once the progress bar is filled, he can continue to replicate talents, though he wonders what level he might replicate next. After a moment of anticipation, Qin Yu dismisses the thought from his mind. Having just acquired a spiritual root, he must savor the sensation of possessing one. He feels a warm and slightly damp sensation on his back. Could this be the feeling of having a spiritual root? The moment Qin Yu becomes Emperor Qin is surely just around the corner. Inferior spiritual root, level barely possessing the aptitude for cultivation, yet it is scant. Destined to live a life as a mere servant disciple. The system inopportunely presents a detailed description of the inferior spiritual root. Qin Yu disregards this information, confidently striding toward the mountainside. Indeed, with the spiritual root, he feels a warm vigor coursing through him, making the ascent feel invigorating. Suddenly, a voice calls from behind. "Excuse me, brother, it seems your backpack is leaking." "Huh?" Qin Yu hastily removed his backpack, only to discover that his water bottle had leaked, drenching its contents. No wonder his back felt warm. He turned to the stranger and sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, kind sir, for your timely warning. Had it been any later, I might have ended up with wet trousers." "No trouble at all, just a minor issue," replied the stranger. Qin Yu regarded him once more, letting out a wistful sigh. He had just assessed the man, but regrettably, no innate talent had manifested. The path of cultivation, after all, remained the privilege of a select few. Observing the man depart with an air of confidence, Qin Yu grasped his damp backpack and wrung it out vigorously. Just as he finished, he suddenly recalled that, aside from clothes, his backpack also contained a dozen pieces of stinky tofu. In a hurry, he opened the bag and cautiously extracted the oil paper that housed the tofu. The paper, soaked through, had developed several holes, and the tofu had been squished together. Gazing at the unappetizing mass of dark, unidentifiable substance, Qin Yu couldn't shake the growing resemblance it bore to cow dung, especially as steam still rose from it, indicating its recent exposure to hot water. Intrigued yet repulsed, he leaned in to take a deep whiff, nearly gagging at the odor. The visual similarity was one thing, but the scent only reinforced his aversion. "This is utterly revolting. It must be discarded," he thought. Casually, he stood up, intending to dispose of the offending item discreetly when he noticed that passers-by were staring at him in astonishment. Goodness, with so many witnesses, is it not a bit unethical to litter? He carefully rewrapped the tofu in the oil paper, stashing it back in his backpack, planning to find a trash bin to dispose of it later. As he slung the backpack over his shoulder, he realized that those around him continued to gaze at him with incredulous expressions. "Indeed, my charisma is unparalleled. Even my slightest actions draw the attention of passers-by. Alas, being handsome is a burden," puffed Qin Yu, straightening his posture as he strode forward confidently under the scrutiny of onlookers. Once he had departed, the crowd erupted in dismay. "Ah, my eyes! What have I just witnessed? This is revolting. I feel nauseated. I must switch sects. I refuse to participate in the recruitment selection," a girl lamented, turning on her heel to leave. Her name was Li Xiangxiang, the esteemed young lady of the Li family, the largest cultivation clan in the Liang Kingdom. She had come to the Heleavens sect for the selection process, but never anticipated encountering such a shocking incident that would forever alter her worldview. Witnessing Qin Yu retrieve that obscured item from his backpack was indelibly etched in her memory. Although uncertain of the object's nature, its shape and hue, combined with the faint odor in the air, allowed her to make an educated guess. What she initially thought to be the climax of absurdity was only the beginning. She watched as Qin Yu held the item in his hands, inspecting it closely before leaning in for a deep inhalation. Finally, in full view of the astonished crowd, he simply rewrapped it in paper and placed it back into his bag, exuding an air of confidence and pride as he departed. "Heavens, you play with filth, and yet you wear your pride so boldly?" Chapter 3. The Spiritual Root Test. After climbing for approximately an hour, Qin Yu arrived at a vast square, expansive enough to encompass several football fields. At the very heart of the square stood an arched stone gate, adorned with 3 grand and powerful characters, Heleavens Sect. At last, Qin Yu had arrived. Could this truly be the main entrance of the Heleavens Sect? With curiosity, he surveyed the bustling crowd, which was densely packed with no less than 10,000 people. In the sky above, cultivators soared on their swords, while spirit beasts soared in droves, casting shadows over the ground. It dawned on Qin Yu why he had not encountered any extraordinary prodigies along the way. It turned out that the scions of prominent families did not need to climb mountains. They simply flew up. Although there were occasional prodigies born among the common folk, the odds were exceedingly slim, akin to 1 in 10,000. Conversely, the offspring of cultivators had a far greater likelihood of possessing superior or even exceptional spiritual roots. Qin Yu aimed his talent detection system at a young man seated atop a massive azure bird, but received the message. Too far, unable to detect. Frustrated, Qin Yu sought refuge in the shade of a tree, patiently awaiting the upcoming assessment. As noon approached, The resonant sound of a bell echoed from deep within the Heleavens sect, reverberating through the heavens and earth. It was about to commence. Qin Yu promptly made his way toward the sect's entrance. Soon, 2 rows of disciples clad in white robes adorned with azure patterns, their feet encased in gilded boots, emerged in perfect formation. Bringing up the rear was an elderly man with white brows and a long beard, exuding an air of ethereal grace. I am Hutian, the second elder of Heleavens sect, and I welcome you all to participate in our recruitment assessment. The elder's voice was not loud, yet it possessed an enchanting quality that ensured every attendee heard him clearly. The age requirement for new disciples is under 16. Those who do not meet the criteria may leave at their discretion. After a quarter of an hour, the assessment would officially begin, with the first task being the spiritual root test. While he spoke, the newly emerged disciples had already set up numerous testing stations. The younger generation wishing to participate in this recruitment assessment may begin to line up. Accompanying personnel and those unrelated to this matter are requested to wait outside the square. As his words fell, the crowd swiftly sprang into action. A total of 12 testing stations had been established, each manned by 2 disciples from the Heleavens sect. Qin Yu, with quick reflexes, swiftly occupied a position near the front of the line, standing on tiptoe to observe the process of spiritual root testing. Just as he was scrutinizing the procedure, a young nobleman dressed in luxurious attire sauntered up beside him, nonchalantly placing himself in front of Qin Yu. Casting a disdainful glance at Qin Yu, the nobleman sneered, "Commoner, step back. It is your honor to allow me to cut in line." Cut in line. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Who would have thought that even in the realm of cultivation, there were those who relished such uncouth behavior? Indeed, it seemed that such scoundrels were ubiquitous. But to encroach upon Qin Yu's queue was a grave mistake. With resolve, Qin Yu delivered a swift kick. "Get lost." The young nobleman stumbled, turning in fury. "Commoner, how dare you kick me? Do you know who I am?" Qin Yu retorted, "And do you know who I am?" The nobleman faltered, confusion etched upon his face. "Who are you?" "I am your father." The nobleman's face contorted in rage. "I am the son of the current prime minister. Kneel and bow to me, and perhaps I shall grant you a swift death." Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging, "My son is truly filial. I had no idea I was the prime minister this morning." The young noble clenched his fists, radiating an intent to strike. Qin Yu had never feared a brawl. What of being the son of the prime minister? Before cultivating, they were all mere mortals. Moreover, this fellow appeared to have lived a life of luxury. In a real fight, he might not even stand up to a street thug. Who knew how long he would cry after receiving a punch? Just as Qin Yu prepared to deliver a righteous blow, a disciple from the Heleavens sect arrived in the nick of time to maintain order. "Gentlemen, please be mindful of your surroundings. Any disturbances will result in expulsion." The young noble shot a glare at the Heleavens disciple and turned back to Qin Yu with a sullen expression, saying, "You're lucky this time. But if you provoke me, you and your entire family are doomed. Just wait." Qin Yu pointed behind him, retorting, "If you're too scared to fight, then step aside. Just you wait." The young noble, grinding his teeth, positioned himself behind Qin Yu, cursing at the onlookers. "What are you all staring at? Do you wish to find trouble as well?" The crowd hastily shifted their gazes elsewhere, curious about the aptitude of this foolish son of the prime minister. Qin Yu decided to assess him. Superior spiritual root, level. Exceptional talent. Cultivation speed far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, with the potential to secure a place in the realm of cultivation. Remarkable alchemy, level. Possesses commendable alchemical talent, capable of concocting higher difficulty elixirs with a high success rate. Apothecary apprentice, level. Displays some talent in the medical field, adept at treating common ailments. Qin Yu shook his head. Such potential was regrettably wasted on a fool. The procession continued, with intermittent cries and bursts of laughter echoing through the air. Qin Yu witnessed the brother who had previously alerted him about the leaking water, now covering his face, running and sobbing while shouting, "Spiritual root, how can I survive without you?" The line advanced swiftly, and soon it was Qin Yu's turn. "Just place your hand on the crystal ball," instructed the Heleavens disciple. Qin Yu extended his hand and gently touched the crystal ball. It flickered and emitted a faint white light. The brighter the light, the stronger the resonance with the heavens and earth's spiritual energy, indicating greater talent. Qin Yu's dim white light represented the weakest inferior spiritual root. Qin Yu, inferior spiritual root, pass. Next, the young noble, hands behind his back, approached the recording disciple of the Heleavens sect, lifting his chin with arrogance. Tang Outyin, superior spiritual root. Please place your hand on the crystal detector for assessment. How troublesome. Do you think the son of the Prime Minister could deceive you? Tang Outyin placed his palm on the crystal ball, which immediately illuminated with a brilliant white light. The surrounding crowd gazed upon him with envy. Tang Outyin, superior spiritual root. Next. Relishing the envious attention, Tang Outyin sauntered over to Qin Yu and mocked. A waste with an inferior spiritual root, and you dare to pursue cultivation? You should crawl back to the ground and forage for food. His tone, combined with his arrogant demeanor, made Qin Yu grit his teeth in fury. Just wait. I will surely slam that stinking tofu right into your face. Chapter 4. It seems I've caused trouble, but it's truly not my fault. Congratulations to everyone for passing the first round of the spiritual root test. The second elder, Hu Tian, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, preparing for the impending second round of testing, the details and rules of which would be conveyed by the examiners. Good luck to everyone. Upon concluding his statement, Qin Yu was suddenly engulfed by a wave of dizziness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an extraordinary realm. Welcome to the second stage, young one. A slender elder figure, composed of white mist, appeared beside Qin Yu. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the head of the scripture repository of Heleavens Sect, an ancient spirit of knowledge known as the all-knowing sage. All-knowing sage? Is that impressive? Qin Yu inquired. Absolutely. The sage replied with pride. I am well-versed in a multitude of texts, knowledgeable in astronomy and geography, adept in martial arts theories, and familiar with the myriad affairs of the cultivation world. If I claim to be the second most learned individual in the realm of cultivation, none would dare contest my assertion of being the first. Do you think I am formidable? The sage queried. With a hint of disdain, Qin Yu retorted, Humph. What good is knowledge if one lacks strength? In the cultivation realm, power is paramount. Such superficiality. Have you not heard that knowledge is power? The world of cultivation is not solely about combat. Nonetheless, it is futile to explain this to one of your youth. Once you join the Heleavens sect, you will surely grasp the depth of my capabilities. You profess to be knowledgeable. Therefore, I pose a question to you. Ask away. The all-knowing sage responded confidently. A smirk graced Qin Yu's lips as he posed his question. All right, can humans breathe underwater? Of course not. The sage replied, imparting knowledge. For cultivators, the underwater environment is not much different from land. A cultivator with even a modicum of prowess can remain submerged for several hours without any adverse effects. Hence, there is no need for breathing underwater. The lack of necessity for such a skill renders it devoid of practical value, leading to its neglect in research and creation. Qin Yu shook his finger, declaring, Your answer is incorrect. Impossible. The all-knowing sage's eyes widened in disbelief. For millennia, his pronouncements had always been deemed the standard, and no one had ever dared to challenge his correctness. Senior, please do not be hasty. Allow me to demonstrate, Qin Yu said respectfully. Very well. I shall observe how you explain this, the sage replied, focusing intently on Qin Yu, cautioning, should you attempt to mock me, the consequences will be dire. I would never dare, esteemed senior. At that moment, the sage consulted all available texts, confirming that no cultivator had ever investigated the art of breathing underwater. Since he had found nothing, how could this mere youth possess such knowledge? It must be mere fantasy. Surveying his surroundings, Qin Yu inquired, Senior, is there a water bottle here? With a wave of his hand, the sage conjured a bottle filled with water before Qin Yu. Remarkable, Qin Yu exclaimed as he grasped the bottle. Senior, watch closely. I shall demonstrate only once. Very well. The sage's gaze was fixed upon Qin Yu, intent on not missing a single detail. I shall commence. Under the sage's watchful eyes, Qin Yu slowly lifted the water bottle above his head and took a deep breath. Begin, the sage urged. Senior, I have completed the demonstration. Observing the sage's bewildered expression, Qin Yu explained, You see, there is water in this bottle, correct? Indeed. The sage nodded, still in a state of confusion. The water is above my head, isn't it? Yes. I am beneath the surface, correct? Yes. I can breathe, right? Yes. I am human, am I not? Yes. This proves that humans can breathe underwater, does it not? No. The know-it-all suddenly shouted, resembling a mad old man. You are cheating, you are twisting concepts. Qin Yu retorted, Even if you are a senior, you cannot slander me so baselessly. Which of my statements is incorrect? Which is not the truth? The know-it-all found himself momentarily speechless. Although he realized that Qin Yu was indeed twisting concepts, it inadvertently validated that humans could breathe underwater, thereby proving his earlier statement wrong. However, the obstinate know-it-all would not concede so easily. Even though he recognized Qin Yu's logical fallacy, he felt compelled to uncover a flaw in Qin Yu's argument, ensuring that his opponent could not even manage a conceptual twist. Observing the wisps of steam rising from the know-it-all's head, Qin Yu knew he had hit the mark. This fellow resembled an artificial intelligence from Qin Yu's past life. Although equipped with a vast knowledge base, he often transformed into an intellectual fool when confronted with logical challenges. Qin Yu rubbed his little nose, feeling entirely at ease. No, that is certainly incorrect. The know-it-all flitted about in agitation. Young man, I am merely a projection, my wisdom scattered. Your petty tricks will surely crumble before my true self. Qin Yu replied, yes, yes. Are you questioning me? The know-it-all's eyebrows bristled in fury. I am not. I have not. Do not speak nonsense. Why are you laughing? Qin Yu inquired. I thought of something amusing. You are clearly questioning me. The know-it-all, exasperated, declared, very well, you shall wait. Soon I will provide you with an answer. I cannot be wrong. With a resounding shout, the space before Qin Yu suddenly shattered. Why is this getting so heated? If you cannot play, then do not engage. Qin Yu inwardly scoffed. In the grand hall of the sect leader and the 12 elders gathered, observing the new disciples answering questions through a crystal mirror. The second elder, Hu Tian, was also present, albeit as a mere projection. The sect's recruitment symbolized the infusion of fresh blood, impacting the future of the sect. The higher-ups regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. Even the reclusive elders would leave a projection behind. Of course, the concern for the sect's future was one aspect. The elders were primarily focused on the distribution of outstanding disciples. Elder 2, what questions have been set for the second round? The Grand Elder inquired. Unlike the ethereal demeanor of the second elder, the Grand Elder appeared to be in his 20s. Powerful cultivators could maintain a youthful appearance indefinitely. The second elder felt that his lofty image evoked awe, while the Grand Elder preferred to remain incognito, embarking on adventures with the youth, revealing his strength in times of peril, thus creating legends within the realm of cultivation. The second elder, Hu Tian, laughed heartily. I have pondered these questions for quite some time. They are undoubtedly intricate. I shall provide a few examples. It is said that in ancient times, the goddess Niwa molded humanity from clay. Please present a piece of evidence to substantiate the authenticity of this legend. The elders instinctively began to ponder. Yet after a moment's contemplation, they found themselves devoid of any ideas. The creation of humanity by the goddess Niwa remains merely a tale from antiquity, its veracity still unverified. What evidence could there possibly be? The Grand Elder inquired. Second Elder, what is your answer? The second elder, somewhat sheepishly, replied. Isn't the act of scrubbing oneself while bathing evidence enough? The assembly was left speechless. We are recruiting cultivators, not the deranged. Just as the conversation unfolded, the crystal mirror abruptly darkened. What could be the matter? Almost as if in response, a disciple's voice echoed from outside. Master, trouble has arisen. The esteemed Elder Beishatong has ceased his duties. The second elder queried, what? The disciples participating in the second stage of the assessment were inexplicably ejected from the space established by Elder Beishatong, leaving them exchanging bewildered glances. What transpired? I had only answered one question, and now I am out? Was there merely a single question for the second stage? Oh no, I must have answered the first question incorrectly. It seems I shall have to wait another year. Surely, there must be more than one. Elder Beishatong had already posed a second question, albeit it was interrupted midway. Could it be that this assessment tests our speed in answering? How splendid. I managed to answer 3, albeit they were all mere fabrications, but let us see how quickly you can respond. Listening to the discussions, Qin Yu appeared utterly perplexed. What do you mean by answering questions? Is this not a test of the questions posed? That Elder Beishatong stated he was knowledgeable in all matters. Therefore, could he not simply present a question that he himself would not know the answer to in order to pass? Suddenly, Qin Yu realized he might have strayed off topic. Furthermore, it seemed that the abrupt cessation of answering questions was somewhat related to him. It seemed he had inadvertently caused a commotion. Qin Yu, feeling guilty, glanced around and pondered, ultimately concluding that he was not at fault. After all, it was that boastful Elder Beishatong who declared his vast knowledge, inviting questions without reservation. Little did he expect that a casual inquiry would provoke such a reaction. Can I be blamed for this? It is merely his fragility that is to blame. Chapter 5. Do you know what the retreat of Elder Beishatong signifies? Elder Beishatong has entered seclusion? Upon learning this, the master and the elders of the sect were greatly astonished. In the past, the second stage of the recruitment assessment was always conducted by Elder Beishatong, who would pose questions and assign scores. Such an occurrence had never been flawed over the years. Moreover, Elder Beishatong had not entered seclusion for nearly a millennium. Why then did he suddenly choose to retreat at such a critical juncture? After a moment of reflection, the master clapped his hands and exclaimed, "This is indeed a fortuitous event." Do you comprehend what Elder Beishatong's seclusion signifies? It signifies that Elder Beishatong has entered seclusion. The Grand Elder blurted out. The master couldn't help but roll his eyes. How peculiar is this line of reasoning? I actually recommended him for the position of Grand Elder. I must be utterly foolish. Incorrect. The second elder countered. The master's eyes brightened. It appeared that intelligence still resided with the second elder. This implies that the second stage of the assessment cannot proceed. And all my challenging questions were in vain. The master fell silent. Even in these dire times, he was still fixated on those wretched questions. I speak of good fortune. Do you comprehend the essence of such a notion? Pay heed to the question at hand. The second elder, in contemplative thought, recognized that this indeed constitutes a favorable circumstance for those disciples participating in the second examination. The assembly recalled the previously abstract and perplexing query, suddenly finding merit in the words of the second elder. Not only does this bode well for the disciples, but it also serves the sect's interests, ensuring that those of sound mind are not dismissed. The sect master, rubbing his temples, expressed a lack of desire for further discourse, and stated directly, "Do you not remember the last time when the esteemed Elder Beishatong secluded himself to revise our sect's cultivation techniques, significantly enhancing the training pace of our disciples?" Without allowing the elders a chance to speak, the sect master continued, "The abruptness of Elder Beishatong's retreat suggests that he has experienced a novel inspiration, so urgent that he could not even notify us before embarking on his seclusion." The first and second elders, now enlightened, realized the implications. Elder Beishatong's research into the theories of cultivation is unrivaled in this era, and this seclusion is bound to yield substantial breakthroughs. The fifth elder, holding a compass, remarked, "Last night, I observed the celestial phenomena and discerned that in the coming days, a pivotal event affecting our sect's future would transpire, though I am unable to predict whether it will be fortuitous or adverse. Initially, I believed today's recruitment would usher in a prodigious talent that could alter our sect's destiny. It now seems that this crucial moment rests with Elder Beishatong. Thus, it indeed heralds great fortune for our sect. What shall we do now? While Elder Beishatong's seclusion is a blessing, how shall we address the current recruitment?" The second elder remained fixated on his long-cherished recruitment duties. The sect master pondered for a moment and spoke. "Traditionally, we have assessed the younger generation based on their performances in the second and third rounds. Since the second round cannot proceed, let us directly commence with the third round, determining fate based solely on its outcomes. It appears we have no other option." The elders unanimously expressed their agreement. "Very well, second elder, you are responsible for this recruitment. Let the criteria for the third round be determined by your discretion." "Certainly." At the entrance of the sect, the second elder's avatar, following directives from his true self, announced, "Due to unforeseen circumstances, the second round is hereby cancelled. We shall now proceed directly to the assessment of the third round. Young disciples, prepare yourselves. The third round will commence in 15 minutes. The crowd immediately ceased their discussions, swiftly adjusting their mental states. The difficulty of the third round is renowned throughout the realm of cultivation. The three major trials for recruitment consist of the first round, a root testing that has remained unchanged for a century, and the second round, which, although the questions vary, adheres to a consistent format. Only the third round presents a uniquely bizarre and abstract array of questions each year, rendering participants defenseless against its challenges. The elimination rate for this round surpasses 60%, and even the fortunate few who succeed often remain oblivious to the reasons behind their success. They are unaware of what the assessment truly entails. Many have participated for 5 or 6 consecutive years, only to be eliminated in the third round each time. Under such pressure, all present could only adjust their states of mind, preparing to respond to the unpredictable. The assessment of the third round is now officially underway. The voice of Elder Hu Tian faded into a distant murmur in Qin Yu's ear, as he felt his body plummeting rapidly, descending into an unfathomable abyss. During this free fall, fragments of his memories began to slip away. In a daze, it seemed as though new memories surged into his mind, displacing those that once resided there. Everyone's recollections had been altered. Suddenly, a blinding light burst before Qin Yu's eyes. "Run! The monster is coming!" An old man clad in coarse garments shouted as he sprinted past Qin Yu. The word monster ignited the altered memories within him. He understood that it symbolized danger, a creature that devours humans. Just then, a house ahead was shattered, and a colossal hound, enveloped in swirling black mist as if it hailed from the depths of the underworld, materialized in Qin Yu's vision. Panic surged within him, and he turned to flee. "Elder brother, would you kindly introduce the third challenge you've designed?" Elder 3 inquired, a sophisticated woman with an air of grace. "Certainly." Elder Hu Tian approached the crystal mirror. Scenes from the third challenge unfolded within the mirror. With a casual gesture, he magnified one image. In the frame, a young lad stood on a path paved with green bricks, as an old man in tattered clothing rushed past him, shouting frantically. Elder Hu Tian tapped the image, freezing it in place. "Allow me to share the narrative backdrop of the third challenge." He began leisurely, his expression betraying his satisfaction with the design of this trial. The story unfolded in a quaint fishing village, where every so often a monster would appear, devouring a villager before departing. The youthful participants would assume the roles of ordinary boys or girls from this village. With another tap, the scene transformed. A massive hound, radiating dark energy, burst through a house and lunged toward the boy. "Oh, the dream hound." The elders immediately recognized the creature's identity. Indeed, only the dream hound possesses the ability to weave such a vividly realistic illusion, effortlessly replacing the memories of the youth. The dream hound is a natural illusionist, capable of traversing the depths of consciousness, altering memories at will, and ensnaring beings within its phantasmagoria. Unlike other divine beasts in the realm of cultivation, which are often scarce, the dream hound's population within the Xiantian sect exceeds 1,000. While their individual strength may not rival that of other divine creatures, they can collectively harness their power. 3,000 years ago, the Dreamhound clan united to trap a formidable being in the tribulation stage within an illusion, and their prowess has only grown since. The Dreamhound is a guardian beast of our sect, yet you have cast it as the antagonist. How did you persuade them? Naturally, it was through my unique personal charm, Elder Hu Tian replied, suppressing a pained expression, his bravado evident. The crystal mirror continued to shift. The boy took off running, while the monster deliberately slowed its pace, wreaking havoc on the houses behind him. The ground trembled as a small wooden house to his right collapsed, revealing a young girl trapped beneath a beam. "Help!" she cried, her legs pinned and unable to escape. Behind him, a monstrous creature rushed forward, its gaping maw poised to devour the young boy. Chapter 6. I never considered that such a situation could arise. Before the boy lay two choices. The first option was to ignore the girl and let her continue running. After the monster consumed her, it would naturally depart. The second option was to assist the girl. Yet this course of action would likely result in the boy being swallowed whole by the beast. The creature drew near, leaving no time for contemplation. Decisions made in a state of panic often reveal one's true inner thoughts. The second elder provided commentary, eager to witness the boy's decision. In the scene, the boy clenched his fists tightly and shouted as he dashed towards the girl. His sense of justice compelled him to avert his eyes from the impending doom of the child. Alas, before he could aid her, the monster lunged forward and devoured him instead. A sense of justice and remarkable bravery, an admirable youth, remarked the third elder. Indeed, he displayed great courage. The second elder marked a cross on the crystal mirror, declaring, "Eliminated." "Why? Is courage not a virtue?" the third elder inquired. "Courage is undoubtedly commendable, but excessive bravado leads to folly," the second elder elucidated. This young lad, fully aware that aiding the girl would lead to his demise, foolishly charged in, sacrificing his life for a complete stranger. He lacks the wisdom to avoid peril and acts solely on reckless impulse. The path of cultivation is fraught with danger. Individuals like him, encountering a few threats, may very well meet their end. To eliminate him is an act of kindness. As a mortal, he might at least preserve his life and save the sect's resources for cultivation. The crowd nodded in agreement. In the face of danger, maintaining composure and ensuring one's own safety before taking action is the key to advancing further in the path of cultivation. Next, the scene shifted to reveal another boy. None other than Tang Outyin, the son of the Chancellor, who had previously attempted to cut in line. The scene progressed normally until the appearance of the little girl. "Help!" she cried. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Outyin zipped past the girl, not pausing even for an instant. The crystal mirror distinctly captured a fleeting smile on his face. "Once the monster has consumed the girl, it will not pursue me. Safety first, indeed decisive." The third elder scoffed. Indeed, he was quite decisive. The second elder promptly marked a cross, stating flatly, "Eliminated." Upon hearing the second elder declare the elimination, the third elder's expression softened slightly. The second elder then asserted earnestly, "The reason we cultivate is to vanquish evil and protect the weak, ensuring peace for all." In the face of a girl in peril, this individual displayed no reaction, solely concerned with his own escape. Such a person is undoubtedly selfish and devoid of humanity. If one cannot even protect a small girl, how can they be expected to safeguard the world? When the sect faces a crisis, how can we rely on him to contribute? Well said. The crowd echoed in agreement. However, with those who chose to protect the girl eliminated and those who did not also facing the same fate, what, then, constitutes a successful passage? The question remains, should the little girl be saved or not? Patience, everyone. Observing the confusion among the crowd, the second elder urged, "Let us continue watching." A new scene emerged, revealing a young boy who appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old. Such youth. At such a tender age, his mind is still immature. It seems rather unreasonable for him to partake in the third trial of character. Indeed, it was not long before the boy was swallowed whole by a monster while attempting to rescue the little girl. He was eliminated. The third elder lamented, "Alas, the child is still young. He will have other opportunities in the future." The second elder subtly slid his finger across the crystal mirror, marking a check to indicate the boy had passed. Yet, how could such a covert action escape the notice of the others? The third elder inquired. "What is the meaning of this?" The sect master asked, "Is he your illegitimate child?" The first elder added, "We demand a reasonable explanation." Clearing his throat, the second elder meekly responded, "He is but a child, undaunted in the face of a monster," and without hesitation, he offered help to a girl of his own age. This profound sense of justice, coupled with immense confidence and courage, who else could possibly pass if not this disciple? Of course, if you harbor any objections, I can take him under my wing and guide him myself, without troubling any of you. The sect master narrowed his eyes, probing, "Is this indeed your estranged son?" The second elder eagerly nodded, "Precisely. I implore you, grant him the honor of joining my faction." Suddenly, the first elder drew his sword, aiming it at the vital points of the second elder. At the same time, the other elders unleashed their formidable skills, attacking the second elder without mercy. "What is the meaning of this? Are you truly serious?" The second elder exclaimed, clutching his rear and fleeing, abandoning all semblance of a dignified demeanor. "Speak. What talents does this child possess?" "What talents? Did I not just claim he is my illegitimate son? If he were truly your son, would you admit it? Keep attacking. Enough. Enough. The child's name is Su Lingfeng, and he possesses an exceptional spiritual root." Ah, now it is clear. The elders ceased their assault, deriding him, "Second brother, your shamelessness knows no bounds. To accept this exceptional disciple, you would even acknowledge an illegitimate child." Only the first elder and the sect master sensed something amiss. If it were merely an exceptional spiritual root, it should not warrant such desperation from the second elder. "Fifth brother, calculate whether second brother is lying." "Very well." The fifth elder's compass spun rapidly. "Second brother has not spoken falsehoods." The second elder breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his previous kindness toward the fifth elder. However, but second brother is concealing something. "What? Fifth brother, have I not treated you well? Cease your bickering. I confess." The child Su Lingfeng possesses a trace of thunder spiritual energy, which may elevate his exceptional spiritual root to a thunder spiritual root in the future. Spiritual roots are classified as inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional. If an exceptional spiritual root awakens an elemental attribute, it can further transcend to a higher elemental spiritual root, such as thunder, water, fire, and so forth. Within this grand hall, only the sect master and the first elder possess elemental spiritual roots. Upon hearing of the thunder spiritual root, the other elders no longer objected. Such exceptional talents, even if they possess a flawed nature, should be embraced and gently guided. Moreover, Su Lingfeng, being both courageous and just, merely requires a touch of guidance due to her youth. Now, let us proceed to the next scene. The second elder, clutching his posterior, lamented. This time, the central figure transformed into a young maiden. As the little girl appeared, the maiden did not heed her plight nor rush to her aid. Instead, she ran in the opposite direction, albeit at a slowed pace. Yet the monster still discerned the little girl. As the creature lunged towards her, the maiden swiftly picked up several stones and hurled them at the beast, attempting to divert its attention. The scene froze at that moment. This requires no further explanation. In the face of danger, maintaining composure while attempting to assist the innocent, all the while ensuring one's own safety, demonstrates both courage and wisdom, coupled with a benevolent heart. Thus, she passes. Subsequently, the Sect Master and the Elders reviewed numerous illusions. They witnessed some monsters paralyzed with fear, waiting for their demise, eliminated. Others charged recklessly into peril, akin to lambs entering a tiger's den, eliminated. Even more absurdly, one monster caught up with the old man in ragged clothing who had initially delivered the warning, devouring him whole, eliminated, 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 until the Elders encountered the illusion of Qin Yu. Their expressions transformed into shock. "Second brother, how shall we judge this?" inquired the third elder. The second elder, dumbfounded, replied, "Do not ask me. I am equally perplexed. I did not foresee this scenario when designing this trial." Chapter 7, Past. In the scene, upon seeing the ferocious monster, Qin Yu reacted in unison with the others, turning to flee. However, after only a few steps, the monster leaped behind him and seized his backpack. The second elder paused the scene, visibly astonished. "What is happening? This was not the script," he exclaimed. The dream-hunting canine should have lingered for a while before accelerating towards the position of the young ones. This particular dream-hunting canine acted far too soon. The little girl had yet to emerge. How could it judge the nature of this individual? The Grand Elder remarked, "Second brother, did you fail to clarify the rules with this dream-hunting canine? After all, there are over 300 participating, and it is plausible that some may not fully grasp the guidelines." "That cannot be," the second elder countered. "I have rehearsed multiple times with the leader of the dream-hunting canines. Moreover, the others under the care of this particular canine have not exhibited such behavior." The third elder interjected, "If it is not an issue with the dream-hunting canine, then it must be a human problem. Moreover, have you noticed that this youth is carrying a backpack? The illusions created by the dream-hunting canine are not mere fantasies. They are reflections of reality. When drawing an individual into the illusion, it can opt to include only the person or to pull them along with their belongings. Therefore, Qin Yu remains burdened by his backpack within the illusion." However, the elders were puzzled as to why no other youths carried personal items, while this one alone possessed a backpack. Could it be an issue with the backpack? Let us observe the ensuing scenes. The imagery began to shift. The backpack was caught, and Qin Yu deftly extricated himself, discarding the bag and fleeing. However, he soon realized that the creature did not pursue him. Curiosity piqued. Qin Yu glanced back and saw the monster clawing at his backpack. With a slight tug, the bag was torn asunder, scattering red undergarments and patched clothing across the ground. Simultaneously, a crumpled object wrapped in yellow paper also fell to the earth. Ah! It seemed the creature had spotted something it fancied and let out a joyful exclamation. In an instant, the creature shrank in size, transforming into a fluffy little black dog, its paws adorned with a tuft of white fur resembling dainty white gloves, a crescent-shaped mark upon its forehead, and cartoonish wings etched on its back, presenting an irresistibly adorable sight. The little black dog exuberantly leaped toward the yellow-wrapped unknown object and began to feast heartily. At this moment, Qin Yu was utterly bewildered, having temporarily lost his memory. He was unaware of the origins of the backpack he had discarded. He also forgot that the yellow paper contained his ancestral secret recipe for stinky tofu. All he could think about was how adorable the little black dog was and how much he longed to pet it. In the grand hall of the sect leader and the esteemed elders were equally perplexed. They understood that the aberrant behavior of the dreaming hound was due to the enigmatic object wrapped in yellow paper. However, what exactly was contained within that yellow wrapping, and why did it possess such magical allure that captivated the dreaming hound? As a divine beast, the dreaming hound was acutely sensitive to spiritual plants and elixirs. Could it be that the yellow paper concealed some form of spiritual herb or potion? Speculated the third elder. "It cannot be," retorted the sect leader. "Our Xiantian sect possesses every kind of spiritual plant and elixir imaginable. These dreaming hounds are daily nourished with spiritual flora and remedies. Ordinary spiritual plants and elixirs would not hold such appeal for them. If it were an exceedingly rare treasure of heaven and earth, it would surely emanate spiritual fluctuations. And it stands to reason that the dreaming hound would detect it while we could not. The first elder nodded in agreement, affirming, "The item wrapped in yellow paper does not resemble any heavenly treasure." The second elder pondered, then asked, "What other substances could possibly exert such a powerful allure over the dreaming hound?" In truth, there exists one such substance that is more enticing to the dreaming hound than even the rarest treasures of heaven and earth. At this moment, the previously silent sixth elder spoke up. The sixth elder, the master of the beast-taming peak, had dedicated his life to the study of spirit beasts and divine creatures, making him the foremost authority on the dreaming hound within the Heleavens sect. What substance? Everyone turned their curious gazes toward the sixth elder. Clearing his throat, he began, "Have you ever heard the old saying, 'A dog cannot change its nature'?" Instantly, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, and they exclaimed, "You mean that filthy substance?" "Indeed." The sixth elder nodded. "Although the dreaming hound is a divine beast, it cannot escape the cravings rooted in its bloodline. Moreover, after all these years, the Heleavens sect has only provided the dreaming hound with food imbued with spiritual energy. As the saying goes, the more one is denied something, the more one desires it, which has only intensified their longing for that filthy substance. Upon closer inspection, that dark object wrapped in yellow paper does bear a striking resemblance. Not just a resemblance. It is unmistakably identical. Why did that filthy object find its way into this young man's backpack? Could it be that the questions were leaked?" The Grand Elder remarked, "This lad seems to be privy to some insider information, preparing this item in advance." The second elder firmly asserted, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The involvement of the illusionary dream hound in the third trial was known only to me and the Hound clan. There is no way others could be aware. Even if they did know, how could they possibly discern that the illusionary dream hound has an affinity for such a revolting object? The Sect Master and the elders were unaware of this matter, let alone this mere mortal youth. Thus, there remains but one possibility." The seventh elder, with candor, exclaimed, "This little fellow actually carries excrement with him. Could he possibly have a penchant for playing with it? Ha ha ha, how amusing." The seventh elder, the head of the body refinement peak, possessed a straightforward mind, robust physique, and formidable combat prowess. The crowd wore expressions of dismay. Where was the humor in this? Within the illusion, the little black dog devoured the stinky tofu with great relish and did not revert to its monstrous form to continue its duties. Instead, it frolicked around Qin Yu, licking and playfully whining for more stinky tofu, seemingly lost in the bliss of its culinary delight. Qin Yu crouched down, affectionately rubbing the dog's head. The soft, furry texture brought him immense joy. The Sect Master covered his face, realizing that there was no need to delve further into this illusion. The second elder, in a fit of rage, vowed to confront the leader of the illusionary Dreamhound clan. Refund. But was this young man truly worthy of passing? The third elder redirected the conversation. This posed a dilemma for everyone. The third trial did not assess his character. Should they deny him passage, the repercussions would fall upon their Heleavens sect. It would be unreasonable to place the burden on the youth, for the Heleavens sect upheld principles of fairness. Yet, if they allowed him to pass, given his unusual tastes, one had to wonder about his mental state. At last, the Sect Master inquired, "Second Elder, what is this boy's talent?" "Just a low-grade spiritual root." Low-grade spiritual roots are typically relegated to servant disciples. It matters not. Let him through. Carrying excrement and encountering the illusionary dream hound could indeed be his fortune. Gaining a disciple with unexpected luck would be advantageous for the sect. The casual remark of the Heleavens Sect Master altered Qin Yu's fate, as well as the destiny of the entire cultivation world. The wheels of fate began to turn. From that moment on, the cultivation realm transformed into something peculiar. Chapter 8. A unique challenge upon awakening from the illusion. Qin Yu found the memories of reality and those of the illusion intertwined, leaving him with a sense of disorientation, as if he had traversed through time. Is this what it means to emerge? So, what precisely did the third trial entail? Was it a test of dog-petting skills? Qin Yu recalled merely spending some time petting a dog in the illusion before being transported out. No wonder they claimed that the third trial of the Heleavens sect is abstract. One finishes and remains clueless about the assessment. He had thought that his 9 years of compulsory education would suffice, yet the questions proved to be so abstract. It was utterly incomprehensible. As Qin Yu glanced into his backpack, he discovered that the stinky tofu wrapped in yellow paper had inexplicably vanished. Could the illusion truly affect reality? No, that cannot be. Suddenly, Qin Yu had a thought. That dog devoured my stinky tofu without offering a single coin in return. How audacious. It did not even inquire about my infamous title as the blood domain butcher. To indulge in a free meal at my expense is nothing short of courting death. As more individuals began to awaken, fervent discussions erupted among them. Qin Yu approached to glean their perspectives, yet the more he listened, the more bewildered he became. What was this about a little girl? What did it mean to save or not save? What was this nonsense about being devoured by a monster? What in the world was going on? Were we not participating in the same assessment? Let alone a little girl. Qin Yu had not even encountered a single female mosquito in this illusion. As for the so-called monstrous creature, it was merely a small black dog, clingy and affectionate, utterly adorable in its diminutive form. If given the chance, Qin Yu would have loved to adopt one. By the end of the discourse, Qin Yu finally grasped the crux of the matter. It was all about saving face. This group, much like himself, clearly did not understand the true nature of the assessment, yet out of fear of revealing their ignorance, they fabricated a story about a little girl. Once one person made such a claim, the others, in a bid to maintain their dignity, had no choice but to echo it. Qin Yu had encountered such individuals in his past life, a collective of the utterly uninformed, concocting elaborate tales that grew increasingly absurd with each discussion. However, these gifted individuals with spiritual roots demonstrated a surprisingly coherent logic, speaking as if their fabrications were the truth. Even with my intellect, I failed to detect any inconsistencies. Had I not participated myself, I might have been swayed by their nonsensical chatter. Muttering to himself, Qin Yu quietly withdrew, uninterested in engaging with these boastful individuals. After a while, Elder Hu Tian stepped forward to address the crowd. Although he was mere steps away from Qin Yu, the latter dared not assess Elder Hu's talents. He was uncertain of the Elder's capabilities. Should the Elder perceive his scrutiny, it would spell trouble. Following a thorough analysis of each participant's performance in the third trial, the sect leader and elders compiled a list of entrants. Those whose names were called were to step forward to register. Li Meng, Zhao Tianhai, Wang Xinyu, Qin Yu. Upon hearing his name, Qin Yu felt no surprise. It appears those individuals were indeed boasting. He scoffed inwardly. Everyone gazed enviously at those called forward to register, their eyes then turning eagerly toward Elder Hu, anticipating that the next name would be their own. Tang Outyin crossed his arms, patiently awaiting his name to be called. He was confident. After all, he possessed a superior spiritual root. How could the Xiantian sect possibly afford to eliminate him? After approximately 300 names were read, Elder Hu slowly closed the registration book and announced, "The remaining individuals may leave. This year's recruitment has officially concluded." A chorus of lamentations arose from those whose names were not called, drooping like frostbitten eggplants. Tang Outyin, still awaiting his name, felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue. Why had his name not been called? There must be a mistake. Tang Outyin raised his voice in protest. "Elder Hu, why was my name not mentioned?" "Oh," Elder Hu replied, "if your name was not called, it means you have not passed. You may prepare to return next year." "It is impossible. I did not perish in the third round. On what grounds have I been eliminated?" "You must be mistaken." Upon uttering these words, a multitude of participants whose names had not been called responded in unison. "I did not fail either. Why am I not on the list? Indeed, I too successfully escaped the jaws of the monster. Why should I be disqualified?" The second elder snorted coldly, and an oppressive aura instantly enveloped the crowd, plunging the area into silence. "Our sect has its own standards of evaluation. There will be no errors. Please disperse. There's definitely foul play involved." Tang Outyin, encouraged by the support of the crowd, grew increasingly arrogant. Suddenly, he spotted Qin Yu, who was busy with the registration, and shouted, "On what grounds does this person with inferior spiritual roots pass, while I, possessing superior roots, am cast aside? There must be some hidden agenda." Qin Yu, who had been watching the spectacle with amusement, suddenly froze, feeling as though the gossip had turned on him. With Tang Outyin leading the charge, the other eliminated participants joined in the uproar. "Foul play. Why do those with inferior spiritual roots succeed while I am eliminated?" They clung to a sliver of hope, wishing for the Xiantian sect to grant them another chance, believing that they would emerge victorious. Having already been disqualified, they had nothing to lose regardless of the outcome. The clamor grew increasingly fervent. The second elder's expression darkened. He could easily force these juniors to retreat. But given the scale of the commotion, Mishandling this situation could adversely affect recruitment for the following year or even beyond. Moreover, these juniors were backed by various factions. Offending one or two would not pose a significant threat to the Heleavens sect, but incurring the wrath of all could have dire consequences. After all, the world of cultivation is not merely about combat, but also about social dynamics. The second elder pondered how to resolve this dilemma. Was he to disclose the criteria for passing the third round? The Heleavens sect has never explained its evaluations publicly. If he broke that precedent, he would surely become the subject of ridicule among the other elders in the future. He cast a fierce glare at Tang Outyin, wishing he could flay him alive. Once this matter concludes, you better provide a reasonable explanation from your backing faction. Suddenly, a voice resonated, commanding the attention of the crowd. I was chosen because I am superior to all of you. Who dares to contest this? Step forward and face me. Qin Yu stood with his hands on his hips, pointing at everyone and boldly declaring, I am not targeting anyone. I assert that all of you standing here are worthless. The second elder glanced down at his own legs, silently channeling his energy to levitate an inch above the ground. Qin Yu beckoned to Tang Outyin. Is having superior spiritual roots truly impressive? Come up and challenge me. If you defeat me, I will allow you to enter the sect. Tang Outyin retorted, You lowly commoner, your words hold no weight. Qin Yu replied, How do you know my words carry no weight? Tang Outyin shot back, Do you think your words hold any weight? Qin Yu responded nonchalantly, Naturally. My words hold no weight. Tang Outyin turned to the second elder, inquiring delicately, Elder, will you permit this? The second elder replied, You are indeed aware of my presence as the second elder. The second elder immediately recognized Qin Yu, the boy infamous for hiding excrement in his backpack, leaving a deep impression. At this moment, Qin Yu stepped forward, evoking a sense of gratitude in the second elder. However, the method proposed by Qin Yu left the second elder in a state of indecision. While it would be acceptable if Qin Yu emerged victorious, what if he were to lose? Would the eliminated individuals truly be permitted to enter the sect? Should such a precedent be set, others would undoubtedly demand the right to challenge as well. It is not the scarcity of challengers that is concerning, but rather the inequality it creates. The situation could potentially spiral beyond control. Just as the second elder was mired in doubt, he suddenly caught sight of the unwavering determination in Qin Yu's eyes, instilling a profound sense of trust that this matter could be entrusted to him without hesitation. Resolutely, the second elder decided to take a gamble. If Qin Yu could manage such a feat, what else could he not accomplish? With a dismissive huff, the second elder approached Qin Yu and addressed the eliminated contestants. You may challenge if you are unwilling to accept the outcome. Should you emerge victorious, you will be granted another chance to participate in the third trial. However, if you lose, your names will be recorded by my Heleavens sect, and any future challengers along with their families shall forever be barred from stepping foot in the Heleavens sect. Agreed. Tang Outyin responded without a moment's hesitation, while the others recoiled, afraid to voice their thoughts. They were not foolish. Winning merely offered an additional opportunity, and none of them had yet grasped how to succeed in the third trial, rendering an extra chance seemingly useless. The stakes of losing, however, were considerable, as it would not only preclude their future participation but also jeopardize their families. Should they falter, their family elders would surely punish them severely upon their return home. The crowd turned their gazes towards Tang Outyin, silently grateful for this foolhardy individual willing to test the waters first. If he succeeded, they could follow suit without delay. Tang Outyin, noticing the silence among the crowd, felt an inflated sense of superiority. Meanwhile, the elderly servant who had accompanied Tang Outyin was nearly driven to despair, incessantly sending mental messages to him, yet Tang Outyin paid him no mind. The old servant felt compelled to intervene, but as he took a step forward, he was met with an overwhelming pressure emanating from the second elder, who was coldly fixated on him, to threaten the hen while taking it away. What will you offer to the monkey in its stead? You cannot disturb the order of my Heleavens sect and expect to walk away unscathed. The old servant felt a chill run through him, as if plunged into an icy abyss, and he dared not move another inch. Chapter 9. A savage beating of Tang Outyin. Tang Outyin emerged from the crowd, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Yu. Commoner, thank you for this opportunity you've bestowed upon me. Qin Yu appeared slight and fragile, a mere wisp of a person, often not even filling his belly, let alone training in martial arts. In contrast, Tang Outyin had the advantage of a professional martial arts instructor. diligently practicing for a quarter of an hour each day to build a solid foundation in cultivation. His combat prowess was formidable. Against someone like Qin Yu, he believed he could take on 10. Qin Yu, disinterested in engaging with him, turned his attention to the Second Elder. Can we commence the battle now? He was poised and eager, having long awaited this moment. Previously, when Tang Outyin had cut in line, Qin Yu had yearned to strike him. However, circumstances had not permitted it, and he had been compelled to refrain. He had planned to wait until they entered the sect to exact his revenge, yet unexpectedly, Tang Outyin had been eliminated. Just when Qin Yu thought he would never have the chance to strike him, Tang Outyin stepped forward, presenting Qin Yu with a splendid opportunity. While Qin Yu was accustomed to people evading punishment, encountering someone who actively sought it was a novel experience. Cracking his knuckles, Qin Yu's fists, as large as his own, were filled with an insatiable thirst for action. The Second Elder nodded, signaling to proceed. Hit him hard, he mused inwardly, obeying the command. Qin Yu strode purposefully towards Tang Outyin, who assumed a professional stance, swaying from side to side. Fool! Qin Yu approached and flung a handful of dirt straight into Tang Outyin's face. Despicable! My eyes! Tang Outyin shut his eyes, his hands unable to react before Qin Yu's fist landed squarely on his face. With a thud, Tang Outyin collapsed to the ground. Qin Yu pinned him down, raining blows upon his face. You scoundrel! How dare you strike me? I will kill you. Qin Yu remained silent, mercilessly continuing to punch, while seizing the moment to shove dirt into Tang Outyin's mouth as he opened it. Had that stinky tofu not vanished, Qin Yu would have certainly smacked Tang Outyin's face more. Thud thud. Spit. Tang Outyin coughed out the dirt, cursing, You wretched creature. Do you know who my father is? I will ensure your demise, leaving you unrecognizable, and I will make your entire family pay for your insolence. It seemed he had not consumed enough dirt. Qin Yu casually grabbed a handful of pebbles and stuffed them into his opponent's mouth. With each strike, the pebbles grated against Tang Outyin's lips and teeth, swiftly carving out lacerations. Blood flowed incessantly from Tang Outyin's mouth. Thud thud thud. The sound of fists meeting flesh intertwined with Tang Outyin's anguished cries. Soon, his face swelled. Blood gushed, and his screams morphed into whimpers, his legs flailing as if driven by a spirit of defiance or the agony that caused spasms. This is for cutting in line. Thud. This is for calling me a commoner. Thud. What is so special about your superior spiritual root? What does my inferior root have to do with you? Am I feasting on your family's rice? Thud thud. Gasping for breath, Qin Yu's fists descended like a torrential downpour. The onlookers were shocked, their eyelids twitching in fear. Some timid souls shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight. No one anticipated Qin Yu's ferocity. Living in a foreign town, if one did not possess a certain ruthlessness, Qin Yu feared he would have long since been bullied by the local ruffians. However, in previous brawls within the town, Qin Yu had merely tossed chili powder into the eyes of his adversaries. This time, using dirt was a considerable act of mercy. After all, Qin Yu was unaware of the extent of the power behind Tang Outyin and did not wish to make an enemy of him. Seeing his young master on the verge of losing consciousness, the old servant rushed over, disregarding the Second Elder's imposing presence. Young friend, please show mercy. We concede. The old servant once again bowed to the Second Elder, expressing, My young master is still quite young and lacks understanding of proper etiquette, which has angered the esteemed immortal. I humbly apologize on behalf of my master and hope that the Heleavens sect will spare his life, considering the long-standing relationship between our families. The Second Elder snorted dismissively. Are you from the Tang family in the capital? Indeed, the servant replied, if it were not for the favor of Minister Tang. Today Tang Outyin would undoubtedly face the consequences of his words. The Second Elder surveyed the crowd, who all lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. In this challenge, Tang Outyin has been defeated and shall never set foot in our sect again. Any violation of this decree will result in immediate execution, should anyone wish to challenge. Step forward now. The youths and maidens, witnessing Tang Outyin's dismal defeat, were utterly terrified and dared not approach. Qin Yu kicked the barely conscious Tang Outyin and dusted himself off. What a delight. Thank you for sparing my life, esteemed immortal. The old servant quickly expressed his gratitude. The Second Elder replied coldly, I shall certainly inquire with Minister Tang about how to resolve this matter in due course. The old servant promised to inform his master. Let us proceed. The Second Elder led Qin Yu and the others into the gates of the Heleavens sect. What is your name, young man? Junior Qin Yu, he replied. Qin Yu, I shall remember you. You performed admirably today. Consider this flying sword as your reward. The second elder retrieved a sword from his storage artifact and handed it to Qin Yu, who hurriedly expressed his thanks. The second elder patted Qin Yu on the shoulder and earnestly advised, once you enter the sect, dedicate yourself to your training and eschew any vile pursuits. Qin Yu was taken aback. In a wisp of azure smoke, the second elder vanished. After his departure, the steward of the sect organized the newcomers. The disciples were arranged according to their spiritual roots. Those with low-grade roots became the sect's servants, while those with medium and high-grade roots directly entered as outer disciples. Those with extraordinary roots were admitted as inner disciples. In Qin Yu's cohort, only 5 possessed extraordinary roots, with a scarce number of high-grade roots, predominantly filled with medium and low-grade roots. Once the groups were established, Qin Yu and his companions followed a middle-aged man named Zhong Wendy. I am the steward for the servant disciples. You can call me Uncle Zhong or Uncle Wendy. Like you, I possess low-grade roots and have served as a servant disciple in the Heleavens sect for over 50 years. Due to my diligence, I have secured this position. Our servant disciples are not much different from the outer disciples. We simply have more tasks and receive less compensation. Alas, our talents are lacking. However, do not lose heart. If we meet the sect's requirements, we too can ascend to outer disciples. Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with ambition. Uncle Wendy, how can one become an outer disciple? Oh, quite the ambitious one. Zhong Wendy chuckled. To elevate your status, simply challenge an outer disciple and defeat them. The one you conquer will be demoted to a servant disciple. May I challenge someone right now? Qin Yu inquired eagerly, believing he could fight his way to the inner sect. Of course not. Zhong Wendy promptly stifled Qin Yu's aspirations before they could fully blossom. He declared that at least 6 months must pass, allowing everyone to practice their cultivation techniques before any challenges could be made. Moreover, the challengers could only face disciples of the same cohort. Immediately, discontent arose among the crowd. This is far too difficult. The disparity between mid-grade and low-grade spiritual roots is immense. After a period of training, how could we possibly compete with them? Qin Yu silently scoffed, recognizing the truth that the weak merely lament their circumstances, while the strong have already learned to exploit the system to their advantage. Certainly, challenges would be formidable. Zhong Wendy sighed, acknowledging otherwise. I would not still be a mere servant disciple. Yet, he continued, even if one does not succeed, in 10 years, everyone can depart from the Heleavens sect, and we can still be considered cultivators. Whether we choose to wander the world or seek a modest family as guest cultivators, both paths hold merit. Thus, it is imperative that everyone cherishes this opportunity and diligently cultivates, while adhering strictly to the sect's regulations. As Zhong Wendy conversed, he elucidated the critical aspects of the Heleavens sect. Meanwhile, outside the sect, Tang Aoyan awoke from his stupor after consuming a healing elixir, weeping bitterly in the embrace of his loyal servant. Today has been utterly disastrous for me. First, that plump matron tricked me this morning. Who could have anticipated that the tofu pudding would be sweet? Then, I was ousted from the first round for cutting in line, and the second round, for which I had prepared extensively, was inexplicably cancelled. As for the third round, I remain clueless as to why I was eliminated. To be humiliated in front of so many people is unbearable. I can't shake the feeling that someone is targeting me. His servant hastily reassured him, young master. The Heleavens sect's refusal to accept you is their loss. We can pursue opportunities in other sects. The world is vast. And the Heleavens sect is not the sole authority. Chapter 10. The Child of Fortune, Li Zhongtong under Zhong Wendy's guidance. Qin Yu and his companions arrived at the living quarters designated for servant disciples. The Heleavens sect truly deserved its reputation as the foremost sect in the Liang Kingdom. Even the humble abodes of servant disciples were suffused with rich spiritual energy, likely constructed atop a minor spiritual vein. Zhong Wendy distributed identification plaques to each individual, enabling them to locate their respective dwellings. Subsequently, he provided each person with a manual on cultivation. This is the foundational technique of our Heleavens sect, known as Heleavens Gong. Qin Yu inwardly criticized the name as rather arbitrary. Zhong Wendy explained, our sect's name is derived from this very technique. Qin Yu pondered, Heleavens Gong has undergone 7 revisions, the most recent occurring over a millennium ago, when the esteemed Ba Shitong secluded himself for several months and successfully transformed it into one of the preeminent techniques in existence, thereby solidifying the sect's current standing. Doubt lingered in Qin Yu's mind regarding Ba Shitong's prowess. All present possessed spiritual roots, and by following the steps outlined in the manual, they could quickly begin to channel energy into their bodies and commence their cultivation. Should anyone struggle to channel energy, there was no need for alarm. The sect would arrange for instructors to provide personal guidance after a week. Additionally, he cautioned everyone, Xiantian Gong must not be transmitted in any form. Any breach of this rule will be classified as a crime of treachery against the sect and will be dealt with by the law enforcement peak. Previously, an inner disciple had, relying on his elevated status, surreptitiously imparted Xiantian Gong to his family. Subsequently, one may inquire about how the sect managed the situation. Zhong Wendy left a tantalizing hint, implying that the repercussions would be beyond what any of us could bear. Well then, each of you possesses the essential provisions within your own abodes. Take a moment to organize yourselves. We shall reconvene here in half an hour to allocate tasks. The crowd dispersed, clutching their identification numbers. Number 662663 was located, and the plaque read 666. Qin Yu approached, brushed his plaque against the wall, and the formation at the entrance ceased its operation. As he pushed open the grand door, Qin Yu surveyed his future dwelling. Although referred to as a cave, it was not a cavern at all, but rather a quaint wooden cottage. The small abode boasted a charming courtyard adorned with an unidentified large tree, evoking a nostalgic villa vibe, replete with tranquility. Upon entering the wooden house, one would behold a bed crafted from wood, elegantly dressed with tidy sheets and bedding. As Qin Yu reclined for a moment, he discovered that the bedding was even softer than the silk quilts from his previous life, the material unknown to him. Initially anticipating rigorous training within the sect, he was pleasantly surprised by the quality of his living conditions. Such treasures were abundant. Beyond the bed, the room housed a wooden table, a bottle of fasting elixir, a tome containing the sect's regulations, and 2 custom garment vouchers. Qin Yu held little interest in the fasting elixir, having just heard from Zhong Wendy that the sect's cafeteria offered complimentary meals. Why indulge in tasteless elixirs when free food was available? Such inferior fasting elixirs were hardly worth consuming. The sect's regulations, however, warranted careful examination. For Qin Yu believed that where there were rules, there must exist loopholes. The garment vouchers could be used to tailor 2 sets of attire, which were not mandatory for daily wear, but required on significant sect occasions. Only someone who has endured 5 days a week in school uniform could truly appreciate the humanity of this policy. It was not only non-compulsory, but also exquisitely designed. Qin Yu thoroughly inspected his modest abode. Subsequently, he opened his backpack and hung some slightly damp clothing outside to dry. Finally, he retrieved a few sheets of paper and a pen from his pocket, scribbling in a somewhat crooked manner the title "The Path to Immortality," starting from a menial disciple. This was a small hobby of his. Having completed these tasks, Qin Yu found himself with little to occupy his time. With a bit of time remaining, he decided to acquaint himself with his neighbors. Not all the abodes were occupied. For instance, the residence numbered 667 was uninhabited. Number 665, however, housed an individual. A low wall separated the 2 courtyards, allowing Qin Yu to easily observe the opposite yard from his perch on a stool. Tentatively, he called out, "Brother, are you there?" Upon hearing the commotion, the occupant of 665 emerged from his room. "Ah, it's you." Qin Yu recognized him as a fellow new disciple who had arrived alongside him under Zhong Wendy's guidance. Perhaps he had fallen behind while searching for his dwelling. As Qin Yu had already entered by the time he arrived, Qin Yu appraised the newcomer, noting that he was of similar height, with a slightly plump physique and a cherubic face. The man naturally recognized Qin Yu, and his expression immediately soured. After all, Qin Yu had left an impression of sheer brutality. He had nearly beaten the Prime Minister's son to death. Would living next to such a formidable individual lead to an onslaught? Qin Yu smiled and inquired, "What is your name, my friend?" "I am Li Zhengtong," responded the man. Qin Yu remarked, "You seem a bit downcast." Li Zhengtong, startled, felt the flesh on his face quiver as he hastily forced a disingenuous grin, fervently shaking his head. No, I am quite happy. Ha. I am called Qin Yu. We shall be neighbors from now on." As they conversed, Qin Yu began to assess Li Zhengtong's talents. Initially presuming that Li Zhengtong possessed only a meager inferior spiritual root, he was astounded when the talents presented before him left him speechless. Refined through trials, level. Just as jade must be carved to become a gem, a person must endure rigorous trials to become a true champion. Frequently confronted with arduous challenges and life-threatening situations, one must recognize that crises and opportunities coexist. Overcoming such trials yields commensurate rewards. Survivor of Calamity, level. Favored by fate. One adeptly navigates perilous situations, emerging unscathed. Introduction to Formations, level. Possessing a certain aptitude for formations, one can easily grasp the basics, learn swiftly, and proficiently apply such formations. Inferior Spiritual Root, level. Barely possessing the talent for cultivation, destined to a life of servitude as a menial disciple. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that the inferior spiritual root was the least impressive of this individual's talents. This was his first encounter with a level talent, and he was astonished to discover two in one instance. Moreover, he recognized that these two talents were undoubtedly complementary. Refined through trials would ensure that Li Zhengtong frequently faced crises, and by overcoming them, he would reap rewards, while Survivor of Calamity would guarantee his survival through these tribulations. The deficiencies were thus compensated. Combined, these two talents seemed even superior to a singular level talent. Was this not perhaps the child of destiny in this world? One who stumbles into trouble, yet always emerges triumphant, with his strength surging as a result? Qin Yu casually inquired. So, have you been rather unfortunate since childhood? Often finding yourself in danger? Not at all, Li Zhengtong responded, somewhat bewildered, unsure why Qin Yu posed such a question. Yet, once asked, he felt compelled to answer. It seemed that Qin Yu was not lying. According to the effects of refined through trials, if Li Zhengtong truly encountered any dangers, he would undoubtedly gain corresponding advantages. Qin Yu scrutinized Li Zhengtong closely, but found no evidence of him having benefited in any way. It appeared that the effectiveness of this talent was not as formidable as it seemed. Chapter 11. Commencing cultivation after exchanging a few more pleasantries. Qin Yu estimated that it was time to seek out Uncle Wendy. Shall we go together? He asked. Li Zhengtong, fearing to refuse, nodded vigorously in agreement. Together. Qin Yu remarked, you seem a tad reluctant. If so, never mind. No, I am willing. Li Zhengtong wiped the sweat from his forehead, explaining. I am merely a bit nervous. Qin Yu was puzzled. Uncle Wendy was quite amiable. What was there to be anxious about? Li Zhengtong responded. And the two soon found themselves accompanied by Zhong Wendy. As the gathering neared its completion, I shall now take the opportunity to speak. The purpose of convening everyone here today primarily revolves around the allocation of tasks, which constitute the principal duties of our menial disciples. To ensure fairness, I have inscribed all the available positions within the sect on slips of paper, and each individual will draw lots. Henceforth, the nature of one's duties will be determined by chance. Everyone, please come forth to draw a slip. Qin Yu approached and drew a slip, revealing the inscription, Mingyue Plaza. Zhong Wendy, observing Qin Yu's slip, elucidated. This signifies that you shall be responsible for the cleanliness of Mingyue Plaza. Qin Yu inquired. Is Mingyue Plaza expansive? Zhong Wendy replied. Not particularly. Larger areas are assigned to 2 to 3 individuals. Qin Yu then asked, are there trees surrounding Mingyue Plaza? After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Wendy responded, there are a few small trees, but they are not substantial. Satisfied, Qin Yu nodded, feeling a surge of delight within. It appeared that this was indeed a fortuitous assignment. A smaller plaza would imply ease of maintenance, and the small trees would result in minimal leaf litter. Moreover, considering that all within Xuantiang's sect are cultivators, it was likely that littering would be rare. Thus, the task of cleaning should be rather straightforward. Qin Yu glanced at the slip in Li Zhengtong's hand, which also mentioned a plaza. Mingyue Plaza, is it large? He inquired. Li Zhengtong replied. Uncle Zhong mentioned that it is not vast. However, it does have a fair amount of fallen leaves, although it is seldom crowded, making it a decent task. Qin Yu mused contentedly. Well, it's certainly preferable to mine. Aside from cleaning duties, some menial disciples drew lots for positions such as kitchen assistants in the dining hall, alchemical apprentices, and herbal gatherers. Once the tasks were assigned, everyone departed. Qin Yu promptly led Li Zhengtong to the sect's dining hall for a meal, as they had missed lunch and were now quite famished. The dining hall boasted 3 stories, with hundreds of windows and a plethora of dishes. The array of offerings left Qin Yu in awe. Braised emperor lion's head, spicy deep-sea king whale head, fried crimson golden scorpion, and steamed star-claw dragon. The variety was simply staggering. Xuantiang's sect was truly magnificent. With such a dining hall, who would even contemplate fasting? those fasting pills would be utterly disregarded. Upon reaching the counter, Qin Yu ordered a portion of steamed dragon tendons, while Li Zhengtong requested a serving of deep-sea turtle green bean soup. The attendant behind the counter informed them, "That will require 5 contribution points. Please proceed with the payment." Payment? I was under the impression that meals in the dining hall were complimentary, Qin Yu asserted. "Young man, are you a new disciple this year?" the attendant inquired. With a serious expression, Qin Yu retorted, "Madam, do not presume to deceive me simply because I am a newcomer. I am not so naive." The attendant chuckled. "Oh dear, meals in the dining hall are not entirely free. Only those from the innermost counter are complimentary. Furthermore, this dragon tendon is extracted from a foundation-building beast. Even cultivators below the 5th level of qi refinement would perish from a single bite." Feeling embarrassed, Qin Yu sheepishly touched his nose as he and Li Jingtong retreated in dismay. "How mortifying!" he exclaimed. "Xiao Tong, this is all your fault. Why didn't you stop me earlier?" Li Jingtong responded, "Huh? Me?" They made their way to the farthest end of the dining hall and discovered the counter providing complimentary dishes. However, the tomato and egg dish consisted solely of tomatoes, and the potato braised meat was merely potatoes. "This is hardly treating us like human beings," Qin Yu lamented. For free, one could easily be deceived. The two were left with no choice but to prepare a meal. The tomatoes were excessively salty, and the potatoes were utterly undercooked. "Brother Yu, perhaps we should return to consuming the fasting pill," suggested Li Zhengtong. Qin Yu found merit in Li Zhengtong's suggestion and decided to adopt it. "Indeed, I am quite curious about the flavor of the fasting pill." Upon returning home, each consumed a fasting pill. Remarkably, the fasting pill proved to be extraordinary. As soon as it entered Qin Yu's stomach, his hunger vanished without a trace. "How delightful! This fasting pill truly suits my taste," Qin Yu exclaimed, patting his belly, as he took out the manual inscribed with the Xiantian technique and began to delve into its contents. The first step in cultivating immortality is to sense the spiritual energy of the universe. Following the method described in the book, Qin Yu sat cross-legged on his bed, inhaling and exhaling rhythmically. The Xiantian sect is located in a region rich in spiritual energy, facilitating disciples in sensing it more swiftly. In a nebulous state, Qin Yu felt the entire expanse of the universe expanding, rendering him increasingly insignificant. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Qin Yu found himself in a hazy state, teetering between sleep and wakefulness. In this reverie, he perceived the surroundings illuminated by twinkling glimmers, akin to fireflies dancing in the night sky. Suddenly, Qin Yu awoke, his face alight with joy. "I can sense the spiritual energy." Not knowing the hour, he hastily lit a candle. With the flickering light, Qin Yu turned the pages of the book, advancing to the second step of cultivation, inviting energy into the body. This involves drawing the spiritual energy of the universe into oneself, allowing it to circulate through the meridians and refining it into personal spiritual energy. Thus, one embarks on the path of cultivation. After diligently reading the notes and experiences documented by predecessors, Qin Yu began to sit cross-legged and attempt the practice. First, he aimed to feel the surrounding spiritual energy, utilizing his spiritual root to draw it into his body. After countless attempts, Qin Yu finally succeeded in inviting a wisp of spiritual energy within, cautiously guiding it through his meridians. However, he was soon compelled to halt. The human meridians are intricately complex, and he had forgotten the correct pathway for the energy circulation. Glancing at the book, Qin Yu closed his eyes and resumed his attempts. After approximately 6 or 7 tries, he successfully allowed the spiritual energy to circulate a full cycle within his body. As the cycle concluded, most of the energy returned to the universe. Yet, a small portion coalesced into a liquid state, akin to a droplet of water, merging into his meridians and becoming part of him. This singular success imbued Qin Yu with immense confidence. Seizing the momentum, he commenced another round of cultivation. The sun gradually ascended, painting the eastern horizon with a pale light. Qin Yu opened his eyes. Though he had not slept all night, he felt invigorated, devoid of any fatigue, more refreshed than after a night's rest. The wonders of cultivation are indeed remarkable. After a night of arduous practice, Qin Yu had consolidated over 10 droplets of energy within his meridians. While his physical form showed no conspicuous alterations, he recognized that he was gradually growing stronger, relishing the gratifying sensation of reaping rewards for his efforts. Qin Yu accessed the system interface to examine the changes in his personal profile following his cultivation journey. Name: Qin Yu. Talent: inferior spiritual root, level. Progress: 2. Note: upon reaching 100, an opportunity to replicate a talent will be granted. In an instant, Qin Yu discerned that the progress bar had surged by 2 percentage points. Could it be that this progress bar signifies my cultivation advancement? Qin Yu pondered thoughtfully. When the progress bar reaches 100%, will my cultivation correspondingly ascend to the first level of Qi refinement? Chapter 12. The Fool is Myself. Last night, the progress bar was at 0, yet today it has transformed to 2%. The only endeavor Qin Yu undertook throughout the night was cultivation. It is evident that the progress bar is intrinsically linked to my training, he contemplated. During my initial attempt at cultivation last night, I squandered considerable time, being unfamiliar with the techniques, resulting in a dismal efficiency. If I were to adhere to a normal pace, I should be able to increase by 5 percentage points in one night, allowing me to reach 100% in approximately 20 days, thereby obtaining an opportunity to replicate a talent. A flicker of anticipation ignited within Qin Yu. What level of talent might I replicate next? After a brief wash, Qin Yu made his way to his place of work. Having consumed a fasting pill the previous night, he had not experienced any hunger thus far. Armed with a broom, Qin Yu swiftly arrived at Mingyue Square. As anticipated, Mingyue Square was merely a small area the size of a basketball court, encircled by several modest trees, with only a few scattered leaves on the ground. The location was somewhat secluded, rarely traversed by passers-by, making it easy to maintain. Before long, Qin Yu had tidied Mingyue Square to perfection. Surely, this must be the easiest task at Xiantian Sect, he mused with satisfaction. With little else to occupy his time, Qin Yu resolved to visit Maple Leaf Square, overseen by Li Zhengtong. Maple Leaf Square was not far from Mingyue Square, a mere 25-minute walk. True to its name, Maple Leaf Square was adorned with numerous maple trees. At this juncture of early autumn, the temperature on the mountain was relatively low, causing the leaves to turn a brilliant red, marking the most picturesque season for the maples. A gust of wind swept through, sending a flurry of leaves cascading down like butterflies. Anyone witnessing this scene would undoubtedly exclaim in awe, "So beautiful." However, if one sought to stand quietly and savor the beauty of the moment, that would be quite impossible, for a voice could be heard incessantly grumbling nearby. The more leaves that fell, the more frantically and vehemently the voice cursed. This irritable figure was none other than Li Zhengtong, responsible for maintaining cleanliness in the area. At that moment, Li Zhengtong was stooped over, laboriously attempting to gather the fallen leaves. A sudden breeze swept through, causing the leaves to tumble down once more, rendering his previous efforts futile, forcing him to start anew. "Xiaotong, you have it rough. Even a single day's worth of work feels insurmountable." Li Zhengtong lifted his head with great effort, his face drenched in sweat. A lad of merely 14 or 15, accustomed to being pampered at home with little work to do, found himself faced with such exhausting labor upon entering the sect. This left Li Zhengtong in a state of despair. There was no end in sight. It was simply impossible to finish. Li Zhengtong plopped down on the ground, a sorrowful expression on his face as he looked at Qin Yu. "Brother Yu, my luck is simply abysmal." Qin Yu patted Li Zhengtong on the shoulder, adopting the tone of a seasoned elder brother from the martial world. "Xiaotong, you must learn to adapt. There will be many more misfortunes ahead." Hearing this, Li Zhengtong felt even more aggrieved. Observing his younger brother's distress, Qin Yu realized it was time to unveil some of his treasured wisdom. "Li Zhengtong," Qin Yu said with gravity, "today, I shall impart to you the 12 strategies for office workers to slack off, to help you extricate yourself from adversity." Li Zhengtong perked up, listening intently. Although he had no inkling of what Brother Yu was about to share, he understood it was undoubtedly significant. Qin Yu extended a finger and began, "First, we office workers are human beings, not the beasts of burden for production teams. We must learn to rest." "When can we rest?" you ask. "During moments of solitude. When the supervisor is absent, or even during nature's call." Second, how can one ensure that others perceive the volume of work one has accomplished at a glance? Take your cleaning duties as an example. You must allow the inspector to see your efforts firsthand, displaying the fruits of your labor prominently. Li Zhengtong, eager for guidance, asked, "Brother Yu, how should I go about that?" "It's simple. Just gather those fallen leaves. The more you amass, the better. Do not merely transport a handful to the trash pile." "Why, you wonder?" "Because who will see the leaves you carry to the trash? When the inspector arrives and sees the abundance of leaves scattered about, they might mistakenly believe you have done nothing. However, if you pile the leaves here, The inspector will understand that you have indeed worked hard, but the leaves are simply too numerous to manage, and the continuous fall is not your fault. Li Zhongtong seemed to have discovered a new realm of understanding. Brother Yu, you are truly brilliant. How did you think of that? Qin Yu lifted his chin with a smile, saying, this is merely the tip of the iceberg of my wisdom. Now, let me share the third strategy. How to appear busy while doing nothing at all. By the time Qin Yu had divulged all the 12 strategies for office workers to slack off, an hour had elapsed. He patted Li Zhongtong on the back. Work well. I must take my leave. Farewell, Brother Yu. Li Zhongtong replied respectfully, filled with gratitude. Had it not been for this divine intervention from Brother Yu, he might have exhausted himself that day. On his way back, Qin Yu couldn't help but reflect. It seemed that the honing of his talent was beginning to bear fruit. Despite the multitude of positions available, he had drawn the short straw with Maple Leaf Square. Such misfortune. Contemplating the incessant fall of leaves, Qin Yu felt overwhelmed, wondering when he would ever finish sweeping. Indeed, without comparison, one cannot discern the true extent of one's fortune. As he walked, Qin Yu resolved to utilize any idle time during the day for cultivation. In merely 10 days, he could elevate his progress bar to 100%. By replicating an extraordinary talent, he would surpass even the inner disciples in reaching the foundational stage, leaving all the elders of his sect in a state of astonished disbelief. Thus, he would embark on the grand journey of becoming the illustrious Emperor Qin Yu. With this thought, a smile crept across Qin Yu's face, and he let out a hearty laugh. By the time Qin Yu returned to Mingwei Square and beheld the chaotic scene before him, his smile instantly froze upon his face. That scoundrel, devoid of any decency, defecating indiscriminately. I curse you to bear a son without an anus. Qin Yu furiously berated the air. There lay a mound of filth, towering half a person high, in the center of the square, while numerous other smaller heaps of varying sizes were scattered around. They differed in color and shape, yet the stench was uniformly repugnant, revealing they were not of the same origin. Though he vented his anger, he knew he had to clean the square before the inspection arrived. Should it fail to meet standards, all contribution points for the month would be forfeited. Contribution points served as the currency within the sect, essential for purchasing elixirs and profound techniques, making them invaluable to the disciples of Xuantianzong. Qin Yu fetched a small cart and a shovel from nearby, plugging his nose with a tissue, and resolutely set to work. Suddenly, he found himself reminiscing about Li Zhongtong's maple grove. The fool was indeed myself. Chapter 13, Construction Ahead. Please detour after 2 hours of labor. Qin Yu finally tidied up Mingwei Square. Resting briefly beneath the shade of a tree, he took out a piece of paper and a pen. Striking through the title The Path to Immortality begins with the servant disciple, and replacing it with The Path to Immortality begins with shoveling manure. He believed this new title would captivate readers more effectively. Having completed this task, he chose not to meditate, instead keeping a vigilant watch around him, determined to ascertain who dared to soil his territory. As the hour of Yu approached, around 5 in the afternoon, Qin Yu heard a cacophony in the distance, akin to a chaotic gathering of numerous animals, each producing a distinct sound. Something was amiss. Qin Yu perked up, observing intently. The noise grew closer, and he soon discerned its source, a large throng of spirit beasts, a menagerie of creatures, the largest being a colossal elephant towering 4 to 5 meters high. Additionally, there were soaring birds, running ostriches, antelopes, steeds, and iron-eating beasts, each carrying a disciple of Xuantianzong. At that moment, the diverse array of spirit beasts thundered toward Qin Yu's Mingwei Square. At last, I have found you, you scoundrels. Qin Yu sprang to his feet and charged toward the assembly of spirit beasts. Halt! You must stop right there. The procession abruptly halted, coming to a standstill just a meter in front of Qin Yu. Are you seeking death? Are you mad? Shouted a disciple perched atop the elephant. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu suppressed his rising fury and spoke in a calm tone. Could you not provide your spirit beasts with civilized pouches? Defecating everywhere is so lacking in manners. Civilized pouches? What are those? Queried Qin Yu. They are devices to contain your spirit beast's excrement. At this, those seated upon the spirit beasts erupted into laughter. The leader, patting his elephant, remarked, My earth-shaking dragon elephant can produce hundreds of pounds. What pouch could possibly contain that? Qin Yu retorted, Yet you cannot allow it to relieve itself indiscriminately. Can't you teach it to use the restroom beforehand? The square I just cleaned will require another round of tidying up after your passage. Huh? One disdainful individual remarked, Isn't cleaning merely the task designated for you menial disciples? An accomplice perched upon an ostrich chimed in. If it weren't for our untidy ways, the sect would never have accepted you as lowly disciples. You ought to be grateful we provided you with employment. Ha ha ha. Let us clarify. It is our spirit beasts that made the mess, not us. Another echoed. Indeed. It's our spirit beasts that are to blame. Ha ha ha. You worthless low-grade spirit root, be off to the side. And when you encounter those from the Beastmaster Peak, remember to address them as senior brothers. Otherwise, should you inadvertently find yourself trampled underfoot, it will be your own folly. The earth-shaking dragon elephant roared, sending a painful tremor through Qin Yu's eardrums. With a dark expression, Qin Yu clenched his fists and silently stepped aside. Once the spirit beasts had passed, the moonlit square was in disarray once more. As if to mock this unassuming menial disciple, the earth-shaking dragon elephant left behind a substantial mess. Listening to the derisive laughter fade into the distance, Qin Yu's eyes reddened as he pronounced, "Just wait. Soon I shall compel you to clean up after your own spirit beasts, bite by bite." He silently picked up a shovel and immersed himself in diligent work. An hour later, 2 disciples arrived to inspect the cleanliness. "It's still somewhat dirty. You must work a little longer this evening and ensure this place is spotless. Next time, be quicker in your tasks. Since this is your first day, we want to record your name this time." "Thank you, senior brother." After they departed, Qin Yu tossed aside the shovel and pondered a solution. Being new and unsteady in his foundation, confronting them head-on was certainly impractical. Qin Yu was no fool. He could fiercely contend with those he could overpower. But with those he couldn't, he needed to remember, do not underestimate the young and impoverished. Unable to confront them directly, he considered if there might be an opportunity to strike from behind. After much contemplation with no clear path emerging, he realized he only had experience dealing with mortals. Yet, applying mortal strategies against cultivators would be ineffective and could lead to unnecessary trouble. My strength is far too feeble, and to confront them, I can only resort to my final gambit. With a resolute gaze, Qin Yu picked up the shovel and continued scrubbing away the remaining stains. That night, Qin Yu did not practice cultivation. He found 2 wooden plaques and toiled away in his room throughout the night. Before dawn the next day, he hurriedly stepped outside with the wooden plaques in hand. As dawn broke, the disciples of the Heleavens sect emerged from their caves, embarking on a new day of tasks. The outer disciples of the Beastmaster Peak continued their routine, riding their spirit beasts towards the peak for lessons. Both the outer disciples and the menial disciples resided in the outer regions of the sect, though the menial disciples were placed in a more secluded area. The inner disciples dwelled atop the major peaks, belonging to the inner sect territory. During the day, menial disciples were required to work for the sect, while outer disciples had the option to cultivate or attend classes at the various peaks to learn diverse aspects of cultivation. The outer disciples of the Beastmaster Peak charged through, their spirit beasts running rampant, causing other disciples to dodge out of the way, wary of provoking their might. In the early stages of cultivation, spirit beasts possessed greater combat prowess than cultivators. The disciples of the Beastmaster Peak have long been known for their arrogance and domineering behavior, with few daring to provoke them. However, several years ago, their reckless antics in a bustling marketplace incited public outrage. The law enforcement peak promptly mobilized the sect's enforcement team to apprehend all the disciples from the Beastmaster Peak. The law enforcement peak wields the authority of the sect's enforcers, led by the Grand Elder, making it one of the most powerful institutions within the sect. Ultimately, after extensive deliberations among the sect's higher-ups, a decision was reached to prohibit the disciples of the Beastmaster Peak from bringing their spirit beasts into crowded public places. Furthermore, when attending classes in the inner sect, they must select less trafficked routes. Subsequently, the disciples opted for a path that traversed the Moonlight Square, resulting in an even more desolate atmosphere in the already sparsely populated area. On any given day, few souls could be seen wandering through. Today, as the outer disciples of the Beastmaster Peak followed their usual route, they were met with an unexpected sight as they approached the Moonlight Square. A cordon had been erected ahead, accompanied by a large wooden sign on the right. The disciples of the Beastmaster Peak abruptly halted. The sign read, "Construction in progress at Moonlight Square. Unauthorized personnel prohibited. We apologize for any inconvenience caused to your journey." A man atop a tremor dragon elephant read the sign aloud. Disciple A, why has construction suddenly begun? Disciple B, who knows? Isn't this under the purview of the Civil Engineering Pavilion? Disciple A, but I don't see any construction workers around. Disciple B, just because they are invisible doesn't mean they aren't there. Perhaps they are working underground. Disciple A, damn that civil engineering pavilion for not giving us a heads up about the construction. Disciple B, indeed. Disciple A, B, C, D, boss. Which way shall we go now? Chapter 14. Breakthrough to Chi Refinement Level 1. If we cannot pass through Moonlight Square, let us take the route through Maple Leaf Square. It is similarly deserted, and the distance is nearly the same. It simply benefits that servant disciple from yesterday. My tremor dragon elephant has been left unsatisfied today. Hidden in the underbrush at a distance, Qin Yu observed the murmurs of those atop the spirit beast. Due to the significant distance, he could not discern their words. After a while, the tremor dragon elephant let out a call, and they began to head in another direction. Success! Qin Yu vigorously waved his arm. Yet, he wondered where they would end up now. Alas, why should I concern myself with their affairs, as long as they do not pass by my vicinity? Qin Yu surmised that the foolish disciples of the Beast Master Peak would likely avoid this route for the time being. With this nuisance resolved, two paths lay before Qin Yu. The first option, remove the sign and clean up the square before the inspectors arrive. This approach is undoubtedly safer, though it entails the daily hassle of setting up the sign. The second option, leave the sign as is. Qin Yu had studied the matter. The health inspectors hailed from the enforcement department, while the responsibility for repairs and construction fell to the civil engineering pavilion under the body refinement peak. The two institutions had no overlap. If this sign could deceive the disciples of the Beast Master Peak, theoretically, it could also mislead the health inspectors. If successful, I would no longer need to return to Mingyu Square, but could cultivate directly within my cave abode. However, such a course of action carries the risk of being discovered. Qin Yu retrieved the sect's regulations, diligently studying them. Upon a thorough reading, he found no mention of his intended actions within the rules. The regulations solely documented prohibitions. Thus, the absence of mention implied permission. Inaction was not an option. It was time to take a chance, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Such is the nature of this world. The bold thrive, while the timid perish. The moment Qin Yu closed the tome of sect regulations, a decision crystallized in his mind. Now, it remained to be seen if these two wooden plaques could deceive the inspectors. Qin Yu continued to conceal himself within the underbrush, practicing until 5 in the afternoon, at which point he finally opened his eyes and brushed off the debris from his body. Glancing at the system progress bar, he noted it had reached 6%, an increase of 4 points. This progress bar was indeed linked to his cultivation. Affirming his suspicions, Qin Yu began to observe the surroundings. All remained quiet. It seemed the disciples from the Beast Master Peak had chosen a new route. Rising from the grass, he tucked himself into a shrubbery closer to the entrance of Mingyu Square, where he could overhear the inspectors' conversations. After patiently waiting for half an hour, the same two inspectors arrived punctually. One exclaimed in surprise, "When did Mingyu Square commence construction? What does it matter? Whether they are constructing or not is the concern of the civil engineering pavilion. Why should we fret over it? But how will the sanitation of Mingyu Square be handled? We'll consider it acceptable. Did you not see the sign? No entry for outsiders, and even the lowly disciples cannot enter. So how could they clean? This qualifies as an irresistible circumstance. We'll classify it as satisfactory. I wonder how long this construction will take. If we knew the exact duration, we could avoid taking detours to check in the future. Indeed, let us hurry to the next location. The sooner we finish our inspections, the sooner we can return to our cultivation. My progress has been slowing recently." As their voices faded into the distance, Qin Yu emerged from the shrub, his face alight with excitement. It was perfectly manageable. He dismantled the plaque and took it home, where he inscribed a few additional words upon it. The inspector's earlier remarks had inspired him. A precise time frame would enhance the effect. Thus, he etched a line of small text in the lower right corner. "This construction is challenging and is expected to take 3 months. We apologize for the inconvenience. And thank you for your understanding, Civil Engineering Pavilion." With that, it was flawless. Qin Yu rehung the plaque and returned to his wooden house, ready to cultivate. As dusk descended, he noticed that Li Zhengtong had yet to return. "Cursed be it, going out to have fun without inviting me," he muttered. "Never mind. Once I reach the first layer of Qi refinement, you shall envy me." Back in his wooden abode, Qin Yu prepared his fasting pills, resolutely determined. He vowed not to leave until the progress bar reached 100%. Free from trivial distractions, his daily progress became remarkably substantial. Cultivation was exceedingly monotonous, akin to solving mathematical problems, especially for newcomers who have just embarked on the path of cultivation. Achieving deep practice is a formidable challenge. Only those endowed with remarkable perseverance can devote themselves to relentless training. Yet, Qin Yu possesses the unique ability to visualize his progress in cultivation. After each training session, he would check his personal panel to observe the increment in his progress bar. Each rise in the bar would serve as new motivation for Qin Yu to persist in his endeavors. His familiarity with the Xiantian skill deepened, allowing his cultivation speed to gradually accelerate. Within his meridians, what had initially been mere beads of spiritual energy, the size of mung beans, began to coalesce into a small current, continuously enriched by additional droplets of spiritual energy, gradually augmenting its strength. The progress bar on his personal panel consistently maintained an increase of over 10% each day. Thus, Qin Yu engaged in ceaseless cultivation for 9 days. On the evening of the 9th day, he sensed a muffled sound resonating within his meridians. Following that, a warm current surged through his body, bestowing upon him an unprecedented sense of comfort. At that moment, Qin Yu realized he had successfully ascended to the first layer of qi refinement, officially joining the ranks of cultivators. Eagerly, he opened the system's personal panel, only to find the progress bar reset to 0. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a talent replication ability. What a double blessing. With a slight exertion of his legs, Qin Yu sprang from his bed. How could my strength have increased so remarkably? He meticulously examined the changes in his body. He felt astonishingly light, imbued with vigor, and even his skin appeared smoother and more refined than before. The acrobatic move he previously struggled with, the carp leap, now seemed effortless. In merely 10 days, the transformation was astonishing. Qin Yu couldn't help but marvel. No wonder everyone in this world aspires to cultivate. As the sky darkened, he lit a candle and pushed open the door to gaze into the neighboring courtyard. It was eerily quiet next door. Li Jingtong was not at home. It was quite late. Where could that fellow Li Jingtong be? Qin Yu patiently awaited his return in the courtyard until night fell completely. Suddenly, the sound of the front gate creaked open, and a weary Li Jingtong stumbled into the yard. Qin Yu immediately leaned over the wall and called out, "Xiaotong, where have you been wandering off to, returning so late?" The sight was shocking. Li Jingtong appeared not merely fatigued but utterly disheveled. His clothes were filthy and reeked, and his chubby face bore signs of swelling, as if he had been in a brawl. Witnessing Li Jingtong's condition, Qin Yu's expression darkened. "Who bullied you?" Upon hearing Qin Yu's voice, Li Jingtong's feelings of grievance surged forth, and he burst into tears. "Brother Yu, you finally came out." Chapter 15. The bullied Li Jingtong. Qin Yu effortlessly vaulted over the courtyard wall and hurried to Li Jingtong's side. "What happened? Who did this to you?" Li Jingtong gasped for breath and replied, "Brother Yu, that day I used the method you taught me." Qin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Did those 2 inspectors say you were unqualified and beat you up like this?" "No, it's not that." Li Jingtong wiped away his tears and continued. "The 2 inspectors remarked that I was doing well, as long as I ensured the fallen leaves did not accumulate too much on the ground. There was no need for constant labor. At that moment, I felt elated, thinking I could indulge in some leisurely practice during the day. However, to my dismay, the very next day, a large group of individuals rode past on their spirit beasts, leaving droppings as they went. Not only did I have to gather the leaves, but I also had to clean up after them, toiling late into the night to finish my tasks. Why did those spirit beasts have to come over from Beastmaster Peak? Qin Yu had not anticipated that he had unwittingly led Li Jingtong into this predicament. With so many paths available, they had chosen the leaf square, which only underscored Li Jingtong's misfortune. "How did you know they were from Beastmaster Peak?" Li Jingtong failed to notice the subtle shift in Qin Yu's tone. Feeling somewhat guilty, Qin Yu glanced at the stars above and deftly redirected the conversation. "What happened to your injuries?" Upon hearing this, Li Jingtong felt even more aggrieved. "There was simply too much work for me to handle. Today, I mustered the courage to stand in front of those spirit beasts from Beastmaster Peak, pleading with them to take another route. To my surprise, their leader jumped down and, without uttering a word, slapped me and told me to get lost." As he spoke, Qin Yu scrutinized Li Jingtong and noticed that he seemed a bit more robust than he had 10 days prior. It was improbable that normal exercise could yield such visible results in such a short time. Could this be the effect of the tempering talent? Each time he completed a cleaning task, did it enhance his strength? After understanding the background of the situation, Qin Yu offered some comfort. "You should go wash up first. I will think of a solution for you. Brother Yu, please don't confront those from Beastmaster Peak. They are seasoned outer sect disciples, and we cannot contend with them nor provoke them. Qin Yu nodded, reassuring him. Rest easy. I am not foolish enough to challenge them in a display of strength. Hurry and change your clothes. You reek. All right, Brother Yu. Li Jingtong wiped his tears and entered the house. Qin Yu sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, feeling uncertain. Should he intervene on Li Jingtong's behalf? Currently, Li Jingtong was enduring trials, and the tempering talent was indeed helping him to improve. Therefore, Qin Yu was unsure whether stepping in to assist Li Jingtong would be beneficial or detrimental. Hearing the occasional sobs emanating from within the house, Qin Yu suddenly smote his thigh in frustration. I am truly despicable. It is because of me that Li Jingtong has been bullied to this extent, and here I am. Hesitating about whether to intervene, he felt a strong urge to slap himself. Seeing Li Jingtong in such distress made it hard to fathom the grievances he had endured over the past 10 days. A boy of 14 or 15, away from his parents and friends, bearing the hopes of his entire family, had come alone to the Xintian sect, expecting a paradise, only to find himself relegated to the role of a janitor, subsisting on tasteless fasting pills, laboring in arduous conditions, and facing reprimands from inspectors, as well as bullying from the disciples of Beastmaster Peak. Even his only friend had been hiding away in a formation, oblivious to his plight. He had no one to vent his frustrations to. Damn it, I must ensure that the wretches of Beastmaster Peak receive their just deserts. Qin Yu sat on a stone bench, lost in profound contemplation. Although I have reached the first level of qi refinement, I remain woefully weak. Facing them head-on is not an option. Should I procure a couple more wooden plaques and initiate construction at Maple Leaf Square as well? Qin Yu pondered this notion but swiftly dismissed it. If construction sites proliferate, exposure becomes inevitable. Not only would the issue with Li Jingtong remain unresolved, but I would also find myself mired in trouble. Furthermore, mere construction would have no impact on those brutes of Beastmaster Peak. What Qin Yu truly desired was to see them suffer consequences. A frontal assault was unfeasible, thus a covert strike was necessary. The idea of administering a laxative to those spirit beasts crossed Qin Yu's mind. But no, that won't work. Setting aside the question of whether laxatives would even be effective on spirit beasts, if they were, the journey would be rendered futile, and would they not excrete even more? Moreover, poisoning contravenes sect regulations. This avenue is impractical. Qin Yu contemplated several alternatives, such as traps or ambushes. However, these strategies either proved useless or posed excessive risks. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are rendered ineffectual. Frustrated, Qin Yu rubbed his temples, wishing he could transform into the great Emperor Qin Yu and force those brutes' heads into the excrement of their own spirit beasts. No, I still lack understanding of the sect and know nothing of Beastmaster Peak. Such idle fantasies will yield no effective plans. To know oneself and one's enemy is to ensure victory in every battle. Qin Yu resolved to gather intelligence the following day before deliberating further. If all else fails, he would have no choice but to halt construction at Minghua Square. Tricking strangers is one thing, but betraying a friend weighs heavily on Qin Yu's conscience. Have you finished? Qin Yu inquired, observing Li Jingtong, who had changed into fresh attire. Yes. Li Jingtong nodded eagerly, asking, Brother Yu, have you devised a solution? Qin Yu was Li Jingtong's last glimmer of hope, if even he could not find a remedy. Li Jingtong felt it prudent to apply for a sect withdrawal as soon as possible. Qin Yu sighed. The ruffians of Beastmaster Peak were indeed a tough nut to crack, and a resolution would not come easily. Upon hearing this, Li Jingtong's eyes dimmed with despair. Even you cannot find a way, Brother Yu? Although Qin Yu had no solution, Li Jingtong did not blame him. He believed his expectations of Brother Yu were perhaps too lofty. Though formidable, Brother Yu was not omnipotent. He was merely a servant disciple who had joined the sect less than half a month ago. How could he possibly contend with so many outer disciples who had been in the sect for years? Look at you, wallowing in despair. Qin Yu scolded. I said the brutes of Beastmaster Peak cannot be dealt with for the time being, but that does not mean your issue is insurmountable. Li Jingtong's hope flickered back to life. Qin Yu continued, you currently face two problems, an excess of fallen leaves and an abundance of waste, correct? Yes. Li Jingtong nodded vigorously. Dealing with the waste is problematic, but the issue of fallen leaves is quite manageable. Li Jingtong's mind raced, but he could not conceive a solution for the fallen leaves. With so many leaves falling at the slightest breeze, how could this be resolved? Did brother you possess the ability to halt the wind? Upon observing Li Zhengtong's demeanor, Qin Yu discerned that this fellow was overthinking matters. Foolish. Qin Yu playfully tapped Li Zhengtong on the head, remarking, the tree isn't particularly tall. Why not simply use a long stick to knock down all the leaves? Once the tree is bereft of its foliage, there will be no fallen leaves. Li Zhengtong suddenly grasped the concept, immediately exclaiming, Brother Yu, you are truly brilliant. However, he hesitated, but Brother Yu, could this action possibly contravene the sect's regulations? Not at all, Qin Yu reassured him. I have thoroughly memorized the sect's rules. They stipulate that we must not wantonly damage flora, yet we are not harming the tree. We are merely facilitating its metabolic process. Li Zhengtong gazed at Qin Yu with admiration, feeling that, although he struggled to comprehend fully, Brother Yu's words resonated with profound truth. Let us rest well tonight, and tomorrow I shall join you in knocking down the leaves. Once we have cleared them, it will be a lasting solution, granting you more time to cultivate. Qin Yu's intention was also to compensate Li Zhengtong for the 10 days he had silently endured the task of cleaning up. Though Brother Yu did not voice it, he held it in his heart. He added, as for that group from the Beastmaster Peak, grant me a week, and I will surely resolve the matter for you. Li Zhengtong's eyes brimmed with tears. Brother Yu, you are so kind to me. Enough with the sentimentality. Hurry back to your cultivation. All right. Wait, come back. What is it? Brother Yu? Nothing. Just stand still. Damn it. That wretched Beastmaster Peak nearly made me forget my primary objective. Before Qin Yu appeared 4 innate talents. Chapter 16. Spirit Root Upgrade. Forged by trials. Level. Just as jade must be polished to become a gem, one must undergo sufficient trials to become a true powerhouse. Frequent encounters with adversity and life-threatening crises bring both peril and opportunity. Overcoming these challenges yields commensurate rewards. Non-copyable. Survived against all odds. Level. Favored by the heavens. One can always turn danger into safety and emerge from dire straits. Non-copyable. Introduction to arrays. Level. Possesses a certain aptitude for arrays, enabling ease of entry, rapid learning, and proficient application of array techniques. Non-copyable. Low-grade spirit root. Level. Barely possesses the talent for cultivation, destined to live as a mere servant disciple. Copyable. It seems I can only replicate lower-tier talents. Wait, can I actually replicate a low-grade spirit root? Qin Yu's spirit sword. What if one possessed 2 low-grade spirit roots? Would the cultivation speed double? Without hesitation, he chose to replicate the low-grade spirit root once more. Replication successful. Qin Yu immediately accessed his personal system panel. Name: Qin Yu. Talent: mid-grade spirit root. Level. Progress: 0. Note: upon reaching 100 progress, an opportunity to replicate a talent will be granted. My spirit root has transformed into a mid-grade spirit root. 2 low-grade spirit roots can indeed merge into 1 mid-grade spirit root. Qin Yu was elated, as if he had unlocked a new functionality of the system. Could those 2 mid-grade spirit roots also combine to form a high-grade spirit root? This implies that I merely need to acquire 2 more opportunities to replicate talents to attain a high-grade spirit root. Upon acquiring a superior spiritual root, possessing the opportunity to replicate my talents 4 more times would grant me an exceptional spiritual root. Transitioning from having no spiritual root to an extraordinary one requires merely 8 replication opportunities. If each advancement in cultivation bestows a replication chance, then achieving the 7th layer of Qi cultivation would suffice for me to attain an exceptional spiritual root. Qin Yu suddenly realized how underestimated he had been regarding the system. It turns out the system is remarkably formidable. Please go rest for now. I shall take my leave, Qin Yu informed Li Zhengtong, effortlessly leaping over the wall and returning to his chamber. He was eagerly anticipating the experience of possessing a medium-grade spiritual root. Li Zhengtong scratched his head in confusion, pondering the meaning behind Qin Yu's abrupt comings and goings. Wait, did Brother Yu just vault over the wall? When did he become so impressive? No, he has always been impressive. Back in his room, Qin Yu activated the formations within and hurriedly assumed a meditative position. Soon, an abundance of spiritual energy surged into his body, swiftly circulating through his meridians, completing a full cycle in no time. The smoothness of the cultivation process enveloped Qin Yu in immense comfort, allowing him to enter a state of rapt concentration. The night was eerily quiet, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of insects, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. The serene moonlight streamed through the windows, casting a gentle glow upon the youthful visage of the boy, resembling a masterpiece of art. Time slipped away, and it was only when the bell of the sect tolled that Qin Yu reluctantly emerged from his meditative state. He sensed the flow of spiritual energy in his meridians had strengthened considerably. Qin Yu was elated. My cultivation speed is at least 3 times what it was before. With a heart full of anticipation, he accessed the personal panel of the system. However, upon viewing the progress bar, a wave of disappointment washed over him. After an entire night of cultivation, the progress had merely reached 3%. If he had only a low-grade spiritual root, one night would yield only a 1% increase. The difficulty of advancing from the first to the second layer of Qi cultivation increased 5-fold. Cultivating in the realm of immortals was indeed no simple feat. Thankfully, he had already attained a medium-grade spiritual root. Otherwise, the next breakthrough would be an indefinite wait. Feeling a pang of hunger, Qin Yu retrieved a fasting pill and consumed it. His mouth felt parched. He smacked his lips. Initially, using the fasting pill seemed quite convenient. But after relying on it for an entire week, it became rather unbearable. He felt as though his digestive system was nearing regression. Back in the small town, he could catch some fish, trap a few wild rabbits, or hunt some game to enhance his meals. He never anticipated that life in the immortal sect would be less comfortable than before. He needed to devise a plan for improvement. Qin Yu realized he had quite a number of tasks ahead of him. Straightening his attire, he summoned Li Zhengtong, and together they made their way to Maple Leaf Square. "Brother Yu," Li Zhengtong inquired, "don't you need to clean your own square?" These past few days, Li Zhengtong had been so overwhelmed with work that he had scarcely found time to seek Qin Yu. Thus, he was unaware that the Mingyue Square had already been marked as under construction. Qin Yu casually replied, "Whether I clean it or not matters little. Let's finish yours first." "Brother Yu, you are truly kind. If I were a woman, I would surely dedicate myself to repay you." "Qin Yu, do you believe I would strike you?" Upon arriving at Maple Leaf Square, Li Zhengtong handed Qin Yu a long wooden stick. "Brother Yu, you can knock the leaves down while I sweep the ground." In Li Zhengtong's view, sweeping was more laborious than knocking leaves. Using a stick seemed too cumbersome. Qin Yu discarded the stick and approached a maple tree, which was about the thickness of an adult's thigh. He embraced the trunk and harnessed his internal energy to shake it vigorously. With a rustling sound, the leaves cascaded down like a torrential rain, and in a short while, the tree, once adorned in vibrant red foliage, was stripped bare of most of its leaves. Only a few resilient leaves remained stubbornly clinging to the tips of the branches. Qin Yu had no intention of sparing these either. He sought a thorough resolution, rooting out the problem entirely. He tossed the wooden stick to Li Zhengtong. "Stop dawdling. Bring down the remaining leaves." "All right." Li Zhengtong promptly set to work. "Brother Yu, how do you possess such strength? What is your secret?" Qin Yu replied, "Focus on your tasks. Refrain from prying." "Brother Yu, please teach me how to become as strong as you." Qin Yu advised, "Dedicate yourself to diligent practice." Through their combined efforts, the maple trees were all left bald. Within mere minutes, the season transitioned from early autumn to the depths of winter. Once the trees were cleared, they only needed to tidy the fallen leaves on the ground. "You continue sweeping. The beasts from Beast Master Peak should be arriving soon. I will hide for a while." "Understood." Li Zhengtong did not question further and began sweeping. Qin Yu wandered about, searching for wild chickens or rabbits to enhance their meals. Before long, he stumbled upon a small wild river, which bore no signs prohibiting fishing. Where there is water, there are fish. He could come back tonight to catch a few for their supper. Rubbing his hands together, he felt a surge of excitement. In his past life, he was an avid fisherman with extensive experience. As long as the river held fish, he was certain he would not return empty-handed. After finishing his chores, he planned to visit the market to buy a fishing hook and dig for some worms to try his luck. Within the Heleavens sect, there existed a marketplace where disciples engaged in trade. Here, one could sell elixirs crafted, spirit herbs harvested, or unused spiritual artifacts. Additionally, many disciples offered daily necessities, various snacks, and more. Currency could be in the form of contribution points from the sect, universally accepted spirit stones, or copper coins from Liang Kingdom. Any valuable items could be exchanged there. Chapter 17. The Heleavens Sect Marketplace. Estimating that the individuals from Beast Master Peak had departed, Qin Yu strolled back to Maple Leaf Square. Unsurprisingly, he found an increase in the presence of spiritual beast droppings, suggesting that Li Zhengtong's actions from the previous day had provoked them, resulting in retaliation. Qin Yu inwardly cursed and quickly approached Li Zhengtong. "Did they say anything?" They merely inquired about the missing leaves from the tree. Nothing else was mentioned. Qin Yu nodded. All right, let us commence. After finishing their tasks in the evening, they would go fishing and enjoy a roast. Li Jingtong, hearing this, felt quite elated. Having relied on fasting pills for sustenance over the past few days, he yearned for delicious food. The two of them working together expedited the task significantly. As they busily toiled, they quickly disposed of the refuse. Qin Yu patted his clothes and said to Li Jingtong, "You tidy up those fallen leaves. I shall take a casual stroll." All right. Qin Yu meandered along the path frequented by the disciples of Beast Control Peak. It was evident that the spirit beasts would not confine their nature's call solely to the square. They must have left traces along the way. However, Qin Yu observed that these creatures refrained from relieving themselves on the main thoroughfares, as these paths lacked the presence of servant disciples for cleanup. This indicated that the spirit beasts possessed a degree of self-control. Their choice to defecate in the square was a deliberate act, treating it as a lavatory, while the servant disciples bore the burden of their mess. This was indeed the most exasperating aspect of the outer disciples of Beast Control Peak. Qin Yu surmised that these spirit beasts were unlikely to target only them. Other areas managed by servant disciples must also have been transformed into latrines. As anticipated, Qin Yu soon encountered the first unfortunate servant disciple, named Xiao Ji, who had also just entered the sect this year. Although Qin Yu did not recognize him, Xiao Ji immediately identified Qin Yu. After exchanging a few words, Xiao Ji began lamenting about the spirit beast predicament at Beast Control Peak. He had attempted to resist, but was met with a tirade from the disciples of the peak. Fortunately, Xiao Ji had not been physically harmed, suggesting that only a rare few unfortunate souls bore the brunt of the violence. Qin Yu speculated that perhaps the disciples of Beast Control Peak had just been irked by Xiao Ji, and upon arriving at Maple Leaf Square, encountered Li Jingtong, leading to an outburst of frustration directed at him. Taking note of the situation, Qin Yu continued onward. In less than half an hour, he came across 5 or 6 other servant disciples facing the same dilemma. There is strength in numbers. The more individuals who harbor grievances against Beast Control Peak, the better. Qin Yu aimed to unite them in a collective stand against the disciples of the peak. However, he could not immediately conceive a plan, even with a larger group. They would merely be able to exchange a few blows against the outer disciples of Beast Control Peak. Their strength was still too feeble. Should they approach the sect to report this issue? Qin Yu felt that the prospects were dim, setting aside the fact that they had no idea whom to approach. Even if they did, what would it change? In the eyes of the sect, servant disciples were mere laborers. Whether they contributed more or less would hardly attract attention. It was not that the sect was heartless, but rather that those with inferior spiritual roots inherently held little hope for cultivation. The sect not only accepted them, but also provided them with the finest cultivation techniques, an ideal environment for practice, and protection for their safety and property. Was it not reasonable for them to contribute more? If they were unwilling to work, why would the sect have recruited them? Thus, in seeking a resolution to this predicament, the sect could not be relied upon. They could only depend on themselves. Yet, relying solely on a handful of servant disciples rendered their strength woefully inadequate. He wondered if there were any adversaries of Beast Control Peak within the sect. Taking a moment to inquire is still necessary. After strolling around, Qin Yu returned to Maple Leaf Square. The spirit beasts from Beast Master Peak had already passed, leaving a trail of disarray in their wake. Qin Yu and Li Jingtong hastily tidied up the area, completing the cleanup just before the inspectors arrived. You wait here for the inspectors. I shall wander over to the market for a bit. Once the inspection is done, you can find me at the market. All right, brother Yu. Qin Yu hurriedly departed, following the map for over half an hour before finally arriving at the sect's marketplace. In stark contrast to the desolation of Maple Leaf Square, this place was truly bustling. Various shops lined the streets, restaurants, tea houses, taverns, establishments selling spiritual herbs, spirit pets, weapons, and martial arts techniques. All were abundantly available. To Qin Yu's astonishment, he discovered that some of these shops were actually chain brands from external sections. For instance, there was a weapons shop under the auspices of the Wang Tai sect, a spirit pet shop affiliated with the Huan Yao Pavilion, and a spiritual herb shop established by the Wanyi Valley, among others. These 3 sects were all leaders in their respective domains. The Xuantiangong sect boasted the Refining Peak, the Beast Master Peak, and the Alchemy Peak, with spiritual tools, elixirs, and spirit pets serving as the primary products and sources of income for these peaks. The introduction of these shops would undoubtedly impact the local industry. Yet, These establishments not only thrived here, but also flourished remarkably, a testament to the grandeur of the Zhentiangong sect. Such magnificence indeed befits the foremost sect of the Liang Kingdom. The marketplace essentially housed branches from all sects, and after a thorough exploration, Qin Yu found himself struggling to locate a branch of the Heleavens sect. It seemed that the Zhentiangong sect was still rather conservative and intolerant. As for these opulent shops, Qin Yu could only gaze longingly from afar. Even a simple bowl of drink or a cup of tea would require spiritual stones or contribution points to purchase. Unless Qin Yu were to sell the sword gifted by the Second Elder upon his entry, even selling Li Jingtong would not suffice to buy a cup of tea. Currently, Qin Yu possessed only a few coins and fragments of silver, limiting him to browsing the roadside stalls set up by fellow disciples. The variety of goods at these stalls surpassed that of the shops, albeit at a slightly inferior quality. Approaching a stall run by a disciple from the alchemy peak, he inquired, "Good sir, do you have any pills that can expedite cultivation?" "Indeed, we have the Qi cultivation pill, priced at 8 contribution points or 8 low-grade spiritual stones, and the vitality powder, available for 5 contribution points or 5 spiritual stones per packet," the disciple replied, listing several options, all requiring contribution points or spiritual stones for purchase. "I can't afford that." Qin Yu chuckled awkwardly and quickly moved on. After inquiring around, he realized that he could not afford any items related to cultivation. With mere silver and copper coins, he could only purchase ordinary daily necessities or simple snacks. A skewer of candied hawthorn cost 3 copper coins. A grilled sausage also required 3 copper coins, and a serving of fried chicken strips was priced at 5 copper coins. "Everything here is so exorbitant," Qin Yu lamented inwardly. In the town, 2 copper coins could buy a fragrant meat pie and a warm bowl of tofu pudding. Here, he couldn't even afford a skewer of candied hawthorn. The disciples selling various snacks were mostly those who had fulfilled their service years, preparing to leave the sect and return home, eager to earn a bit more silver before departing. Consequently, their prices were significantly higher than those outside. Complaints aside, one must still spend money where necessary. Qin Yu purchased 2 grilled sausages, 2 large meat buns, and 2 portions of fried tenderloin. He refrained from buying candied hawthorns, as he preferred the flat ones. With a hearty bite into the meat bun, followed by a mouthful of fried tenderloin, Qin Yu found this to be an exquisite delight, especially after a week devoid of any rich flavors. The meat bun oozed with juices, the tenderloin was crispy on the outside, yet succulent on the inside, and the grilled sausage had a delightful crunch. With each bite, tears nearly welled up in Qin Yu's eyes. How he had endured such bitter days before. In crucial moments, it was still fried food that provided solace. Observing the bustling market, Qin Yu felt that something was amiss. In such a lively place, how could stinky tofu be absent? In his previous life, no snack street was complete without its presence. Regrettably, this world lacked such a delicacy, leaving Qin Yu with a lingering sense of unfamiliarity in the market's aromas. Once he finds himself short on funds, he resolved to return to this place to sell stinky tofu, intending to win over everyone in the Xiantian sect with his ancestral recipe. After wandering around the market, Qin Yu failed to locate a shop selling fishing hooks. However, he successfully made contact with Li Jingtong. After handing over the grilled sausages, meat buns, and fried tenderloin, Li Jingtong's eyes sparkled with delight as he devoured the food voraciously. "Brother Yu, I had no idea the market had so many delicious treats. I've never been here before. What a loss." Li Jingtong mumbled through his mouthful. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "By the way, what did those 2 inspectors say?" Li Jingtong replied. "They merely inquired curiously about the leaves on the tree. They didn't pry further." "That's good," Qin Yu responded. "Did you manage to find any fishing hooks?" Li Jingtong asked. Qin Yu shook his head. "They don't sell them here, but I bought a few embroidery needles. I can make my own." As the 2 chatted and strolled aimlessly, they suddenly heard a commotion ahead. "Damn it, those bullies from Beastmaster Peak are back. What bad luck. Let us go? Let us go. We shouldn't provoke them." The disciples from Xiantian sect who were selling on the street cursed under their breath, knowing that their business would suffer tonight. "I might as well pack up. There were hardly any buyers to begin with, and now with them around, even fewer will come. You all should hurry and pack up too." Last time, they insisted on buying a pill worth 8 contribution points for 5. If I can't afford to offend them, I can at least avoid them. Qin Yu hastily called out to one of the departing disciples. "Excuse me, brother, what are you talking about? Who else could it be but those from Beastmaster Peak? You must be new here if you don't know them." Qin Yu inquired. Are they the outer disciples who ride spirit beasts to attend classes at Beastmaster Peak every day? Yes, that's them. Qin Yu, curious, posed a question. Why does everyone leave when they arrive? Do they dare to ride spirit beasts in the market? They wouldn't dare. We simply find them repulsive. Qin Yu's eyes brightened as he sensed a deeper story within this. Brother, I am a newcomer this year and am unaware of the background. Could you enlighten me? Very well, I shall explain. The situation is quite simple. The disciples of Beastmaster Peak take advantage of their powerful spirit beasts and often act arrogantly in the outer sect. Moreover, due to their need to nurture spirit beasts, the disciples of the Beastmaster Peak reside closely together, fostering strong relationships and unity, thereby forming a considerable force within the outer sect. In contrast, disciples from other peaks are assigned to their caves randomly. For instance, the alchemy disciples might find themselves neighbors with those from the forging peak. This arrangement by the sect is intended to prevent disciples from different peaks from banding together and disturbing the peace of the outer sect. Ironically, this has provided the disciples of the Beastmaster Peak with a sense of arrogance and impudence. Previously, they often rode their spirit beasts recklessly, with no one daring to provoke them. However, an incident occurred when they rode into the marketplace, demanding that others clear a path, which ignited public outrage, leading to their arrest by the enforcement team on charges of provocation. Subsequently, the sect issued a decree prohibiting their spirit beasts from appearing in densely populated public areas. Now it makes sense why they only walk through Mingyue Square or Fenye Square. Qin Yu inquired further, now that they no longer ride their spirit beasts. Why do people still avoid them? It's not so much avoidance, the disciple explained. Firstly, the previous experiences have left a bad taste. Seeing those ruffians makes everyone feel nauseous. Secondly, their lack of decency means that even without spirit beasts, they still cause trouble everywhere. Take me for instance. I sell my pills for 8 contribution points, yet they insist on acquiring them for just 5. I cannot sell at that price without incurring a loss. But if I refuse to sell, they gather at my stall, making it impossible for genuine buyers to make a purchase. Moreover, the enforcement team is powerless against them, as the sect rules do not explicitly forbid haggling. Many have longed to teach them a lesson, but due to the sect's regulations, they cannot act, which emboldens the miscreants. They are nothing but a nuisance, the scourge of the outer sect of Xuantiangong. Junior brother, I must take my leave. That group is approaching, the senior brother said while packing up his stall. I suggest you also refrain from lingering here. If you catch their attention, your pleasant evening will be ruined. Thank you for the warning. Qin Yu replied as he pulled Li Jingtong away from the marketplace. Those from the Beastmaster Peak are truly tyrants within the sect. Utterly detestable, Li Jingtong lamented. They are hardly worthy of being called tyrants. They have clearly never faced the harsh realities of society. Qin Yu smiled, a plan forming in his mind. I have devised a way to deal with them. Really, brother Yu? What is your plan? Qin Yu whispered his scheme into Li Jingtong's ear. Li Jingtong's eyes widened in astonishment, and he gave a thumbs up. Brother Yu, your idea of using a knife to kill from a distance is simply brilliant. Indeed, it takes a villain to outsmart another villain. Who are you calling a villain? Brother Yu, I didn't mean it that way. I meant you are truly cunning and resourceful. Li Jingtong exclaimed, clutching his head in frustration. Enough. Just be quiet. If you lack knowledge, at least show some bravado. Qin Yu retorted. Li Jingtong sheepishly grinned. Brother Yu is impressive. This plan requires more hands. I'll reach out tomorrow. And we will act tomorrow night, understood? Li Jingtong stood at attention, replying earnestly, understood. The following morning, Qin Yu was the first to seek out Xiaoji. Upon hearing Qin Yu's plan, Xiaoji immediately raised both hands and feet in agreement. Brother Yu, what should I do? Just tell me. I have long harbored a deep resentment towards those beasts from Beastmaster Peak. Very well. All you need to do is this, Qin Yu replied. Do you understand? Understood. Xiaoji affirmed. Be discreet, and do not let others discover you. Let us gather at the market at midnight. Understood. Subsequently, Qin Yu sought out several other outer disciples who had also suffered at the hands of their oppressors. They all offered their unwavering support. These individuals, having been pampered in their homes since childhood, had never endured such indignities. Now, with an opportunity to retaliate against the people of Beastmaster Peak, their spirits soared with enthusiasm. After agreeing on a time, Qin Yu patiently awaited the arrival of nightfall. Those scoundrels from Beastmaster Peak would never dream that the excrement they produced today would turn into the cannonballs aimed at them tomorrow. At midnight, the shops in the market had closed, and the once vibrant marketplace had turned desolate. Ordinary cultivators did not lack the need for sleep. They merely replaced it with cultivation. Thus, by the late hours of the night, most had returned to their own caves or those of others to engage in solitary, dual, or multiple cultivation practices. At that moment, a few figures crept stealthily toward their location. They were all masked, each carrying a large sack on their backs. "Have you arrived?" Qin Yu's voice suddenly resonated from behind, startling Xiao Zhi and the others. "Brother Yu, it's you. You nearly scared me to death," Xiao Zhi, with a hood over his head, said as he patted his chest. "What do you need those things for?" Qin Yu inquired, gesturing towards their hoods. "We are just afraid of being discovered," another disciple explained. "What nonsense. There's not a soul left in the market. At this hour, even the donkeys have returned home. Besides, with your meager skills, if you were truly discovered, could you even escape? With your furtive demeanor, it only makes it more apparent that you have something to hide, thus attracting even more attention." Hastily, Xiao Zhi and the others removed their hoods. "Hand over those hoods. I will take care of them," Qin Yu commanded. Obediently, they relinquished their hoods, watching as Qin Yu donned one upon his own head. "Brother Yu, why are you wearing one as well?" Xiao Zhi asked. "You don't understand. As the leader, I must bear the greatest risk. If you were an enforcer and saw a group of ordinary individuals and one person in a hood, whom would you apprehend first?" Feeling ashamed, Xiao Zhi lowered his head and murmured, "You would catch the one in the hood." "Precisely. They will come for me, giving you the chance to escape." The group looked at him with faces full of remorse. "Brother Yu, we are sorry. We misjudged you. You still do not know me. I do not blame you. But remember this. I, Qin, would never betray my brothers. The beasts from Beastmaster Peak have wronged you. It has nothing to do with me. I simply cannot abide by the injustices inflicted upon our servant disciples, and thus, I chose to intervene. Even so, I will bear the greatest risk. Should I be captured, I will never betray any of you. At the same time, I hope that if you are unfortunate enough to be captured, you will not betray any of your brothers." Qin Yu spoke with such fervent passion that Xiao Zhi and the others were visibly moved. "Brother Yu truly is the most magnificent person in the world. Rest assured, even if I am expelled from the sect, I will never betray a single soul. I feel the same. Now, let us proceed according to plan. Be sure to spread out a bit and make the scene as realistic as possible. Once we finish here, we must also set up the central square. I have inquired. And the disciples of the law enforcement peak will patrol at 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock in the morning, so we have only 1 hour to complete our tasks. Quickly, let us hasten our pace." After the group departed with their burlap sacks, Qin Yu handed a black hood to Li Jingtong. Today's arrival had been somewhat rushed, and he had forgotten to bring this essential item. Thankfully, these young disciples had thought ahead. Li Jingtong took the hood, looking at Qin Yu in confusion. Qin Yu playfully smacked the back of Li Jingtong's head, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? The enforcers won't capture those wearing hoods. They will only apprehend the slowest runners. It's not a matter of brotherhood. It's simply a question of priority." Qin Yu mused to himself. Li Jingtong suddenly understood. "So that is how it is." He subsequently returned the hood to Qin Yu. "What do you mean?" Qin Yu asked. "I am the slowest runner," Li Jingtong replied. Qin Yu knew that Li Jingtong usually worked the hardest, leaving him with the least time for cultivation. With everyone's talents being relatively similar, those with shorter training periods naturally had lower cultivation levels and slower speeds. The group hurriedly traversed the market, carrying their sacks. Qin Yu remained vigilant while directing everyone. "Tongzi, don't place it there. The density is too high. Xiao Zhi, put that large pile in the center of the road. Yes, right there. Aimed at the entrance of the Baki Pavilion and Wanyao Pavilion. That one over there, sprinkle some water. It's too dry. Don't place too much here. We need to leave some for the central square. Keep it subtle. Make it look natural. Hurry, we have only half an hour left. Speed up." After an hour of bustling activity, the group hurriedly departed just before the patrol arrived. No sooner had they left than the enforcers from the law enforcement peak came to inspect the area. This time, only 2 individuals had arrived, and their patrols were typically mere formalities. After the market stalls closed, protective formations were activated, and some shop owners and employees even rested within their establishments. Which thief would dare to steal in such conditions? Conversely, any cultivator bold enough to attempt theft would be beyond the capabilities of these 2 disciples to apprehend. But today was different. As the 2 patrolling disciples appeared, they were immediately met with a sharp, piercing sound. The spacious market street was covered in the excrement of spirit beasts, with tufts of fur swirling in the wind, creating a nauseating stench that clung to their nostrils. refusing to dissipate. The desolate street was occupied only by the two patrolling disciples, with one covering his nose while the other did the same. "What on earth has happened?" one of them inquired. The other responded decisively, "It must be those from the Beast Master Peak sneaking through with their spirit beasts again. After we apprehended them last time, they were quite dissatisfied. They've come to provoke us today." In recent nights, the disciples of Beast Master Peak have frequently visited the market, seemingly to scout the area, indicating premeditated intentions. "What shall we do now?" That group appears to believe they are invincible, daring to provoke our law enforcement team. Such folly. One of them spoke ominously. "Let us not act hastily. We shall maintain the current scene. When dawn breaks and the shops open, the crowds will naturally attend to them. We shall return to inform our brothers. Upon hearing commotion, they must not act immediately, but wait until the disciples of Beast Master Peak have been thoroughly dealt with before capturing them. It seems the previous punishment was too lenient, and they have not learned their lesson." Another echoed in agreement. "I have long harbored disdain for them, and now that they have presented themselves, we shall not hold back." The two patrolling disciples firmly believe that this mischief was orchestrated by the disciples of Beast Master Peak. As seasoned disciples, they could easily discern the artificial traces indicating this was a setup. Yet, this was of little consequence. What mattered was their long-standing resentment towards the disciples, only now afforded an opportunity to exact retribution. To fabricate a charge, one need not worry about a lack of justification, especially with such conspicuous evidence laid before them. They remained unaware of who sought to undermine the disciples of Beast Master Peak, yet they understood that an entertaining spectacle was imminent. After completing their patrol, the two law enforcement disciples returned with smiles, resuming their cultivation. That night, Qin Yu, Li Zhengtong, and Xiao Ji remained restless, anticipating the grand drama that would unfold at dawn. As dawn approached, the proprietor of the 100 Tools Pavilion, as per his usual routine, opened the shop and dispelled the array. Just as he intended to inhale the fresh morning air, an unbearable stench assaulted his senses. What foul thing permeates the street? The proprietor quickly activated the array to shield himself from the noxious odor. Upon surveying the street, a broad smile returned to his face as he re-entered the shop. Observing their master's joyous demeanor, the staff inquired about the source of his delight. "Just step outside and see for yourselves, but be cautious not to breach the array. Ah, Xiaozhong, bring me that 1-meter-long iron rod. I've lost so many customers, and now the opportunity for revenge has finally arrived." The proprietor gritted his teeth in determination. A similar scene unfolded in various shops. Some store owners ensured that every man, woman, and child was equipped with a long stick. A particular shopkeeper commanded, "At my signal, strike fiercely, leaving no one unscathed, but refrain from using spiritual energy. After all, we are on someone else's turf. Let us avoid causing fatalities." These merchants, primarily concerned with foot traffic, understood that the more people outside, the more customers they would attract, and consequently, the greater their profits. However, each time the disciples of Beast Master Peak appeared in the market, the crowd diminished significantly, gravely impacting their business. They had reported these grievances to their sect, yet no solutions were proffered. Surely, one cannot strip individuals of their freedom to visit the market simply because they are disliked. Moreover, the proprietors of these shops dare not provoke the disciples of the Beast Control Peak. Previously, one apothecary offended them, prompting the disciples of the Beast Control Peak to enter his shop in succession, neither scolding nor causing a ruckus, merely browsing idly. With the presence of the Beast Control Peak disciples within, other disciples seeking to purchase potions were deterred from entering. After all, there were other apothecaries, with comparable prices and quality, making it easy to shift to another vendor. The shopkeeper bore his grievances in silence, yet lacked the power to expel them. Thus, within a few days, the shop was vacated. This left the remaining shop owners with no choice but to swallow their indignation. However, to cut off one's means of livelihood is akin to murdering one's parents. These shopkeepers had long harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the disciples of the Beast Control Peak, yet had been unable to seize an opportunity to retaliate. At long last, fortune smiled upon them, as the disciples of the Beast Control Peak were destined for misfortune, and their chance for revenge had finally arrived. Simultaneously, the senior brothers and sisters who set up stalls in the market arrived. Upon witnessing this disarray, their fury was palpable. At least the shops could still open, but they had lost their spaces to set up stalls. The Beast Control Peak had gone too far. A voice from the crowd shouted, and an uproar of agreement echoed from all directions. The disciples of the beast control peak were utterly lawless. Not even a place to set up stalls. This was tantamount to threatening their very existence. Unable to endure any longer, the brothers proclaimed, "If we tolerate this now, they will only become bolder in the future. Do you think we can endure this? No, absolutely not. Come on, those with courage. Follow me to their residence and bring them here." Instantly, a massive throng surged towards the dwelling of the disciples of the beast control peak. Hidden among the crowd, Qin Yu and his companions were overjoyed. The fervor of the crowd exceeded Qin Yu's expectations. It appeared that the outer disciples of the beast control peak were indeed notorious for their misdeeds. Just yesterday, observing the crowd's reaction to the disciples of the beast control peak, Qin Yu had deduced that these disciples had become the proverbial rats in the street, universally despised. However, this rat was shielded by the Sect's regulations, leaving everyone powerless. Qin Yu intended to exploit this very fact. Since they were protected by the Sect's rules, he would first entice them into violating those rules. Thus, last night, Qin Yu collected the droppings of spirit beasts and distributed them evenly in the bustling areas of the market and central square, fabricating a false impression of the beast control peak's transgressions. He provided the crowd with a spark, and no one cared whether this spark was genuine. It merely needed to ignite. What the crowd required was simply a reason that would exempt them from punishment under the Sect's regulations. Soon, a group arrived at the entrance of the dwelling of the outer disciples of the beast control peak. Qin Yu surveyed the scene. The abodes of the beast control peak disciples were essentially identical to his, the only distinction being that their courtyards were somewhat larger. Their spirit beasts typically resided in these yards. "Kong Tianjiao, get out here!" someone bellowed. Kong Tianjiao was the master of the earth-shattering dragon elephant and the leader of the outer disciples of the beast control peak. Upon hearing the commotion outside, the disciples emerged from their abodes. "What do you want?" Upon witnessing the grand spectacle outside, they were taken aback and hurriedly activated the formations within the courtyard. However, recalling that they had not recently committed any violations of the sect's regulations, they boldly rebuked, "Are you seeking to cause trouble? You have quite the audacity." Qin Yu bellowed from the crowd, "Get lost! Who do you think you are? Summon Kong Tianjiao to come forth." A senior disciple stepped to the front of the group. Addressing all the disciples of the Beast Master Peak, "You audacious individuals are openly defying the sect's regulations and disrupting the peace of the outer sect. I shall count to 5. If you do not emerge, we will breach the formation and drag you out." 5. The disciples of the Beast Master Peak protested. "What have we done? Do not slander us. Indeed, if you claim we have violated sect regulations, specify which rule we have broken." "Humph. Are you not aware of your own actions? Bold enough to act, yet cowardly in acknowledgement, a bunch of cowards." 4. 3. As the crowd grew increasingly agitated, the disciples of the Beast Master Peak began to panic. "What do you intend to do? Intruding into another's abode violates sect regulations, and the consequences for severe infractions include the forfeiture of cultivation and expulsion from the Xintian sect. How dare you invoke sect regulations? Last night, when you paraded your spirit beasts through the market and central plaza, did you think of the sect's rules then? You were the first to transgress, and now we are here to uphold justice and bring you to account. Enough of this excessive prattling." Qin Yu, fully aware of the adage that antagonists perish from excessive dialogue, decisively interrupted the dispute, shouting, "Stop counting. Brothers, arm yourselves and follow me." With a resounding crash, Kong Tianjiao kicked open the door, pointing at everyone and cursing, "You've grown bold. Let me see who dares to breach my formation." As he adjusted his attire, he strode out confidently, followed by a charming female disciple whose cheeks flushed crimson upon seeing the crowd, smoothing out the wrinkles in her clothing. Witnessing this scene, the crowd grew furious. Not only had they wreaked havoc on their stalls without a hint of remorse, but they also had the audacity to indulge in frivolity. "Charge in and seize him." The crowd surged forward, crashing through the formation and binding Kong Tianjiao tightly. The ropes used to bind him were a spirit treasure, capable of suppressing the spiritual energy within him. Some, fearing the suppression was insufficient, produced a multitude of binding talismans, plastering them all over Kong Tianjiao's body, unhesitatingly deploying their most treasured artifacts to deal with him. The earth-shaking dragon elephant cowered in a corner, trembling in fear, ignoring Kong Tianjiao's calls. These humans were simply too terrifying. "I am not well acquainted with Kong Tianjiao," he protested. "Damn it, have you all lost your minds? What do you intend to do?" Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Kong Tianjiao could no longer feign bravado. I advise you to calm down, brothers. Quickly, come to my aid. Silence, someone exclaimed, producing a binding talisman and slapping it onto Kong Tianjiao's mouth. The remaining disciples of the Beast Master Peak, terrified, retreated, none daring to step forward. Yet, Kong Tianjiao's plea served as a reminder to the crowd. Brothers, let not a single disciple of the beast-taming peak escape. Listen closely, you disciples within. Will you willingly step out, or shall we enter and carry you out bound? I am from Shudao Mountain. 3. Brothers, charge in and bring them out. Chapter 21. A True Warrior. Wait, do not attack the formation. We will come out ourselves. Witnessing the ferocity of the crowd, the disciples of the beast-taming peak were instantly cowed. Should the formation be destroyed, it would require our own contribution points to repair it. We can exit on our own, but if we are to perish, we demand an explanation. On what grounds do you lay hands on us? If a reasonable justification cannot be provided, we shall involve the law enforcement team. At this, the crowd erupted in cold laughter. Stubborn as a dead duck, do they not know what deeds they have committed? They seek an explanation, do they? Let us take them to the marketplace and enlighten them properly. The crowd escorted the disciples of the beast-taming peak back to the marketplace in a grand procession. Along the way, they encountered numerous outer sect disciples. And upon learning that these were disciples of the beast-taming peak, they hurried back to summon their friends. Word spread like wildfire. Countless disciples arrived, surrounding the marketplace to the point of suffocation. Throughout this journey, the disciples of the beast-taming peak were on the verge of tears. What heinous act have we committed to deserve such torment? Each of them meticulously reflected on their recent actions, only to realize they had not engaged in anything out of line. Why, then, were they being seized? As this thought dawned upon them, all eyes turned towards Kong Tianjiao. The moment these individuals arrived, they shouted his name, clearly targeting him. He must have committed some wrongdoing that led to the misfortune of all. Meanwhile, Kong Tianjiao was nearing his breaking point. Bound tightly and hoisted above their heads, he resembled a monkey on display at a zoo. To make matters worse, his face was plastered with talismans, a humiliating sight. Upon reaching the marketplace, the crowd thrust the disciples of the beast-taming peak to the forefront. Behold the mischief you wrought last night. Look at what you have turned this once thriving marketplace into. How are we to conduct business now? Someone added, and the central square has also been devastated beyond recognition. Gazing at the filthy street, the disciples were bewildered. Did I do this? I had no inkling. No, this is not my doing. We are being falsely accused. You fools, can't you see we are being wronged? Observe this pile of filth. The left half is excrement from a steel-eating beast, while the right half belongs to a sky mouse. It is clearly fabricated. Xiaoji, for heaven's sake. The evidence is right before your eyes, and you still dare to argue. Li Jingtong, if this is not the droppings of your spirit beasts, then how could it have appeared out of thin air? Qin Yu, damn it, you've ruined our marketplace, and yet you dare call us fools. Brothers, let us teach him a lesson. The crowd, filled with righteous indignation, rolled up their sleeves, ready to skip straight to the final act. Let us deal with them first. Wait, do not act yet. The disciples of the beast-taming peak retreated in haste, some tripping and falling into the dung heap in their panic. Everyone, please remain calm. We acknowledge that these are the droppings of our spirit beasts, but it is utterly impossible for them to have left them here. Li Zhengtong, if they didn't do it here, then did this thing sprout legs and come here on its own? Qin Yu, just admit that it was your spirit beasts. And brothers, let us teach him a lesson. Wait, hold on, do not strike yet. There must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding, you say? Kong Tianjiao hasn't uttered a single word. So it seems he has tacitly accepted it. Kong Tianjiao, Wu, how can I speak when you have affixed a binding talisman on me? The members of Beastmaster Peak hurriedly loosened the ropes on Kong Tianjiao. However, incited by Qin Yu, a throng surged forward. The people at the back rushed eagerly, fearing they would miss the chance to strike. Those at the front yelled in excitement. Brothers up front, be swift, we agreed on one blow each. And we have a line forming behind us. Some even shouted in jest, who wants to buy a scalper ticket? For just 5 contribution points. You can take a swing at the disciples of Beastmaster Peak. I'll pay, I want to hit Kong Tianjiao. Scalper, Kong Tianjiao is a different price. 10 contribution points. The shopkeepers were ever watchful of the unfolding scene. When I count to 3, you all charge out and unleash a beating, primarily targeting their legs. It would be best if they were bettered for months. Remember to return before the enforcement team arrives. Understood, shopkeeper. The shop staff brandished iron rods. eager and ready for action. The slower disciples of Beastmaster Peak were pinned down and mercilessly beaten. Once freed from his bindings, Kong Tianjiao sprinted forward with all his might. Where is the enforcement team? Why haven't they arrived yet? Kong Tianjiao still held on to a flicker of hope. Yet with such a commotion, the enforcement team would have come long ago. The crowd, realizing this, afforded him an opportunity to flee. After all, escape was utterly impossible. Ancient aristocrats preferred their prey to run. The more fiercely the quarry struggled, the greater their satisfaction from the hunt. As the top disciple of Beastmaster Peak, Kong Tianjiao, despite his poor character, was undeniably formidable. At this moment, he channeled his internal spirit energy and dashed across the filthy ground like the wind. The disciples chasing behind had to constantly dodge the landmines on the ground, widening the gap between them and Kong Tianjiao. Ha ha ha, do you really think you can strike me? Kong Tianjiao laughed heartily. Just then, a multitude of shop staff suddenly surged out from both sides, blocking his path. Kong Tianjiao hastily came to a stop. What to do? He glanced at the eager staff in front and the clenched-fisted disciples behind him, feeling utterly bewildered. Kong Tianjiao, having committed countless misdeeds, now finds himself unable to escape. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the two opposing sides and shouted, "None of you shall lay a finger on me." With that, Kong Tianjiao shut his eyes, steeled his resolve, and plunged into the dung of the earth-shaking dragon elephant, rolling within it. This explosive scene struck the heart, leaving everyone utterly stunned. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Yu felt as though his mind had shrunk in disbelief. How ruthless could one be? Even those who had been assaulting the remaining disciples from the Beast Control Peak halted their actions, gazing in terror at the unfolding drama. The disciples, who had been crying out in pain, fell silent, each straining their necks in disbelief at the spectacle. It was as if time itself had paused in the marketplace, save for Kong Tianjiao, who emerged from the filth, bellowing at the crowd. "Come at me. Strike me again. If you have the courage, make your move." With each step he took forward, the onlookers recoiled in fear. Kong Tianjiao transformed from a lamb to a fierce tiger, his body smeared in filth. Truly, he was a valiant warrior. Even Qin Yu could not help but inwardly admire him. He urged the crowd, "Fear not, everyone. Attack him with ranged spells." Chapter 22. The revelation. Instantly, the crowd comprehended his intent, conjuring various spells to hurl at Kong Tianjiao. "Ah, who said that? This is infuriating." Kong Tianjiao cried out in distress. "Cease at once." A surge of pressure enveloped the marketplace, and merely being brushed by it nearly sent Qin Yu tumbling to the ground. Such formidable strength. The crowd collectively looked up to see a young man in a white robe descending from the sky atop a magnificent striped tiger. Everyone bowed respectfully. "Greetings, senior brother." The young man's white robe indicated he was an inner disciple of the Xintian sect. Upon seeing him, Kong Tianjiao appeared as though he had spotted a savior, rising to his feet and calling out loudly, "Senior brother Wangli, please save us. These outer disciples are ganging up on us from the Beast Control Peak." The expression on the crowd darkened. They had not anticipated an inner disciple from the Beast Control Peak would appear so suddenly. Wang Li's piercing gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately resting on the filthy figure of Kong Tianjiao. Was he here to avenge him? Qin Yu cautiously began to shift his stance, prepared to flee with Li Zhengtong, Xiao Zhi, and the others at the first sign of trouble. No matter how formidable an inner disciple might be, it was unlikely they could control everyone at once. Wang Li leapt gracefully from the tiger, landing before Kong Tianjiao. He instinctively waved his hand before his nose, then donned a congenial smile, gently inquiring, "May I ask who you are, junior brother?" Kong Tianjiao replied, "It is I, Kong Tianjiao." "Tianjiao?" Wang Li exclaimed in surprise. "How did you come to be in such a predicament?" "Senior brother." Kong Tianjiao pointed at the crowd, tears streaming down his face as he recounted his plight. "They beat me. Do not slander us, Kong Tianjiao. You chose to leap into the dung heap yourself. What business is it of ours? If you hadn't chased me, would I have jumped into the dung heap?" "Senior brother, they conspired against us, ruthlessly attacking the disciples of the Beast Control Peak without reason. You must avenge us." Wang Li turned to face the crowd. "Are you ready?" Qin Yu gathered all his spiritual energy, having retreated several hundred steps prior. With such brazen audacity displayed by the outer disciples, the inner disciples could not be much stronger. Should a confrontation ensue, Qin Yu planned to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to make his escape. However, Wang Li refrained from taking action, instead gently inquiring, "Might I ask why you are bullying my junior disciples?" Many silently thought to themselves, because they deserve it. Yet, such sentiments remained unvoiced. One senior brother bowed to Wang Li and gestured toward the littered ground, explaining, "Brother Wang, this marketplace is a public space where we set up stalls and stroll about. The sect's regulations clearly prohibit the presence of spirit beasts. However, under the cover of night, they rode their spirit beasts here, leaving this place in such disarray. How could we possibly tolerate this?" Wang Li nodded. The argument held merit, acknowledging the fault lay with the beast-taming peak. Kong Tianjiao, however, grew agitated. "Brother, do not heed their one-sided tale. Our spirit beasts remained in the courtyard last night and never set foot in this place. We are being wrongfully accused." The other disciples of the beast-taming peak echoed his sentiments, pleading, "Brother, please advocate for us. This is slander, and we ask you to investigate thoroughly." "Enough." With a wave of his sleeve, Wang Li silenced them all. He spoke sternly, "Even if this is a false accusation, why are you the ones being targeted? Why has no one taken the initiative to uncover the truth? Why do so many rally against you? Ultimately, it is due to your usual arrogance and hostility that you have made many enemies, leading to your isolation. Consider this a lesson." Hearing these words, all disciples of the beast-taming peak bowed their heads in shame. They reflected on their conduct over the years, realizing that, under Kong Tianjiao's leadership, they had indeed crossed the line on several occasions. Only Kong Tianjiao's eyes burned with defiance. He is merely a top-tier spirit root. Does he truly think himself significant? Once my talent ascends once more, I shall trample him underfoot. Wang Li addressed the crowd with a respectful gesture, stating, "This incident is a fault of the beast-taming peak, and we shall bear full responsibility. We will clean this area within a day and present 5,000 contribution points to all the merchants and stall owners. Although this cannot compensate for your lost labor, it represents our acknowledgement of wrongdoing." Upon hearing the mention of 5,000 contribution points, the disciples of the beast-taming peak displayed pained expressions. With over 100 of them, this amounted to an average of 50 contribution points per person, equivalent to a month and a half of their allowances. However, as Wang Li had spoken, they dared not resist. Wang Li's actions left everyone feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Brother Wang is fair and just, truly admirable," they remarked. "We were impulsive this time, acting without investigation, which was indeed improper." Observing this harmonious scene, Qin Yu felt a sense of unease. Why was this unfolding so differently from the expected narrative? The outer sect disciples were so arrogant, yet the inner sect disciples displayed such humility and courtesy. Was there such a stark contrast within the beast-taming peak? It must be said that Wang Li's approach was indeed masterful. In just a few words, he had defused a major issue, transforming a significant matter into a trivial one, and mending the relationship between the outer disciples of the beast-taming peak and the others. Nonetheless, Qin Yu had achieved his goal. The disciples of the beast-taming peak had received their due punishment, providing a sense of relief for the errant disciples. With this lesson learned, it was likely that these disciples would exercise greater restraint in the future. At the very least, they would ensure that their spirit beast's waste was uniformly disposed of, no longer daring to let it fall into the hands of others. The notoriously arrogant Kong Tianjiao of the Beastmaster Peak has received an excruciating lesson, one that he brought upon himself. Despite the fact that a few blows would have sufficed, he insisted on making such a grand sacrifice. The crux of the matter is that even so, Kong Tianjiao could not evade the beating. It is utterly humiliating. If it were Qin Yu, he would have retreated to his sect and returned home, unable to bear such disgrace. It is likely that for a considerable time to come, Kong Tianjiao will become a laughingstock among others. How delightful it is to witness from the shadows. Qin Yu, accompanied by Li Zhengtong, Xiao Ji, and others, swaggered out of the crowd. "So how does it feel this time?" Li Zhengtong, with his jiggling flesh, replied, "It feels exhilarating, especially watching Kong Tianjiao roll in the dung. I would gladly shovel dung for another month just for that. You are truly remarkable, brother Yu. Even among the outer disciples, they are mere juniors in your presence." Xiao Ji and the others praised him. Qin Yu chuckled heartily, stating, "The cultivation world is not solely about combat. One must also employ intellect. Knowledge is power. Do you understand?" "Understood, understood. Hurry and clean up. To celebrate my victory over the first adversary in the cultivation realm, I shall treat everyone to grilled fish tonight by the riverside near Maple Leaf Square. Long live brother Yu." While Qin Yu's side was harmonious, the situation at the Beastmaster Peak was rather grim. Kong Tianjiao and his companions toiled with tools to clean the filth from the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Kong Tianjiao approached a diminutive, round-headed cultivator whose eyes brimmed with sagacity. Li Fan, who do you think conspired against us? Is it Zhou Shuhai from the Alchemy Peak, Li Ming from the Body Refinement Peak, or Yi Changming from the Law Enforcement Peak, or perhaps these shopkeepers? Li Fan, the strategist of the Outer Disciple faction at the Beastmaster Peak, had been instrumental in their numerous misdeeds while skillfully evading sect regulations. None of them, Li Fan replied, shaking his head lightly, feigning profundity as he examined a small amount of dung with great care. What do you see from here? Stop beating around the bush and tell me the answer directly, Kong Tianjiao exclaimed, irritated, as he gestured angrily into the air. There are always heads to the grievances and masters to the debts. We cannot let this injustice go unavenged. Li Fan replied slowly, this dung is still quite fresh, and its integrity is remarkable. It must have been produced yesterday. The method of execution suggests it was deliberately collected, with great care taken not to compromise its form. Kong Tianjiao, suppressing his fury, retorted, I have no time for your analysis of this matter. Analyzing such a thing with someone who has just fallen into dung is bound to provoke anger. Do you not understand? The individuals you just mentioned would find it exceedingly difficult to obtain such intact dung. It would have been damaged in the cleaning process. Since our adversaries have employed such tactics against us, they must possess 3 characteristics. Kong Tianjiao inquired, what are the 3 points? First, they harbor animosity towards us. Second, they are weak and lack the strength to confront us directly. Third, they can easily access the excrement of our spirit beasts. A glimmer of golden light flickered in Li Fan's eyes. Based on these 3 points, it can be surmised that the ones who have ensnared us are none other than the menial disciples tasked with cleaning. They alone possess the motive to commit such a crime, and only they could effortlessly acquire such a complete set of tools. Those menial disciples. Kong Tianjiao's eyes blazed with fury. How dare they? Chapter 23. The Revenge of the Beastmaster Peak. How profoundly lonely it is to be invincible. Qin Yu hummed a tune, returning to his cave dwelling with a buoyant step. He first retrieved the embroidered needle he had purchased, heating it red over a candle. With a gentle press upon the ground, the needle transformed into a barbed fishing hook of size 5. The bending was remarkably simple. Subsequently, Qin Yu produced the fishing line he had prepared in advance. This line was spun from the silk of a spider-like spiritual beast, typically used for mending clothing. The silk was colorless and transparent, possessing remarkable resilience. It was said that even a dragon-sized tilapia weighing 10,000 pounds could not sever it, making it perfect for fishing. Finally, he tied a small wooden block to the line to serve as a float and fashioned a fishing rod from bamboo, completing his equipment. With his tools ready, Qin Yu joyfully made his way to the riverbank, eager to indulge in a day of angling. Stealing a moment of leisure, Qin Yu reclined upon the soft grass, basking in the gentle sunlight of early autumn, watching as the float danced upon the waves with exquisite tranquility. If only I could become Emperor Qin Yu right now. Life would be perfect. With this thought, Qin Yu took out his small notebook, striking through the title The Path to Immortality, beginning with shoveling manure, and replacing it with The Path to Immortality, beginning with fishing. While the former title was undoubtedly more alluring, it was rather vulgar and likely to face scrutiny. Suddenly, the float plunged sharply. A catch. Qin Yu pulled with vigor, reeling in a 2-pound fish. This fish gleamed with a golden hue and bore a resemblance to a crucian carp. Living in an area rich in spiritual energy, even the fish appeared different. He wondered how it might taste. Baiting the hook with a worm, Qin Yu cast the line into the water once more. He had grown somewhat lax over the past 2 days. Tomorrow, he must resume his seclusion. Qin Yu contemplated within himself. If I can cultivate a 3% progress in one night, a full day of practice could yield an increase of 6 to 7%. To reach the second layer of qi refinement, I would need a full 16 days of cultivation. This prospect weighed heavily on Qin Yu's mind. Influenced by previous life's tales of immortal cultivation, he had always assumed that cultivators would seclude themselves for years, even decades. However, upon joining the sect, he learned that those who engage in prolonged seclusion enter a profound state of cultivation, where 10 years feel like a single day, rendering them oblivious to external changes. Yet, for those in the qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, achieving such a deep state of cultivation is exceedingly difficult. For them, the process can be quite monotonous. In his last 10-day retreat, he had relied solely on willpower during the final days. Now, facing a potential half-month of seclusion, he worried whether he might succumb to madness. Concerned about his mental state, Qin Yu resolved to rest for a day after 10 days of cultivation. After all, the path of immortality necessitates a balance of gradual progress and rest. Qin Yu internally lamented, "Why couldn't I have acquired a system that grants me 500 years of cultivation with just a chime? Since we've already resorted to cheating, why not employ a more audacious method?" With a splash, another fish is caught. As evening descends, Qin Yu has successfully reeled in over 10 fish. Before long, Li Zhengtong, Xiaozhi, and others arrive as promised. "Tongzi, come with me to gut these fish. Xiaozhi, please take them to gather some dry twigs." Understood. The group disperses. Busy with their tasks, Qin Yu reminds them, "You only need to remove the entrails. There's no need to scale the fish. Be gentle with the knife. Don't rupture the gallbladder. Damn it, you've broken it again. The few fish we caught aren't enough for your antics. Go chop wood instead." Qin Yu, accustomed to killing and grilling fish in the small town, is quite proficient in the process. After stunning the fish, he cleans out the entrails, removes the prominent spine from the back, and finally scores the fish's surface, evenly applying the seasonings. Before long, a roaring fire blazes to life. The flames should not be too fierce, and the fish must be flipped frequently. Once the surface is charred, Qin Yu gently scrapes off the scales with a knife, revealing the succulent fish flesh. A sprinkle of salt and chili powder transforms it into a dish that is a feast for the senses. A group of junior disciples gathers around the fire, relishing the grilled fish with delight. "Brother Yu, your grilled fish is simply exquisite, truly a culinary marvel. Brother Yu, I suggest you open a grilled fish stall at the market. You'd surely earn a fortune." Qin Yu humbly waves his hand. "What does this amount to? The stinky tofu I make is the real delicacy." "Stinky tofu? What is that?" "When I have the chance, I'll prepare a portion for each of you. It will be a culinary experience you will never forget." Excitement fills the air. Qin Yu observes the group and says, "I haven't learned all your names yet. Please introduce yourselves." "Brother Yu, I am Wang. Brother Yu, I am Meng. Brother Yu, I am Zhao. These names are too complicated. I can't remember them," Qin Yu declares, pointing at Wang. "From now on, you shall be known as Xiao San. You will be Xiao Si, and you shall be Xiao Wu. Much easier to remember." "Brother Yu, I don't want to be called Xiao San. That sounds rather unappealing. Then I shall give you a more pleasant name." Qin Yu ponders for a moment and states, "You shall be called Xiao Lu." "Xiao Lu. Brother Yu, could I be called Lao Lu instead? I wish to present myself as more mature." Qin Yu immediately dismisses the idea. "Xiao Lu, your rank is still insufficient." After everyone has eaten their fill and engaged in idle chatter for quite some time, before they disperse, Qin Yu addresses them. "I will be entering seclusion for a while. Should the Beast Master Peak take any further actions, or if any significant events arise, you may find me at Cave 666. Qin Yu leaves this statement, primarily concerned about the previous incidents being exposed and drawing trouble from the Beastmaster Peak. However, the very next morning, he is awakened by the sound of the formation being struck. Upon stepping outside, he sees Xiaozhi pacing anxiously. A sense of foreboding washes over Qin Yu. "What's wrong?" he inquires, dispelling the formation. "Brother Yu, the people from the Beastmaster Peak have come again. And this time they are even more aggressive." "More aggressive? What have they done?" In a moment of uncertainty, it was best for you to go and see for yourself. Qin Yu hastily followed Xiaozhi towards Maple Leaf Square. Before reaching the square, a foul stench assaulted Qin Yu's senses. Upon arriving, he was met with a scene of utter filth, the most distressing aspect being the liquid waste that flowed freely, making the cleanup an arduous task. The odor was far more potent than before. "Damn it, have these spirit beasts been afflicted with diarrhea?" Qin Yu clenched his teeth, his fists tightening with a crackling sound. Maple Leaf Square had transformed into an unrecognizable mess. Those unaware would mistake it for a cesspool. At that moment, Li Zhengtong, clad in rain boots and wielding a shovel, was laboriously attempting to clean up the area. At the current pace, it would take all night to achieve any semblance of cleanliness. What on earth happened? Hearing Qin Yu's voice, Li Zhengtong paused, wiped the sweat from his brow, and recounted the events that led to this calamity. It turned out that disciples from the Beastmaster Peak had brought their spirit beasts to this location and fed them a certain elixir, resulting in the current state of chaos. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu remarked, "This is a deliberate act of revenge. It seems they have deduced our involvement in that incident." "Impossible, we haven't exposed ourselves," Xiaozhi countered. Qin Yu sighed. Never underestimate the intelligence of others. There are indeed clever individuals among the disciples of the Beast Master Peak. However, this predicament is certainly quite troublesome. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yu began to ponder. If the disciples from the Beast Master Peak sought vengeance through a physical confrontation with Li Jingtong and the others, the matter could be addressed. Li Jingtong could seek assistance from the enforcement team or from Zhong Wendi, and someone would surely intervene to resolve the issue. Yet, the choice of retaliation through such a method left Qin Yu feeling utterly powerless. Cleaning was the responsibility of the menial disciples, regardless of how arduous the task. It was their duty to ensure cleanliness. It was akin to the plight of workers in a previous life, constantly tormented by demanding clients, with resignation being the only escape. Clearly, there were formidable adversaries at play. Qin Yu lamented inwardly, wishing for opponents who were mindless and acted solely on whims. Faced with such a convoluted issue, he found himself at a loss for solutions and could only join Li Zhengtong in the labor. With a tissue pinched against his nose, Qin Yu wrinkled his brow and set about his work. The situation was somewhat manageable during the day, but the night posed a greater challenge. Li Zhengtong, Qin Yu said, the disciples from the Beast Master Peak promised to arrive around 5, while the supervising senior brother is expected at 6. There's no way we can finish in an hour. If the supervising senior brother witnesses this scene, he is likely to deem it unacceptable. After all, this situation cannot merely be described as dirty and chaotic. Disastrous would be a more fitting term. Should we be marked as unqualified, the contribution points for this month would be entirely forfeited, which would be a significant loss for us. Xiaoji proposed, Brother Yu, why don't we come back tonight? At worst, we can go down fighting with the disciples from the Beastmaster Peak. No, Qin Yu firmly rejected. Since the disciples dared to act in such a manner, they surely have contingencies in place. Someone will undoubtedly be watching us at the market tonight. Should we go, we would be caught red-handed. Then what if we apologize to the Beastmaster Peak? That won't do. Li Zhengtong spoke with unwavering determination. One must stand their ground. Even if the disciples of Xuantiangong abandon their post, I shall never bow to the Beastmaster Peak. Moreover, after the humiliation they inflicted upon us yesterday, how could they possibly let us go unscathed? Xiaoji clenched his teeth and declared, if it comes to that, I will report to the outer sect elders. If that fails, I will leave the sect, ensuring that none of you will bear the consequences. Qin Yu interjected, do not panic. There will surely be a solution. Allow me a moment to think. Xiaoji, you return to your area and tidy up, once Tongzi and I finish with Maple Leaf Square. I will come to assist you. Understood, Brother Yu. As Qin Yu immersed himself in labor, two graceful women approached, chatting and laughing. Sister San, the weather today is splendid. Perfect for admiring the fiery red maple leaves. Indeed, Jiumei. This season is what I look forward to most each year. Feeling the autumn breeze while brewing a cup of hot tea beneath the maple trees, watching the leaves dance. It is simply enchanting. The two women, adorned in elders' robes, were none other than the 3rd Elder and the 9th Elder of the inner sect. Chapter 24. A serious matter for the disciples of Beastmaster Peak. Part 1. Every year, the two elders would spend several days at Maple Leaf Square, enjoying the crisp autumn air and witnessing the leaves sway in the wind, relishing the unique essence of autumn. Brewing tea beneath the maple trees, they would savor moments of tranquility in this secluded corner of the sect. Suddenly, the 9th Elder sniffed the air and remarked, Sister San, do you detect an unpleasant odor? The 3rd Elder dismissed it, reasoning that it was likely the result of some wild spirit beast relieving itself, as it was normal for such creatures to appear in this remote area. However, as they drew nearer, the foul stench intensified. The 3rd Elder employed the turtle breathing technique to cease her breathing, while the 9th Elder conjured a barrier to shield them from the foul air. Both elders were seasoned individuals, and trivial matters did not tarnish their leisure. Yet, this tranquility vanished as they turned the final corner. Where are the leaves? Jiumei, are we in the wrong place? The 3rd Elder gazed at the barren maple tree, devoid of leaves, and the repugnant filth beneath it, utterly bewildered. This was a far cry from the picturesque scene she had envisioned. The 9th Elder pointed to a nearby sign, which bore the words Maple Leaf Square. Sister San, are we caught in an illusion? The 3rd Elder shook her head, for she was an expert in the realm of illusions. It was inconceivable that anyone within Xuantiangong could ensnare her in an illusion without her awareness. Since it was not an illusion, where were the maple leaves? What was that substance beneath the tree? How had a beautiful scene transformed into this? Was this still the familiar Xuantiangong? Look, there are two young disciples over there. Let us inquire. The third elder teleported over, with the ninth elder following closely behind. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong, fatigued from their efforts, took a moment to rest beside Maple Leaf Square. Qin Yu was in the midst of sharing a humorous anecdote when two elegant women suddenly appeared nearby, startling him into silence. The third elder spoke first. I inquire of you both, why are the maple trees in Maple Leaf Square so bare? Where have all the leaves gone? Esteemed elders, replied Li Jingtong with a solemn facade. This year a sudden cold front has swept through, leaving the maple trees shivering. In their tremors, all the leaves have fallen. He had learned this nonsense from Qin Yu. Qin Yu, with his hands clasped to his forehead, wore an expression of utter despair. Brother, there's a time and place for deceit. Though these two lack an imposing presence, their sudden appearance before us signifies they are far from ordinary. To fool them is tantamount to courting death. As anticipated, upon hearing Li Zhengtong's words, the third elder and the ninth elder exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions seemingly questioning. Are you foolish? Or do you presume we are? Qin Yu hastily intervened. Esteemed elders, have you ever encountered such youthful seniors? If I, Qin, may venture a guess, you must be inter-sect sisters. The corner of the ninth elder's mouth curled into a slight smirk. You truly are quite the silver-tongued one. Both elders recognized Qin Yu, recalling the mischievous youth from the recruitment event, an impression that lingered vividly in their minds. Suddenly, the two elders turned to survey the disarray of fallen leaves in Maple Leaf Square, then returned their gaze to Qin Yu. Sister 3, I believe the sect leader's judgment may be flawed. This fellow, despite being merely a servant disciple, should not be underestimated. How could second brother have claimed he was a good seedling, albeit with a bit of a lack in talent? The ninth elder conveyed to the third elder through a mental message. Let us refrain from hasty conclusions. Let us first hear his explanation. The third elder prompted Qin Yu. What truly transpired with the leaves here? Qin Yu replied candidly, Esteemed sisters, we have indeed brought the leaves down from the trees with our wooden sticks. Sister 3, he truly is a little troublemaker. He has recklessly destroyed such fine leaves. The ninth elder immediately communicated. Both elders' expressions darkened, particularly the third elder, who seemed on the verge of a furious outburst. However, Qin Yu remained unfazed. On the contrary, this was precisely the reaction he sought. The angrier they became, the easier the matter would be to resolve. Drawing from his past experiences of feigning illness before his teacher, he commenced his soliloquy. Esteemed sisters, you are unaware of our plight. Our actions were born of necessity. Just look at the filth strewn across Maple Leaf Square. We must clean it twice daily, laboring until deep into the night to finish. Should the leaves continue to fall, not only would it complicate our efforts, but it would also render the ground even more dreadful. Reluctantly, we made this misguided decision to use those frigid sticks, forcing these beautiful, ethereal sprites, dancing in the breeze, to prematurely return to the earth. Yet, remorse has plagued us ever since. Each time I witness our fellow brothers and sisters, who come to admire the leaves only to leave disappointed, my heart aches profoundly. How could I be so cruel as to harm such enchanting leaves? We may tire ourselves a little by cleaning for several more hours, but the loss of these beautiful maple leaves would have a significant impact on Maple Leaf Square and a considerable detriment to the Shantian sect. My selfish desires have marred the exquisite scenery here, and I truly feel remorseful for my self-centeredness. Qin Yu spoke with heartfelt sincerity, almost eliciting tears. Enough of the theatrics. Observing Qin Yu's exaggerated performance and saccharine lines, the third elder felt utterly speechless. However, Qin Yu's words resonated deeply with the ninth elder, particularly when he likened the maple leaves to little spirits dancing in the wind, which awakened her youthful heart. Are you suggesting that it is precisely because of the filth on the ground that you were compelled to bring down the maple leaves? Sensing an opportunity, Qin Yu quickly composed himself, addressing his two senior sisters indeed. But where did this filth originate? Qin Yu replied, this matter is rather lengthy. It dates back to our initial entry into the sect. The third elder interjected, keep it brief. Very well. It was the outer disciples of the Beast Master Peak who brought their spirit beasts here to relieve themselves. They not only defiled Maple Leaf Square, but also any area where the janitorial disciples were tasked with cleaning, turning those places into their beast latrines. The third elder inquired, these outer disciples are truly lawless. When did this behavior begin? It has been ongoing. Have you not attempted to stop them? Qin Yu shrugged. We did try, but I was scolded, and my brother was directly beaten. We are merely humble janitorial disciples. How could we dare to confront the outer disciples? The third elder's forehead throbbed with indignation. Chapter 25. Trouble befalls the disciples of the Beast Master Peak. Part 2. They treat the sect as their own home, do they? Who gave them the audacity? The third elder erupted in fury. The ninth elder hurriedly consoled. Sister, every grievance has its origin, and every debt has its debtor. I believe this matter does not concern these two young disciples. The fault lies entirely with the Beast Master Peak, and it must be addressed severely. Otherwise, if they dare to act so brazenly in Maple Leaf Square today, tomorrow they will have the audacity to do so at our own doorsteps. Indeed, the third elder produced a communication token and sent a soul message within. I shall summon Elder Lu to come and see the fine disciples he has trained. Shortly thereafter, Elder Lu arrived in a flurry. Sister, what do you need of me? Ninth sister, you as well? Before Elder Lu could finish his greeting, the third elder firmly pinched his ear and dragged him to the edge of Maple Leaf Square. Sister, what is the meaning of this? There are still two juniors present. Show me some respect. The third elder, filled with rage, pointed at Maple Leaf Square and demanded, Tell me, where are we? Elder Lu glanced around and blurted out, Isn't this the sect's latrine? To be honest, having been in the sect for several hundred years, this is the first time I've seen it. Sister, this latrine is rather interesting, and it even has a number of trees planted around it. I'll turn you into compost if you don't stop. The third elder pointed at the large sign nearby. Now tell me, what does this say? Elder Lu paused for a moment and slowly read the words aloud. Maple Leaf Square? I must say, the name of this latrine is quite elegant. Our Xiantian sect truly lives up to its millennia of cultural heritage. The third elder exclaimed. You. The ninth elder burst into laughter. Qin Yu replayed all the sorrowful events of his past life in his mind before forcefully suppressing the corners of his mouth that had begun to rise. Turning his head, he caught sight of Li Jingtong, who was on the verge of bursting into laughter. Quick as a flash, Qin Yu pinched Li Jingtong's belly and twisted it vigorously until the latter's features contorted into a grotesque mask of agony, at which point Qin Yu finally released his grip. Elder Jiu interjected, Sixth brother, this is a square, and these trees are maple. In autumn, their leaves turn a brilliant red, quite a sight to behold. What? Leaves? Where are the leaves? The presence of leaves was of little consequence. What truly mattered were the foul substances littering the ground. A direct outcome of the actions of your outer disciples from the Beast Master Peak. Just observe how capable your disciples are. Treating the entire Xiantian sect as an open-air lavatory, relegating the servant disciples to the role of cleaners. When the servant disciples dare to voice their grievances, they are met with harsh reprimands and even physical assaults. Truly, they are more formidable than the sect master himself. Elder Lu was taken aback. Our first rule at the Beast Master Peak is to prohibit spirit beasts from relieving themselves indiscriminately. The outer disciples usually behave quite well when attending classes in the inner sect. After observing for a while, Elder Lu discovered that the excrement was produced after the spirit beasts consumed a particular type of special elixir. This was no mere issue of indiscriminate defecation. It was a deliberate act of bullying. Fuming with indignation, Elder Lu could hardly believe that his own disciples could be so malicious. You must summon the outer disciples to Maple Leaf Square immediately. He sent a transmission to the teacher who was conducting a class for the disciples. Subsequently, Elder Lu turned to Qin Yu and his companion. The two immediately straightened their postures and bowed. We greet the three elders. Having overheard their earlier conversation, Qin Yu could no longer doubt the identities of these three individuals. His mind felt as though it had been struck by a mule. The third elder's repeated mention of the Beast Master Peak made it abundantly clear that this man was the Peak Master, Elder Lu, one of the 12 esteemed elders of the sect. Under the Sect Master of Xiantian, there were 12 esteemed elders, and beneath them lay hundreds of ordinary elders, each responsible for various matters within the sect. Naturally, those who could stand alongside Elder Lu were also among the 12 esteemed elders, and given the earlier titles, it was easy to deduce that the two beautiful women were indeed the third elder and the ninth elder. It was remarkable that 3 of the 12 esteemed elders had gathered in this humble Maple Leaf Square. These were figures whose mere stomp could reverberate throughout the entire realm of cultivation, yet here they were, addressing the issues of mere servant disciples. To call it mere coincidence would be an affront to reason. How peculiar that they arrived just as the Beast Master Peak disciples found themselves in dire straits. This inevitably brought to mind Li Jingtong's extraordinary talent for survival. Survival against all odds, level A, favored one of the heavens. Able to turn peril into fortune and escape from dire circumstances. Such a formidable talent indeed. Why are you no longer calling me senior sister? Elder Jiu teased Qin Yu. Seizing the moment, Qin Yu flattered. It is simply that both elders are as stunning as celestial beings, causing this disciple to momentarily lose his wits. Elder Jiu erupted into a fit of giggles. Soon, the disciples from the Beast Master Peak came rushing in, and upon seeing the three elders, they immediately prostrated themselves. We greet the Peak Master and the two elders. Elder Lu, with a stern expression, asked, "Do you know why you have been summoned?" Kong Tianjiao wore a grim expression. Lowering his head and weakly admitting, "Disciple acknowledges my mistake." The other disciples behind him echoed in unison, "Disciple acknowledges my mistake." What is the first decree of the Beast Master Peak? It is the prohibition of spirit beasts relieving themselves indiscriminately. What are the consequences for violating this decree? The disciples bowed their heads, too fearful to utter a word. The sixth elder spoke flatly, "For serious offenses, one is directly expelled from the Beast Master Peak. Do you not consider your actions to be serious?" The disciples hastily prostrated themselves, pleading, "Peak Master, we understand our mistake. Please grant us another chance." Qin Yu sighed. The law does not punish the masses. If this had been the act of one or a few individuals, they would surely have faced expulsion from the Beast Master Peak. However, when all were complicit, the punishment would inevitably be much lighter. Yet, while death may be avoided, living punishment is inescapable. It remained uncertain how merciless the sixth elder truly was. The sixth elder continued, "This behavior is extremely severe, but considering your usual good conduct, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Thank you, Peak Master. You have one day to clean up all the mess, and you will be confined in your cave for 6 months. Additionally, each of you must compensate the servant disciples who cleaned up the filth with 50 contribution points." The disciples of the Beast Master Peak felt a pang of regret. They had just suffered a significant loss yesterday, having little contribution points remaining, and now they faced another expense. All eyes turned to Kong Tianjiao in reproach. If it were not for him, none of us would be facing punishment. "How many of you have cleaned up this mess?" The sixth elder inquired, directing his gaze at Qin Yu. Qin Yu replied honestly, "Elder, I know of 6 individuals. Others did not come into contact with it." "Very well, now pay 300 contribution points," the sixth elder declared sternly. After much deliberation, Kong Tianjiao and the others finally pooled together 300 contribution points, which Qin Yu then distributed to Li Zhengtong and the others. The plaque that opened the cave possessed the functionality to store and withdraw contribution points. These servant disciples toiled for an entire month to earn just 10 contribution points. So 50 points were equivalent to 5 months of their earnings. They had struck gold. Is this the benefit of the tempered talent feedback? Tempered talent level. A jade must be carved to become a vessel. A person must be polished to become a talent. Only through sufficient trials can one become a true powerhouse. One often encounters arduous challenges and life-threatening crises, but crises coexist with opportunities. As long as one navigates through the crisis, they shall reap commensurate rewards. This time, Qin Yu truly witnessed the terrifying nature of the tempered talent's miraculous benefits. Indeed, rewards come effortlessly. Qin Yu also realized that the benefits did not merely accrue to Li Jingtong. All those involved in the incident had a chance to gain rewards. Once the matter was resolved, the sixth elder solemnly declared, "This is my first time catching you, and it shall also be the last. Should there be a next time, your cultivation will be abolished, and you will be expelled from the Xiantian sect. We disciples shall never dare to repeat this." Chapter 26. Purchasing pills. Was it resolved so easily? After the elders departed, Li Zhengtong felt a sense of unreality. For him, this was nothing short of a dream. Just when they faced difficulties, 3 formidable figures descended from the heavens, effortlessly resolving their plight, and they even received 50 contribution points in the end. Li Zhengtong could hardly dare to dream of such a scenario. Qin Yu patted Li Zhengtong on the shoulder, stating that such occurrences would become frequent, and it would be wise to adapt sooner rather than later. As he departed, he instructed Li to distribute the contribution points to Xiao Ji and the others. Qin Yu had no intention of sharing the contribution points with Li Zhengtong, nor did he take the opportunity to report additional names when tallying the numbers. He understood that the benefactor of such rewards was a significant figure within their sect, and those in power despised insincerity. Although the likelihood of this matter reaching the ears of the sixth elder was nearly non-existent, there was no need to jeopardize everything for a mere handful of contribution points. Before leaving, Qin Yu smiled at Kong Tianjiao, saying, "Little Kong, do your best." Kong Tianjiao glared at Qin Yu. Thinking him merely a lowly servant disciple who had enjoyed a stroke of luck, he believed that in 6 months, Qin would be finished. Let us see if you can endure these 6 months. 6 months may seem a brief period, but in a world devoid of television or mobile phones, where one could only remain in their cave-dwelling cultivating, time dragged on monotonously. As Qin Yu prepared to leave, he reminded, "We have allocated our 6 contribution points, but there are still many servant disciples along the way. Do not forget to share. Otherwise, the 6th Elder would surely be displeased." In frustration, Kong Tianjiao snapped the shovel in his hand in two, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "I don't need your reminders. Ha ha. Thanks to my benefactor for the 50 contribution points." Qin Yu laughed heartily as he departed with Li Zhengtong, leaving behind a group of beleaguered disciples at the beast-taming peak laboring amidst the muck. After distributing the contribution points to Xiao Zhi and the others, Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong headed directly to the marketplace. Now that they had wealth, it was time to indulge in some serious spending. "Brother Yu, what do you plan to purchase?" Li Zhengtong inquired. Qin Yu pondered for a moment. "I intend to enter seclusion for a few days, so I will buy some medicinal pills to aid my cultivation. I shall acquire some pills as well to catch up. I've been too busy these past few days and have fallen behind in my cultivation. By the way, Brother Yu, are you nearing the first level of qi refinement?" Qin Yu feigned nonchalance. "By the end of this seclusion, I will have ascended to the 2nd level of qi refinement." Li Zhengtong gasped. "How can you progress so swiftly?" The two arrived at the marketplace and casually chose a shop selling medicinal pills. "Do you have any pills that enhance cultivation?" Qin Yu inquired upon entering. Indeed, the shopkeeper presented several varieties of pills. "This is the qi refinement pill, suitable for qi refinement period cultivators, priced at 12 contribution points each. This is the qi promotion pill, suitable for both qi refinement and foundation establishment period cultivators, priced at 15 contribution points each. This is the vitality powder, suitable for qi refinement period cultivators, priced at 8 contribution points per pack." The shopkeeper enthusiastically introduced 4 or 5 types. Yet all Qin Yu could feel was that they were exorbitantly priced. 50 contribution points seemed to vanish in an instant. He recalled that the pills sold at outdoor stalls were not this costly. "Is there not a pill suitable for tribulation period cultivators?" Qin Yu inquired. The shopkeeper replied, "No." "Then what kind of shop is this that lacks pills for tribulation period cultivators?" Qin Yu retorted, before turning to leave the shop with Li Zhengtong. "These pills are indeed overpriced. Let us purchase from a roadside stall instead." Li Zhengtong expressed concern. "Brother Yu, won't the quality from roadside stalls be unreliable?" "Nonsense," Qin Yu reprimanded. "Even the roadside stalls do not disdain your poverty. How can you have the audacity to criticize their quality?" Soon after, Qin Yu encountered a cultivator selling medicinal pills. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the same senior brother from before. "Senior brother, I would like to purchase some pills to enhance my cultivation." "Certainly," the senior brother replied warmly. "Given your auras, you must be in the qi refinement stage. The qi refinement pill and the vitality powder are the most suitable for you." The qi refinement pill costs 8 contribution points each, while the vitality powder is 5 contribution points per packet. Indeed, the prices are considerably lower than those in the store. The qi refinement pill is far more effective than the vitality powder. If you have sufficient contribution points, I recommend opting for the qi refinement pill. "Then I will have 3 qi refinement pills, please." Qin Yu decided to test the effects first. If the results were mediocre, it would be better to save the remaining contribution points for a nice meal at the cafeteria. "I would like 3 as well." "Absolutely." The senior brother beamed with delight. Recognizing them as significant customers, he promptly packed the pills into 2 small porcelain vials and handed them to Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong. "Senior brother, don't alchemists earn quite a bit?" Li Zhengtong inquired. "Not at all." The senior brother sighed as he sat on a bench. "Those alchemists with a high success rate certainly make a fortune, but for someone like me, lacking in talent, the earnings barely cover the cost of materials. However, alchemy is my passion. Even if I pour all my monthly sect subsidies into it, I still find it worthwhile." Qin Yu assessed the senior brother's talent. Medium-grade spiritual root level, barely reaching the threshold of cultivation, but unlikely to achieve significant accomplishments, destined to be the green leaves that accompany the red flowers. Only one thought flashed before Qin Yu. Is it possible to practice alchemy without innate talent? Qin Yu realized he had previously fallen into a misconception. As long as one masters the essential knowledge of alchemy, any cultivator can engage in it. However, those with innate talent enter the field more swiftly and achieve a higher success rate. Conversely, cultivators without such talent must invest more effort and resources to get started. But with enough diligence, they can still become alchemists. Yet, talent dictates limits. Without innate alchemical talent, no amount of hard work can yield high-grade pills. On the way back, Qin Yu asked Li Zhengtong, "Do you wish to become an alchemist?" Li Zhengtong nodded and explained, "I have a relative who is an alchemist. He told me that this profession is quite lucrative and highly respected. For instance, the raw materials for the qi refinement pill cost, at most 1 contribution point per portion. Yet once refined into a pill, it can be valued at 8 contribution points or even higher. As long as one successful pill is created from 8 portions of raw materials, profit can be made." Qin Yu nodded, "I find your reasoning sound. But becoming an alchemist requires talent. I believe studying formations would suit you better." Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Qin Yu activated the formation and prepared to enter seclusion. "I wonder how effective these pills will be." Qin Yu glanced at the progress bar, which currently displayed 6%. "Let us see how much progress a single pill can help me." He swallowed 1 qi refinement pill in 1 gulp. Soon, Qin Yu felt a surge of heat throughout his body, and his entire meridian system began to boil. Chapter 27. Breakthrough. The effect of a single qi refinement pill lasts for 12 hours. As the meridians gradually calmed and the heat dissipated from his body, Qin Yu discovered that the flow of energy within his meridians had significantly expanded. He promptly accessed his personal panel. Name: Qin Yu. Talent: medium-grade spiritual root, level. Progress: 24. Remarkably, within a single day his progress had surged from 6% to 24%. Qin Yu was taken aback, astonished by the potency of the elixir that had tripled his cultivation speed. Without hesitation, he consumed another pill. After 2 more days, Qin Yu had exhausted his supply of elixirs, yet his cultivation progress had reached an impressive 61. With the enhancement of the elixirs, a single day of cultivation equated to 3 days of regular practice. The rapid acceleration in his growth left Qin Yu incredulous. He calculated that under optimal conditions with ample elixirs, he could attain the 2nd level of qi refinement in merely 6 days. It was no wonder that elixirs were so costly. Their efficacy was simply extraordinary. Without the generous contribution of 50 points from the Beastmaster Peak, Qin Yu, earning only 10 contribution points a month, could afford only 1 qi refinement pill each month, significantly impeding his progress. Qin Yu adjusted his mindset, preparing to continue his cultivation. However, without the elixir's enhancement, he found the practice rather uninspiring. Having experienced the swiftness of flight, who would willingly return to the slow pace of a cart? Resolutely, Qin Yu rushed to the marketplace to purchase 3 additional qi refinement pills. Consequently, he was left with merely 2 contribution points. After consuming the pills, he resumed his cultivation. 2 more days passed, and upon exhausting the effects of the 2nd elixir, Qin Yu felt his energy surge, the spiritual energy within his meridians expanding rapidly. Progress bar reached 100. Congratulations, host, you have gained an opportunity for talent replication. Progress bar reset. Qin Yu had successfully advanced from the 1st level to the 2nd level of qi refinement. He had broken through. Exhaling slowly, he reflected, "My cultivation speed among outer disciples should now be commendable. In 6 months, I could easily challenge an outer disciple and enter the outer sect." The outer disciples encompassed both medium and high-grade spiritual roots, and with his own medium-grade spiritual root, along with the aid of the elixirs, Qin Yu felt confident in his ability to surpass those with medium-grade roots. Rising to stretch his limbs, he noticed a significant increase in his strength. His physique appeared more robust, and the spiritual energy within his meridians seemed to be nourishing his body. Suddenly, as Qin Yu observed the changes within himself, he heard a series of knocks on his formation from outside. He opened the door to find Li Zhengtong waiting at the entrance. "What is the matter?" Qin Yu inquired as he deactivated the formation. Li Zhengtong responded, "Today, the inner disciples from the Refining Peak, Formation Peak, and Alchemy Peak are coming to teach us." "The servant disciples. Let us go and see. Are they really coming to teach us?" Qin Yu asked, somewhat surprised. He had assumed the sect viewed servant disciples merely as tools, but it appeared they were treated with more respect than he had anticipated. "Brother Yu, are you going?" Li Zhengtong asked. "Absolutely," Qin Yu replied eagerly. Qin Yu, feeling somewhat fatigued from his training, decided it was an opportune moment to clear his mind. "Are you planning to study alchemy?" he inquired. Li Zhengtong pondered for a moment before responding. "Brother Yu, did you not suggest that I delve into the study of formations? I believe I shall listen to lectures on formation techniques instead. Qin Yu was surprised by the high regard Li Jingtong held for him. A mere suggestion had altered his decision. Heed the advice of others, and you shall prosper. I perceive that you possess a remarkable talent for formations, Qin Yu thought, recalling Li Jingtong's impressive aptitude in that field, which would surely make his entry into formations a simple endeavor. Brother Yu, which subject do you wish to pursue? Qin Yu contemplated briefly. He could study alchemy, formations, or weapon crafting, with Li Jingtong opting to learn formations. Qin Yu felt no immediate need to embark on that journey himself. He could leave matters of formations in Li Jingtong's capable hands. As for crafting weapons and alchemical potions, he sensed a stark difference in their relevance. Having recently been captivated by the power of potions, he pondered how he could survive without them. I shall choose alchemy, he resolved, realizing that given his substantial need for potions, it would be prudent to learn the art of alchemy himself. The location of the lecture was an impressively large room that reminded Qin Yu of a conference hall from his past life. Upon arriving, the two friends parted ways, and Qin Yu observed that the number of students studying alchemy was comparable to those learning formations, though fewer were engaged in weapon crafting. This discrepancy stemmed from the nature of the weaponry industry. While weapons are indeed costly, many cultivators purchase a single flying sword that serves them for years, resulting in diminished demand. Consequently, skilled blacksmiths thrive financially, while the rest face dire circumstances. In contrast, alchemy and formations do not suffer from such issues. These are consumables with a robust market demand, allowing practitioners to earn income early in their studies. The instructor was an inner disciple of the alchemy peak, named Jiao Xiaoxiao. She began by elucidating the benefits of becoming an alchemist, delivering an extensive discourse that Qin Yu could succinctly summarize in a single phrase. Becoming an alchemist is lucrative. Why do cultivators place such value on wealth? It is unavoidable. A cultivator expends vast resources throughout their journey. Though Qin Yu may not fully grasp this at present, he would soon face the need to purchase foundational elixirs during his foundation establishment and further potions for core formation, not to mention the auxiliary potions required for regular cultivation. Additionally, there are spirit tools, talismans, detoxification pills, spirit pets, and more, each requiring financial investment. The scarcity of resources is arguably the greatest obstacle faced by all outer disciples striving to elevate their cultivation. Many errant disciples fail to reach the foundation stage upon leaving the sect due to insufficient contribution points to afford the necessary auxiliary potions. However, should one become an alchemist, all these challenges would be surmountable. Jiao Xiaoxiao's words stirred Qin Yu's ambitions. He was currently grappling with financial constraints, possessing only a single potion left, which would be depleted within a day, and merely 2 contribution points remaining in his account, insufficient to acquire anything. He still had one opportunity to replicate a talent, and having recently tested it, he found he could only replicate talents of a single level. What if I were to replicate a talent for alchemy? Qin Yu contemplated inwardly. If Qin Yu were to duplicate another, inferior spiritual root, he would possess both medium spiritual root and inferior spiritual root as talents. Whether both spiritual roots function simultaneously or solely the medium spiritual root, it would not significantly impact Qin Yu's cultivation speed. Conversely, mastering alchemy would provide him with a continuous supply of elixirs, greatly accelerating his cultivation progress. This would lead to a swifter opportunity for the next talent duplication, a true win-win scenario. After all, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. Currently, under the protection of the sect, Qin Yu feels quite secure, with no enemies lurking outside. Thus there is no urgent need to hasten his strength enhancement. The voice of Jiao Xiaoxiao continued to echo in Qin Yu's ears. There is no need for concern that alchemy would hinder cultivation speed. On the contrary, the practice of alchemy itself constitutes a form of cultivation. It not only enhances one's cultivation level, but also increases mastery over spiritual energy. Continuous cultivation can be rather monotonous. Thus, taking a break to learn alchemy is indeed a splendid choice. Slapping his thigh, Qin Yu resolved to proceed without hesitation. Chapter 28. The stinky tofu emerges. Qin Yu conducted a thorough scan of those around him. After examining over a dozen individuals, he found no one with an aptitude for alchemy, nor any with talents in weapon forging or formation technique. Is the value of the talents in the myriad skills of cultivation truly so high? The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. The rarity of such talents implies that alchemists earn significantly. Qin Yu continued his search, and after assessing more than 30 individuals, He finally discovered one with a rank in alchemical aptitude. Fire Fanning Apprentice, rank. Possesses some innate talent in the way of alchemy, enabling a smooth entry into the field and the ability to concoct relatively simple elixirs. Secured. Qin Yu decisively replicated this talent. Having discussed the benefits of alchemy, Zhao Xiaoxiao commenced her formal explanation of the foundational knowledge regarding the art. The first requirement for alchemy is to prepare an alchemical furnace, which primarily serves to transform the spiritual energy of cultivators into the spiritual fire necessary for concocting elixirs. Zhao Xiaoxiao retrieved a furnace from her cosmic bag. The furnace was a deep crimson hue, featuring 2 openings on either side. These openings are termed furnace holes, and with the arrangement of formations above them, our spiritual energy is infused into the furnace. For those encountering alchemy for the first time, I recommend using a single-hole furnace, as it is more affordable and easier to control. In addition to the furnace, we also need to prepare elixir recipes and the requisite materials. A complete elixir recipe not only lists the materials required for concocting the elixir, but also specifies the order in which each ingredient should be added and the time necessary for refining each substance. I possess several foundational elixir recipes, along with some personal insights into the refining process. If anyone is interested, feel free to come and transcribe a copy later. Even with a detailed recipe, alchemy remains a challenging endeavor, particularly for novices. I will now provide a thorough explanation of the specific steps and precautions for concocting the strength elixir. Qin Yu attentively listened to Zhao Xiaoxiao's exposition. Perhaps due to the enhancement of the Fire Fanning Apprentice talent, Qin Yu quickly grasped and memorized the steps she outlined. He recalled the various precautions with clarity. Alchemy is not so difficult after all. Qin Yu brimmed with confidence. Soon, Zhao Xiaoxiao concluded her lecture and provided a live demonstration. Today's lesson came to an end, and if anyone had questions afterwards, they could inquire at Danhua Hall, where seniors among the outer disciples of the alchemy peak practice their craft, conveniently located near the dining hall. As soon as class was dismissed, Qin Yu, utilizing his formidable prowess as a second-tier Qi practitioner, dashed out, being the first to imprint the alchemical formula prepared by Zhao Xiaoxiao. Upon exiting the classroom, he found Li Jingtong waiting at the door. "How was your learning?" Qin Yu inquired. Li Jingtong responded confidently. "The formations seem manageable. I should have no difficulty grasping the basics." Qin Yu echoed his sentiment. With determination and skill in hand, "Let us proceed to the market and procure our materials." The two hurriedly made their way to the market. Initially, Qin Yu and Li Jingtong acquired the necessary spiritual brushes and talisman paper, spending a total of 6 contribution points. Subsequently, they ventured to a shop that sold alchemical furnaces. Lacking funds, Qin Yu intended to first inquire about the prices. "What? The cheapest furnace costs 30 contribution points? Why not just rob a bank?" "Brother, the process of crafting our furnaces is intricate. Not only must the structure be sufficiently sturdy and heat-resistant, but we must also inscribe formations upon them. 30 points is already the cost price. How about we pool our resources? I still have 20 contribution points left. That is still insufficient. I'm left with merely 2 contribution points." Exiting the shop, Qin Yu took Li Jingtong to seek advice from a senior vendor in the marketplace. This vendor, named Li Ming, was soon found in his usual spot. Upon learning of Qin Yu's interest in alchemy, Li Ming was pleased and offered to assist with any questions Qin Yu may have in the future. However, after Qin Yu explained his predicament, Li Ming had little to offer. "I have sold all the furnaces I previously used, and the one I am currently using is unsuitable for beginners." Naturally, Qin Yu had no intention of accepting Li Ming's furnace. "Do you know of any affordable furnace sources? A second-hand option would suffice." Li Ming pondered for a moment. "Currently, none of my acquaintances plan to exchange their furnaces, but I will keep an eye out for you. As for cheap furnace sources, my first furnace cost me a month's worth of contribution points. Does that mean I must wait 3 months?" Qin Yu found the timeline unacceptable. "Thank you for your trouble." "No trouble at all." As Qin Yu and Li Jingtong departed from Li Ming's stall, Qin Yu surveyed the surrounding vendors. He was not one to retreat in the face of challenges. Once he had set his sights on a goal, nothing could deter him. "Brother Yu," Li Jingtong suggested, "why not borrow 10 points from Xiao Ji and the others? 30 contribution points isn't that steep." Qin Yu shook his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "No need. I have devised a way to earn money. 30 contribution points is merely a trifle for me." Qin Yu borrowed a Qianquan bag from Zhong Wendy and took a brief leave to return to the small town. He did not return to Xiantian sect until nightfall. That evening, Qin Yu attempted his training, opting not to consume the last qi refining pill, as he had plans for the following morning. The progress of Qin Yu's cultivation at the second level of qi refinement has slowed considerably. During his first level, he was able to achieve a remarkable 3% increase in a single night without the aid of medicinal pills. However, now, after a full night of practice, he has only managed to improve by just over 1%. The absence of elixirs has rendered his advancement painfully sluggish. As dawn broke, Qin Yu wheeled his cart to the marketplace. On the cart hung a sign emblazoned with the words "Stinky Tofu." Fortunately, the remaining raw materials from before his ascent had not been lost, although the odor had intensified. How repugnant. But as they say, while the smell may be foul, the taste is delightful. While ordinary snacks are purchased with copper coins, Qin Yu firmly believes his stinky tofu is no ordinary fare. It is singular in this realm of cultivation. This groundbreaking invention is poised to send ripples throughout the culinary world. Selling each skewer for merely 1 contribution point seems exceedingly reasonable. Finding a vacant spot, Qin Yu positioned his cart adjacent to a fellow cultivator selling candied hawthorn. The air was filled with an unpleasant aroma. The candied hawthorn seller pinched his nose and looked at Qin Yu, exclaiming, "My friend, selling excrement is prohibited in the marketplace. Those caught will face penalties." Upon hearing such disparagement towards his pride, Qin Yu retorted without hesitation, "Old dang, I am selling stinky tofu. Repeat after me. Stinky tofu." If you cannot read, perhaps you should spend a few more years studying with the children. The candied hawthorn seller, incensed, replied, "I don't care what you sell. Your foul stench is ruining my business." An idea struck Qin Yu, and he said, "My friend, you are mistaken. Have you never heard of the method of contrast?" The seller, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" Qin Yu explained, "When you stand next to someone unattractive, you appear more handsome by comparison. When you stand beside someone dark-skinned, you seem fairer." The candied hawthorn seller pondered this and remarked, "Now that you mention it, that does make sense." Qin Yu continued, in the same vein, "When your candied hawthorn is placed alongside my stinky tofu, it will enhance the perceived sweetness and flavor of your product. Do you understand?" The candied hawthorn seller, enlightened, said, "I see now. I apologize for misunderstanding you earlier." Qin Yu graciously replied, "No worries, no worries. Old dang, if your candied hawthorn sells even 1 skewer next to me, I will consider you exceptional." Chapter 29. The Unfortunate Kong Tianjiao Candied Hawthorn, Sweet and Sour. Stinky tofu, pungent yet savory. Candied hawthorn, delectable and tangy. Stinky tofu, fragrant and spicy. Despite the fervent proclamations of both vendors, no customers approached their stalls. It was as if an invisible barrier surrounded Qin Yu, deterring anyone from coming near. Gradually, as the marketplace grew busier, congestion formed around some popular stalls, while a vacuum of emptiness persisted in front of the stinky tofu and candied hawthorn vendors. The candied hawthorn seller inquired, "Why are they all avoiding us?" Qin Yu replied, "Could it be that your candied hawthorn is of such poor quality that no one wishes to buy it? Just look at the bustling business at the fried meat stall." With a stoic expression, the candied hawthorn seller retorted, "My sales yesterday surpassed his." Qin Yu, "It appears that your candied hawthorns are poorly made today. Just look at that one. It has turned black, unmistakably stale." The candied hawthorn apprentice, with veins bulging on his forehead, retorted, "Is it not possible that the issue lies with you?" Qin Yu waved dismissively, "Absolutely not. How could my stinky tofu possibly be at fault? Are you questioning the authenticity of my family's ancestral recipe?" The candied hawthorn apprentice scoffed, "What ancestral recipe? It seems to me that you are merely peddling spoiled food. This tofu reeks." Qin Yu countered, "If the tofu does not smell, how can it be called stinky tofu? The stinkier it is, the more authentic it becomes." The candied hawthorn apprentice exclaimed, "With such a foul odor, who would dare to eat it?" Qin Yu replied, "Did you not hear my slogan? It smells foul, yet tastes delightful. Care for a taste?" The apprentice retorted, "No." Qin Yu insisted, "Just 1 skewer, it's free. Come on, try it. You are bound to fall in love with the flavor." The candied hawthorn apprentice warned, "Don't come any closer. Take that blackened thing away from me." Ugh. At that moment, Qin Yu suddenly heard a remarkably familiar voice. "What a stench. Xiaoqing, let me explain." Qin Yu swiftly scanned the crowd for the source of the voice and soon identified the individual, clad in a black robe that enveloped him entirely. As if he were trying to evade the light, he was chasing after a woman, continuously pleading for her to listen. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Suddenly, a flash of realization struck Qin Yu. It sounded just like Kong Tianjiao. Shouldn't he be confined within his cave today? How did he end up at the market? No wonder he was dressed so conspicuously. He must have snuck out. Qin Yu observed discreetly as the cloaked Kong Tianjiao hastened his steps and seized the woman's hand. The woman turned, pulling her hand away, and they halted face to face. Quite coincidentally, their position was just a short distance from Qin Yu's stall. While the rest of the market thrived with bustling activity, an eerie stillness surrounded Qin Yu's stall as passers-by instinctively quickened their pace. Not daring to linger in that area, Kong Tianjiao, wary of attracting attention, had naturally chosen this secluded spot. Xiao Qing, it is not as you imagine. What an awful smell. The woman named Xiao Qing, clearly irritated, exclaimed, "So, you think I stink?" "I did not say you reek." Kong Tianjiao hastily clarified. "I meant there is a foul odor in the air. Do not believe me? Take a whiff." Xiao Qing shot him a disdainful glance, stating, "My nasal inflammation has flared up. I cannot smell anything, and you seem to have forgotten my condition entirely." "Of course I haven't forgotten. Look, I have even procured medicine for your nasal inflammation." Kong Tianjiao quickly handed her a vial of pills, and her expression softened somewhat. Seizing the opportunity, Kong Tianjiao continued, "Xiao Qing, it is truly not as the rumors suggest. You are still attempting to deny it." Xiao Qing turned away, saying, "So many witnesses saw Xiao Lian leave your room in disarray that day. Every vendor at the market witnessed it. Do not heed their slander. That day, Xiao Lian merely delivered breakfast to me and was unfortunate enough to be seen by those individuals. You are aware that there are those who would wish for my demise, and they will undoubtedly spread malicious rumors about me." Observing Xiao Qing's wavering resolve, Kong Tianjiao seized the moment, saying, "Qing, have you forgotten our solemn vows? Have you forgotten the promises we made beneath the maple trees, pledging to never part in this lifetime?" Xiao Qing's brows furrowed. It was better not to mention it, for the mere reference ignited her fury further. No wonder the maple leaves in the square had all vanished. "It seems your fickle heart is to blame, you wretched scoundrel." Kong Tianjiao wished he could slap himself twice. Of all things to say, why bring up those accursed leaves? And why had not a single one remained? He felt as if some unseen force was conspiring against him. "Qing, this is all a misunderstanding. Please allow me to explain." "I shall not listen. I do not wish for you to seek me out again. Our bond is irreparably severed." "How splendid." Qin Yu ceased his antics with the stinky tofu, leaning in with his fellow vendor to eavesdrop on their exchange. "Ugh." Kong Tianjiao could not suppress a retch. Xiao Qing retorted, "Ah, you disgusting man. So now you find me repulsive, do you?" "No, it is merely the foul stench that reminds me of the wretched days past." Xiao Qing shot back, "Begone. Do not trouble me again. We are no longer connected." She turned to leave. "Li Qing." Kong Tianjiao's voice deepened. "Do not presume I am unaware. You disdain me for my unclean state, do you not?" "Indeed," Xiao Qing boldly affirmed. "The thought of you cloaked in filth repulses me. Moreover, you have become the laughingstock of the outer sect. Who does not know you as the filthy boy? I would feel humiliated to be your partner. You shall regret this." "Li Qing, I have no shortage of women by my side. I do not require your presence." With that, Li Qing hastily departed, leaving Kong Tianjiao seething in place. "Damnable woman, wait for me. One day, I shall make you rue your decision." Ugh, this foul odor. Kong Tianjiao was nearly beside himself with rage. He felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate everything in sight. How thrilling. What an unexpected twist. Qin Yu instinctively remarked. Yet, the keen senses of cultivators caught this remark, and Kong Tianjiao's fury intensified. Seeking death, his features contorted in rage as he stormed over. The closer he drew to the stall, the more pungent the stench became. Gazing at the source of the odor, recalling the torment he had endured, and the humiliation and fatigue he had suffered days prior, his anger surged. Realizing his commentary had been overheard, Qin Yu felt a wave of embarrassment. "Is someone here for stinky tofu? It smells awful yet tastes delightful." Kong Tianjiao's face twisted in fury. "I shall not consume your detestable fare." Bang! In a fit of rage, Kong Tianjiao struck, sending Qin Yu's cart flying a meter into the air, scattering hot oil and stinky tofu across the ground. The commotion drew startled glances from everyone nearby. Regaining his composure, Kong Tianjiao remembered he had stealthily slipped away, hastily tightening his dark cloak, hoping the vendor had not seen his face. However, upon looking, the veins on his forehead throbbed once more. "How is it you again? It seems that misfortune has a way of manifesting itself, and this individual is bound to appear." Qin Yu feigned recognition of Kong Tianjiao, his face adorned with feigned surprise as he prepared to shout. However, Kong Tianjiao swiftly covered Qin Yu's mouth and whispered in his ear, "Do not shout. I shall compensate you for your stall." Should the Sixth Elder learn that he had sneaked out, he would likely be expelled from the Xiantian sect without hesitation. In Chapter 30, gratitude is expressed to the esteemed brother on the leaderboard for the 200 contribution points. You truly believe this meager item is worth 200 contribution points? Qin Yu shrugged. If you refuse to pay, I shall have no choice but to raise my voice and summon the enforcement team. Do not. Kong Tianjiao inhaled deeply, suppressing the anger within. All right, I shall pay. Is that satisfactory? Would it not have been better to do this from the start? Qin Yu waved his hand at the onlookers who had turned their attention to them. No worries. This is merely my friend's unconventional greeting, which I like to refer to as violent aesthetics. Upon hearing Qin Yu's explanation, the spectators, who had been prepared to witness the unfolding drama, clicked their tongues and dispersed. Only then did Kong Tianjiao exhale in relief. Qin Yu extended his hand. Now, the 200 contribution points, if you please. I do not possess that many contribution points. Kong Tianjiao replied. He had only accumulated 30 contribution points over the month, and the tasks he had completed had barely added to his total. After recent penalties imposed by his senior brother and the Peak Master, his contribution points had dwindled significantly. Qin Yu inhaled deeply, preparing to shout once more. Do not shout. Kong Tianjiao hastily produced a sword. This sword can be sold for 200 contribution points. Then shall we sell it together? Qin Yu replied eagerly. Let us go. As Qin Yu and Kong Tianjiao made their way to the spirit weapon shop, a small, furry black dog suddenly appeared from nowhere, racing to Qin Yu's stall and devouring all the scattered stinky tofu. Despite the bustling market filled with people, no one noticed this peculiar occurrence. Before long, Qin Yu returned with a beaming smile. What a bountiful day it has been. I am grateful for the contribution points bestowed by the top brother on the leaderboard. Kong Tianjiao, observing Qin Yu's smug demeanor, gritted his teeth. What is your name? I am Li Zhengtong, of the illustrious Li family, and I neither change my name nor my surname. Li Zhengtong, is it? I shall remember you. Kong Tianjiao retorted fiercely before hastily departing in his black cloak. As Qin Yu watched Kong Tianjiao's retreating figure, he mused to himself. Kong Tianjiao must possess quite a few treasures that could be exchanged for a substantial number of contribution points. He prepared to tidy up the scattered stinky tofu, but was astonished to find that it had entirely vanished. Could someone have come to clean it up? Qin Yu dismissed the thought and, after wiping the ground clean of oil, pushed his cart back to his dwelling. Upon returning home, he encountered Li Jingtong. After the maple leaves had disappeared from Maple Leaf Square, Li Jingtong spent his days inspecting the area, dedicating the rest of his time to cultivation. Brother Yu, have you set up a stall at the market? Indeed. How much did you earn? Qin Yu proudly held up 2 fingers. 200 contribution points. 200? Li Jingtong was taken aback. It takes me an entire year of service to the sect to earn that much. Brother Yu, just how much did you sell? Not much. Really. Primarily, the customers found the odor unbearable and overturned the stall, resulting in a loss of 200. Li Jingtong remarked, Yugu, this is a gift for you. He handed Qin Yu a golden yellow talisman. What is this? Qin Yu inquired. Li Jingtong proudly explained, this is a talisman I drew, known as the Rapid Hardening Talisman. Its purpose is to enhance surface defense and can be affixed to clothing. The talisman can be used independently or within a formation, serving as a crucial node that significantly amplifies the formation's power. Given the many similarities between talismans and formations, and the relative ease of drawing talismans compared to establishing formations, beginners in the art of formations typically start by learning to draw talismans. Therefore, in the realm of cultivation, a formation master is also a talisman master. Qin Yu complimented. Impressive, though the name of this talisman sounds somewhat frivolous. Have you made a breakthrough? Li Zhengtong scratched the back of his head and humbly replied. This hardly counts as a breakthrough. The Rapid Hardening Talisman is among the simplest of talismans and is quite easy to draw. Qin Yu understood that when Li Zhengtong said it was simple, it was due to his exceptional talent in formations. For an ordinary person, mastering such a talisman might take a considerable amount of time. This illustrates the distinction between genius and the average individual. Li Zhengtong continued. The study of formations is vast and profound. I still have a ways to go before I can truly call myself adept. My current limitation is my insufficient cultivation. After drawing just 2 talismans, my internal spiritual energy was completely expended. However, I have discovered some good news. Drawing talismans can indeed enhance one's cultivation, albeit at a slower rate than traditional training. Qin Yu had anticipated this. Since alchemy could enhance cultivation, it stood to reason that talisman crafting could also. Well then, keep up the good work. In the future, I will rely on your talismans. Qin Yu stated as he set down his card and returned to the market to purchase an alchemy furnace along with a variety of herbs. Now that he had the means, Qin Yu was determined not to settle for the cheapest furnace, as that would not align with his status as the Emperor Qin Yu. After much deliberation, he chose a furnace of exquisite dark golden hue priced at 55 contribution points. Subsequently, he visited the herbal shop to acquire materials for 30 portions of the strengthening pill. This pill was thoroughly explained and demonstrated by Jiao Xiao, and is among the easiest pills to craft, making it ideal for beginners. The effects of the strengthening pill are straightforward. It temporarily enhances the user's strength. Crafting the strengthening pill requires only 3 types of spiritual herbs: bull tendon flower, fierce tiger grass, and broken bone tree leaves, all of which are exceedingly common and inexpensive. One can purchase enough materials for 3 portions of the strengthening pill for just 1 contribution point. Qin Yu also inquired about the buyback price for the strengthening pill, which is 3 contribution points each. As long as he successfully crafts 1 pill from 9 portions of materials, he will break even. Crafting 2 will yield a considerable profit. Qin Yu mused delightfully. If I succeed in crafting just 10 pills from these 30 portions, I can exchange them for 30 contribution points, netting a profit of 20 contribution points. Then, I can use those 20 contribution points to acquire qi refining pills for cultivation. It's simply perfect. Embracing the alchemy furnace, Qin Yu hurried back to Cave 666, eager to commence the alchemical process. Upon returning to the cave, he hung a sign at the entrance that read "Do Not Disturb," and then activated the formation. Disturbances are the greatest taboo in alchemy. Qin Yu meticulously arranged a collection of spiritual herbs in the courtyard and positioned the alchemical furnace in a favorable direction according to feng shui principles. After closing his eyes to meditate for a while, he adjusted his state to its optimum. Let us begin. Opening his eyes, Qin Yu consulted the alchemical formula, revisiting the steps outlined and diligently reviewing the precautions. First, he raised the temperature to 500 degrees. Qin Yu channeled spiritual energy into the furnace, and flames erupted fiercely within. Marvelous. The temperature seems just right. He began by using the high heat to evaporate the moisture from 2 cow tendon flowers. Qin Yu placed the 2 flowers into the furnace. With a thunderous bang, the flowers were reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Realizing something was amiss, he noted that the temperature appeared excessively high. Qin Yu adjusted the flow of spiritual energy, gradually diminishing the flames and lowering the temperature. Once more, he placed 2 cow tendon flowers into the furnace again. This time, instead of turning to ash, the petals twisted rapidly before settling at the bottom of the furnace. Another failure. This time, the temperature was too low. Qin Yu found himself reminiscing about temperature guns from his past life, which could simply be pointed at the furnace to reveal the exact degrees. Such a device would be a sorcerer's treasure. Unfortunately, he lacked the knowledge to create even a thermometer, a disadvantage of his lack of education. Chapter 31. The beginning of alchemy. Qin Yu realized he had underestimated the complexity of alchemy. Observing the effortless demonstration by Xiao had given him a false sense of ease, but upon engaging in the practice himself, he discovered the considerable difficulty involved. In this world, there were no measuring tools. Achieving the appropriate temperature relied solely on experience and intuition. He speculated that even the 500 degrees noted in the formula was merely an approximation by the alchemist. If the temperature was low, he would need to input more spiritual energy. If high, he would reduce the input. Thus, he could only experiment repeatedly using this method. Gradually, Qin Yu increased the flow of spiritual energy, and once the temperature stabilized, he placed 2 cow tendon flowers into the furnace once again. The temperature remained low. Controlling the amount of spiritual energy was exceedingly challenging. Qin Yu had cultivated too rapidly in the past. Although his reservoir of energy was ample, he lacked the skill to utilize it effectively. In any situation, he would deplete his entire internal energy in a short span, rendering his method profoundly inefficient. Now, as he commenced alchemical practices, his shortcomings in this area became glaringly apparent. Alchemy demanded an exceptionally rigorous level of control over one's spiritual energy, with even the slightest deviation potentially compromising the quality of the elixir or resulting in failure. This ability to regulate spiritual energy depended heavily on the alchemist's mental prowess. Mental strength is an enigmatic force, capable not only of aiding practitioners in mastering their internal energy, but also enhancing their perception of the external world. Some formidable beings, even with their eyes closed, could perceive the surrounding flora and fauna through sheer mental acuity. Lower the temperature. A bit lower. Beads of sweat, like tiny pearls, cascaded down Qin Yu's forehead, soaking his garments entirely. Despite the coolness of the weather, the relentless heat from the furnace raised the ambient temperature to a sweltering 40 to 50 degrees. If Qin Yu had not already attained the second level of qi refinement, he would have likely succumbed to heat stroke and fainted by now. Even those practitioners at the second level still find it arduous to endure such extreme temperatures for prolonged periods. However, at this moment, Qin Yu was wholly immersed in the flames of the alchemical furnace, entirely oblivious to the scorching sensations on his skin. Unbeknownst to him, he entered a profound state of concentration. He could distinctly perceive the flickering of the flames within the furnace, sensing the slightest variations in the cow tendon flower's essence. Qin Yu's mental prowess was coming into play, gradually strengthening with each passing moment. Lower it a bit more, just a tad more. He exerted every ounce of his remaining spiritual energy to subtly adjust the temperature within the furnace. Now is the moment. Qin Yu swiftly cast 2 cow tendon flowers into the flames. This time, the flowers did not ignite instantly. Their petals did not curl, but instead unfurled naturally. As if blooming, a gentle mist emanated from the blossoms, a testament to the moisture being released from within. Success. Exhausted, Qin Yu could no longer manipulate the furnace and collapsed onto the ground. It was only then that he noticed the sun had reached its zenith in the southern sky, marking noon. His spiritual energy had been entirely depleted, leaving not a single drop. A sense of dizziness enveloped his mind, a consequence of the extensive mental exertion. Without the support of spiritual energy, the cow tendon flowers sank to the bottom of the furnace, losing their medicinal value. Qin Yu wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and counted the materials, realizing this was his 15th attempt. With the alchemical talent of a fire manipulator, it was hard to fathom how many trials those lacking innate gifts would endure. Out of 30 portions of materials, 15 cow tendon flowers had already been wasted. Nonetheless, Qin Yu felt no regret. All of this was worthwhile. The enhancement of his mental acuity alone was beyond the measure of mere contribution points. After taking a refreshing bath and changing into clean attire, he began to circulate his Xian Tian Gong to replenish his internal spiritual energy. After approximately 15 minutes of cultivation, his energy was restored to its original state, even exceeding the levels he had in the morning. It appears that alchemy indeed augments one's cultivation. How swiftly remains to be seen. Qin Yu opened his personal panel. Name: Qin Yu. Talent: medium-grade spiritual root, fire manipulator. Progress: 2. Note: upon reaching 100, an opportunity to replicate a talent will be granted. As the progress bar did not display decimal points, Qin Yu could not ascertain the precise increment. However, he estimated that after a night of cultivation, the progress should be around 15. This half-day of alchemy had likely contributed approximately 0.5. If he devoted his entire day to alchemy, he could anticipate an increase of 1, which was about 0.5 slower than pure cultivation. Yet, the benefits derived from alchemy far outweighed this modest increase. Indeed, pursuing alchemy was the right choice. Although his spiritual energy was abundant, Qin Yu still felt utterly fatigued. A moment of rest was imperative. Rubbing his temples, he collapsed onto the bed and soon drifted into slumber. Sleep is the most effective means of restoring one's vitality. After about half an hour, Qin Yu awoke, feeling invigorated and full of energy. After washing his face, he resumed his alchemical endeavors. This time, he succeeded in refining the beef tendon flower after only 2 attempts. Next, he lowered the temperature to 300 degrees, crushed the leaves of the fracture tree, and added them to the furnace to mix with the beef tendon flower. Drawing from his previous experience, Qin Yu had gained a reasonable understanding of the furnace's temperature. However, he encountered a new challenge: how to blend the beef tendon flower with the fracture tree leaves. Qin Yu recalled the techniques that Zhao Xiaoxiao had explained. Under the intense heat, he used his spiritual energy to gradually compress the beef tendon flower and the fracture tree leaves, amalgamating them until they were thoroughly fused, embodying an essence of mutual existence. Qin Yu envisioned his spiritual energy as a pair of large hands, kneading the 2 types of spiritual herbs together. Initially, he struggled to adapt, trying to control the furnace's temperature while simultaneously manipulating the two herbs, a dual task that proved quite difficult. Yet gradually, he discovered the technique. Through repeated failures, Qin Yu's mastery over his spiritual energy grew increasingly refined. After the 13th failed attempt, he finally exhausted the last of the beef tendon flour. Chapter 32. Surely, this elixir isn't toxic? Damn, is it gone so soon? I had just begun to feel something. Qin Yu looked up to find that night had fallen, and he had unknowingly spent half a day. This time, his spiritual energy had not been entirely depleted. Rather, his enhanced mental acuity allowed him to exert greater control over his spiritual energy. He could allocate his internal energy more precisely, thereby preventing waste. In other words, Qin Yu had become more enduring. Sitting cross-legged, he took a moment to replenish his energy, as prolonged concentration had left him feeling a bit lightheaded. He decided it was time to pause his alchemical work and rest. Changing into a different outfit, he strolled around the sect to unwind his weary nerves. The scenery of the Xiantian sect was quite splendid. Although there was no electricity, candles flickered everywhere, and unknown flowers along the roadside emitted faint glimmers, creating a unique beauty. After wandering for a while, Qin Yu returned to the marketplace to purchase more beef tendon flowers and fracture tree leaves. Back at his cave dwelling, he stored the alchemical furnace and prepared to cultivate. While alchemy was undoubtedly important, cultivation was the foundation of any practitioner. Once, a powerful immortal surnamed Zhou remarked that everything a practitioner does should fundamentally aim at enhancing their cultivation. However, practicing for a single night felt like a waste of the refining energy elixir. Qin Yu gazed at the last remaining elixir, deep in thought. Yet refraining from taking the elixir would mean slow progress, squandering time, youth, and life, an utterly shameful endeavor. The effects of the refining energy elixir lasted a full day. But since Qin Yu had to refine alchemy during the day, he would waste the elixir's benefits. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck him. If one elixir lasted an entire day, then half an elixir would suffice for a single night. Without hesitation, Qin Yu split the elixir in two and consumed one half. A night devoid of further events ensued. On the following morning, Qin Yu gathered his breath, realizing that the effects of the medicine indeed lasted only a night. What a genius I am. He opened his personal panel and glanced at the progress bar, which had reached 7. The speed of his cultivation after consuming the elixir was remarkable. After freshening up, Qin Yu ventured to the market and purchased 2 large meat buns. Once satiated, he began preparing for alchemy. This time, he did not rush into the process. Instead, he meticulously reviewed the precautions for crafting the strength elixir and recalled the details of yesterday's alchemical endeavors. Reflecting on his previous mistakes, he felt sufficiently prepared before retrieving the alchemical furnace. With the experience and insights gained from the previous day, Qin Yu found today's alchemical process to be considerably smoother. After only 3 attempts, he successfully fused the bull tendon flour with the bone-breaking tree leaves. The amalgamation of these 2 materials had already formed the initial shape of the elixir, resembling a quail egg, its entire body a deep emerald green, rolling and undulating under the manipulation of spiritual energy. Only one final ingredient remained for the successful creation of the strength elixir, the fierce tiger grass. Following the steps outlined in the formula, Qin Yu cautiously added the last ingredient. Drawing from his prior experience, he achieved success in a single attempt this time. What lay ahead was the final procedure, refining the elixir over a high flame to eliminate impurities. During this process, the elixir's size would gradually diminish until it was no larger than a fingernail. When the color transitioned from emerald green to black, it signified the successful completion of the elixir. This step demanded immense mental fortitude from the alchemist, necessitating constant observation of any changes in the elixir and adjusting the furnace's temperature accordingly to ensure the removal of impurities. During his first attempt, the elixir did not change color, prompting Qin Yu to continuously raise the furnace's temperature. Ultimately, through his relentless efforts, the elixir transformed into a lump of charcoal, crumbling into powder with the lightest touch. After numerous failures, Qin Yu grew indifferent to the setbacks, picking up another portion of materials to begin anew. He faced many challenges along the way, sometimes faltering in the second step, other times in the third, and occasionally at the final stage. After 2 consecutive days of attempting to craft the elixir, he had not succeeded in producing a single one, exhausting all his materials in the process. However, the silver lining was that Qin Yu's mental strength had significantly increased. He could now divide his spiritual energy into 3 or even 4 streams, simultaneously engaging in various tasks. Moreover, his alchemical skills visibly improved. Initially, he would stumble on the basic step of refining the bull tendon flower, but soon the earlier stages became trivial for him, with the final step remaining his greatest hurdle. Realizing that he could not continue in this solitary endeavor, he decided to seek guidance from his senior brother, hopeful that he might uncover the reasons for his failures. Qin Yu set off for the market, first purchasing 30 portions of materials for crafting the strength elixir, then returning to his previous spot to find senior brother Li Ming. Li Ming welcomed him warmly, and, after closing his stall for the evening, personally visited Qin Yu's dwelling to offer guidance on his cultivation. Upon witnessing Qin Yu's adeptness in refining the bull tendon flower and merging the bone-breaking tree leaves, Li Ming's expression was one of envy. In merely 2 days, Brother Qin has reached a level that far surpasses my own capabilities. After observing the entire process of Qin Yu's alchemy, Li Ming identified the problematic steps and demonstrated how to complete the final stage. Qin Yu felt enlightened. The following day, after only 3 attempts, he successfully concocted his very first great strength pill, cradling the warm elixir in his palms. Qin Yu was on the verge of tears from sheer excitement. After 4 days of relentless effort, countless failures, and nearly 30 contribution points expended, he had finally achieved this remarkable pill. No, it was 2. Qin Yu discovered another pill, half the size of the great strength pill, nestled at the bottom of the alchemical furnace. This second pill was entirely white, its hue reminiscent of white chocolate from a previous life, appearing quite appetizing. Puzzled, Qin Yu scratched his head, wondering why this batch yielded 2 pills. Was the second pill a result of impurities? He placed the white pill under the sun for careful observation, but reached no conclusions. Regardless, he was eager to test the effects of the great strength pill he had crafted. Just as he was about to pop the pill into his mouth, a sudden realization struck him. What if there were flaws in the concoction process? What if the pill were toxic? Although the ingredients, cow tendon flower, tiger grass, and broken bone tree leaves, were known to be non-toxic, who could predict the peculiar chemical reactions that might occur under high temperatures? Who would be his guinea pig for this experiment? An idea struck him. Li Zhengtong. That fellow had a talent for survival against all odds. His constitution was remarkably resilient. Even if the pill were indeed poisonous, he would likely endure it without issue. A perfect candidate for testing. Furthermore, Qin Yu had already crafted a rationale. After all, hadn't Li Zhengtong gifted him his first talisman? He would reciprocate with this first pill as a gesture of gratitude. The exchange of favors is a fundamental aspect of human relationships. With excitement, Qin Yu knocked on Li Zhengtong's door, which fortuitously opened to reveal that Li Zhengtong was home. Brother Yu, what brings you here? Qin Yu smiled and replied, I have a gift for you. My first concocted pill. Li Zhengtong hurriedly accepted the pill, placing it carefully aside. Thank you, Brother Yu. Qin Yu rubbed his hands together with a mischievous grin. Aren't you curious to see how effective my pill is? Huh? Li Zhengtong queried, puzzled. But there are no opponents around. Wouldn't he taking the pill be a waste? Not at all. There are plenty more where that came from. Hurry and try out my craftsmanship. Very well. Li Zhengtong retrieved the pill and swallowed it whole. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Chapter 33. This pill is toxic. Li Zhengtong's complexion flushed, and his breathing became labored. His arms began to elongate, the muscles in his limbs swelling rapidly. In an instant, he grew half a meter taller, his strength multiplying exponentially, resembling a towering mountain of flesh. Qin Yu looked up at Li Zhengtong, suddenly feeling a sense of pressure emanating from him. This effect was astonishingly potent. Qin Yu was utterly amazed by the efficacy of the great strength pill. Was it not supposed to merely enhance strength temporarily? This was not a mere enhancement. It was an astronomical increase. Observing Li Zhengtong transformed into a veritable muscle behemoth, Qin Yu estimated that his strength had surged by several magnitudes. This was simply outrageous. Li Zhengtong, admiring his well-developed biceps, wore a broad grin on his face. How magnificent! This physique is truly the embodiment of my aspirations. Brother Yu, the elixir you concocted is extraordinary. I feel an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through me. I could fell a bull with a single punch. The only uncertainty lies in how long this power will last. Qin Yu extended his hand, proposing, come. Let us engage in an arm wrestling match and see just how much strength you possess. Li Zhengtong, catching his breath, retorted disdainfully, Brother Yu, with those spindly arms and legs. Do you truly believe you stand a chance? You are questioning the potency of a practitioner at the first level of qi refinement. Qin Yu rolled up his sleeves, casting a challenging glance at Li Zhengtong. The two positioned themselves at the stone table in Li Zhengtong's courtyard, and as their hands clasped, Qin Yu felt an immense force surge through him. He could not afford to be careless. He immediately activated his technique, channeling his internal spiritual energy into his arms. To his astonishment, both parties exerted their strength equally. This revelation left Qin Yu further astounded. Despite Li Zhengtong being merely a first-level practitioner, the power he exhibited after consuming the strength pill was on par with Qin Yu, who had reached the second level of qi refinement. This suggested that the strength pill could indeed empower practitioners to battle beyond their tier. One must not underestimate the significance of a single-level difference. After ascending from the first to the second level of qi refinement, Qin Yu's strength had multiplied at least fivefold. The effects of this elixir were indeed extraordinary. And at merely 3 contribution points for a pill, it was astonishingly affordable. Just as the two were evenly matched, Li Zhengtong suddenly sprouted a profusion of dark hair across his body, beginning from his arms and extending downwards. Qin Yu was left dumbfounded by this spectacle, momentarily losing focus and pressing his arm against the stone table. "Oh yeah," Li Zhengtong exclaimed, raising his arms in sheer excitement. Qin Yu, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, pointed at Li Zhengtong's arms, rendered speechless. At that moment, Li Zhengtong, entirely covered in dark hair, his robust physique and elongated arms resembling that of a gorilla, was an astonishing sight. Seeing his dear friend transformed into a clothed gorilla, joyfully dancing and exclaiming, "Oh yeah," brought to Qin Yu's mind memories of a circus from his past life. If only a unicycle were added beneath him and a ball embraced in his hands, the resemblance would be uncanny. Observing Qin Yu's perplexed expression, Li Zhengtong assumed he was upset about losing and hastily reassured him, "Brother Yu, do not be disheartened. My victory is entirely thanks to your marvelous elixir." Qin Yu shook his head, struggling to articulate, "What has happened to you?" "I'm not sure." Li Zhengtong glanced at his arms and then touched his face, his emotional state collapsing. "Ah, Brother Yu, your elixir must be toxic. How peculiar to sprout dark hair." The strength pill did not promise such effects. Qin Yu examined the pill's formula repeatedly, racking his brain, yet he could not deduce where the mishap had occurred. Li Zhengtong, draped in a blanket to conceal his dark hair, sat forlornly in Qin Yu's courtyard. "Brother Yu, you must devise a solution. I resemble a gorilla now. How will I face others in the future? Do not fret. Perhaps the effects will fade, and you will return to your former self." A quarter of an hour has already passed. When will the effects of this medicinal concoction subside? Li Zhengtong was on the verge of tears. Qin Yu scratched his head, pondering why the strength-enhancing elixir he concocted was so potent, given that its effects were supposed to last only 5 minutes. Could it possibly be due to my exceptional endurance? No. Now is not the time to be distracted by such thoughts. Perhaps alchemists possess remarkable stamina. Qin Yu shook his head, casting aside the jumbled thoughts. Why did my strength-enhancing elixir differ from others? I followed the recipe precisely, and if there had been any discrepancies, Senior Brother Li Ming would surely have mentioned it yesterday. Qin Yu's gaze gradually shifted toward Li Zhengtong. Since the alchemical process appeared flawless, the issue must lie with the consumption of the elixir. "Brother Yu, why are you looking at me?" Li Zhengtong inquired. "It's nothing. I believe I have identified the crux of the problem." "Really?" Li Zhengtong's face brightened with a smile. "Where did the issue arise?" "Do not fret. I need to verify it further." Qin Yu activated the alchemical furnace and began the distillation process anew. After 3 failed attempts, he successfully produced another strength-enhancing elixir, which, like the previous one, had a small white pill at the bottom of the furnace. However, Qin Yu paid it little mind. "Brother Yu, you're not considering a tit-for-tat approach, are you?" Li Zhengtong clasped his hands tightly over his mouth. Before comprehending the issue, he would be a fool to consume another one of Qin Yu's dubious concoctions. What kind of tit-for-tat nonsense is that? You've been reading too many comic books. Just wait here. Qin Yu hastily exited with the elixir in hand. To identify the source of the problem, he needed to ascertain whether it was due to his potion or Li Zhengtong himself. The solution was simple. Find another person to consume the elixir. "Xiaoji, you've been chosen." A quarter of an hour later, Qin Yu returned, ushering in a second black gorilla through his courtyard door. "Indeed, it appears to be my fault." Li Zhengtong chuckled at the sight of the furry Xiaoji. Sometimes, one's own misery can feel unbearable, but witnessing another in a similar plight brings a sense of relief. Qin Yu termed this the college student failure effect. Xiaoji glared at Li Zhengtong, silently sitting beside him, exuding an aura of despair. Qin Yu stroked his chin, contemplating which aspect of the process had gone awry. How could a seemingly benign, strength-enhancing elixir transform someone into a gorilla? Suddenly, Qin Yu recalled the white pill at the bottom of the furnace. If there was something unique about my concoction, it must be that additional white pill. Like a detective uncovering a crucial clue, the truth appeared to be on the verge of revelation. Within 10 steps, there must be an antidote. The presence of that white pill surely had significance. It must have been created to counteract the negative effects of the strength-enhancing elixir. Qin Yu swiftly retrieved the 2 white pills and presented them to Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji. I nearly forgot that the antidote is produced alongside the elixir. This is the antidote. Consume it quickly, Qin Yu declared confidently. The two exchanged glances with Qin Yu and instinctively recoiled. Li Zhengtong took a step back, while Xiaoji retreated 2 steps. With a beaming smile, Qin Yu extended the white pill toward Li Zhengtong, saying, "Tongzi, it's time to take your medicine." Li Zhengtong shivered and weakly inquired, "Brother Yu, are you certain this is truly the antidote?" "Of course. When have I, Qin, ever deceived a good brother?" Qin Yu replied confidently. "You may question my abilities, but never my integrity. For my brothers, I would readily bear any burden." Upon witnessing Qin Yu's resolute gaze, Li Zhengtong hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately chose to trust him. He took a white pill and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, his pupils dilated, and he sprang into the air with vigor. Both Qin Yu and Xiaoji were taken aback. Xiaoji exclaimed, "Thank goodness I didn't consume it." As Li Zhengtong joyfully bounced around, he exclaimed to Qin Yu, "Brother Yu, this pill tastes like banana. It's absolutely delightful." "Delightful? Banana-flavored?" Qin Yu was momentarily at a loss, realizing that this pill was not meant to counteract the effects of the ape transformation, but rather to tame them. What a calamity! Chapter 34, Disciples of the Demon Sect? This defies logic. Qin Yu glanced around, perplexed as to how the situation had spiraled into such absurdity. Li Zhengtong continued to frolic in the courtyard, having seized another white pill to consume. "Brother Yu, do you have any more of those white pills? The banana flavor is simply irresistible." Qin Yu harbored deep suspicions that the white pills had a stimulating effect. Xiaoji gazed at Li Zhengtong with wide, inquisitive eyes. Truthfully, he felt a pang of regret, yearning to discover the flavor of that white pill himself. "Give me a moment of peace," Qin Yu exclaimed, seizing Li Zhengtong and delivering 2 firm knocks on his furry head. The world fell silent, and Li Zhengtong pitifully settled beside Xiaoji. Qin Yu paced before the 2 transformed beings, hands clasped behind his back. "I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" "Good news. Bad news," the 2 replied in unison, lacking any sense of harmony. "All right, I shall disclose the bad news first. The unfortunate truth is, I still haven't comprehended why you have transformed in this manner." The expressions of the 2 apes fell instantly. "Do not be disheartened. I still have good news to share." Hope rekindled in their eyes. "The good news is, your strength has surged by more than 5-fold, and the effects are remarkably enduring. So, rejoice in your newfound power." Their faces drooped further. Noticing their indignation, their muscles tensed as if contemplating mischief against him. Qin Yu quickly called out, "Calm down. I have more good news. This transformation is merely a side effect of the pill. Once its effects wear off, you will undoubtedly return to your original forms." The 2 apes found solace in his words, their expressions softening as they looked at Qin Yu with glimmers of hope. "Brother Yu, how long will the effects of this pill last?" Qin Yu cleared his throat, somewhat abashed. "Well, the potency of the strength pill lasts at most a quarter of an hour." Their faces fell once more. "We have been transformed into apes for nearly half an hour, and you tell us the effects last only a quarter of an hour? Calm down, calm down." Qin Yu hastily sought to stabilize the emotions of the 2. "What I meant was that the effect of an ordinary strength elixir lasts merely a quarter of an hour. Clearly, the potion I possess is not an ordinary strength elixir." "That makes sense." A glimmer of hope sparkled in the eyes of the 2 gorillas as they turned their gaze toward Qin Yu with a final flicker of expectation. "Brother Yu, how long can your strength elixir last?" I cannot say for certain. It ultimately depends on your performance. However, fret not, for I, Qin, am not a miserly person. Having endured such significant grievances, I shall surely compensate you and ensure you do not suffer losses." Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji inquired eagerly, "What kind of compensation?" Qin Yu pondered for a moment and responded, I shall grant each of you 5 of the strength elixirs I crafted with my own hands. I can't bear it any longer. Qin Yu, you are going too far. Calm down. Do you truly believe I, Qin, am afraid of you? Today, I shall demonstrate the disparity between the second level of Qi refinement and the first level. With a resounding bang, the tumult ensued. Oh, 2 gorillas, I concede your prowess. We are all in this together. Let us not strike each other. Take it easy, be gentle, do not damage my alchemical furnace. That is worth 55 contribution points. 5 minutes later, the 3, panting heavily, leaned against one another. With bruised features, Qin Yu gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, reflecting on life. It is all my fault for crafting such an exceptionally potent elixir. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji, having calmed down, were compelled to confront the stark reality. Brother Yu, what do you suggest we do? We must wait for another hour. If you still maintain this state after that, we shall have no choice but to visit the Spirit Healer Pavilion. The Spirit Healer Pavilion serves as the hospital of the Xiantian sect, where cultivators can seek healing for severe injuries or rectify any missteps in their training. With a sigh, the 2 resigned themselves to this course of action. Qin Yu channeled his spiritual energy to swiftly mend his injuries. Although the earlier scuffle seemed fierce, all 3 understood that Qin Yu had merely sustained superficial wounds and would recover with a brief period of cultivation. Once healed, Qin Yu resumed his study of the elixir formula. Brother Yu, Li Zhengtong cautiously approached Qin Yu. What is it? With a sheepish grin, Li Zhengtong asked. Do you still have any of that white elixir? Is it truly that delectable? Absolutely. That white elixir is the most exquisite thing I have ever tasted. As Li Zhengtong reminisced, he elaborated, it possesses a rich, aromatic, and profound banana flavor that rushes straight to the depths of one's soul, melting in the mouth and exuding an irresistible fragrance. This was the first time Qin Yu heard anyone describe a banana with such weighty and fragrant terms. He suspected that Li Zhengtong had become daft from the elixirs, believing his taste buds had malfunctioned. The 3 ingredients, beef tendon flour, fierce tiger grass, and the leaves of the bone-breaking tree, had no correlation with bananas, so how could one possibly concoct a banana-flavored elixir? Xiao Ji, intrigued by Li Zhengtong's description of such deliciousness, also yearned to taste the white elixir. Qin Yu, bemused, remarked, have you both inherited some of the gorilla's instincts upon transforming, instinctively craving bananas? The 2 retorted in unison. We are not gorillas. All right, you are not. Li Zhengtong added, though the elixir has a banana flavor, it surpasses bananas in taste by 1,000-fold. It is incomparable. Qin Yu pondered for a moment and suggested, how about I buy you a banana to taste? Perhaps your palates have altered after consuming the strength elixir. This was indeed a possibility. Just as Qin Yu was about to head to the market, Li Zhengtong interjected. I still have some bananas from a few days ago in my room. Perfect timing, I'll go fetch them. Qin Yu handed the bananas to the 2. Xiaoji took a bite and remarked, it tastes just like usual, no difference at all. Li Zhengtong tasted one and promptly spat it out, exclaiming, how could someone who has savored delicacies settle for such mere fodder? It seems the issue truly lies with that white elixir. Is it really that delectable? Curiosity piqued in Qin Yu. With some time to spare, Qin Yu prepared the alchemical furnace and concocted another strength elixir. As expected, the white elixir reappeared at the bottom of the furnace. Upon seeing it, Li Zhengtong's eyes widened in astonishment. Qin Yu picked up the elixir and inhaled its aroma, which was unremarkable. Under the eager gazes of Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji, Qin Yu swiftly placed the elixir into his mouth. Brother Yu, save half for me. Li Zhengtong exclaimed anxiously, but it was too late. Qin Yu savored the white elixir like a candy, feeling a slight banana flavor, though it was neither intense nor particularly enjoyable. Could it be that this elixir was meant for those who transformed into gorillas after consuming the strength elixir? Qin Yu's dreams of wealth shattered. Li Zhengtong inquired, Brother Yu, how does it taste? Instead of answering, Qin Yu produced another white elixir. This time, he halved it and offered one half to Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji eagerly consumed it, soon erupting in exclamations of delight, declaring it delicious. It appeared that only in becoming a gorilla could one find this concoction appealing. Glancing at the forlorn Li Zhengtong, Qin Yu discreetly tucked away the remaining half of the elixir. I will keep this half for you until you return to your original form. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji then realized that an hour had passed, and they had yet to revert. Let us proceed to the Spirit Healer Pavilion. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji wrapped themselves tightly in dark cloth, revealing only their eyes. The trio hurriedly made their way to the Spirit Healer Pavilion. After Qin Yu paid 10 contribution points, they were assigned to a physician. Do you require treatment for external or internal injuries? The physician inquired. Neither. My two friends here have encountered a bit of trouble. Qin Yu turned to gesture at them, signaling for them to remove their cloaks. Reluctantly, Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji shed their dark cloaks, revealing their well-defined muscles and abundant fur. The physician was taken aback, having assumed that the two cloaked figures were human, only to discover they were two gorillas. The physician cautioned, "My good fellows, we treat humans here. For spirit beasts, please visit the veterinary pavilion. You are the spirit beast. We are human," they retorted. The physician, astonished, exclaimed, "This spirit beast can speak? One's cultivation level is merely at the Qi refinement stage. Yet a spirit beast at this stage can articulate human speech. It must possess the bloodline of a divine beast." Qin Yu. No, wait, do not remind me. Allow me to ponder this matter myself. Could it be that this primate-like divine beast is a descendant of the demon ape, or perhaps the six-armed mad ape? However, both are rather grotesque and do not seem to resemble their progeny. Could it be that their bloodlines are impure, resulting from hybridization? Qin Yu. No. Before he could finish his thought, the physician interrupted him. My dear friend, I must caution you. The emergence of such self-awareness in these spirit beasts is exceedingly perilous. It would be prudent to send them to Beast Taming Peak for proper training. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji exhaled heavily through their nostrils. If it weren't for their inability to overpower him, they would have relished the opportunity to pummel this fellow. Once the physician ceased his discourse, Qin Yu hastened to clarify the situation. Are you implying that these two friends of yours transformed into this state after consuming the elixirs you concocted? Precisely. Qin Yu nodded. Is this absolutely true? Absolutely true. Very well. Please wait here for a moment while I fetch some medicine. Thank you, physician. Upon witnessing the physician's hurried departure, Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief. With a smile, he remarked, "It appears that such occurrences are quite commonplace. Merely by explaining the situation, the physician already knows the appropriate remedy." Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems it is not a grave issue. You nearly frightened me to death. As the three discussed, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open. The physician, who had just departed, pointed at Qin Yu and shouted, "It is he, a suspected disciple of the demonic sect, who has turned our sect's cultivators into spirit beasts." Qin Yu. Chapter 35. The sun-watching celestial sect before them appeared two imposing cultivators, exuding an aura as formidable as that of golden core ancestors, swiftly subduing Qin Yu. Qin Yu, Li Zhengtong. Xiao Ji. This is a misunderstanding, Qin Yu exclaimed. The physician replied, "I apologize, my friend. The issue is that your earlier explanation was insufficiently clear." Qin Yu. Did you even give me the chance to clarify? The physician continued, "What you described is too astonishing. Transforming individuals into spirit beasts is a vile technique. I genuinely believed it to be a new method developed by the demonic sect." Qin Yu retorted, "Have you ever heard of a disciple from the demonic sect committing such acts, and then coming here to boast about it? Do they wish for a swifter demise?" Li Zhengtong added, "Let me clarify. I am not a spirit beast. I am a pure cultivator cloaked in a spirit beast's guise." Xiao Ji echoed, "Me too." The physician apologized profusely. "I did not consider this thoroughly." Qin Yu rubbed his sore shoulders and pointed at Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji. "Hear them, and I shall forgive you." The physician waved his hands repeatedly. "I have never encountered such a situation. I certainly cannot treat it." "Then what shall we do?" Qin Yu asked. Given the severity of their condition, it would likely require the intervention of an elder to heal them. But the cost of one treatment from an elder is exorbitant. You likely cannot afford it. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji were struck with despair, their eyes devoid of hope, as if their futures had lost all meaning. Qin Yu had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. He had merely concocted a trivial elixir. However, you are presented with another option. The physician took a sip of water and spoke slowly. "I have heard that a direct disciple of the Master of the 100 Medical Hall has arrived in the nearby city of Bellflower, and you may seek him out. The 100 Medical Hall is comprised entirely of physicians who wander the land, offering their healing services to the common folk without charging a single coin. Consequently, the 100 Medical Hall enjoys immense prestige among mortals, and even in the small town where Qin Yu previously resided, the name of this sect was well known. In the realm of cultivation, the 100 Medical Hall is regarded as one of the premier sects, with its master revered as the contemporary medical sage, a being capable of restoring life to the dead and healing the gravest of ailments. Although the combat prowess of the 100 Medical Hall may be modest, Its influence in gathering allies is unparalleled. Who among the myriad sects in the cultivation world dares to claim they have not owed a favor to the 100 Medical Hall? A saying has long circulated in the cultivation community. To oppose the 100 Medical Hall is to oppose the entire realm of cultivation. This underscores the immense power of their appeal. Now, the direct disciple of the Master, hailed as the contemporary medical sage, has come to the vicinity of the Xiantian sect, truly a twist of fate. Qin Yu and his companions promptly bid farewell to the physician and hurriedly made their way to Bellflower City. Although Bellflower City is indeed near the Xiantian sect, this proximity is relative to the flying cultivators. The distance is still a full 200 kilometers from the Xiantian sect, necessitating at least 2 days of travel on foot. Fortunately, the sect has arranged for flying boats that traverse various locations, primarily for the disciples undertaking missions, requiring only the payment of 1 contribution point for passage. Qin Yu and his companions boarded this form of public transportation in the cultivation world. The speed of the flying boat was remarkable, and in just over 10 minutes, they had arrived at Bellflower City from the Xiantian sect. Upon disembarking, Qin Yu beheld the city for the first time. Bellflower City was densely populated, economically prosperous, and ranked among the top 5 in the Liang Kingdom. The 3 of them, holding the tokens of the miscellaneous disciples of the Xiantian sect, passed through the city gate guards without incident. The streets within the city were far more spacious and tidy than Qin Yu had imagined, and near the city gate, a bustling market thrived. As they passed by the market, they discovered a plethora of items related to cultivation for sale. Are there truly so many cultivators in the Liang Kingdom that such items are available everywhere? Xiaozhi explained. This city is the closest to our Xiantian sect, attracting numerous wandering cultivators and disciples from smaller sects, leading to the establishment of these industries over time. Ah, I see. Brother Yu, where should we go to search for the direct disciple of the Master of the 100 Medical Hall? Such a person should be quite renowned. Perhaps we should inquire with someone. Qin Yu scanned the surroundings and noticed a young man by the roadside engaged in fortune-telling. This individual wore a black and white robe, and behind him stood a large banner proclaiming, observing the myriad of people, predicting the affairs of ancient and modern times. What a bold claim. Come, let us ask him. Qin Yu led his companions over. It is well known that fortune-tellers often possess the most immediate information about the city, so consulting him is surely a wise decision. As the 3 approached, before they could utter a word, the fortune-teller spoke. Are you disciples of the Xiantian sect? How impressive. Qin Yu, Li Zhengtong, and Xiaozhi were all astounded. It seemed the fortune-teller possessed quite a remarkable talent. Did you manage to discern our identities? Not quite, the fortune-teller replied, gesturing towards Qin Yu's belt. Your identification token from the Xiantian sect has been revealed. The identification token was Qin Yu's key to accessing his cave dwelling. This item served both to verify identity and to store and pay contribution points. The fortune-teller introduced himself. I am Lu Yuanqing, a disciple of the Sun Observation Sect. Sun Observation Sect? I have not heard of it before. Qin Yu whispered to Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi. I am familiar with it, Li Zhengtong explained. The Sun Observation Sect holds a status in the divination realm comparable to that of the 100 Medic Hall in the medical community. Both are esteemed sects on this continent. Qin Yu exclaimed in disbelief. To encounter someone of such high pedigree by mere chance was astonishing. I am Qin Yu, a disciple of the Xiantian sect. This is Li Zhengtong, and this is Xiaozhi. It is a pleasure to meet you, esteemed brothers. Lu Yuanqing replied with a bow. What brings you to my stall? Qin Yu jested. I have long heard of the divination techniques of the Sun Observation Sect. Might Brother Lu reveal the purpose of our visit? Lu Yuanqing smiled gently, drew a few symbols on a turtle shell, then closed his eyes, murmuring incantations. Before long, he opened his eyes and said with a smile, the divination indicates that Brother Li and Brother Xiao are encountering some troubles and have come here seeking the personal disciple of the 100 Medic Hall's Master for treatment. Incredible. You truly are remarkable, Brother Lu. Might you know where to find the Master's personal disciple? The Master's disciple is named Li Zihao, and he resides at the 100 Medic Hall in the center of the city. However, the queue to see him stretches over 3 kilometers. You 3 may have to wait quite a while. Fortunately, I have a bit of an acquaintance with Li Zihao, and, having nothing pressing at the moment, I can escort you there. We have encountered a kind soul. Is this the extraordinary effect of fate? Thank you, Brother Lu. As they walked along the road, Qin Yu spoke up. Brother Lu, I have a question that I hope is appropriate to ask. Please, feel free to inquire. I know of the term night sky observation, But why does your sect call itself the Sun Observation Sect? Is there a deeper meaning to it? Qin Yu was genuinely curious. How could one observe the sky during the day with the sun blaring so brightly? Lu Yuanqing chuckled softly and explained. Our sect was originally named the Night Sky Observation Sect, and our divination technique was known as the Night Sky Observation Method, derived from the patterns of countless stars. Approximately 3,000 years ago, a remarkably gifted youth sought to create a divination technique contrary to the Night Sky Observation Method. Thus, he began to observe the sun by day. So, he invented the Sun Observation Method, replacing the Night Sky Observation Method, and your sect took on this new name. Not at all. This youth gazed at the sun daily until he eventually went blind. After losing his sight, he devoted himself to studying divination and refined the Night Sky Observation Method into the pinnacle of divination techniques, becoming renowned as the celestial seer of his time. In reverence to the celestial sage, future generations renamed the sect as the Sun-Watching Celestial Sect. Chapter 36. Must this ailment be treated? The four individuals arrived at the heart of the city, where a lengthy queue immediately caught their attention. Is it appropriate for us to cut in line? Qin Yu inquired. We are not cutting in line, Lu Yuanqing clarified. Brotherly adheres to a principle. Priority is given to those with serious ailments. The individuals in this queue are merely suffering from common colds and headaches. Should there be any genuine complicated cases, they may approach the front of the line to seek the doorman's approval for expedited treatment. Brotherly is a man of great principles. If you do not possess serious conditions, my favor will not avail you. He continued, and I certainly would not indulge in a fruitless journey. Li Zhengtong queried. How do you know we are gravely ill? The divination reveals all. Does the divination indicate the severity of our conditions? Lu Yuanqing exhibited a hint of hesitation. Lu, do not hesitate to speak. We can endure whatever it is. Xiao Ji urged. After a moment's silence, Lu Yuanqing slowly articulated. The divination suggests that curing you would be akin to resurrecting the deceased. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji felt their vision darken, nearly collapsing. Li Zhengtong tremulously asked, Lu, can the divination discern if we still have hope? This pertains to a higher realm of power. With my current capabilities, I cannot divine that. However, rest assured, Brother Li's medical prowess is exceptional, and he shall surely restore your health. Xiao Ji interjected, can Brother Li resurrect the dead? Ah, that is beyond his abilities. Li Zhengtong lamented, then we are doomed. Lu Yuanqing hastily reassured, let us not speak in such dire terms. As the saying goes, each craft has its own expertise. Though Brother Li cannot bring the dead back to life, it does not mean he cannot heal you. Look at you too. So feeble, Qin Yu remarked. If you cannot revert to your former selves, I shall deceive everyone into consuming that elixir, thus rendering us all the same. As the four approached the front of the line, they encountered a dispute. An elderly man vociferously proclaimed, my affliction is the gravest. Every breath I exhale makes me yearn for another inhalation, a futile exchange of effort. Do you not see the severity of my condition? Is this not merely normal respiration? How can this be considered an ailment? The elderly man's family member clarified, our elder suffers from a mental condition. Indeed, that is a serious matter. Lu Yuanqing stepped forward to the doorman. Young Master Lu, you have arrived. Please, enter swiftly. The doorman respectfully yielded his position. Lu Yuanqing led Qin Yu and the others into the medical establishment. As they strode in with confidence, the waiting crowd erupted in complaints. Why are they allowed to enter without waiting or disclosing their conditions? Silence. The doorman rebuked. The patients brought by young Master Lu are often on the brink of death. You lot merely have minor ailments. How can you compare? Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji, upon hearing this, felt as though they might collapse. Prior to arriving, they merely bore a resemblance to gorillas, yet now it seemed they were on the verge of death. Do not speak foolishly. These two patients merely have some complicated issues. Lu Yuanqing chastised the doorman. The two individuals waited for a while in the medical hall until the proprietor emerged from the inner chamber. He first nodded to Lu Yuanqing, then beckoned Qin Yu and his companions to enter and take their seats. Due to the sensitive nature of patient privacy, Lu Yuanqing bid farewell to Qin Yu and his companions before departing the medical hall. Upon entering the inner chamber, the shopkeeper addressed the trio. Please wait here for a moment. A patient with severe external injuries has just been admitted, and young Master Li is currently attending to him in the back room. Qin Yu and his companions nodded and settled on a nearby bench. The inner chamber was separated from the back room by a wooden door, and with their cultivation levels, It was easy for Qin Yu and the others to overhear the conversation within. Immortal Doctor, my son was in a fight and has been pierced through the chest by a sharp blade. Please save him. Do not panic. It's merely a minor issue. Assist me by handing me the tools I require. Do you understand? Yes, yes. Hammer, scissors, bone chisel, nails, iron rod, saw? As Qin Yu listened to the clanging sounds emanating from within, he couldn't help but think it resembled a blacksmith's workshop. Are physicians in the cultivation world truly this hardcore? Qin Yu now harbored grave doubts about whether this physician might directly pluck out the black hairs of Li Zhongtong and Xiao Ji one by one. Perhaps this could be considered a viable method? Before long, the noise from the back room ceased, leaving only the sound of physician Li exhaling heavily. Immortal Doctor, has my son been saved? Not yet. I haven't even started the treatment. Your son's leg was somewhat crooked, and it pained me to look at it. So I adjusted it a bit. Now it's straightened and much more comfortable. What about my son's chest? Do not worry. I shall treat him now. Your son's fingers are also a bit bent. After overhearing this exchange, Li Zhongtong and Xiao Ji hastily inspected their limbs. Upon confirming their limbs were relatively straight, they breathed a sigh of relief. Big brother Yu, why do I feel like this so-called direct disciple of the 100 Physicians Hall's master seems a bit unreliable? The three huddled together and murmured softly. Qin Yu reassured them. Those with true abilities often possess peculiarities. This individual merely exhibits a touch of obsessive-compulsive behavior. As long as there are no tendencies toward bestiality, it is tolerable. Just as they were conversing, a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig resonated from the back room. Bang! The scream abruptly ceased. Qin Yu and his companions were startled into silence. Daring not to make a sound, they then heard Li Zihao apologetically say, "My apologies. I was too gentle earlier and did not expect him to regain consciousness prematurely. However, it matters not. I shall simply render him unconscious again. Hand me the scissors once more." Xiaoji took a deep breath and said, "Big brother Yu, perhaps we should return to the sect and seek the elders. I am still young. I do not wish to die." Li Zhongtong nodded in agreement. "I think I am fine as I am. There is no need for treatment. Look at you both in such a state." Qin Yu vehemently condemned their cowardice. "Your circumstances differ from that patient inside. Physician Li would not employ such methods on you." Li Zhongtong inquired, "What if he knocks us out and then skins us?" Qin Yu shook his head. "That would never happen." "Why not? As you shed your outer layer of dark fur, your physical form remains unchanged, akin to that of an orangutan. Unless Qin Yu were to chuckle mischievously, or unless he were to excise the excess muscle from your bodies and truncate your elongated arms. Only then could you revert to your original state." Li Zhongtong and Xiao Ji turned pale, rising to flee in haste, fearing for their very lives if they lingered any longer. Qin Yu quickly grasped their arms, exclaiming, "Where do you think you're going? I was merely jesting." At that moment, a voice emanated from within the inner chamber. "Immortal physician, I cannot express my gratitude enough for saving my son's life." "No need for thanks," came the reply. "I merely extracted the blade and utilized a healing technique to mend the wound. It was but a trifling matter. Immortal physician, do take a rest. I shall escort my son away now." "Rest?" The voice from the inner room suddenly rose in pitch. Only those of no use to the realm of cultivation would rest. In this time of rampant illness, with patients' health hanging by a thread, it is precisely the crucial moment when a physician of my caliber must shoulder the burden. How could I possibly rest? "Then, please do carry on. We shall take our leave." The door to the inner room swung open, and a father hastily pushed his son in a wheelchair as they departed. Next, Chapter 37, Brother Qin. "You are truly a genius." Qin Yu ushered Li Zhongtong and Xiao Ji into the inner chamber. Li Zihao, the most esteemed disciple of the 100 Physicians Hall, sat upon a wooden chair, dabbing at the blood on his hands with a handkerchief. Li Zihao possessed a youthful visage, his age comparable to that of Qin Yu and his companions. Upon entering, Qin Yu immediately commenced an assessment of Li Zihao's talents. Eager to ascertain the true merit of this esteemed disciple: exceptional spiritual root, level, a favored child of heaven and earth, an existence that is 1 in 10,000, capable of rapid advancement and cultivation, destined to become a formidable force. Innate alchemist, level, a naturally gifted alchemist, possessing mental acuity far beyond the ordinary, with unique insights into various spiritual herbs and medicines, destined to become a renowned master of alchemy. Reincarnated immortal physician, level, born with an innate understanding of all medicinal materials' properties and effects, capable of mastering the treatments for all ailments with minimal study, possessing the ability to resurrect the deceased. Good heavens! A golden legend, a reincarnated immortal physician? The caliber is astonishingly high. Qin Yu then realized that beyond the levels he had known, there lay another echelon of talent. The exceptional spiritual root was merely a level talent. Could there indeed exist a spiritual root even more potent than the exceptional one? Who is the patient? Li Zihao inquired. Before Qin Yu could respond, Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi hastily removed their dark cloaks. Li Zihao appeared momentarily taken aback before stating, I only specialize in healing. I am not well versed in the medicine of spiritual beasts. Qin Yu reiterated his explanation. You mean to say they transformed after consuming your elixir? Upon hearing this, Li Zihao's excitement was palpable. Having learned from past experiences, Qin Yu promptly clarified, let me be clear, I am not a disciple of any demonic sect. This purely pertains to the elixir. Of course, I recognize you are not a disciple of a demonic sect. You are truly a prodigy in the field of alchemy. Li Zihao enthusiastically produced pen and paper, inquiring, what elixir did they consume to arrive at this state? Strengthening elixir. Strengthening elixir? An elixir that enhances physical power. Li Zihao raised his head and scrutinized Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi intently. How much had their strength increased? At least fivefold, right? Fivefold, Li Zihao exclaimed, rising to his feet in excitement. Are you certain that the elixir you concocted is the strength pill? Absolutely. I utilized 3 common ingredients: beef tendon flour, fierce tiger grass, and the leaves of the broken bone tree. Upon hearing this, Li Zihao paced back and forth in exuberance. A standard strength pill typically only enhances strength by a mere tenth. Yet this one is extraordinary. A true prodigy, a genius in alchemy. Li Zihao quickly inscribed on paper. Having crafted a pill that amplifies strength fivefold using only 3 exceedingly ordinary materials. By the way, how long does the effect of this pill last? Qin Yu glanced at Li Zhengtong and the others, responding, currently, it remains uncertain, but I speculate it could potentially be permanent. Permanent? Li Zihao was nearly beside himself with joy. He promptly added to his notes, effect is permanent. Tonggu, do you think he might be a bit off his rocker? Xiaozhi whispered to Li Zhengtong. Li Zhengtong nodded affirmatively. If he weren't off his rocker, I would stand on my head and urinate. Qin Yu was equally baffled by Li Zihao's peculiar behavior. This was the first time he had encountered someone even more abstract than himself. Once Li Zihao finished writing, he inquired of Qin Yu, such a flawless elixir, are there any side effects? Qin Yu, Li Zhengtong, and Xiaozhi exchanged bewildered glances. If you have no use for your corneas, perhaps you should donate them. If there are no side effects, why are we here watching you lose your mind? Such talent wasted on a fool. Realizing his misstep, Li Zihao quickly scribbled. After consuming the elixir, one's arms elongate. The body becomes covered in dark fur, and one's gaze turns vacant, possibly indicating a loss of intelligence. Who are you insulting? Qin Yu hastily intervened, urging calmness. That fellow possesses exceptional spiritual roots. We would stand no chance against him. Li Zihao glanced at the furious Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi, discreetly crossing out the part about a vacant gaze and potential loss of intelligence. It turns out this was not a side effect of the elixir. What splendid news. Ah, how insulting. I shall challenge you. Li Zihao realized his error and sincerely apologized. My apologies. I tend to speak my mind. Qin Yu. Li Zihao approached Qin Yu, clasping his hand and asking, may I inquire your esteemed name? Qin Yu. Qin Yu forcefully withdrew his hands. Brother Qin, you are indeed a remarkable alchemist. A paragon for the younger generation. Had it not been for Li Zihao's earnest gaze, Qin Yu might have thought he was being mocked. Li Zihao continued, I am a physician as well as an alchemist, specializing in concocting elixirs with healing and restorative properties. However, I have come to a lamentable realization. The contemporary alchemical realm has decayed. Alchemists merely replicate the formulas of their predecessors, producing identical pills with the same ingredients, effects, and outcomes, all while prices continue to soar. The current state of the alchemical world resembles a stagnant pool, devoid of innovation. Why were the predecessors able to create such astonishing elixirs, while we find ourselves incapable? After deep contemplation for a full 5 minutes, I resolved to change this reality. I am determined to forge even more potent elixirs. When I conveyed this intention to my esteemed master and elders, I anticipated their pride in my decision. Yet I was met with a reprimand. My master remarked that without grasping the elixirs left by our forebears, how could one speak of innovation? However, I disagreed with this perspective. Must we accept that what our predecessors left behind is inherently superior? Is it not possible for me to create an elixir of greater potency? Yet, my innate talents have proven insufficient. Until now, I have not succeeded. Qin Yu sighed, recognizing that while having goals is commendable, aiming too high can lead to unrealistic aspirations. Just as he was about to console Li Zihao, he heard Li Zihao exclaim with enthusiasm, "And your emergence, Brother Qin, proves that we are not inferior to our predecessors." Me? Qin Yu responded, bewildered. Indeed, Brother Qin. The strength-enhancing elixir you improved not only surpasses the efficacy of those from the past, but also outshines all others in terms of duration. Aside from some negligible side effects, it is virtually flawless. Li Zhengtong interjected, negligible side effects? It seems those issues do not affect you personally. Brother Qin, your innovation will undoubtedly disrupt the stagnation within our alchemical realm. It will become the banner for our younger generation, guiding us toward glory. Qin Yu exclaimed, I merely concocted a single elixir according to the formula. Brother Qin, it seems you have yet to recognize your own greatness. Do you comprehend the significance of crafting an elixir capable of quintuple strength enhancement using just the most commonplace spiritual herbs? Cow tendon flower, fierce tiger grass, and broken bone tree leaves? It signifies that you are a genius in alchemy, Brother Qin. You have birthed an entirely new elixir, one that would incite envy in alchemists both ancient and modern. Li Zihao's excitement was so fervent that it led Qin Yu to momentarily believe that he had been the one to create the strength-enhancing elixir. Sensing the conversation veering off course, Qin Yu hastily reminded, Brotherly, please temper your enthusiasm. Could you assist in restoring my two friends first? Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi nodded in agreement. This poses no challenge. There is no ailment in this world that I, Li Zihao, cannot cure. Li Zihao placed his hand upon Li Zhengtong's wrist, feeling a strong and steady pulse, indicating no issues. What is your cultivation level? Li Zihao inquired. First layer of qi refinement. Li Zihao nodded, internally marveling. This pulse already rivals that of the second layer of qi refinement. That elixir must be truly remarkable. Concluding the pulse examination, Li Zihao retrieved a pack of silver needles from his cosmic bag. I believe acupuncture will disperse the medicinal energy within, allowing for recovery. Please remove your outer garment. With a swift motion, Li Zihao expertly inserted several silver needles into Li Zhengtong's body. Do not move, he cautioned, continuing to deftly insert more needles. As the number of needles increased, Qin Yu felt as though Li Zhengtong was on the verge of resembling a porcupine. Yet, Li Zihao's expression shifted from initial confidence to a hint of confusion, ultimately culminating in a furrowed brow. Why does this differ from my expectations? Li Zihua cradled his chin, pacing around Li Zhengtong. Unable to contain his curiosity, Qin Yu inquired, What is the matter, brotherly? Li Zihua cleared his throat, feeling a twinge of guilt as he replied, Upon reflection, I believe the side effects are not entirely detrimental. They not only enhance strength, but also conceal one's identity. Just think about it, evading enemies, dodging creditors, blending into the untamed wilderness. This form is quite advantageous, I assent it. One pill, and even one's own mother wouldn't recognize them. Therefore, I feel it is inconsequential whether or not to revert to my original state. Don't you agree, Brother Qin? Qin Yu narrowed his eyes skeptically, questioning, Brotherly, are you unable to cure it? How could that be? Li Zihua puffed out his chest, proclaiming, In the qi refinement stage, there is no ailment I, Li Zihua, cannot heal. Qin Yu urged, Then continue your treatment. Li Zihua responded, But this form has numerous benefits. There is no need to revert, right? Qin Yu silently retrieved a strength pill. Since you find it beneficial, why not try one yourself? Is this the strength pill you concocted? Li Zihua swiftly accepted the pill, cradling it in his palm as if it were a treasure. The texture, the aroma, truly extraordinary. Brotherly, don't just savor the fragrance. Try one to test its effects. Li Zihua waved his hands repeatedly, insisting, No, that won't do. I must preserve this solitary pill for thorough study. Qin Yu produced another pill, placing it quietly in Li Zihua's hand. Rest assured, there are plenty of strength pills. Still, that one suffice. As a physician, I cannot frighten my patients with such a transformation. Qin Yu replied, No worries, after consumption. You can treat yourself and return to your original form. Li Zihua retorted, You wouldn't be unable to cure it, would you? Qin Yu provoked him further. How could that be? In the qi refinement stage, there is no ailment I cannot heal. Li Zihua gritted his teeth, realizing he had no choice but to employ that tactic. Is it time to reveal my true capabilities? Qin Yu understood his provocation had succeeded. The esteemed disciple of the 100 Medic Hall could not merely rely on acupuncture. Surely, he had hidden skills yet to be deployed. Without some provocation, how could one expect him to reveal them? Under the expectant gazes of Qin Yu and the others, Li Zihua retrieved 3 incense sticks and a censer from his chinkoan bag. What? Li Zhengtong exclaimed, while Qin Yu expressed his confusion. Wait, brother, after all this time, your grand move is to burn incense and pray? Is the pinnacle of medicine metaphysics? Li Zihua placed the alchemical furnace on the wooden table, lit the 3 incense sticks, and solemnly bowed. Master, I offer you this incense. Qin Yu was left bewildered, pondering how the head of the 100 Medic Hall was still alive. A miraculous scene unfolded as the smoke slowly coalesced, eventually forming the image of an elderly man clad in a long robe. Disciple greets you, Master. The elder spoke slowly. Zihua, what troubles you? Why not use the communication jade pendant to reach out to me? In shock, Qin Yu felt as if his mind had been turned upside down. Is this how you summon people in the 100 Medic Hall? This is quite eerie. However, his method of provocation had indeed borne fruit. Summoning the head of the 100 Medic Hall, Li Zihao remarked, I have encountered a rather peculiar situation. It is difficult to articulate clearly using the transmission jade pendant. Master, please take a look. The head of the 100 Medical Hall turned his gaze towards Qin Yu and his companions. Junior, I pay my respects to the head of the 100 Medical Hall. The 3 hastily bowed. Spirit beasts? The head of the 100 Medical Hall expressed mild surprise. Zihao, when did you develop an interest in the medical aspects of spirit beasts? Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji had already grown numb to the unfolding events. Li Zihao quickly elucidated the matter. So, after consuming the great strength pill, they transformed into this state? The head of the 100 Medical Hall circled around Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji, then proceeded to examine their pulses. I see. Their increase in strength is not due to the effects of the great strength pill, but rather a result of their own enhancement. The elixir they ingested must be a shape-shifting pill. Shape-shifting pill? Master, why have I never heard of such a pill? Li Zihao inquired. It is said that in ancient times, there existed a pill capable of awakening the bloodlines of spirit beasts within the human body, thereby transforming individuals into various spirit beasts to enhance physical strength. However, history later fragmented, and the formula was lost, leading to the disappearance of such elixirs. Qin Yu silently nodded. The head of the 100 Medical Hall was indeed reliable. He discerned the essence of the situation in mere minutes. Li Zihao asked, Master, does this mean they are no longer considered human, but rather spirit beasts? Precisely, affirmed the head of the 100 Medical Hall. No wonder my methods proved ineffective on them. So, Master, how can we restore them? The head of the 100 Medical Hall replied, It is quite simple. One merely needs to use human bloodlines as a catalyst to reactivate their own bloodlines, and they will return to their original state. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji felt an overwhelming joy within. It seemed they had hope for salvation. Master, what should I do? Li Zihao asked. You cannot save them. Nor can I, chuckled the head of the 100 Medical Hall. To untie a knot, one must be the one who tied it. Qin Yu understood the implications of the head's words and stepped forward. Senior, I was the one who concocted the great strength pill. I am uncertain what steps I should take to help my 2 brothers revert to their human forms. The head of the 100 Medical Hall responded. Refine another batch of elixirs, but this time, add a drop of human blood. Any person's blood will suffice. Chapter 39. The head of the 100 Medical Hall. I do not know either. The head of the 100 Medical Hall smiled. If you do not mind this old man's desire to learn, let us refine it here. I am eager to witness how you concoct this long-lost ancient elixir. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt an immense joy. He had been perplexed about where he had erred in his refining process that resulted in such an outcome. Now, with an expert of the 100 Medical Hall standing observing, he would undoubtedly identify the issue. Senior, I would be delighted to have your guidance in refining elixirs. I could not care less about any inconveniences. However, I do not have my elixir furnace with me. Li Zihao quickly retrieved an elixir furnace from his cosmic bag. Qin brother, if you do not mind, please use my furnace. Qin Yu took a glance and exclaimed, Goodness, this is a 3-hole elixir furnace. The more holes, the more complex the operation becomes. Li brother, do you have a single-hole furnace? I am merely a novice in alchemy and cannot utilize your furnace. Allow me to fetch a single furnace for alchemy. What herbs do you require? Bullhorn flower, tiger grass, and bone fracture tree leaves. Do bring extra, as my success rate is rather low. Very well. After Li Zihao departed, the master of the 100 Doctors' Hall turned to Qin Yu and inquired, "How long have you been studying the art of alchemy?" "A week," Qin Yu replied. The master raised an eyebrow, astonished. To have concocted a peerless elixir in merely a week, could this young man be the reincarnation of an ancient alchemist? His aptitude for alchemy may rival Zihao's talent in medicine. If Qin Yu could have heard the master's thoughts, he would have exclaimed, "You honor me far too greatly." Before long, Li Zihao returned with the alchemical furnace and the herbs. Qin Yu promptly ignited the furnace to commence his alchemical work. Both the master and Li Zihao observed Qin Yu's every move with keen attention. The initial step of adding the bullhorn flower followed by the bone fracture tree leaves indeed adhered to the procedure for crafting the mighty elixir. Li Zihao enveloped Qin Yu with his mental energy, ensuring that no action of his escaped his perception. He soon discerned a discrepancy. A jolt of realization surged through Li Zihao. He noticed that Qin Yu had not fully integrated the bullhorn flower and the bone fracture tree leaves before hastily adding the tiger grass. Could this be the reason for the differing effects of the elixir? A surge of excitement coursed through him. Indeed, any alteration in the minutiae of the alchemical process could profoundly impact the final outcome. Suddenly, Qin Yu ceased his operations. Li Zihao, puzzled, wondered why his companion had halted. "I apologize, my technique is still somewhat unrefined. I added the tiger grass too early, resulting in failure." Li Zihao was momentarily taken aback, and the master wore a similarly bewildered expression. After regaining his composure, Qin Yu began the process anew. This time, fortune favored him as he successfully amalgamated the three ingredients. Yet, he pondered, why does the effect differ so greatly from that of the mighty elixir? The master of the 100 Doctors' Hall was equally perplexed. "Elder, may I add my blood now?" "Oh, by all means." Qin Yu pricked his finger, allowing several drops of blood to fall onto the elixir. As he diligently continued the alchemical process, impurities were gradually eliminated, and the volume of the elixir diminished. Finished. Finished? This appears no different from the mighty elixir. The master replayed the sequence of Qin Yu's actions in his mind countless times, failing to identify any discrepancies in his methods. Was it possible that Qin Yu had simply created an ordinary mighty elixir, concealing the recipe for the ancient transformation elixir from me? Just as the master was engulfed in doubt, Qin Yu retrieved a small white elixir from the base of the furnace. The master was eager to uncover the origins of this white elixir, but refrained from asking, fearing it would diminish his standing before the younger generation. At that moment, Li Zihao inquired, "What is this?" The master inwardly rejoiced at his disciple's astute query. "I am uncertain," Qin Yu confessed as he handed the white elixir to Li Zihao. "However, every time I concoct a mighty elixir, this white one inevitably appears. The elixir in question possesses no extraordinary effects. Rather, it is simply favored for its flavor by those who transform into gorillas." Li Zihao scrutinized it for a while, but could discern nothing remarkable. The master of the 100 Medicine Hall silently repeated to himself, "Do not inquire of me. I am equally in the dark." "Master, why has brotherly concocted such a substance? Do you possess any knowledge of its nature?" "Ahem." The master of the 100 Medicine Hall responded with poise, "This should be, well, one of those things." "Qin Yu, Li Jingtong, Xiaoji. What precisely is the senior referring to?" The master did not articulate explicitly, suggesting he believed I ought to grasp its essence, yet I remained ignorant, disappointing him. "Li Zihao, I apologize, master. I shall diligently consult ancient texts from now on." Why the sudden apology? The master of the 100 Medicine Hall had not indicated any discontent. Qin Yu and the others were utterly perplexed by their discourse, presuming it to be a secret of the 100 Medicine Hall. The master of the 100 Medicine Hall remarked, "Why the sudden apology? I haven't said anything. I find this young disciple increasingly inscrutable. Let us first test whether this elixir holds any efficacy," the master suggested. "Very well. Senior." Qin Yu turned to Li Jingtong and Xiaoji. "Which of you will partake first?" "I shall go first." Li Jingtong swallowed the elixir in one gulp. Soon, the black fur upon his body began to shed. "It works." The three of them were elated. "It works?" The master of the 100 Medicine Hall felt as though his mind was nearing overload. This defies the principles of alchemy. The efficacy of this elixir indicates that the potion which transforms individuals into spirit beasts is concocted using a similar method. Yet, Why is it that others employing this technique can only produce a strength-enhancing elixir, while he can transform a person into a gorilla? Li Zhengtong's muscles began to shrink, his arms retracting. Qin Yu appeared to witness the process of human evolution unfolding before him. In no time, Li Zhengtong reverted to his original form, experiencing this newfound lightness. He felt a tremendous relief. However, he noticed that everyone in the room continued to gaze intently at him. What is it? Li Zhengtong inquired. Isn't this a success? Qin Yu rubbed his nose. It succeeded, but it seems not entirely so. Xiaozhi cautioned. Tonggu, your skin is quite dark. Li Zhengtong hastily looked down, only to find his skin as black as coal. All eyes turned towards the master of the 100 Medicine Hall. Senior, Master, how could this occur? The master felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What is happening today? Why do I feel as though the challenges I face today exceed those of the past year? It seems as if some unseen force is targeting me. Chapter 40, Everything is Ancestral. No need to rush. Let me examine this first. The master of the 100 Medicine Hall glided to Li Zhengtong's side, his pupils transforming to a golden hue. All bodily functions appear normal. Extend your hand. The master grasped Li Zhengtong's arm, infusing his spiritual energy into his body, probing meticulously. As the spiritual energy permeated Li Zhengtong's entirety, the master's brow began to furrow increasingly. He meticulously examined Li Zhengtong from every angle, yet he could not decipher the reason behind the darkening of his skin. Regardless, he decided to proceed with treatment. The master of the 100 Medical Hall gestured with a single hand, conjuring several ethereal needles in the air. He deftly inserted the needles into Li Zhengtong's acupoints, channeling his spiritual energy to stimulate the various meridians throughout Li's body. This method of treatment primarily targeted the residual toxins within. How do you feel? Inquired the master of the 100 Medical Hall. I feel a warm sensation throughout my body, and I am remarkably light. My breathing has become much smoother. Upon retracting his spiritual energy, the master realized that the issue did not reside within. If not internal, then it must be external. The master's palm radiated a soft white light, gently enveloping Li Zhengtong. Li felt as though he were immersed in warm water, a gentle spring breeze caressing him, bringing unparalleled comfort. However, his skin remained exceedingly dark, appearing even darker under the glow of the white light. Seeing that this approach bore no fruit, the master felt an overwhelming surge of pressure. If he could not cure someone in the qi refinement stage, where would his reputation stand? He began to exert more effort, the brilliance of the light in his hand intensifying, gradually enveloping Qin Yu, Xiaozhi, and Li Zihao as well. Surely, even a cultivator in the nascent soul stage could thrive under this light as long as they drew breath. How could I not heal a mere qi refinement junior? The master's aura surged, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to erupt violently. A beam of light shot into the heavens, manifesting an extraordinary phenomenon above Linglong City, showering countless rays that illuminated every inhabitant within the city. Under this radiant glow, the ailments, pains, and discomforts of the people vanished entirely. Those lined up in the streets knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, divine healer." The warmth of the sun dispels all maladies. In the Lord's mansion, the Lord of Linglong City abruptly stood, astonished to find that his internal injuries were gradually healing. Is this the realm of Yang Jishur, where all things are rejuvenated? Why has Elder Yang come to Linglong City? Someone nearby reminded him, "My lord, do you not recall that Elder Yang's disciple, Li Zihao, has come here to offer free consultations? He likely encountered a challenging ailment and summoned Elder Yang for assistance. As you know, if the young cannot manage, we call upon the elder. This is the hallmark of the 100 Medical Hall. Indeed, Elder Yang's actions are truly those of a sage descending to protect our citizens from suffering for a year." The Lord declared. "Let us go express our gratitude to Elder Yang in person." In the inner room, Li Zihao shouted, "Master, please retract your divine powers. At this rate, I will have no patience left." With a sigh, the master of the 100 Medical Hall withdrew his aura. "It is too late. You now have no patience." As the light dissipated, the deeply tan Li Zhengtong reappeared before the crowd. The master glanced at Li Zhengtong, cleared his throat, and sheepishly remarked, "In truth, I have reconsidered. Having darker skin is not necessarily a disadvantage. Those with darker skin tend to be stronger and more vigorous, and it aids in concealing oneself at night, an invaluable advantage when evading enemies or creditors. Would you not agree?" Qin Yu inwardly scoffed, thinking, This truly runs in the family. Before Qin Yu could speak, Li Ziho leisurely remarked, Master, are you unable to cure him? How could that be? The head of the 100 Medical Hall puffed out his chest, proclaiming, Am I not capable of treating a mere Qi refinement junior? Li Ziho replied, Then please continue your efforts. The head of the 100 Medical Hall responded, Isn't it true that this form has numerous benefits? There is no need for restoration. Is there? Qin Yu interjected, while Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji remained silent. Li Ziho continued, Master, I have already employed that technique. Perhaps you should rest while I take a crack at it. Rest? The head of the 100 Medical Hall's voice suddenly rose. Only those of no use to the cultivation world would rest. With ailments lurking around and patients' health hanging by a thread, it is a critical moment for a medical giant like me to shoulder the responsibility. How could I possibly rest? Qin Yu thought to himself, This scene feels strikingly familiar. Wait, I still have one more trick up my sleeve. The head of the 100 Medical Hall conjured a censer from smoke, placing 3 incense sticks within. To the astonishment of Qin Yu and the others, the smoke-formed figure of the head of the 100 Medical Hall knelt before the censer, exclaiming, Master above. Your disciple offers incense. Qin Yu found himself at a loss for words at this moment. So, resorting to incense in the face of difficulties is indeed a hereditary skill of your 100 Medical Hall. Soon, wisps of smoke coalesced into the form of an elderly man, bald but sporting a long beard. How old are you to still seek me for trifles? The elder's voice was gentle, exuding warmth and approachability. Li Ziho quickly bowed, saying, Ziho pays respects to the master. Qin Yu and the others promptly followed suit. Junior pays respects to the elder. The head of the 100 Medical Hall respectfully stated, Master, I have encountered a rather peculiar patient, and dared to disturb your rest. Rest? The elder's voice boomed. Only those of no use to the cultivation world would rest. With ailments encroaching and patients' health precarious, it is a pivotal time for an elder in the medical path like myself to shoulder the burden. How could I possibly rest? Qin Yu internally scoffed. This slogan is hereditary as well. Where's the patient? Li Zhengtong stepped forward eagerly. Oh, what a dark little fellow, the elder exclaimed. Li Zhengtong explained the entire situation to the elder. A transformation pill of ancient spirit beasts has actually been refined by this junior. Truly a prodigy. I merely had the fortune, Qin Yu replied humbly. Fortune is also a form of strength. With juniors like you in the cultivation world, I can rest easy. By the way, do you still have that transformation pill? Qin Yu glanced at Li Ziho, who had given him the only 2 pills he possessed. Li Ziho hurriedly took out 1 pill and handed it to the elder. The elder observed it for a moment, marveling. Its appearance and texture are indeed indistinguishable from ordinary pills. Li Ziho responded, and the elder returned the pill to him, then floated in front of Li Zhengtong for a closer inspection. Let me see what is truly going on here. The head of the 100 Medical Hall explained. I have examined every part of his body and found no issues whatsoever. Despite employing various treatment methods, including the miraculous restoration of all things, none proved effective. The elder, stroking his beard formed from smoke, slowly remarked, The ineffectiveness of even the restoration of all things indicates that this is not a mere ailment. Your perspective remains too narrow. Chapter 41. The Elder's Wisdom. Zaheo, fetch a basin of water. Yes, master. Promptly, Li Zaheo returned with a basin of water. The elder drew forth a stream from the basin and poured it directly over Li Zhengtong. As the water cascaded down, it transformed into a dark hue, and the skin beneath it remarkably regained its original color. This color was, indeed, artificially applied. Resolved, the elder clapped his hands and addressed the head of the 100 Physicians' Hall. When faced with a problem, think critically instead of calling for me at every turn. Yes, master, replied the head, bowing his head. The elder dissipated into a wisp of smoke, leaving the head of the 100 Physicians' Hall still bowed, feeling utterly humiliated. As the esteemed leader of the 100 Physicians' Hall, on the brink of transcending to the next realm, he had just been reprimanded in front of so many juniors. Master, are you all right? Li Zaheo inquired cautiously. The head of the 100 Physicians' Hall seemed to find an outlet for his frustration, admonishing Li Zaheo. Mistaking the shape-shifting beast transformation pill for the strength pill, how can you still consider yourself an alchemist? Hurry back to the sect and study the ancient texts in the library. You are not to leave until you have read through 30 volumes. Yes, master, Li Zaheo responded, feeling much better. It seemed that taking on disciples had its merits. As the head of the 100 Physicians' Hall mentioned alchemy, Qin Yu suddenly recalled that he had yet to comprehend why the strength pill he concocted had produced such peculiar results. Senior, there is one matter I fail to understand. Ask away. The head of the 100 Physicians' Hall, hands clasped behind his back, was eager for his juniors to pose questions to restore his lofty image. Qin Yu rejoiced. Such enthusiasm reminded him of the ever-inquisitive Beishitan. I am uncertain which step in my alchemy went awry, leading to this strange effect of the strength pill. The head of the 100 Physicians' Hall's expression stiffened. What did you say? Qin Yu reiterated his question. I can't seem to hear your words, the head responded. It appears the connection is somewhat unstable. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Li Zihao immediately bowed. Farewell, master. Please take care. Rest? The head scoffed. Only those of no use in the realm of cultivation would consider resting. With illness looming and patient's health precarious, it is precisely at such critical junctures that a physician of my stature must bear the burden. How could I possibly rest? Suddenly, the room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stared in astonishment at the head of the 100 Physicians' Hall. Ah, master, I knew you could hear me. Li Zihao thought to himself. No more displacing your frustration onto me. Ah, this wretched catchphrase. The head of the 100 Physicians' Hall chuckled awkwardly. The connection seemed to stabilize once more. Just now, I truly couldn't hear you, he continued. Then, senior, before Qin Yu could finish, the head interjected. What? Another batch of injured has arrived? I shall attend to them immediately. Observing the earnest demeanor of the head of the 100 Medical Hall, it was evident that he was not merely performing. Zihao, return swiftly. The demonic sect appears to be active once more. Each day, disciples of various sects are sustaining injuries, and our physicians are in short supply. I must attend to the wounded now. Farewell, young ones. May we meet again by fate. The three, led by Qin Yu, expressed their gratitude. Thank you, senior, for your assistance. The figure of the 100 Medical Hall's master faded away. Noticing that Li Zihao was placing the incense and incense burner into his cosmic bag, Qin Yu tentatively asked, Brother Li, judging by the senior's demeanor, he seems quite anxious. Are you to return to the sect immediately? Li Zihao chuckled. My master is merely putting on an act. Qin Yu inquired, what do you mean by that? Li Zihao elaborated, the strongest of those disciples are merely at the golden core stage. No matter how many there are, my master can heal them with a mere flick of his domain. It is implausible that we are truly lacking in physicians. The reason my master spoke thus is likely because he was uncertain of how to respond to your query, Brother Qin. To be honest, I did not observe any anomalies in your alchemical process, and I suspect my master did not either. However, he values his reputation, so he had to concoct an excuse to depart. Achoo! Far away, the master of the 100 Medical Hall sneezed. A single sneeze means one is thought of. 2 sneezes indicate a curse. Who is thinking of me? Achoo! It appears that 2 individuals are simultaneously contemplating my existence. Realizing this, Qin Yu sighed. My alchemical skills truly are peculiar. Brother Qin, I present you with this communication jade pendant. Li Zihao offered a jade pendant to Qin Yu. Should you develop any new elixirs, do not forget to inform me. Furthermore, should you encounter any troubles, you can contact me through this pendant. While our 100 Medical Hall may lack in certain aspects, our ability to rally support is commendable. Receiving the pendant, Qin Yu asked, Are you returning to the sect? Brother Li? Li Zihao nodded. One must heed my master's words. Through this incident, I have realized how little I understand of ancient matters. I must remedy this upon my return. Moreover, after my master employed the domain of revitalization, no one in this city remains ill. Then I wish you a safe journey. Brother Li, thank you immensely. Merely a trifling matter. Li Zihao waved his hand. Brother Qin, I shall take my leave first. Do inform me of any newly effective elixirs. By the way, the demonic sect has indeed been quite active lately, so exercise caution when you venture out. Qin Yu nodded, confident that there was no reason for him to depart from the Shintian sect. Watching Li Zihao leave, he remarked, Let us also make our way. We can still catch the sect's spirit vessel. Suddenly, a little monkey appeared before Qin Yu. He smacked his forehead. My apologies, Xiaoji. I completely forgot about you. Xiaoji plopped down on the ground. True heartbreak does not stem from loud quarrels. Here, consume this white elixir. Xiaoji perked up instantly. This elixir was concocted just moments ago while preparing an antidote for Li Jingtong. Remembering that he had half a white elixir remaining, Qin Yu hastily retrieved it and handed it to Li Jingtong, who was enviously eyeing Xiaoji. Li Jingtong happily accepted the elixir and promptly popped it into his mouth. Pa pa pa, Brother Yu, is this elixir expired? It does not taste like the original. Indeed, once returned to its original state, he no longer favored the flavor of this elixir. The single-hole alchemy furnace was retrieved by Li Zihu from the apothecary, yet he did not take it with him. The room was filled with numerous medicinal herbs, prompting Qin Yu to concoct an antidote for Xiaoji. Brother Yu, I wish to consume that white elixir first, followed by the antidote. Suit yourself. Qin Yu handed both pills to Xiaoji. Li Zhengtong leaned closer to Qin Yu, stating, Brother Yu, I feel somewhat different. Is there a possibility of side effects? Qin Yu inquired. I sense an increased affinity for the surrounding spiritual energy. Affinity for spiritual energy? Qin Yu's eyes flickered with realization. Could it be? He employed his talent detection on Li Zhengtong. Chapter 42. A great deal. Li Zhengtong's 4 talents were revealed, tempered by trials, level. Just as jade must be polished to become exquisite, a person must endure sufficient trials to emerge as a true powerhouse. One will frequently encounter formidable challenges and life-threatening crises. Yet, within every crisis lies opportunity. Surmounting these tribulations yields commensurate rewards. Survival against odds, level A. Favored by the heavens, one can always turn peril into safety and escape from dire situations. Beginner in array formation, level. Possessing a certain talent for array formation, one can easily grasp the basics, learn rapidly, and adeptly apply the formations. Medium quality spiritual root, level. Just barely reaching the threshold for cultivation, yet achieving little. Ultimately, one may only serve as a backdrop to the vibrant flowers. To Qin Yu's astonishment, Li Zhengtong's spiritual root had transformed from inferior to medium quality. He had never anticipated such a change in an ordinary person's spiritual root. It must have been the intervention of the head of the 100 Healers Hall that aided Li Zhengtong in expelling some impurities, facilitating the evolution of his spiritual root. Indeed, overcoming crises yields benefits. Qin Yu chuckled. Isn't a stronger affinity for spiritual energy a boon? Your cultivation speed will certainly accelerate. Indeed, Li Zhengtong replied with glee. Xiaoji consumed the antidote, and his form reverted to normal, yet his skin remained as dark as charcoal. Tonggu, I don't feel any enhanced affinity for spiritual energy, Xiaoji remarked, mistakenly attributing this to the elixir's effects. Li Zhengtong scratched his head. Perhaps it's just a psychological effect. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji dismissed his concerns. As long as he could return to normal, he would be grateful. Clad in black robes, Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji decided to cleanse their skin upon returning to their sect. As the trio passed through the city gates, they encountered Lu Yuanqing from the Sun Observers sect once more. Qin Yu approached to greet him. Thanks to Brother Lu's assistance, my 2 companions have fully recovered. Lu Yuanqing waved his hand. Brother Qin, you flatter me. I hardly contributed. Are you all heading back to the Shantian sect? Indeed, in a short while, our spiritual vessel will be docking at the city gates. Lu Yuanqing smiled. Why not enjoy a few days in Linglan City? There are plenty of attractions, and I can guide you. In truth, Qin Yu yearned to explore the city for a few days, solely to witness the enchanting nightscape of the immortal cultivation world. Certainly not to visit the extravagant branch of the Heleavens sect. Alas, Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji were burdened with daily cleaning duties. Furthermore, Li Zihu had cautioned them about the heightened activity of the demonic sects, advising vigilance. Their abilities were too limited, and leaving the sect prematurely posed significant risks. Thus, Qin Yu politely declined Lu Yuanqing's kind offer. Brother Lu, it seems we are destined to meet again. The 3 of them, including Qin Yu, boarded the spirit vessel and returned to the Shantian sect. The following day, Qin Yu resumed his routine of refining pills during the day and cultivating in the evening. After several days, he prepared to visit the Wan Yao Pavilion to inquire about the pricing of the pills he had crafted. The ordinary strengthening pill could enhance one's strength by a mere 10%, lasting only a quarter of an hour. In contrast, his strengthening pill could amplify strength by 5 times, with effects lasting permanently, truly a comprehensive advantage. Bundling the strengthening pill with its antidote for sale at 10 contribution points each would be quite a bargain. This was a life-saving elixir at a critical moment. With dreams of prosperity in his heart, Qin Yu eagerly entered the Wan Yao Pavilion. Shopkeeper, do you accept pills for sale? Indeed. The shopkeeper of Wan Yao Pavilion stepped out with a smile. May I ask what kind of pills you wish to sell, young friend? Qin Yu presented the pill to the shopkeeper. This is my refined strengthening pill, capable of increasing the strength of Qi refinement stage cultivators 5-fold. 5-fold. The shopkeeper was taken aback. Are you certain of this? Absolutely, it is indeed fivefold. However, this pill has a minor side effect and must be sold alongside this antidote. Qin Yu elaborated on the effects of the strengthening pill, including the side effect of temporarily transforming the user into a gorilla. The shopkeeper frowned slightly. Young friend, what you possess is not a strengthening pill, but rather an entirely new concoction. While its effects are impressive, it lacks a certificate of compliance. Selling uncertified pills is illegal. Certificate of compliance? Qin Yu inquired. What is that? The shopkeeper explained. All pills sold in the market must be certified by the Liang Kingdom Pill Association, which verifies their safety before issuing a safety certificate, allowing them to be sold in stores. Your pill differs too greatly from the strengthening pill. It cannot be sold under the same safety certificate. If caught, the penalties could lead to financial ruin. Such a system, Qin Yu lamented. The regulations in this cultivation world need not be so stringent. How can I obtain a safety certificate? Qin Yu pressed on. You simply need to submit over 10 pills to the Pill Association for testing. Upon passing, they will issue a safety certificate and include your pill in the list of sellable items. If you require assistance, we can help you deliver the pills. However, the review process may take quite some time, at least 6 months. 6 months? That is far too long. Qin Yu thought. His contribution points would not last until then. Thank you for your help. Qin Yu left 15 sets of pills and provided his name and address to the shopkeeper. It appeared he would need to devise a method to earn more contribution points during these 6 months. With only a little over 100 contribution points remaining, he could hardly afford to purchase qi refinement pills, let alone the materials for pill refining. Selling stinky tofu had proven futile, as no one had bought any last time. How he wished for the return of Kong Tianjiao. He reminisced about the first month with Kong Tianjiao. Just as Qin Yu pondered how to earn contribution points, a tall senior brother blocked his path. Junior brother, is the efficacy of the elixir you mentioned genuine? Qin Yu glanced at the individual, recalling that he had just observed him purchasing elixirs from the manager of the Wand Medicine Pavilion. Indeed, it is true. Do you have any matters to discuss, senior brother? Allow me to introduce myself, the tall senior brother said, extending his hand. I am Su Mu, and I am quite intrigued by the elixirs you concoct. I wish to purchase a batch. Qin Yu's eyes brightened, yet he inquired with concern. Did not the manager just state that without a certification, transactions cannot be conducted? It is not so stringent. The absence of a certification merely prohibits large-scale trades. Transactions like ours, conducted privately, go unmonitored. Besides, if you do not speak of it, nor do I, who would know? That is reassuring. Qin Yu asked, how many do you intend to purchase, Senior Su? Approximately 40 or 50. But I would appreciate a discount. Upon hearing this figure, Qin Yu was taken aback. Senior Su, can you consume that many? Su Mu chuckled, of course. I do not intend to consume them myself. I plan to sell them. However, I shall not sell within the borders of the Liang Kingdom, but rather in the chaotic lands of the great wilderness to the north, where such certifications are non-existent, thus making it legal. Qin Yu gave an understanding nod, initially suspecting that the individual was contemplating illegal sales on the black market. Wait, smuggling seems illegal as well. However, given the disorder of the cultivation world, there seemed to be no such regulations. Choosing to remain a silent observer, Qin Yu stated, the price I discussed with the Wand Medicine Pavilion was 25 contribution points. Since you are purchasing in bulk, I can offer a slight reduction, 20 contribution points for a great strength pill and an antidote. What do you think? Well versed in the art of commerce, Qin Yu understood the strategy of initially inflating prices to facilitate negotiations. 20 contribution points is rather steep. I can barely accept 10. Qin Yu felt the pressure mounting. It appeared that he was dealing with a seasoned negotiator. Agreed, a pleasant cooperation. Alas, I have conceded too much. Chapter 43. Profitable ventures. Since it was Su Mu who proposed the price, he had no choice but to accept it begrudgingly. As long as the effect of the great strength pill was indeed as claimed, he could sell each one for at least 30 low-grade spirit stones once they reached the great wilderness. He would still profit handsomely. Senior Su, when do you require them? I currently possess only a limited stock and need to return to concoct more. After a moment's contemplation, Su Mu replied, approximately a week from now. However, junior brother, I must test the efficacy of your elixir, and I hope you do not mind. Of course not. It is only right. Qin Yu handed Su Mu a great strength pill, reminding him. You might have heard that consuming the great strength pill will cause one to sprout hair all over and transform into a gorilla. I am aware. Su Mu suggested. Shall we discuss further in my cave? Certainly. The two made their way to Su Mu's abode. Junior brother, may I ask your name? Qin Yu, Qin Jr. brother. Please take a moment to drink some water while I ingest the elixir. All right. Su Mu swallowed the great strength pill in one gulp and soon began to feel an overwhelming surge of power accumulating within him. His muscles swelled rapidly, his arms elongated, and coarse black hair began to sprout all over his body. In no time, a massive gorilla stood before Qin Yu, with a mental preparation in place. Su Mu did not panic. Rather, he curiously admired the bulging muscles on his body. How does it feel, Brother Su? Inquired Qin Yu. Su Mu clenched his fist and threw a punch into the air. Impressive. This elixir is truly remarkable. A human-like smile graced the face of the gorilla. My strength must have increased by no less than threefold. I am quite satisfied with this effect. By the way, I am now a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Qin Yu nodded, having anticipated the diminished effects for those at the Foundation Establishment stage. The principle of this elixir is not to augment strength, but to transform a person into a spiritual beast. The disparity between the physicality of Qi refinement cultivators and spiritual beasts is the most pronounced. As a cultivator's realm advances, their physical prowess continuously enhances, thereby gradually narrowing this gap. Junior Brother Qin, I would like to procure 50 great strength pills and 50 antidotes. I will first transfer you 100 contribution points as a deposit and return in a week to collect my goods. Very well, Brother Su. Whenever you wish to negate the effects of the elixir, simply consume the antidote and ensure to wash away the black residue with water. Understood. Su Mu continued to throw punches, testing his newfound strength. I shall take my leave now, Brother Su. Goodbye. After Qin Yu departed from Su Mu's cave dwelling, he could no longer suppress the grin that spread across his face. What a fortune! My success rate stands at approximately 1/3, with the cost of each elixir being merely 1 contribution point, and the antidote totaling 2 contribution points. Each set of elixirs could yield an impressive profit of 8 contribution points. With 50 sets of elixirs, that's a net gain of 400 contribution points. As long as my alchemical skills remain unblemished, I need not worry about cultivation resources for the upcoming months. Upon witnessing Qin Yu's departure, Su Mu couldn't help but smile as well. What a fortune! An elixir capable of tripling the strength of a Foundation Establishment cultivator could easily be sold for 50 low-grade spirit stones, while the cost is only 10. Each set of elixirs nets a profit of 40. If I can survive the Great Wasteland, coupled with my savings over the years, I will have hope in breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Both parties believed they had struck a lucrative deal. A week later, the transaction was completed. Qin Yu's contribution points soared to 500. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Qin Yu had spent over 4 months at the Heleavens sect. He had now broken through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, utilizing all 4 opportunities to replicate his talent on low-grade spirit roots, successfully merging them into a high-grade spirit root. Name: Qin Yu. Talent: high-grade spirit root. Level: medium-grade spirit root. Level: fire affinity. Level: progress 11. Note: upon reaching 100, an opportunity to replicate talent will be granted. Qin Yu's cultivation level now significantly surpassed that of the outer disciples, placing him among the elite. In terms of cultivation, he was far ahead, and he had not neglected his alchemical pursuits either. Qin Yu maintained a rigorous schedule of refining pills by day and cultivating by night. Although no one purchased his elixirs, he remained undeterred in his alchemical endeavors. For not only did alchemy alleviate his fatigue from cultivation, but it also enhanced his mental acuity, aiding him in better condensing spiritual energy. Over the past few months, Qin Yu had learned several new elixirs. Qi refinement pills. Ordinary Qi refining pills can assist Qi refinement practitioners in enhancing their cultivation speed threefold, while the Qin Yu version elevates it 5-fold. However, the drawback lies in the unbearable itching experienced post-consumption, rendering one incapable of focusing on cultivation. In seeking a remedy, Qin Yu consulted Li Zihao, who advised that by continuously stimulating various acupoints in a specific sequence, one could numb the sensation. Strengthening pills. The standard version enhances the surface defenses of practitioners, while the Qin Yu variant, once ingested, renders one as steadfast as rock. Yet, the downside is that the skin will petrify, truly transforming into stone. The solution is to wait for the effects to dissipate. Body refining pills. The regular body refining pills, when taken during cultivation, augment physical strength. The Qin Yu edition not only amplifies bodily strength, but also enhances the practitioner's pain tolerance. The downside, however, is that the body becomes exceedingly sensitive, with even the slightest touch causing unbearable pain. The remedy, once again, involves the meticulous stimulation of different acupoints, though each stimulation brings forth excruciating agony. Although the concocted elixirs invariably carry minor imperfections, Qin Yu remains steadfast in his belief that gold will shine eventually. His pills are destined to flourish within the realm of cultivation, garnering adoration from multitudes. Chapter 44. The search for the Xiantian token as winter deepened. The sky occasionally released thick, feathery snowflakes, draping the Xiantian sect in a dreamlike veil. The disciples tasked with cleaning were once again preoccupied with their duties. Li Zhengtong departed his cave dwelling early each day to clear snow from Maple Leaf Square. Fortunately, having reached the pinnacle of the third layer of qi refinement, this task posed no difficulty for him. As for Qin Yu's Mingyue Square, it remained under repair. 2 months prior, Qin Yu had taken the opportunity to visit once more, adding a new line to the wooden sign. Due to the complexity of construction, it is anticipated that 3 more months will be required. We apologize for any inconvenience and kindly ask that you take an alternate route. Subsequently, Qin Yu paid little heed to it. By the time 3 months elapsed, he had become an outer sect disciple, rendering Mingyue Square of little concern to him. On this particular day, Qin Yu sat in his wooden cabin, calculating his contribution points, feeling an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Alas, his contribution points were rapidly depleting. Spending money brings momentary joy, yet without funds, one cannot even afford a funeral. Why had Brother Su Mu not yet returned from the great wilderness nation? Why was the certification for the potent pill still not completed? And where was Kong Tianjiao? Never before had Qin Yu missed that man as intensely as he did today. Months had passed, and with 30 contribution points accrued each month, he must have saved quite a sum. The disciples of the Beast Master Peak were akin to little gold mines. Regrettably, they would not emerge for several more months. Fortunately, today the sect was hosting an event, and with his astute intellect, he should be able to accumulate a considerable number of contribution points. Qin Yu stretched, loosening his limbs. In just half a month, the spring festival of the Liang Kingdom would arrive. Although the Xiantian sect was a cultivation sect, the majority of its disciples hailed from common backgrounds. Thus, the sect upheld the tradition of celebrating the new year. Additionally, various activities would be organized prior to the spring festival, allowing the diligent disciples a chance to unwind after a year of hard work. The sect also offers various spiritual artifacts and contribution points as rewards to encourage disciples to actively participate. Today, a grand event named the Search for the Xiantian Token is taking place. Although the name may seem simplistic, this event is the most popular of the year due to its incredibly generous rewards. Each day, the sect conceals 7 Xiantian tokens in various corners for the disciples to discover. The event lasts for a total of 15 days, during which 105 tokens are distributed. Upon the conclusion of the event, each token can be exchanged for 100 contribution points, and those who acquire more than 10 tokens will receive a spiritual artifact as a reward. Of course, the disciples do not search blindly. Given the vastness of the Xiantian sect, it would be exceedingly difficult to find the tokens by merely searching aimlessly. Therefore, the sect announces 7 hints each day, with each hint corresponding to the location of 1 token. This is a contest of both intellect and luck. Qin Yu feels that this event is tailor-made for him. Who can match my intellect, and who can rival my luck? The contribution points and spiritual artifacts are as good as mine. Brother Yu, it's time to set off. Li Zhengtong called from outside the cave. The two had agreed to participate in the event together. As Qin Yu stepped out of the cave, he asked, "Have you cleared the snow?" "Yes, I have. Let us go." Qin Yu waved his hand, declaring, "For this event, I shall take the lead. You just need to relax." The event is held at the central square next to the market. By the time Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong arrived, the square was already teeming with people. Qin Yu sneered, "It's not about arriving early. It's about running swiftly, and even more so, about having a clever mind. These opponents are utterly no match for me." "Brother Yu, you are truly formidable," Li Zhengtong exclaimed. "Welcome, everyone, to the Search for the Xiantian Token event. Today is the first day, and we will announce a total of 7 hints." The host, lacking any advertising sponsors, got straight to the point. The first hint: lotus blooms on all sides. Willows sway all around. The mountains mirror the sky all around. In an instant, Qin Yu deciphered the answer. "Brother Yu, it's the central heavenly pool." Li Zhengtong whispered urgently. "Let us hurry." Qin Yu shook his head. "If you can guess it, how could the others not know?" Look at all those people rushing towards the central heavenly pool. The competition will be fierce. Let us wait a bit. The host remarked. It appears the first hint was quite simple, as many have figured it out. For those who have tea, do not fret. Let us proceed to the second hint. A mountain, a temple, a single red leaf, a lake, a boat, an old monk. There's a mountain, a temple, a lake, and a boat. Brother Yu, it's the little mountain temple. Li Jingtong pointed out. Once again, a surge of people rushed towards the direction of the little mountain temple. Brother Yu, it seems the competition is quite intense. Patience, Qin Yu replied calmly. Typically, such events start with simpler hints, making them progressively more challenging. We shall wait for the right opportunity to set off. Understood, Brother Yu. With the announcement of the third hint, yet another group surged forth. With each successive hint, more and more people departed, yet the square remained packed, showing no signs of dwindling. Why does it feel like an endless journey, akin to traversing a winding path? The difficulty escalated abruptly from the sixth clue onward. This time, the hint was merely a fragment. The leaves of the reflect the crimson sky. The crowd gathered in the square began to murmur amongst themselves. Brother Yu, do you know where this is? Li Jingtong inquired of Qin Yu. He could decipher the first 5 clues, but this sixth one left him utterly perplexed. Qin Yu silently pondered the given hint. The leaves of the reflect the crimson sky. A river, leaves, and a red sky? At that moment, he found himself at a loss. Could it be that there exists a unique location within the Xiantian sect where the sky appears red? Unlikely. If such an obvious clue were available, others would have deduced it long ago. Suddenly, Qin Yu's attention was drawn to an inconspicuous word, reflect. The term suggests illumination or reflection, implying that the red sky does not refer to the heavens, but rather to a crimson ground. Is there a place within the Xiantian sect where the ground is red? Qin Yu asked Li Jingtong. Li Jingtong shook his head. I don't think so. Faced with the lack of assistance, Qin Yu resorted to independent contemplation. A river, leaves, and the color red. Then, an epiphany struck him. He urgently grasped Li Jingtong's arm and led him away from the bustling square to a quieter area, exclaiming, could it possibly be Maple Leaf Square? There's a wild river nearby, with fallen leaves, and in autumn, the maple leaves turn a brilliant red, perfectly capable of reflecting the sky's hue. Li Jingtong's eyes widened in realization. Brother Yu, you are truly brilliant. Let us hurry. The two hastily made their way toward Maple Leaf Square. Shortly after their departure, several others also left the square. However, this time, the crowd did not converge in a single direction. Rather, individuals scattered in various directions. Clearly, based on the information provided, the majority found it challenging to pinpoint the specific location. Each person's deductions varied, leading to a multitude of destinations. Chapter 45. The all-knowing Qin Yu and Li Jingtong first circled around several times to ensure they were not being followed before dashing toward Maple Leaf Square with great urgency. Typically, this area sees few passers-by, and with everyone congregated at the central square, it was now utterly deserted. Brother Yu, based on that fragment, I doubt anyone would consider this place. Indeed, Qin Yu boasted. Even with my intellect, had you not fortuitously been here cleaning, I would have found it difficult to conceive of this location. Moreover, given its remoteness, many may be unaware of such a site within the outer sect. Let us make haste. You search the east, and I'll search the west. Understood, Brother Yu. With renewed vigor, the two began their swift search. Maple Leaf Square was sufficiently spacious, and the only conceivable hiding spots for the Xiantian token were the nearby thickets. As they rummaged through the underbrush, Qin Yu employed his spiritual energy to scan the area. After some time, several more individuals arrived at the scene. Upon noticing competitors, Qin Yu and Li Jingtong intensified their efforts. Yet, half an hour later, no one had discovered the Xiantian token. Breathless, Qin Yu and Li Jingtong collapsed onto the ground. It's truly perplexing. We scoured the surroundings, even searching every tree, yet we still cannot locate it. Surely it cannot be buried underground. Qin Yu stood up, brushing the dust off his trousers. He decided it was futile to continue searching. They must have looked in the wrong place. So where shall we go now? Li Jingtong inquired. Let's return to the central square and check the hint for the last token, he suggested. Upon their return, the square was less crowded than before. Yet many still engaged in discussions. Qin Yu spotted a familiar face. Xiaoji, you're here too? You good, Tongo? Xiaoji hurried over. I came to join the excitement. Are you two searching for the Xiantian token? Qin Yu felt no need for secrecy and replied, based on the sixth hint. We speculated that it pointed to Maple Leaf Square, but we found nothing. Xiaozhi remarked. No one has found the 6th Xiantian token yet, nor the 7th or the 1st. However, the other tokens have all been discovered. Qin Yu was taken aback. The first token remains unfound? The hint for it clearly indicated the central heavenly pool. So many people have gone there, yet it still eludes us. Indeed, Xiaozhi affirmed. The central heavenly pool is now nearly full. Some practitioners specializing in water techniques have even jumped into the water to search. Li Zhengtong speculated. Could it be that someone has found the token but hasn't announced it? If someone discovered the token and kept it a secret, it would delay most others here, reducing competition in the search for other tokens. Xiaozhi explained, that is a possibility. But I just overheard the senior brothers mention that it's best to declare one's find. The sect prohibits the snatching of tokens, and if you declare ownership upon finding one, it cannot be taken from you. If you keep silent and the token is snatched or stolen, you would have no justification. Qin Yu nodded. With such a regulation in place, one would certainly declare their ownership upon finding a token. It was a strategy with only benefits and no drawbacks. Remaining silent could lead to significant risks. In a crowded place, who could guarantee they wouldn't be noticed? Moreover, with so many capable individuals in the Xiantian sect, one might easily become a target. Is there a definitive location for the 7th token? Qin Yu asked. Xiaozhi shook his head. Both the 6th and 7th hints are too difficult. Very few have managed to decipher them, which is why everyone is gathering at the central heavenly pool, hoping for luck. Qin Yu glanced up at the enormous whiteboard hanging in the central square, where today's 7 hints were displayed. Notably, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th hints were marked as found. His gaze fell upon the final hint, which consisted of only 5 words, hidden within the belly of the world. What could this possibly mean? Qin Yu felt perplexed. He couldn't extract any key concepts from these 5 words. Hidden within the belly of the world. Could it refer to someone who is particularly gluttonous, with the token concealed in their residence? He looked at Li Zhengtong, who shook his head vigorously. I have no idea, you go? Qin Yu then turned to Xiaozhi, who also shook his head. Have you heard what others think about this hint? Qin Yu was in urgent need of some insight. Xiaozhi let out a bitter smile and said, Brother Yu, how could others possibly share their insights with me? Nevertheless, I will inquire further. With that, Xiaozhi plunged into the crowd. Before long, he mingled seamlessly with the masses. It was astonishing to realize just how formidable Xiaozhi's intelligence-gathering abilities were. Qin Yu, deep in thought, continued to ponder over the statement. The belly conceals the world. Whose belly could possibly contain the entirety of the world? Could it be the fearsome beast, Tao Tai? Legends say this creature can devour the universe. Yet the Xiantian sect has no known ties to it. Could this world refer to the vast expanse of knowledge, with the place of learning being the academy? Might this be a reference to the academy itself? Li Zhengtong, listening nearby, was taken aback. Brother Yu, you are truly remarkable. From just this one phrase, you have deduced so much. Alas, I am too foolish to be of any assistance. Qin Yu continued to mutter. Yet the connection between this belly and the academy remains elusive. At this point, Li Zhengtong had a sudden revelation. Brother Yu, could it possibly refer to one of our sect's erudite elders? Qin Yu scolded. Foolish. How could an elder conceal a token? Is it hidden on the elder or within their abode? Are the residences of elders accessible to us junior disciples? Li Zhengtong, feeling disheartened, responded with a soft "Oh, Brother Yu, I am truly sorry. I am of no help." Qin Yu reassured him. Do not speak so. Your contribution is irreplaceable. Li Zhengtong suddenly perked up, looking at Qin Yu with anticipation. After all, others would not dare consume the elixirs I have recently refined. Li Zhengtong exclaimed, However, your words have sparked an idea. Qin Yu elaborated, Our sect's elders are likely to be modest. Even if they possess vast knowledge, they would not boast about knowing everything. Yet, there exists an entity, neither human nor ghost, that revels in such declarations. Li Zhengtong suddenly recalled, Brother Yu, are you referring to the examiner of our entrance assessment's 2nd phase, the all-knowing one? Precisely. At that moment, Xiaozhi approached. Brother Yu, I have unearthed some information. These clues pertain to the descriptions of the sect's premises. Descriptions of the sect's premises? Qin Yu's eyes lit up. I know where it is. Follow me. The 3 of them followed Qin Yu, hastening towards a towering structure. The scripture repository? Indeed. Qin Yu elucidated, the belly refers to the scripture repository, while the world signifies the myriad texts cataloged within it. Only the scripture repository fits this description. Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi suddenly grasped the concept. Qin Yu continued his analysis. The Xiantian tokens are stored in places accessible to all disciples, and as mere servant disciples. We can only borrow books from the first floor of the scripture repository. Therefore, the Xiantian token must be hidden on that floor. Let us proceed. I shall search the easternmost section, Xiao Zhi will scour the west, and Tongzi will investigate the center. Understood, brother Yu. The three entered the scripture repository with exuberance. Just as they crossed the threshold, Qin Yu spotted a spectral figure, cloaked in chilling winds, rushing towards him. Oh no! I think I just glimpsed a ghost, and it is charging at me. This is the end. Misfortune awaits. What on earth? You are the real devil, Xiao Qin Yu. A voice filled with discontent emerged from behind Qin Yu. Upon hearing that distinctive tone, Qin Yu immediately recognized its owner. Senior Beishitong, you nearly gave me a fright. Qin Yu turned to pay his respects. Haha. Beishitong exclaimed with enthusiasm. I knew those little tricks in the new recruit assessment wouldn't stump you. It was merely luck on my part. Qin Yu replied modestly. All right. You've even learned to be humble. Beishitong leaned closer, lowering his voice. I have already found evidence to prove you wrong. Oh, really? Qin Yu feigned disinterest. Seeing Qin Yu's unconcerned demeanor, Beishitong grew displeased. I have overturned your theory. Shouldn't you be angry? Where is your indignation? Your resentment? Qin Yu silently scoffed at the theatrics. Senior Beishitong, I have pressing matters to attend to. May we discuss this later? No way. Beishitong's eyebrows shot up in defiance. You must first hear me out. It is vital that you admit your error. All right. Please go ahead. Qin Yu urged, anxious to search for the Xiantian token. Just as Beishitong was about to speak, he noticed Li Zhengtong and Xiao Zhi. Ahem. What are you two junior disciples still doing here? An idea struck Qin Yu. Senior, are you not renowned for your omniscience concerning worldly matters? Of course. Beishitong puffed out his chest proudly. Then do you know the purpose of our visit? Qin Yu sought to ascertain whether the Xiantian token was indeed hidden within the sutra repository, wishing to avoid a repeat of his previous fruitless search at Maple Leaf Square. Beishitong squinted slightly, retorting confidently, I am not a fortune teller. How could I possibly know what you are here for? Qin Yu smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your insights, Senior. What insights? Beishitong queried. Qin Yu explained, historically, the sole purpose of visiting the sutra repository has been to consult the archives. Your claim of ignorance implies there is now a secondary purpose for our visit. Coupled with that half-hearted hint, it suggests that a Xiantian token lies within the repository. You are far too clever. Beishitong exclaimed, exasperated. This is not something I told you. You deduced it yourself. Very well, you two little ones, hurry inside and search. Beishitong added, and let me remind you, 2 other youngsters have already entered before you, so you must act swiftly. Thank you for the warning, Senior. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Zhi hurriedly made their way into the repository. With no one else around, Beishitong smiled broadly at Qin Yu and said, in truth, I discovered your flaw 2 months ago. Beishitong beamed with pride, as if his face were emblazoned with the words, aren't I brilliant? Qin Yu responded with a nonchalant oh, inwardly mocking. You found a plethora of flaws in such a foolish question, and it took you 2 months to uncover it. Is that something to be proud of? Beishitong was visibly displeased with Qin Yu's expression. Can't you at least show some emotion? You've lost this round. Where is your astonishment? Your shock? Your defiance? Don't you wish to debate this further? If the senior were to express such sentiments, the junior truly finds himself perplexed. Please ask away. The erudite, with hands casually tucked into his pockets, surveyed the world with a disdainful gaze. The junior inquired, since you discovered the crux of the issue 2 months ago, why did you not send someone to seek me out, but instead chose to wait idly here? Qin Yu, sensing the excitement in the erudite's expression upon seeing him, surmised that the other had long wished to meet him. Given the esteemed position of the other within the Xiantian sect, a simple messenger would suffice to summon him to pay respects. Yet, the other remained silent. This aspect truly baffled Qin Yu. Upon hearing Qin Yu's inquiry, the erudite's expression froze momentarily. Fortunately, being merely a spirit of knowledge, he did not flush with embarrassment nor break into a sweat. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally conjured a somewhat plausible explanation. It was simply because I presumed you would not pass the Xiantian sect's recruitment selection. Qin Yu mimicked the erudite's tone, stating, but you just mentioned that such trivial recruitment tests would pose no challenge to you. The erudite retorted, did you not claim that your success was merely due to luck? Qin Yu replied, esteemed one, that was an act of humility. The erudite countered, then my previous remarks were merely a form of flattery, a matter of social niceties. Qin Yu interjected, 2 months ago. Accompanied by a thunderous clap, uproarious laughter erupted from the scripture pavilion. I have comprehended it. Ha ha ha. I have understood. Upon hearing this voice, beams of golden light shot forth from the main hall and the law enforcement peak, swiftly arriving at the scripture pavilion. Suddenly, the pavilion fell silent. What brings you here? The erudite regarded the two with a wary expression. The Sect Master and the Grand Elder chuckled. We have come to congratulate you on your successful enlightenment. Enlightenment? Before the erudite could pose a question, the Grand Elder preemptively asked, Might I inquire whether your recent seclusion has led to an enhancement of the Xiantian technique or the creation of a new divine art? Neither. The erudite hurriedly clasped his hands behind his back to maintain an air of dignity. My recent seclusion merely addressed a long-standing dilemma, unrelated to the cultivation of immortality. The Sect Master and the Grand Elder felt a moment of disappointment. If that is the case, we shall not intrude further. Wait. The erudite called out to the two. Just as he was about to utter Qin Yu's name, he suddenly realized a grave concern. If these two were to discover that my seclusion stemmed from a trivial question posed by a junior disciple, and that the query was so simplistic, yet it took me this long to arrive at an answer, would that not undermine my exalted image of omniscience in their eyes? Indeed, I must not allow them to learn of this. Esteemed one, you wish to call? Oh, it is nothing, nothing at all. You may carry on with your affairs. The erudite hastily gestured for them to leave. Chapter 47. Still that artificial intelligence fool. Observing the erudite's expression akin to one suffering from constipation, Qin Yu tactfully shifted the topic. Esteemed one, no need to fabricate. If you do not wish to speak, then do not. The erudite replied. Since there is nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave to search for the Xiantian token. Hold on. The erudite swiftly positioned himself in front of Qin Yu. I have yet to inform you of the loophole I discovered. Have we not yet discussed it? Qin Yu urged, then hastened to speak. He emphasized the importance of maintaining a respectful demeanor when conversing with the esteemed elder of the Xiantian sect. Even the sect master would not dare to address me in such a manner. Qin Yu added, if you do not speak soon, I shall enter. All right. You truly are relentless. I will tell you. The encyclopedic figure conjured a bottle of water and placed it atop his head. At that time, did you not assert that if one places a water-filled bottle on their head and breathes deeply, it would demonstrate that a person can breathe underwater? Am I correct? Qin Yu nodded, recalling how he had indeed tricked the encyclopedic figure in such a manner. Now, I can solemnly inform you that you are mistaken. Qin Yu inwardly scoffed. Why must you ramble on? The ocean is abundant with water. The encyclopedic figure pointed to the bottle above, proclaiming, you are not breathing underwater. You are merely inhaling from the bottom of the bottle. Thus, your entire theory has been flawed from the very beginning. Qin Yu was left utterly bewildered. Wait, after 2 months of contemplation and all this build-up, you concluded with such an idea? He had anticipated every possible answer. Yet he never expected the encyclopedic figure to focus on the water bottle. This was truly a case of artificial intelligence at its most misguided. Were it not for the ageless nature of the book spirit, Qin Yu might have suspected this individual was suffering from senility. Seeing Qin Yu's stunned expression, the encyclopedic figure was overjoyed. So how do you feel now? Are you convinced? Qin Yu forced a chuckle. Elder, how about we place a wager? A wager on what? I wager that I can still prove you wrong. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The encyclopedic figure declared with confidence. I accept the wager. Very well. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu stated his terms. Elder, should you lose, you must reveal the location of the Xiantian token. Absolutely not. The encyclopedic figure shook his head fervently. I am an upright book spirit. How could I assist you in cheating? Then I shall take my leave. Qin Yu sighed and turned to depart. Wait. Do not leave. The encyclopedic figure swiftly positioned himself in front of Qin Yu once more. You have yet to inform me how you plan to prove me wrong. Qin Yu shrugged. Elder, you are correct, and I am mistaken. Very well. Learning that Qin Yu had a hidden card up his sleeve, the encyclopedic figure could not bear to let him go. While I am an upright book spirit, the pursuit of truth often entails certain sacrifices. Indeed, all sacrifices made in the name of truth are worthwhile, including that of my virtuous soul. After a brief internal debate, the encyclopedic figure addressed Qin Yu. I cannot divulge the exact location of the Xiantian token, but I can provide you with the general vicinity. That suffices. Very well, the encyclopedic figure continued. If you win, I shall grant you the general location. But what if you lose? Qin Yu replied, I am amenable to anything. as long as it does not involve the betrayal of my body or soul. Excellent. The encyclopedic figure was quite pleased. I require you to inscribe on a massive banner, Elder Beishitong, the foremost scholar of the world, omniscient, omnipotent, and all-knowing. Then, during the spring festival, you must carry this banner through the liveliest areas of the Xiantian sect, loudly proclaiming the contents of the banner. Is that acceptable? Qin Yu. This is too embarrassing. Senior Beishitong, who in the entire Xiantian sect is unaware of your omniscience. I believe further promotion is unnecessary. Beishitong, that one do. This has been my aspiration for a century. Every year, I allocate 100 contribution points to publish tasks, yet no one takes them up. Who would be willing to exchange their lifelong dignity for a mere 100 contribution points? It's akin to parading naked in the streets, though perhaps even that would be less humiliating. If there were even a sliver of chance for failure, Qin Yu would never gamble on this. All right, I concede. Let us dispense with idle chatter. I shall now demonstrate how one breathes underwater. Qin Yu poured the water from the bottle and levitated it above his head with his mental strength. His current mental prowess allowed him to effortlessly project it outward and lift objects weighing around 10 pounds. Once the water stabilized above him, Qin Yu took a deep breath of fresh air. He turned to Beishitong. All right, senior, I have proven my point. This is no longer the bottom of the bottle, but rather the depths of the water. Senior, where are you going? Seeing Beishitong attempting to slip away, Qin Yu hurriedly exclaimed, a wager is a wager, senior. Are you not a principled spirit of the tome? What of your morals? Your integrity? I won't relent. If you try to renege, I will enter seclusion, and upon my return, I shall thoroughly prove you wrong. With that, Beishitong vanished completely. Qin Yu sighed, murmuring, rest assured in your seclusion, senior. Come the spring festival, I shall undoubtedly parade with a banner in a crowded place. However, the content of the banner must be altered. Let me ponder what would be more fitting. Perhaps something like Beishitong, the master of the scripture pavilion, deceives the younger generation, lacking integrity. Or I could publicize the underwater breathing feat, making it known that Senior Beishitong is not as all-knowing as presumed. Beishitong reappeared before Qin Yu. Feigning surprise, Qin Yu exclaimed, oh, Senior, you emerged from seclusion so swiftly? You think you can outsmart your brother Yu and still have the upper hand over a mere artificial intelligence? Beishitong gritted his teeth. I suddenly recalled before entering seclusion that I had yet to fulfill our wager. Qin Yu retorted with a smirk. Senior, your memory is truly remarkable. It's been quite some time, yet you still remember. Beishitong cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yu and whispered, the Xiantian token is hidden on the first level of the scripture pavilion. Do not disclose that I informed you. Chapter 48. A token for a portion of stinky tofu. With a flash, Beishitong vanished without a trace. Qin Yu shouted, am I not aware that it's hidden on the first level? I was inquiring about its precise location. Old Deng, you are truly shameless. After venting his frustration for a while, he received no response. Having played with eagles for years, he had been pecked in the eye. How careless of him. Nevertheless, this journey was not in vain. At the very least, he confirmed that the Xiantian token was indeed within. Qin Yu entered the scripture pavilion, navigating through the ocean of knowledge in search of that token valued at 100 contribution points. By nightfall, Qin Yu, Li Zhongtong, and Xiaozhi finally gathered together. Did you find it? Qin Yu inquired. Li Zhongtong and Xiaozhi both shook their heads. I examined every book thoroughly, yet I found not even a trace. Qin Yu rubbed his face and sighed. How peculiar. Could it be that the Xiantian token has sprouted legs? Never mind. Perhaps this token is simply not meant for us. Let us return to our cultivation, and perhaps tomorrow we shall try our luck again. Very well. The three of them returned to their cave dwelling, feeling dejected. Brother Yu, let us go. All right. Qin Yu activated the array with his identity token, only to find 3 little black dogs in his courtyard. How strange. The array is active. So how did these 3 dogs get in? These 3 little black dogs looked identical, and Qin Yu found them oddly familiar. Aren't they the same little dogs that devoured my stinky tofu during the 3rd challenge of the recruitment assessment? Upon seeing Qin Yu, the 3 little dogs bounded over to his feet, eagerly nuzzling against him. What are these creatures? By the moonlight, Qin Yu vaguely noticed that the little dogs seemed to be carrying something in their mouths. He crouched down, and one little black dog dropped its item into Qin Yu's hand. It felt like a piece of metal, engraved with some characters. A glance revealed it to be a token. A token? Qin Yu's heart raced, and he focused intently, only to see the 4 prominent characters inscribed, Xiantian token. By heavens, The Xiantian token. Qin Yu exclaimed in surprise, rubbing his eyes to take another look. Indeed, it was the Xiantian token. He glanced at the other two little black dogs, each of which was also holding a token in its mouth. No wonder we couldn't find the tokens. They had taken the Xiantian tokens ahead of us. Reflecting on the day he foolishly searched outside, Qin Yu felt like a clown. However, fortune smiled upon him as all three tokens had returned to his courtyard. Truly, one need not toil to find what is meant for them. Qin Yu smiled gently. Good pups. Let me have a look at the tokens. Woof, woof, woof. The little dogs barked excitedly, gesturing with their paws. What do you mean? Qin Yu could not decipher their intentions. The three little dogs playfully bounded over to his cart of stinky tofu, circling it joyfully. Do you wish to eat stinky tofu? Qin Yu recalled how these little dogs had a penchant for his stinky tofu in the illusion. Woof, woof, woof. The three little dogs sat in a row, placing their tokens on the ground. So, you wish to exchange the Xiantian tokens for stinky tofu, correct? The little dogs nodded eagerly. Ah, splendid. Qin Yu wore a knowing smile. You are not the first to be captivated by my ancestral stinky tofu. However, since you have made such a sincere request, I shall indulge you a little. Wait here while I gather the ingredients. But first, you need to provide me with two Xiantian tokens as a deposit. A deposit, do you understand? The three little dogs exchanged glances, seemingly comprehending Qin Yu's words, and promptly offered him another token. Roar, I am rich. With a radiant smile, Qin Yu tucked away the Xiantian token. Esteemed guests, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. He closed the door and activated the formation, rushing towards the market like the wind. Though the fermented stinky tofu was no longer available, he still possessed the black brine used for its fermentation. A quick purchase of some tofu would suffice for an urgent preparation. Albeit the flavor may not be as robust, it would still be palatable. I knew my ancestral stinky tofu would prove invaluable. Indeed, gold will always shine. Before long, Qin Yu returned to his cave abode with the tofu. Three little black dogs sat in a row, observing Qin Yu as he busied himself. He sliced the tofu into chunks and immersed them in the secret black brine. To facilitate the infusion of flavors, he deliberately punctured numerous small holes in the tofu. To enhance the taste further, we must wait for an hour, understood? The three little black dogs nodded in unison. What extraordinary spirit beasts they were, displaying such intelligence. Their appearance during the recruitment assessment and their ability to retrieve 3 Xiantian tokens, quietly entering his cave abode, indicated they must be spirit beasts of the Xiantian sect. Certainly of considerable strength. Could they be the cultivated spirit beasts of inner disciples from the Beast Master Peak, or perhaps nurtured by some elder? An hour swiftly passed, and Qin Yu deemed the tofu sufficiently marinated, retrieving it from the brine. Heat the oil, under the supervision of the three little dogs. 3 portions of the fragrant stinky tofu were soon freshly prepared. The little black dogs yipped joyfully. 1 Xiantian token for a generous serving of stinky tofu, understood? Woof woof. Qin Yu bagged the 3 servings of stinky tofu and placed them before the little black dogs, who then presented the last Xiantian token to him. Each little black dog devoured a piece of stinky tofu and scampered away with the bag, vanishing swiftly into the night. Qin Yu gazed at the Xiantian token in his hand, his heart swelling with excitement. A total of 300 contribution points. He could allocate 50 points to Li Jingtong, 30 points to Xiao Ji, and the remaining points would sufficiently sustain him until the qualification certificate for the powerful pill was obtained. With ample contribution points, he could purchase materials and delve into alchemy with delight. For Qin Yu, alchemy had become both a path of cultivation and a cherished hobby. A day without alchemy left him restless, while a day spent in alchemy invigorated his spirit. He thought this chapter had concluded, yet unbeknownst to Qin Yu, it was merely the beginning. After bidding farewell to the little black dogs, he tidied up briefly before entering his room to cultivate. As dawn approached, engrossed in his practice, he felt a warm presence licking his face. What could it be? Qin Yu halted his cultivation, opened his eyes, and was startled to find a dark, furry dog head before him. Heavens! How did you enter my cave formation? Woof woof woof. The cacophony of barking echoed within the wooden cabin. Qin Yu counted and discovered there were, astonishingly, 7 little black dogs in his room. Most remarkably, each little black dog held a Xiantian token in its mouth. Wait, the prompt hasn't even been issued today, yet you all have brought them to me? Chapter 49. 10 tokens in hand with a sudden leap. Qin Yu sprang from his bed and hurried to the table to grasp the regulations of the Xiantian sect. After meticulously perusing the section concerning spirit beasts, he let out a sigh of relief. The regulations stated that should a spirit beast cause trouble, its master would bear the consequences. However, he was not their master. Thus it had no bearing on him. Moreover, the Xiantian tokens were meant to be sought after, and there was no prohibition against spirit beasts participating in the search. Hence he deemed his actions entirely justified. How on earth did you manage to find 7 Xiantian tokens so swiftly? Qin Yu speculated that the little black dog might possess some divinatory ability, capable of discerning the locations of the tokens. Yet, he recalled hearing that these tokens were engraved with formations designed to disrupt divination. As he muttered to himself, the little black dog leaped onto his shoulder. In an instant, Qin Yu found himself ensnared in an illusion. The sky was dim, and a bright moon hung high above. A woman, holding 7 Xiantian tokens, walked along an unfamiliar path. Suddenly, her expression dulled, and she stood frozen. Several little black dogs emerged from the underbrush, bounding to her feet and swiftly snatching the tokens from her grasp. Moments later, the woman regained her senses and turned to walk back, oblivious to any oddity, as if the tokens in her hand had never existed. As the illusion dissipated, a new memory unfolded in Qin Yu's mind. Essentially, the little black dogs had ensnared the woman who distributed the Xiantian tokens into an illusion, compelling her to perform the distribution within that dreamlike state. Once the illusion and reality perfectly coincided, she believed she had successfully hidden the Xiantian tokens. Therefore, for her, the tokens in hand ought to have vanished. What a clever ruse. Qin Yu marveled. You intercepted the tokens right from the source. Suddenly, he realized a troubling thought. Will the staff who launched the attack be expelled from the sect? However, this matter bore no relevance to him. I am merely a vendor of stinky tofu. The origins of my customer's currency are of no concern to the seller. I am solely responsible for equitable exchange. With this thought, Qin Yu chuckled to himself. Dear customers, please hold on. The piping hot stinky tofu shall be ready shortly. Woof, woof. 7 little dogs trailed behind Qin Yu as he exited his room. The tofu he had specially purchased the previous night was still soaking in his family's secret black brine. After a night of marination, the stinky tofu had absorbed the flavors perfectly, emanating a pungent aroma. Qin Yu heated oil in a pot, and once it reached a suitable temperature, he pinched his nose and placed the stinky tofu into the bubbling oil. Soon, 7 servings of freshly fried stinky tofu emerged. Woof, woof, woof. One little dog pointed excitedly at the jar of chili pepper. Are you asking for extra spice? The little black dog nodded eagerly. All right, your wish is my command. Qin Yu seized a handful of chili and sprinkled it onto that particular serving of stinky tofu. There you go, enjoy. Woof. After devouring a few pieces, the little black dogs each took their portion and scampered out. Qin Yu speculated that these little dogs did not consume all their food. Instead, they likely returned to share the stinky tofu with their companions. After the 3 puppies returned yesterday, they shared their stinky tofu with another 4 puppies, prompting those 4 to come running over today. However, the exact number of these adorable puppies remains unknown. They are so charming. How I wish to care for one. As Qin Yu picked up the mysterious heavenly tokens scattered on the ground, combined with the 3 from yesterday, he had now acquired a total of 10 heavenly tokens. Once the event concludes, he could exchange them for 1,000 contribution points, along with the reward of a spiritual artifact. Truly, he was reaping a bountiful harvest. Moreover, Qin Yu felt that this was only the second day of the event. Everything was still just beginning. As long as this group of little black dogs remained uncaught, he would have an endless stream of tokens to collect. Wonderful days lay ahead. Brother Yu, shall we set off? Came the voice of Li Zhengtong from outside the door. Qin Yu quickly pulled Li Zhengtong into his wooden cabin and activated the array formation of his cave dwelling. Brother Yu, what is the matter? Li Zhengtong asked, puzzled. I want you to see something. Brace yourself. Qin Yu cautioned. Li Zhengtong nodded, dismissively replying, Don't worry, Brother Yu. I am no longer the naive child I was 6 months ago. Even if I encountered a ghost now, I wouldn't blink an eye. Wow. Heavenly tokens. Li Zhengtong exclaimed, jumping in shock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 heavenly tokens in total. Brother Yu. Li Zhengtong turned to Qin Yu with a serious expression, adopting a tone reminiscent of cautioning a wayward soul. Creating counterfeit heavenly tokens to deceive and gain contribution points is illegal. You must think this through. With a swift motion, Qin Yu smacked the top of Li Zhengtong's head. I'll have none of that nonsense. Li Zhengtong, cradling his head, gazed at Qin Yu with an expression of innocent grievance. You need to examine this closely. These are indeed authentic heavenly tokens. Li Zhengtong picked up one of the tokens, scrutinizing it. The token felt substantial in his hand, its surface smooth and rich in texture, with clear and flowing patterns. The 4 characters spelling heavenly token were bold and powerful. It truly doesn't appear to be fake. Qin Yu replied, that's because it is genuine. But brother Yu, only 7 tokens were distributed yesterday. How could you possibly acquire 10? Li Zhengtong whispered. Even if you stole all the tokens found by others, it wouldn't be sufficient. Qin Yu felt a wave of frustration. Do you think your brother Yu is the kind of person who engages in unlawful activities? Among these 10 tokens, 3 were from yesterday that I hadn't found, while the remaining 7 were just distributed today. Li Zhengtong asked, but the hint for today hasn't been given yet. Has it? Who says you must wait for the hint to find them? The heavenly tokens were hidden throughout the sect before dawn. With a stroke of luck, you might stumble upon one just rolling by the roadside. Li Zhengtong nodded, understanding. I see. However, brother Yu, while I can comprehend your good fortune in finding one token, how could you possibly find all the tokens distributed today? And what about the 3 from yesterday? With his hands clasped behind his back, Qin Yu gazed out the window at a 45-degree angle, exuding an air of mystery. I naturally have my connections. Li Zhengtong suddenly felt as though the figure of Yu Go before him was magnifying, reaching an altitude he could scarcely aspire to. A towering presence stood beside me. All right, shout on. Qin Yu turned around, speaking earnestly. I share this with you not to divert your energy towards such futile activities, but to encourage you to invest your finite life in boundless cultivation. I hope that one day, you will become part of my network. Do you understand? Li Zhengtong, his face alight with excitement, replied, You go, I understand. I shall return to my practice at once. With an exuberance akin to being invigorated, he dashed out. Excellent. Qin Yu nodded. This has truly worked wonders. Chapter 50. Infiltrating the enemy's ranks as evening approached, Qin Yu made a special trip to the central square to gather information. After all, the Xiantian token he possessed was illicit, and he needed to be cautious regarding this matter. From a distance, he spotted the whiteboard in the central square, which displayed today's hints alongside the 1st, 6th, and 7th hints from yesterday. The tokens in these locations remained undiscovered. The central square was bustling with people, and he could hear numerous voices raised in fervent shouts from afar. What is the commotion about? Curious, Qin Yu squeezed through the crowd, and upon comprehending the shouts, he halted abruptly and swiftly retreated. The crowd's reaction seemed rather intense. There must be a hidden agenda. Why have we not found a single token? Did you even place any? Yesterday, over 3,000 individuals had scoured the central heavenly pool, yet not a trace of the tokens was found. Today, not one token had been uncovered, leading us to justifiably question whether the tokens were ever hidden in the designated locations. If no one can find the tokens, what is the purpose of this event? We demand the event's organizers to explain why none of us can locate the tokens. Observing the fervor of the crowd, Qin Yu felt that if they discovered the truth, he might be in grave danger. Was such outrage truly warranted over a mere Xiantian token? After muttering a few words of unease, he raised his arm and shouted, I protest. I suspect you never even placed the tokens. First, infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Knowing oneself and the adversary ensures victory in every battle. As more disciples gathered around, the clamor of dissent grew louder. One voice turned into 10, and 10 into 100, as the throng swarmed like locusts from all directions, their numbers swelling. What is all this shouting about? A thunderous voice boomed in their ears. An outer sect elder, suspended in midair, confronted the disciples. Are you all intent on causing chaos? What kind of conduct is this? Instantly, the crowd fell silent, listening intently as the elder continued. I assure you, this event is entirely fair and impartial. To ensure this fairness, each day we randomly select a staff member who, before dawn, conceals the Xiantian tokens. The hints are crafted by this individual, and apart from them, no one else is privy to the tokens' locations, not even I. Just moments ago, the personnel responsible for distributing the tokens have conducted inspections in various locations, and the tokens have indeed vanished. All 7 tokens of today have found their rightful owners. Some dissenters have voiced their discontent. If someone has discovered the tokens, why have we not heard any word of it? The elder from the outer sect scoffed dismissively and stated without reservation, there is no rule in the event's guidelines that mandates the disclosure of token discovery to others. If others choose to remain silent upon their discovery, it is their prerogative and bears no relation to the event itself. If you possess the capability, you too may keep your discovery to yourself. The crowd fell silent. After the elder's departure, they huddled together to discuss the matter. Qin Yu joined the gathering, his expression one of indignation. It is understandable for an individual to remain silent after finding a token, but surely it cannot be that all 7 individuals are silent. One person broke the silence, pinpointing the crux of the issue. Qin Yu took the initiative to continue the discourse. Is there a possibility that all 7 tokens were acquired by a single individual? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If one person had indeed obtained all 7 tokens, I would dare to defy gravity. The crowd promptly dismissed Qin Yu's outrageous conjecture, with some even resorting to extreme measures to emphasize the absurdity of his statement. Qin Yu remarked, "Nevertheless, your words have sparked a realization in me." One individual spoke up. While it may be improbable for a single person to secure all 7 tokens, what if it were a colluded group? Are you suggesting an organization? Precisely. If they are indeed an organization, with at least 7 members, they could simultaneously seek out the 7 Xiantian tokens. The crowd found this reasoning compelling. Yet there remained a significant flaw in the explanation. With so many of us, could we truly be outmatched by this mysterious organization? The quest for the Xiantian tokens is inherently a matter of probability, and all participants share an equal chance. With our numbers, the likelihood of us discovering the tokens should favor us. Yet, astonishingly, all 7 tokens have been claimed by them, indicating that there is certainly some intrigue at play. Qin Yu affirmed, "Indeed." A tall individual began to elucidate. There could be 3 potential reasons for this phenomenon. First, the person responsible for concealing the Xiantian tokens might have ties to this organization, leaking information about the tokens to them. Qin Yu immediately countered. The risk of such an action is far too great. Should it come to light, one would face immediate expulsion from the sect. For the sake of a few tokens, it is simply not worth it. Quite right. This reasoning holds merit. The crowd rallied behind Qin Yu. The tall individual continued. Second, this organization may possess a diviner capable of breaching the anti-divination array on the Xiantian tokens, enabling them to ascertain the general location of the tokens. Before we even receive the prompts, they may already know where the tokens are hidden. How can we possibly compete with them? Qin Yu continued to refute. This possibility remains exceedingly slim, for individuals capable of such divination would at least be of elder rank. Those with such abilities would hardly concern themselves with these mere tokens. Quite right. This reasoning also holds merit. The crowd once again supported Qin Yu. The tall figure spoke. Thirdly, we must concede that some individuals are born with exceptional fortune, favored by destiny itself, to the extent that even the heavens seem to assist them. Qin Yu interjected, "Are you referring to the children of fortune?" Indeed, the term children of fortune is remarkably apt. If this organization is comprised entirely of such individuals, their chances of discovering the Xiantian token would be significantly greater than ours. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yu, being both a traveler and a system possessor, acknowledged himself as a rightful child of fortune. Additionally, Li Jingtong, endowed with 2 extraordinary talents and fortunate enough to encounter him, could also be considered a minor child of fortune. Thus, the third hypothesis stands validated. Qin Yu concurred. I believe this to be the reason. Our skills simply do not match theirs, and there is little for us to lament. Indeed, that is a sound argument. Your analysis is commendable. The crowd praised Qin Yu enthusiastically. He waved his hand modestly, saying, "I appreciate your applause." As the clapping echoed, the tall figure called out, "Everyone, please hold your applause." Qin Yu added, "Let us refrain from clapping." The applause ceased abruptly. The tall figure, with a glance at Qin Yu, smirked inwardly. Such is the charisma of me Qin. Loneliness accompanies invincibility. Chapter 51. The guild. Once the crowd settled, the tall figure inquired, "What thoughts do you all have?" Qin Yu shrugged. "What further thoughts are necessary? They neither stole nor cheated. They simply possess a bit more luck. What can we do about it?" The crowd murmured in agreement. The tall figure persisted. "Qin Yu, we must acknowledge our shortcomings if we cannot find the Xiantian token due to our lack of skill." The crowd echoed, "Indeed." Qin Yu continued, "Sometimes, when we fail to locate the Xiantian token, we should reflect upon ourselves rather than blame others. Perhaps we are not exerting enough effort." The crowd affirmed, "Yes, yes." Raising his hand again, Qin Yu called for applause once more. "Wait," the tall figure exclaimed passionately, addressing the crowd. "If their success is indeed merely a result of luck, we must resign ourselves to misfortune. But what if they acquired the Xiantian token through deceit? The first hypothesis carries substantial risk, yet offers equally substantial rewards. Let us not forget that 10 Xiantian tokens can be exchanged for a spirit weapon. The second hypothesis, while improbable, is not impossible. What if the leader of this organization happens to be the grandson of an elder from the divination peak? What if they have a divination expert backing them? Should these circumstances prevent us from finding even a single Xiantian token, they would indeed be in violation. We must report this to the sect and demand a thorough investigation. Qin Yu shot a glare at the tall figure. If the sect were to conduct a thorough investigation, the small black dogs would likely be uncovered. Although he was not responsible for this matter, he could still be implicated in concealing it. Even if he faced no punishment, the Xiantian token in his possession would be classified as ill-gotten gains and would undoubtedly be confiscated. This situation must be averted. Qin Yu cleared his throat and said, "Before we proceed, it is imperative that we conduct a thorough investigation. False accusations are indeed a crime. Allowing these disciples to investigate will undoubtedly yield no substantial findings. There is no need for an inquiry." The tall senior brother interjected, "We need only await the outcome tomorrow." Qin Yu inquired, "What do you mean by that?" The tall senior brother gestured for everyone to gather closer. This matter must not be disclosed to the outside world. If members of that organization become aware, we will truly have no means of resolution. Qin Yu reassured him, "Rest assured, senior brother, we will remain silent." "No," the tall senior brother stated solemnly. "For the sake of caution, we must all take an oath." "How prudent." "Very well." Qin Yu was the first to press his fist against his forehead. "I, Qin Yu, vow that if I utter a word of this matter to anyone outside our circle, I shall face divine retribution and meet a most untimely demise." He deliberately emphasized the word anyone, fearing that the heavenly Tao might not hear him clearly. The tall senior brother hastily remarked, "There is no need for such a fierce oath, junior brother Qin. In the realm of cultivation, oaths are not to be taken lightly. They will indeed come to pass. Even if one can evade the punishment of the heavenly Tao, it will leave a shadow in the hearts of cultivators, and during the tribulation, there will be no escape." Qin Yu patted his chest and assured, "Do not worry, senior brother. What I, Qin, say is absolute. My word is as weighty as gold." What a commendable promise. The others expressed their admiration. With Qin Yu leading, the others followed suit. "I, Li Si, vow that if I disclose this matter to anyone outside our circle, I shall never step into the tribulation stage." All eyes turned to Li Si. "I shall never enter the harmonization stage." The nascent soul and golden core stages are acceptable, for I possess a top-tier spiritual root." The tension among them eased. Qin Yu cautioned, "Let us not seek to exploit loopholes, or else you shall be excluded from our activities." As each person completed their oath, their attention returned to the tall senior brother. "Senior brother, you may reveal it now." The tall senior brother surveyed the surroundings and replied cautiously, "There are too many people here. We should find a quieter place." Qin Yu reassured him, "Do not worry, senior brother. Those individuals cannot possibly belong to the mysterious organization." The tall senior brother remained resolute. "Ever since learning about that mysterious organization, I have felt as though their members are everywhere, as if they are right beside us." Qin Yu replied, "Nevertheless, since everyone has sworn an oath, I have faith in us. Let us converse in detail over there." The group followed the tall senior brother to a secluded location. "Now, I will reveal how we can discern whether members of that organization rely on luck or deceit." Qin Yu pricked up his ears, listening intently. The method of judgment is, in fact, quite simple. If they are relying on luck to find the tokens, they cannot possibly claim all the tokens every day. Surely others would find one or two as well. Qin Yu agreed, "I understand now. With our numbers, even if they are fortunate, it is improbable for their luck to remain as consistent as today. There will undoubtedly be some who slip through." "Indeed, well said, brother Qin." Amidst the lively applause, the tall senior brother, Qin Yu, smiled and gestured, urging everyone not to applaud, but to continue listening to him. The tall senior brother suggested that perhaps it would be better for Qin Yu to speak instead. Qin Yu quickly waved his hand, insisting that it would be impossible for him to know what to do without the senior brother's guidance. Encouragingly, he called for applause for the senior brother. The tall senior brother, blushing shyly, pressed his hands down to quiet the crowd. "Shu, the senior brother is going to speak," Qin Yu announced, prompting silence among the group. The tall senior brother remarked that he felt they were all performing for him and even had evidence to prove it. Qin Yu, in disbelief, replied that they were strangers and encouraged the senior brother to continue. Clearing his throat, the senior brother continued. noting that besides the fact that they could obtain 7 Xintian tokens each day, there was another extreme they needed to consider. Qin Yu eagerly said he would pay attention. The tall senior brother was pleased with Qin Yu's enthusiasm, revealing that some individuals had only found 1 or 2 tokens, or even none at all. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu suddenly understood. He realized that since the individuals responsible for hiding the tokens were chosen randomly each day, the staff member in charge today might have ties to the organization, but that could change tomorrow. If they found very few tokens the next day, it would indicate collusion with the staff member from today. The crowd praised Qin Yu's insightful analysis, acknowledging his cleverness. The tall senior brother suggested forming a temporary alliance to oppose the organization. Qin Yu readily agreed. The tall senior brother proposed naming the alliance the Xintian Justice League. A moment of silence followed, and Qin Yu then suggested the name Anti-Wealth Alliance, which received enthusiastic approval from the group. The tall senior brother declared they needed to elect a leader of wisdom and beauty, someone esteemed and respected. Everyone turned their gaze towards Qin Yu. The tall senior brother exclaimed, "I knew it." Thus, Qin Yu found himself unwittingly appointed as the leader of the alliance. What is our alliance's mission? The crowd echoed in unison. To overthrow the mysterious organization and uphold the integrity of our sect's activities. Qin Yu responded, "Very well, I will hold myself accountable." As the crowd quieted down, Qin Yu clapped his hands, signaling for attention. "My ascension to this position is entirely due to your support. Moreover, since you have elevated me to this role, I shall exert my utmost effort. Let us create an atmosphere." He encouraged, and the applause erupted once more. On this significant day, Qin Yu expressed gratitude towards a particular individual, pulling the tall senior brother beside him. Without this brother's guidance, I, Qin, would have been lost on what to do next. His presence was akin to a divine intervention, rescuing me from a state of confusion. Without him, I might have plunged into a deep abyss. Let us elevate the ambience. He urged again. The tall senior brother chuckled awkwardly, downplaying the situation. "It's not that serious. I merely spoke casually. Nay, it is indeed quite serious. Brother, you have no idea how much you have assisted me. To express my gratitude for the assistance rendered by this senior, I have resolved to appoint him as our vice leader and strategist. Does anyone have any objections?" The crowd replied, "None." The tall senior revealed a genuine smile. Although he did not ascend to the position of leader, being a vice leader is still commendable. Qin Yu inquired, "How should we address you, senior?" The tall senior replied, "I." Qin Yu continued, "Never mind, given your height. Let us call you Senior Gao." Senior Gao remarked, "Titles are inconsequential. Now we should allocate tasks on how to approach that mysterious organization." Qin Yu suggested, "I perceive that everyone is somewhat fatigued. Let us return to rest. Under my command, do you still wish to target me?" The crowd dispersed swiftly. Senior Gao was about to speak when Qin Yu sincerely grasped his hands. "Senior Gao, no, Vice Leader Gao, I wish to revisit our discussion." Noticing Qin Yu's earnestness, Senior Gao felt a sense of gratification. Although others in the guild may lack reliability, the leader is undoubtedly dependable. Together, this vice leader and leader shall surely secure ultimate victory for our guild. Well then, I shall further deliberate with the leader. Qin Yu nodded and said, "Vice Leader Gao, please allow me to speak first. If I err in my statements, you must, without fail, remind me, for it is of utmost importance." "Rest assured, leader." Senior Gao solemnly nodded. "First, if the mysterious organization manages to acquire all tokens daily, it indicates the possibility of cheating, does it not?" Senior Gao affirmed, "Indeed, as one's fortune cannot perpetually remain favorable. Secondly, if the mysterious organization discovers too few tokens tomorrow, it also suggests cheating." Senior Gao concurred, "Exactly. This implies collusion with the staff responsible for hiding the tokens today." "I understand. So if 1 or 2 individuals find tokens tomorrow and make it public, we would be at a loss against that mysterious organization, correct?" Senior Gao confirmed, "Yes, that is accurate, though it sounds rather peculiar. As long as it makes sense." Qin Yu reiterated, "If Vice Leader Gao conceives any new ideas, please be sure to share them with me. I too wish to contribute my modest efforts towards safeguarding our sect's fairness." Senior Gao was profoundly moved, as if he had found a kindred spirit. "Fear not, leader. Should I have any new thoughts, you shall be the first to know." "Excellent. Do not forget to gather here at this time tomorrow for further strategizing." "Not a problem." After bidding farewell to Senior Gao, Qin Yu walked alone on the path back to the cave residence. Fortunately, today's outing proved beneficial. Otherwise, I might have encountered serious trouble. Tomorrow, I shall send Li Zhengtong on an errand, followed by Xiao Ji the day after, and subsequently enlist Xiao Si, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Lu for assistance. Repeating this process should alleviate suspicion. The most critical matter now is whether those little black dogs will return to deliver the Xiantian tokens. If they do not come, it could spell trouble. Qin Yu deemed it necessary to communicate this matter to that group of little black dogs. They are akin to grasshoppers bound by a single thread. Should the situation unravel, it would spell calamity for all. Thus, Qin Yu resolved that he could not bear this pressure alone. If one were to encounter an insurmountable predicament, it would be prudent to enlist the aid of the little black dog to alter their memories if necessary. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Qin Yu was once again awakened by the raucous barks of the little black dogs. Thank heavens, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing the 7 little black dogs arranged neatly before him, Qin Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Come here and sit tight. I have something of utmost importance to convey to you. The 7 puppies scampered to Qin Yu's feet, sitting in a neat row. Listen closely, Qin Yu intoned gravely. Your actions yesterday, in stealing all 7 tokens, have incited discontent among the people. Some are already contemplating reporting this matter to the sect for investigation. Fortunately, my cunning has managed to placate them for the time being. I will devise a solution to this issue, but you must also exercise caution, do you understand? The 7 pups nodded in unison. Qin Yu then inquired, where do you usually reside? In case of an emergency, how might I locate you? Upon hearing this, the 7 little dogs huddled together, barking animatedly as if deliberating a significant matter. One particularly fervent pup yelped passionately, resembling a staunch radical. Qin Yu recognized this pup as one of the first 3 to arrive, but whether it was the same one he encountered in the illusion remained uncertain. As so much time had passed, and many details had faded from memory, after a brief moment, the 7 little dogs reached a consensus. The most impassioned pup darted forward to Qin Yu, opening its mouth to reveal a pale blue crystal orb. The orb was about the size of a child's fist, leaving Qin Yu baffled as to how such a small creature could conceal something so large. Within the orb, a luminous radiance ebbed and flowed, dreamlike and ethereal, unlike any ordinary object. What is this? Qin Yu inquired. Wang Wang. Qin Yu felt a wave of dizziness envelop him as he was once again drawn into the illusion. This time, he beheld a virtual figure cradling a pale blue crystal orb in hand. The figure first drew a dagger across his palm, allowing droplets of blood to fall onto the orb. As the blood mingled with the orb, its luminescence rapidly transformed, shifting from pale blue to a delicate crimson. Finally, the figure closed his eyes and pressed the orb to his forehead. As the illusion shattered, Qin Yu returned to reality. Is this the method of utilizing the crystal orb? He pondered. It requires a drop of blood to acknowledge its master. It must be a precious artifact indeed. Little black dog, are you certain you wish to bestow this upon me? The little black dog nodded resolutely. Very well. Qin Yu procured a small knife. But as he held it in the palm of his hand, a flicker of hesitation swept over him. Using the knife directly seems rather painful. After contemplating for a moment, he decisively set the knife aside. It is merely a drop of blood. I, Qin, have my own methods. Thus, Qin Yu inserted his finger into his nostril. Blood splattering forth. Chapter 53, Prosperity? Misfortune? Cradling the delicate crimson crystal orb, Qin Yu gently pressed it against his forehead. He felt as though something was penetrating his mind, and he hastily followed it with his consciousness. Soon, he found himself in the vast ocean of his soul. To his astonishment, a little black dog appeared before him. Wang Wang. The little black dog barked cheerfully. Upon hearing that call, Qin Yu felt as though he had forged a peculiar connection with the little black dog, as if an invisible thread bound them together in an unexplainable manner. Suddenly, an idea dawned upon him. Could this be the legendary contract? The little black dog, panting with its tongue out, nodded in affirmation. Oh no. Qin Yu anxiously paced within the ocean of his soul, pondering whether his pact with the creature was known to its master. Most likely, the owner of these little black dogs was an elder from the Beastmaster Peak. Such a prominent figure would not take kindly to a mere servant disciple like him. Alas, if I cannot even keep a dog, how can I aspire to become Emperor Qin Yu? Never had he yearned for power as fervently as he did today. He did not blame the little black dog for not clarifying things. Rather, he chastised himself for his lack of strength. Woof. The little black dog barked while shaking its head vigorously. What does that mean? Are you implying that you have no master? Woof. The dog nodded. Really, Qin Yu was overjoyed. The Xiantian sect truly lived up to its reputation. Even a seemingly ordinary stray dog possessed such formidable strength. If the sect master were to discover that someone had referred to the sect's treasured protector as a stray dog, he might very well twist that person's head off to use it as a ball. Excellent. Qin Yu straightened his chest and regained his confidence, ready to strategize once more. From this day forth, you shall no longer be a stray dog. Since you have a new master, it is only fitting that you receive a new name. Allow me to bestow upon you a name that carries a sense of grandeur. The little black dog looked at Qin Yu expectantly as he pondered. After a considerable time, inspiration struck. I have it. From now on, you shall be called Wang Kai. Are you pleased? Wang Kai. Qin Yu, what? Do you find your new name lacking in grandeur? Woof. It possesses quite the character. Qin Yu remarked. Henceforth, when you are alone, I shall call you Wang Kai. But when you are with other dogs, I shall refer to you as Sang Biao. That should suffice, yes? Woof woof. Wang Kai expressed agreement. Splendid. Qin Yu stroked Wang Kai's head and elaborated. Though you were once an inconspicuous stray dog, you have now become a servant under my command, Emperor Qin Yu. Although your lineage may be ordinary, as my contract spirit beast, you shall inevitably rise to become a formidable demon immortal, commanding countless beasts. Soon, you shall experience the exhilarating sensation of ascension that comes with a person achieving greatness, elevating even their pets. Wang Kai, are you comfortable? Wang Kai confused woof. Qin Yu, from now on, there will be an abundance of stinky tofu. Wang Kai, overjoyed woof woof woof. Qin Yu sighed. Indeed, no grand vision could rival the allure of the bread before him. Henceforth, I shall merely need to enter the ocean of my soul to connect with you, correct? Wang Kai nodded. Upon leaving the ocean of his soul, the crystal ball in Qin Yu's hand had vanished, presumably integrating into his being. Wait for me. I shall prepare stinky tofu for you. Yesterday, Qin Yu had procured a substantial quantity of tofu, all marinating in black water, having absorbed the flavors overnight. This portion belongs to you, and this one is yours as well. Each dog receives a share, and upon reaching Wang Kai, Qin Yu confidently placed down 2 generous portions, each generously sprinkled with chili, far exceeding the servings of the other little black dogs. After signing the contract, Qin Yu could effortlessly distinguish Wang Kai from the other dogs. Sang Biao, this is yours. The other dogs stared in astonishment. Not only did he possess an imposing name, but he also had the privilege of indulging in such a substantial amount of stinky tofu. The envy among the dogs was palpable. Instantly, several little black dogs approached Qin Yu, presenting their crystal balls. In the face of stinky tofu, what is dignity worth? What is wrong with serving others? Qin Yu coldly waved his hand. Apologies, but there can only be one, Yao Xian. Since we have Sang Biao, I cannot accept you. Although Qin Yu longed to assemble a formidable pack, ready to bite anyone who dared to oppose him, he feared that it might hurt Wang Kai's feelings. Alas, my greatest virtue, Emperor Qin Yu, is my focus, be it towards people or dogs. Indeed, upon witnessing Qin Yu's rejection of the other dogs, Wang Kai stood a little taller, as if transformed. Woof, this is the first dog to eat crabs. Are you envious? Wang Kai triumphantly devoured a large portion, clutching another as he strutted out with a swagger. Seemingly the most dapper creature on the street. After bidding farewell to Wang Kai, Qin Yu summoned Li Zhengtong. Today, I have a crucial task for you. Li Zhengtong's heart leaped with joy at the prospect of being valued by Brother Yu. Brother Yu, please instruct me. Qin Yu handed him a token. Take this token. Go to a place where tokens are hidden and publicly announce that you have found it. It's that simple. Huh. Li Zhengtong was somewhat perplexed. Isn't this token already in our possession? Why seek it again? Isn't this like pulling down one's pants to fart, an unnecessary act? Despite his confusion, Li Zhengtong accepted the token. Brother Yu must have his reasons. Observing Li Zhengtong hasten away, Qin Yu felt a twinge of bewilderment. How strange that this fool did not inquire today. As evening approached, Qin Yu arrived punctually at the prearranged meeting spot. Greetings, leader. Greetings, leader. Qin Yu waved to the gathering crowd. Deputy Leader Gao, you have come as well. Brother Gao replied with a smile. To safeguard the fairness and integrity of our sect, I would not dare to be negligent. Qin Yu felt a pang of guilt, wondering why he felt like the antagonist. With most attendees present, he beckoned them closer. Just as he was about to speak, Brother Gao quickly interjected, Leader, to ensure caution. I believe we should first verify the number of attendees to prevent infiltrators from that organization. It was indeed thoughtful of Deputy Leader Gao, but with so many present, how could they verify? Internally, Qin Yu mused that those who intended to infiltrate had likely already done so. Rest assured, leader. I have noted the appearance of everyone from yesterday. I only need to review them carefully. As Brother Gao meticulously checked each individual, Qin Yu could not help but stifle a yawn, feeling a peculiar tension akin to being an undercover agent. After the verification was completed, Senior Brother Gao spoke first. Today, only one individual has been publicly announced to have found a Xiantian token. Who is it? Qin Yu inquired. It seems to be someone named Li Zhengtong. Qin Yu was taken aback, exclaiming, Li Zhengtong. Chapter 54, Deceiving, then Deceiving Again. Does the leader know this person? Senior Brother Gao asked. Qin Yu chuckled. Not only do I know him, but he is also my neighbor and good brother. Just a couple of days ago, we were searching for the Xiantian token together. Since we couldn't find it, I decided to give up today. I never expected he would persevere and actually find one. His luck is truly remarkable. Qin Yu candidly shared this information, noting that it was easy to verify. So, this person is the leader's brother. That puts my mind at ease, Senior Brother Gao remarked. Qin Yu, puzzled, asked, What do you mean by putting your mind at ease? Senior Brother Gao explained. I was initially concerned that he might be an agent sent by that mysterious organization. However, since he has such a close relationship with the leader, we can rule out that possibility. Qin Yu smiled awkwardly. He is merely a lowly servant disciple. What organization would recruit him? Indeed. Senior Brother Gao nodded, sighing. Yet this seems to further validate that the mysterious organization is truly relying on strength to seek the Xiantian tokens. We are powerless against them. Seeing the dejected expressions of the crowd, Qin Yu stepped forward and declared, This outcome is beyond our control, and there is no need for us to be disheartened about it. Today, my good friend Li Zhengtong has proven something to all of us. Ordinary individuals can also find the Xiantian tokens. That organization is formidable, yet it cannot monopolize all the tokens. As long as we strive diligently, we can seize the tokens from their grasp. The crowd lifted their heads, gazing at Qin Yu, who spoke passionately, seemingly inspiring them with his confidence. Why was Li Zhengtong able to find the Xiantian token, and why can't I? It is because Li Zhengtong persisted relentlessly. Even when hope seemed bleak, he continued to forge ahead. My early abandonment is what caused me to miss the Xiantian token. You cannot foresee the future. How can you know victory isn't just a moment away? Failure is not to be feared. What is truly frightening is conceding before you have even attempted. If Li Zhengtong can do it, why can't you? Persist, for the outcome is still uncertain. We are all dark horses. The crowd, stirred with fervor, shouted in unison, The outcome is still uncertain. We are all dark horses. Qin Yu urged, Show your spirit. The crowd responded, The outcome is still uncertain. We are all dark horses. Qin Yu continued, Why can't you find the Xiantian token? The crowd chorused, Because we haven't worked hard enough. Because we haven't persevered. Qin Yu proclaimed, As long as we keep going. The crowd shouted back, We will surely succeed. Qin Yu rallied, Effort, effort, effort. The crowd echoed, Let us go, let us go, let us go. Qin Yu encouraged, All right, everyone, let us continue searching. Who knows? There might be a hidden token in some corner of the sect that even the mysterious organization has overlooked. The crowd surged out in a frenzy, watching them depart. Qin Yu was astonished by the effectiveness of his speech. These young disciples, having entered the sanctuary of the sect at such a tender age, possessed truly innocent minds, easily swayed by mere persuasion. Senior Brother Gao felt that Qin Yu had somewhat strayed from the topic, yet his actions undeniably invigorated the morale of the guild, leaving him with no grounds for reproach. Vice Leader Gao, keep up the good work. Qin Yu bid farewell to Senior Brother Gao and departed. The following day unfolded as usual. Today, only one individual discovered the Xiantian token, a person seemingly named Ji Duo Duo. Qin Yu was astonished. Ji Duo Duo indeed. Senior Brother Gao glanced at Qin Yu, a flicker of skepticism crossing his eyes. Do you know this person, guild leader? Could it be that this individual is also your neighbor? Not quite. I hardly possess that many neighbors. Qin Yu clarified. We are all mere servant disciples. Ji Duo Duo is responsible for the long corridor, adjacent to the Maple Leaf Plaza overseen by Li Zhengtong. Thus, we are acquainted, though not particularly close. How peculiar. Senior Brother Gao remarked. It seems that for 2 consecutive days, the ones finding the tokens have been servant disciples. Isn't that a curious coincidence? Qin Yu detected a hint of doubt in Senior Brother Gao's tone. It appeared that this fellow was beginning to question him. From Senior Brother Gao's perspective, Qin Yu had exhibited some peculiar behavior previously, and the fact that familiar faces had located the Xiantian tokens on 2 successive days was indeed cause for suspicion. Certainly not mere coincidence. Qin Yu asserted with conviction. Senior brother Gao regarded Qin Yu, his expression a mixture of confusion and surprise. He had anticipated that Qin Yu would deflect the topic with a jest, but instead, Qin Yu chose to confront it head-on. Addressing the assembly, Qin Yu proclaimed, if a servant disciple were to find the token once, it could be attributed to luck. However, if servant disciples continue to unearth the tokens over consecutive days, I would wager that if someone were to find a token tomorrow, it is highly likely to be another servant disciple. You must be curious as to why this is the case. The crowd nodded in unison. Qin Yu raised his voice. It is because we, the servant disciples, harbor a greater yearning for contribution points than anyone else. 1 Xiantian token can be exchanged for 100 contribution points, which for you outer disciples translates to approximately 3 months of allowances. Sometimes, undertaking a mission can yield 100 contribution points in a month. Yet for us servant disciples, after toiling tirelessly for an entire month, without daring to rest a single day, we are rewarded with a mere 10 contribution points. Everyone arrives at the Xiantian sect with dreams of cultivating immortality. Though our talents may be lacking, our fervent desire to seek the Tao is no less than yours. Yet, 10 contribution points are woefully insufficient. What can one achieve with 10 contribution points? One cannot even afford a qi refining pill at the Grand Apothecary. We lack adequate resources for cultivation, and we are bereft of sufficient time for practice. Our plight is dire. Qin Yu articulated the predicament of ordinary servant disciples with striking clarity. Many in the crowd resonated with his sentiments. So it turns out I am in such a miserable state. What should I do? I feel like crying. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence, the crowd rendered speechless. In this moment, silence spoke volumes. A gentle breeze caressed the air, stirring Qin Yu's hair. Suddenly, his impassioned voice shattered the tranquility. Precisely because we servant disciples endure such hardships, no one desires cultivation resources more than we do, and no one yearns for contribution points as fervently as we. Finding a Xiantian token is akin to securing a year's worth of remuneration. How could we not be driven to madness? It is precisely our yearning for contribution points that fuels our fervor and persistence in the quest for the Xiantian tokens. In our pursuit of furthering our journey in the realm of cultivation, we must muster all our strength to seize every fleeting opportunity, no matter how elusive it may seem. The 2 tokens discovered thus far were unearthed by the humble disciples, precisely because we, the underlings, are in dire need of this chance. Although our innate talents may be lacking, we shall never yield. When emotions run deep, tears are discreetly shed by the humble disciples. Despite our shortcomings, we remain indomitable. The humble disciples shall not be outdone by anyone. The outer disciples hold great admiration for this unyielding spirit. Even senior brother Gao feels a twinge of shame. Indeed, the path of the humble disciples is fraught with challenges, and I have dared to question their resolve. Alas, I ought to be ashamed. Observing the bewildered crowd, Qin Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. If only a personal touch were to grace this moment, it would be utterly perfect. Chapter 55. Are you actually a spy? Senior brother Gao addressed Qin Yu, saying, I apologize, leader, I meant no offense. I merely find it somewhat contrived that our conversations yesterday and today seem to have been orchestrated by that organization, as if we were ensnared in a deliberate trap. Qin Yu patted senior brother Gao on the shoulder, reassuring him, there is no need for concern, Vice Leader Gao. I am aware that your intentions are rooted in fairness. Moreover, we have all sworn an oath that our discussions shall remain confidential. Suddenly, a voice interrupted from among the group. Leader, while we have all sworn an oath, it appears that one among us has not. Who? Qin Yu and senior brother Gao turned in unison to the individual. Under the collective gaze, the person pointed a finger at senior brother Gao. It dawned on everyone that at the time, while senior brother Gao observed everyone else taking the oath, he himself did not partake. Senior brother Gao, bewildered, looked at himself in disbelief, exclaiming, Did I not take an oath? You did not. The crowd collectively questioned him. You suspect that I have leaked information to that organization? How could you doubt me? Someone spoke up, Vice Leader Gao, we are not accusing you. We are merely stating a fact. Everyone else has sworn an oath, yet you did not. It is not too late for me to swear an oath now. Senior brother Gao raised his fist above his head, declaring loudly, If I have had any contact with the members of that organization during this period, May I face dire consequences. Before he could finish, an unexpected thunderclap echoed, startling everyone. They looked up to see the clear sky, the bright moon hanging high, devoid of any clouds. How could there be thunder in such weather? The crowd glared at Vice Leader Gao in fury. Thunder on a clear day? What explanation do you have for this? Why have you ceased your words? Are you afraid of being struck down? Who would have thought you were the traitor? No wonder the leader's strategies are failing. It's you who has been undermining them. Qin Yu felt a tinge of embarrassment. I have not betrayed the guild. Senior Brother Gao stammered defensively. Then prove your worth by completing your oath. Swear a solemn vow. Let it be. I have not betrayed the guild, and I stand with a clear conscience. Senior Brother Gao raised his fist once more. Enough. Qin Yu thundered, addressing everyone. How could the vice leader possibly be a traitor? Have you all forgotten the immense effort the vice leader has put into our strategy? At least half of our current plan is conceived by him. If he were a traitor, how could he have assisted us so significantly? All present bowed their heads in silence. Was it merely a chance encounter with a sudden clap of thunder that warranted us to disregard the vice leader's diligent contributions and suspect him of being an insider? By your logic, I might as well be a more plausible traitor than the vice leader. Those who had recently cast doubt on Senior Brother Gao hastily apologized. Forgive us. Guild leader, vice leader, we acted thoughtlessly. Qin Yu waved his hand graciously, saying, I understand that your intentions are for the betterment of our guild. But we must unite our weapons against external threats rather than engage in internal strife. Since Li Zhengtong and Ji Duoduo were able to locate the Xiantian tokens, we too can succeed. With a bit more effort tomorrow, we might even find 2 or 3. As long as we persevere and never surrender, the Xiantian tokens shall undoubtedly belong to us. The crowd responded with fervor. Persevere, never give up. Qin Yu encouraged, strive, strive, strive. The crowd echoed, go, go, go. Very well, everyone. Return to rejuvenate your spirits. I hope to see the true form of the Xiantian tokens through your efforts tomorrow. Today, you have brought honor to the guild, and tomorrow, the guild shall take pride in you. After this motivational speech, the crowd departed with renewed vigor. Once they had left, Senior Brother Gao grasped Qin Yu's hands tightly, tears glistening in his eyes. Guild leader, how did you know I am not an undercover agent? Qin Yu, with an enigmatic smile, replied, because no one understands an undercover agent better than I do, and you do not fit the mold. Senior Brother Gao was deeply moved. Guild leader, I had my doubts about you just moments ago, yet you repaid malice with kindness, standing up for me at a crucial time. Compared to you, I feel utterly inadequate. Qin Yu comforted him. Do not harbor suspicions any longer. If you trust everyone, they will trust you in return. Senior Brother Gao nodded solemnly. From now on, I shall dedicate myself to the guild, willing to shed blood and tears to uproot that mysterious organization. There's no need for such extremes. Qin Yu chuckled awkwardly. That organization has done nothing wrong. They are merely competing with us on fair grounds. Senior Brother Gao scratched his head. My apologies, I had forgotten. With my mind consumed by this matter, I nearly regarded them as a fictitious enemy. Qin Yu teased, how much do you truly despise me? You must be exhausted. Perhaps you should rest. Very well. On the third morning, Qin Yu awoke punctually. The familiar sound of barking was absent. How peculiar. Why had Wang Kai and the others not come today? A sense of unease washed over him as he hastily entered the Sea of Souls. There, Wang Cai's ethereal form lay curled in a corner, deep in slumber. Qin Yu approached softly, calling out, Wang Kai, Wang Kai, Wang Kai. Wang Kai remained unresponsive. Had he not logged in yet? Qin Yu called out, Sang Biao. Wang Kai suddenly opened his eyes wide, barking, woof, woof, woof. Qin Yu inquired hurriedly, why did you not come today? Wang Kai, feeling aggrieved, let out a few plaintive barks, and in an instant, Qin Yu was drawn into a realm of illusion. The sky remained shrouded in darkness, and he found himself on an unfamiliar path. Before him stood a man clutching 7 mysterious tokens. This time, however, it was a male figure. Wang Kai and the other 6 puppies lay in wait amidst the grass, preparing to launch a mental assault as the man approached. Yet, he merely paused for a second before regaining his composure, bolstered by formidable mental strength. Realizing their mission had failed, the puppies attempted to flee, only to be lifted into the air by an unseen force, their little legs flailing helplessly. All 7 puppies met their demise. Through the imagery of the illusion, Qin Yu discerned the man's features. He was the elder overseeing this operation. This truly felt like a confrontation with an immovable obstacle. Chapter 56. The dreaming canine clan leader, I sensed something was amiss. It turns out you little rascals are the troublemakers, the elder reprimanded, grasping Wang Kai and the others. Now, tell me, what are your intentions in stealing the tokens? Where have you hidden them? The 7 puppies fell silent, not uttering a word. The elder issued a stern warning. If you refuse to speak, I shall report this matter to your clan leader. Upon hearing this, the puppies grew bolder. Wang Kai, the audacious one, barked defiantly, "Foolish human, you dare to try?" Unbeknownst to the elder, he could not comprehend Wang Kai's words and assumed the puppies were merely playful. He scolded, "Considering your tender age, I shall overlook your transgressions for now. However, this matter ends here. You are not to cause further disturbances. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to report this to the sect and have you all confined until after the spring festival." The puppies immediately shrank back at this threat. With only one opportunity each year to exchange for stinky tofu, being imprisoned would be disastrous. Thus, the illusion came to an end. After witnessing this segment, Qin Yu was astonished. Despite the chaos Wang Kai and the others had caused, the elder merely offered a verbal reprimand. What kind of mystical beast was Wang Kai to command such leniency? Had he not just heard the elder mention reporting to Wang Kai's clan leader? Was it possible that Wang Kai was not a stray dog, but belonged to a powerful lineage? Could it be that Wang Kai was, in fact, one of the legendary 3 divine pets, renowned for their potent bloodlines, formidable backgrounds, and exceptional abilities? Intrigued and filled with questions, Qin Yu was about to inquire of Wang Kai when he was once again plunged into his second illusion. In this new realm, dawn was breaking. Wang Kai and the 7 puppies traversed a swaying bridge, arriving at a lush, tree-encircled island. Qin Yu recognized this illusion as a continuation of the narrative. As the 7 puppies entered the island, they began to bark excitedly. Soon, a chorus of barks echoed from all directions. Remarkably, Qin Yu found he could understand their dialogue. Was this an enhancement bestowed upon him by Wang Kai? Incredible. Oh no, the mission has failed. What happened? What happened? A cacophony of confusion filled Qin Yu's ears. Before long, a sharp bark echoed from the depths of the island. The leader of the canine clan has arrived. The dogs quickly fell silent, and a magnificent dog emerged from the island's interior. This dog was as large as a fierce tiger, adorned with wings, its muscles taut and sinewy, exuding an extraordinary charisma. Qin Yu gaped in awe, attempting to articulate his admiration. Wow, what a colossal dog. The dog leader barked, "What is all this noise? Is the sky falling?" "WNGC," I hastily replied. "Leader, the sky is not falling." The dog leader retorted, "If the sky is not falling, why is this dog making such a racket?" "WNGC," I responded, "the stinky tofu is all gone today." The dog leader paused for a moment, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Did you not just say the sky isn't falling?" "WNGC," I clarified, "it wasn't them. It was an elder from the outer sect." The leader, bristling with indignation, demanded, "Which of those wretched little tigers or lions dared to steal our stinky tofu?" It seems that after 3 days without a thrashing, they believe they've grown some prowess. Just as a dragon guards its scales, a dog protects its stinky tofu. To dare touch our cherished tofu is akin to courting death. "WNGC," I interjected urgently, "No, it truly wasn't them." The dog leader, now enraged, declared, "That despicable outer sect elder. If he craves stinky tofu, why not procure it himself? Stealing from us is no feat." He rallied his pack. "Children, arm yourselves, and let us teach him a lesson." "Leader, you are mistaken again." "WNGC," I urgently blocked the leader's path. "What mistake have I made? We have been wronged and must retaliate fiercely. You must live up to your name and not act like a cowardly dog." The leader of the illusory dream canines pondered for a moment and continued, "Otherwise, your name shall be bestowed upon the bravest of our clan." At this proclamation, all the dogs gazed expectantly at their leader. In the leader's eyes, who among them was the most courageous illusory dream canine? Who deserved such a formidable name? The leader proclaimed, "I bestow upon the esteemed leader of the illusory dream canines the title of the bravest and most powerful king of the illusory dream canines." The pack murmured in awe. "WNGC," I was aware of the contract he had signed with Qin Yu, a fact that the dog leader had initially vehemently opposed. "We are the noble illusory dream canines. How could a mere servant disciple be worthy of a pact with us?" However, upon witnessing the abundance of stinky tofu WNGC I had brought back, the leader swiftly acquiesced. "Oh my, this stinky tofu is simply divine. I feel the ancient bloodline of our ancestors awakening." If he had not learned that Qin Yu had ceased to contract with other spirit beasts, the leader would have personally sought to forge a bond. But then it struck him, wait, I believe I have already contracted with the Sect Master. No matter, first, we shall deal with the Sect Master, and then I shall establish a contract. The Master of Beast Peak, Elder Lu, who had dedicated 2 centuries to studying spirit beasts, once said, to win a dog's heart, one must first capture its stomach. Thus, to preserve his formidable name and prove he was not a cowardly dog, the leader resolved to act. Wang Kai hurriedly explained, it wasn't he, that elder, who snatched our stinky tofu. Rather, we were caught in the act of attempting to seize the token and failed. Chief, it's not my cowardice. The truth is, we were in the wrong. The leader of the illusory dream canine clan's expression shifted, realizing the gravity of the situation. Qin Yu, to his astonishment, perceived an awkward expression on the canine leader's face. The leader furrowed his brow as he paced among the pack of dogs. That damned outer sect elder. With so many Xiantian tokens available, what harm would it be to gift us a few? The leader merely vented his frustration. If they failed to acquire the item, resorting to anger and violence would only tarnish the clan's reputation. Though we may be dogs, we are still dogs of reason. It seems today's stinky tofu is doomed. At this, a chorus of lamentations erupted among the dogs. Without stinky tofu, how can I survive? Shouted the canines. The leader of the illusory dream canine clan bellowed, retract those tongues. It's merely a piece of stinky tofu. Look at your pitiful selves. Subsequently, he muttered in a tone of schadenfreude, fortunately, I saved half a piece of stinky tofu yesterday. I am indeed the most foresight among this pack. Chief, I possess a skill to acquire stinky tofu, exclaimed a daring illusory dream dog. Speak quickly. All the canines appeared to glimpse a newfound hope. The illusory dream dog continued. If we cannot seize the token, we can directly go after the stinky tofu. The translation function unexpectedly faltered. Qin Yu, piecing together the context, surmised the illusory dream dog's intent. Failing to secure the token meant their sights were set on the stinky tofu, so they planned to pin their hopes on me. Qin Yu perceived Wang Kai as clever, albeit not overly so. Chapter 57. The second most shameless one. The leader of the illusory dream canine clan gave the daring dog a resounding pat on the head, followed by a stern reprimand. Moments later, the translation function resumed. The leader declared, if all else fails, I shall take matters into my own hands tomorrow, ensuring absolute success. Chief, that would be inadvisable. An elder illusory dream dog interjected. Since we have already been discovered, your involvement would be tantamount to opposing the sect. It appeared that there were indeed astute canines within the illusory dream clan. Qin Yu mused inwardly. Then what shall we do? Must we truly forego the stinky tofu? The leader of the illusory dream canine clan paced anxiously. Chief, acquiring the Xiantian token does not solely rely on theft. The tokens are hidden for everyone to seek. If those sect disciples can find them, why can't we of the illusory dream clan? The leader's eyes brightened. Indeed, we can seek them ourselves. And even if we are seen, it matters not. We adhere to the rules. All dogs, heed my command. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, 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 woof. Depart the island to seek the tokens. Thousands of illusory dream dogs surged forth, creating a truly magnificent scene. As the illusion shattered, Qin Yu returned to the Sea of Souls, finding Wang Kai squatting at his feet, wagging its tail and panting happily. Qin Yu intentionally inquired, just now. There was a moment when I suddenly couldn't comprehend their conversation. Wang Kai, could you enlighten me on what they were discussing? Wang Kai tilted its head, casting a furtive glance aside. All right, I shall not tease you any longer. Qin Yu continued, what is the status of your illusory dream canine clan within the sect? Wang Kai gestured with its paws, indicating their formidable strength. Very well, I shall visit the scripture pavilion shortly to investigate. He pondered. Are you preparing to mobilize your entire clan in search of the Xiantian token? Wang Kai nodded affirmatively. Do you have any inkling as to where the Xiantian token might be concealed? Given Qin Yu's current understanding of the illusory dream canines, he felt a tinge of concern. Wang Kai gestured for a while before Qin Yu comprehended. Ah, I see. You mean to say that wherever the other disciples go, you shall follow? Not foolish by any means, yet their numbers are rather limited, which diminishes their prospects of success. Although the illusory dream canine clan boasts thousands, the sect disciples participating in this endeavor exceed 10,000. The disparity in numbers is stark. Wang Kai barked twice, pointing at its own nose. Are you implying that your sense of smell is keen enough to detect the scent of the Xiantian token? Woof. Wang Kai nodded once more. Qin Yu found this notion somewhat dubious. Some cultivators possess extraordinarily sensitive olfactory senses, and certain elixirs can temporarily enhance one's sense of smell. Since no one else can assist in locating the Xiantian token through scent, Qin Yu doubted whether the illusory dream canines could accomplish such a feat. However, he remained unaware of the extent of their olfactory abilities. Perhaps the illusory dream canines might indeed yield some surprises. Qin Yu contemplated informing Wang Kai that they merely needed to follow the personnel concealing the token and observe where they hid it. Yet, he feared that such an action might expose them, potentially leading to adverse consequences for the illusory dream canine clan. Very well, let us first observe the outcome. Qin Yu departed the Sea of Souls, changed his attire, and proceeded to the Scripture Pavilion. He intended to initially research the illusory dream canines. Upon entering the pavilion, a senior sister called out to him, "Junior, please come over and register." Qin Yu, perplexed, queried, "Senior sister, is registration required to enter the Scripture Pavilion?" Ordinarily, it is not, but recently, Senior Beishitong has entered seclusion, necessitating registration for entry. Senior Beishitong has never secluded himself before. I wonder what has transpired, as he has been in seclusion twice during this period. Qin Yu responded, "All right then." After completing the registration form, he inquired, "Senior sister, could you direct me to the section that contains records on the illusory dream canines? The general introduction is located on the second floor, west side. However, you currently lack the authority to access the detailed records." "Understood. Thank you, senior sister." Qin Yu proceeded to the west side and soon discovered a multitude of books concerning the illusory dream canines on the second floor. Titles such as The Past and Future of the Illusory Dream Canine, Mating and Breeding of the Illusory Dream Canine, Care Techniques and Favorite Foods of the Illusory Dream Canine, and Management Plans for the Illusory Dream Canine filled the shelves. Staring at the 20-odd volumes on the Illusory Dream Canines, Qin Yu felt somewhat bewildered. So many. Suddenly, he found himself missing Senior Beishitong. Was it truly necessary to enter seclusion for such a trivial matter? As Qin Yu opened the tome titled The Past and Future of the Dream Hound, he quickly realized it was a hefty volume exceeding 3,000 pages. Far too cumbersome for him to manage with a single hand. Surely, this book would contain a comprehensive introduction to the Dream Hound. Yet, the sheer volume of content was overwhelming. He decided to peruse the preface first. Lifting the cover, he found the first page attributed to the author, which he promptly bypassed. Upon reaching the second page, he was rendered speechless. The past of the Dream Hound, unknown. Since the inception of the sect, the Dream Hound has existed. I know not whence it came. Those who do may record their insights on this blank page. The future of the Dream Hound. I am equally uncertain about the evolutionary trajectory of the Dream Hound. Should future scholars uncover this, they may inscribe their findings on this blank page. Thank you. At the bottom, a small note read, "Friendly reminder. Do not forget to leave your name in the author section on the first page." Qin Yu flipped through the remaining pages, which were all blank. Was that it? Was this truly all? 3,000 pages, and only 2 were written upon? What kind of nonsense was this? Qin Yu felt as though he had stumbled upon an entirely novel method of authorship. If this was how one wrote a book, he could produce 100 volumes in a single day. Returning to the first page, he was eager to discover the identity of the individual behind this so-called masterpiece. First author, Wang Dai, pen name, second author. His desire to vent his frustration reached an apex. Seriously, you merely chose a title and had the audacity to place your name as the first author? Where was your sense of shame? Even if you had to tear a blank sheet from behind to cover your face, at least have some dignity. Having traversed 2 lifetimes and encountered countless individuals, he deemed this person's audacity to be second to none. This individual was undoubtedly a disgrace to the scholarly realm of the cultivation world. Wang Dai was even using a pen name. He was truly exasperated. However, Qin Yu reconsidered. If he were the one committing such a transgression, he would certainly refrain from using his actual name. He would be mercilessly condemned, never to find peace in death. Observing that the corners of this book were only slightly yellowed, he surmised it had been placed in the collection within the last century. Given the quality of this book, it was likely that this Wang Dai was no ordinary disciple. There was a high probability that he was still alive. Clenching his fist, Qin Yu declared, "I hope I do not cross paths with you, for if I do, I shall surely smack this blank book across your face." As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Qin Yu retrieved a pen he always carried with him. He crossed out Wang Dai's name and inscribed the angler pen name in bold letters beneath it. Upon completing this, he wore a satisfied smile. When it came to shamelessness, who could rival him? Little River, today I shall impart a lesson upon you. Chapter 58. Qin Yu and the bond with the Dreamhound. Subsequently, Qin Yu took out a small notebook he always kept close. He altered the title The Path to Immortality, beginning with Fishing to the Path to Immortality, beginning with rectifying the academic scoundrels of the cultivation world. There was no ulterior motive. Qin Yu simply wished to document this historic moment. Setting aside the past and future of the Dreamhound, Qin Yu picked up the mating and breeding of the Dreamhound. Glancing at the first page bearing Wang Day's name, he immediately understood the caliber of this work. Indeed, the remainder was entirely blank. Qin Yu repeated his previous actions, changing Wang Day to Fishing Man. This alteration spanned over a dozen volumes. Just as Qin Yu thought he would return empty-handed, he finally discovered a legitimate book, Dreamhound Clan. This volume was quite slender, comprising merely 20 pages. It succinctly introduced the essential information regarding the Dreamhound, precisely what Qin Yu required at that moment. Dreamhounds, possessing formidable mental prowess, excel in fabricating illusions, serving as the guardian beasts of the Zhuantiangong. Upon reading the first line, Qin Yu felt a tumultuous wave surge within him. Goodness, a guardian beast? I have actually forged a contract with the sect's guardian beast? Qin Yu was suddenly engulfed by the illusion of a humble cleaner abducting a wealthy heiress. He wondered whether the sect permitted ordinary disciples to contract with Dreamhounds. He continued to peruse the text. Dreamhounds possess noble bloodlines and are inherently proud, seldom entering into contracts with humans. Qin Yu recalled the image of the small black dogs, wagging their tails beside him while clutching his crystal ball, and could not help but question this assertion. Where's the pride? They are merely a bunch of eager followers. A cultivator may possess only one Dreamhound as a companion, for the proud nature of the Dreamhound forbids its master from serving another. Doubt began to creep into Qin Yu's mind regarding the authenticity of this book. Had he encountered mere imposters posing as Dreamhounds? The Dreamhound clan excels in collective combat. Numerous Dreamhounds can amalgamate their power, resulting in qualitative transformations through quantitative changes. According to historical records, the Dreamhound clan once united to vanquish an invader at the tribulation stage. Qin Yu's hand trembled. Incredible! The Dreamhound clan is so powerful. The tribulation stage, a step before ascension, represented the pinnacle of strength in a non-immortal era, a force capable of walking unchallenged in this world. No wonder the Dreamhound could become the protective deity of Zhuantiangong, possessing the might to slay even those at the tribulation stage. Moreover, as the Zhuantiangong grew stronger over the years, the Dreamhound clan must have continually flourished. He pondered just how formidable the Dreamhound clan had become at present. After the astonishment, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. Qin Yu envisioned a magnificent and resplendent ally before his eyes. This was no longer merely a customer purchasing stinky tofu. It was akin to having his closest companion by his side. As long as he cultivated a good rapport with the Dreamhound clan, who would dare to provoke him within the sect? Dissent? They ought to consider who stood behind him. Could they challenge a Dreamhound? Closing the book, Qin Yu began to contemplate how to strengthen his bond with the Dreamhound clan. Wang Kai could not represent the entirety of the Dreamhound clan. At most, it could establish a connection. To foster goodwill with the entire Dreamhound clan, he would need to rely on stinky tofu. However, he could not offer too much. For as the saying goes, that which comes easily is often taken for granted. It was imperative to ensure they completed tasks to earn the stinky tofu, instilling in them the understanding that such treasures were scarce resources. Once they accomplished their tasks, a touch of generosity from him would inspire gratitude, allowing him to continually cultivate their favor. The depths of my treachery are truly unfathomable. He. Upon returning to his cave abode, Qin Yu pushed open the door and was met with an unexpected delight. A Dreamhound awaited him, proudly clutching a Xiantian token in its mouth. This Dreamhound was significantly larger than Wang Kai, boasting a strength that placed it among the upper echelons of its kind. Qin Yu affectionately patted its head and encouraged. You are truly magnificent, little pup. The Dreamhound, somewhat resistant, turned its head away. A mere human, daring to touch the great Dreamhound. In my eyes, you are but a lowly cook. Qin Yu replied. Today, you are the first Dreamhound to deliver a token to me. As a reward, I shall grant you an extra serving of stinky tofu, but do keep this a secret from the other pups. The Dreamhound immediately stuck out its tongue. displaying a charming grin, and began to nuzzle against Qin Yu's leg. You are truly kind, worthy of being the most handsome and generous cultivator of Heleavens sect. Please, caress me freely. Qin Yu complied, stating, from this day forth, we shall be good friends. Let us not forget our bond. The hound responded with enthusiasm, indicating, should you require assistance in the future, remember to summon me. Otherwise, I am but a dog. Qin Yu felt a sense of accomplishment in winning the friendship of a dream hound. He proceeded to heat oil in a pot and prepared 2 servings of stinky tofu for his new companion. The dream hound pointed eagerly at a jar filled with chili peppers, barking in delight. Ah, you have quite the palate. Very well, I shall indulge you. Qin Yu sprinkled a handful of chili atop the tofu. The dream hound feasted voraciously, devouring an entire serving before swiftly carrying away the other. Having witnessed the illusion, Qin Yu came to understand. Regardless of how much he offered, the dream hounds merely needed to return with a single bag. Should he provide only 1 bag, they would selectively consume a few pieces, treating it as mere pocket money. Soon after, 2 more dream hounds arrived together. Remarkably, 3 tokens had already been secured from the 7. Qin Yu smiled and remarked, excellent, you 2 shall share first place. As the first to deliver tokens to me, I shall prepare an extra serving for each of you as a reward. But remember, this is our little secret. The 2 dream hounds were overjoyed. Qin Yu placed 4 servings of stinky tofu before them, stroking their heads as he declared, the extra serving symbolizes our friendship. Should I ever be wronged, you must come to my aid. Both dream hounds scratched their chests in solemn promise. Having feasted on your stinky tofu today, we are now your loyal companions. Should anyone dare to bully you, we shall be the first to oppose it. Although Qin Yu could not comprehend their words, the unwavering loyalty reflected in their bright eyes spoke volumes. Thus, Qin Yu gained 2 more friends among the dream hounds. With patience and diligence, it would not be long before the dream hounds could be of service to him. Qin Yu felt fortunate to not be a villain, otherwise, he might have already plotted a grand scheme of thievery. Chapter 59. Exploiting the loophole after bidding farewell to the 2 dream hounds. Qin Yu was soon greeted by another pair. As it stood, 5 out of the 7 Xiantian tokens had already been procured. As for the remaining 2 tokens, Qin Yu learned that they had already been found by the other disciples, and thus he ceased to dwell on them. Qin Yu calculated with his fingers. There were still 11 days until the end of the event, and with 2 tokens lost each day, that amounted to 22 tokens over the span of 11 days. I have inadvertently incurred a loss of 200 contribution points. The pain is excruciating. Qin Yu pushed open the door and made his way towards the central plaza. He aimed to discover a method to procure all the tokens without breaching any rules. Therefore, he intended to meticulously study the event regulations. Qin Yu firmly believed that where there are rules, there must be loopholes. Upon arriving at the central plaza, he spotted the rules of the event written on a whiteboard beside a list of prompts. The regulations were straightforward, consisting of only a few points. 1. Event duration, December 15th to December 30th. 2. Seizing tokens during the event is prohibited. 3. Forging tokens during the event is prohibited. 4. Rewards must be redeemed within 3 days after the event concludes. Expired tokens become void. After reviewing all the rules, a multitude of ideas suddenly flashed through Qin Yu's mind. There are indeed numerous loopholes here. Leader, I finally found you. You were here all along. Suddenly, Qin Yu heard someone calling out to him. Turning around, he saw it was Senior Brother Gao. Vice Leader Gao, what a coincidence. Senior Brother Gao trotted over, his face beaming with excitement. Leader, I have great news. Guess what? What is it? Qin Yu inquired. Senior Brother Gao laughed heartily. Today, our guild found 2 Xiantian tokens all at once, and everyone is overjoyed. Qin Yu realized that the 2 tokens missed by the illusory dream hound had been discovered by members of his own guild. Let us go. Everyone is waiting to thank you. Senior Brother Gao exclaimed, pulling Qin Yu along. All right. Having identified the loophole, Qin Yu saw no reason to linger. Upon reaching the designated location, all the guild members had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Qin Yu, someone shouted, the leader has arrived. Let's give him a round of applause. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. Qin Yu raised his hand, urging everyone not to be so excited. Because this year, you might not have another chance to find the Xiantian tokens. Adjusting his expression, he continued, I heard our guild found 2 Xiantian tokens today. At that moment, a man and a woman dashed out from the group, each holding a token in their hands, walking towards Qin Yu under the envious gazes of the crowd. Are you two planning to exchange tokens and get married right here? The two stood on either side of Qin Yu, simultaneously grasping his hands and exclaiming, "Leader, it is thanks to you that we were able to find the Xiantian tokens." Qin Yu released the young man's hand and took hold of the young woman's, forcing a smile as he said, "Your success in finding the tokens is due to your own perseverance and luck. It has nothing to do with me." "How can that be?" The young woman replied loudly. "I was about to give up yesterday, but it was your inspiring words that motivated me to persevere." The young man added, "I feel the same. Leader, without you, I would surely have no connection to this token." "Me too," the young woman echoed. Qin Yu's smile froze on his face. He truly wished to slap himself twice. "Oh, this accursed mouth of mine. Why did I feel the need to motivate them with idle talk? This time, I've truly shot myself in the foot. Right, leader, we are but humble disciples." Subsequently, the two turned to everyone with excitement and proclaimed, "The leader is right. Although we humble disciples may lack talent, as long as we exert ourselves, we shall surely reap rewards. You two are making a grand declaration here. Let's all strive a bit harder and aim to seize every token from the mysterious organization." The crowd cheered. "Let's ensure the mysterious organization gets not a single token." Qin Yu remarked, "Humble disciples, eh? Just don't let me discover which area you two are responsible for cleaning, or else I'll bring Wang Kai along to relieve himself there every day." Observing the lively atmosphere, Qin Yu smiled at everyone and said, "You all performed admirably today, and I hope you can maintain this momentum. In the upcoming period, I may be quite busy. So starting tomorrow, I will refrain from attending gatherings. From now on, the deputy leader will preside over these meetings." Qin Yu's purpose in joining this guild was to prevent them from reporting to the sect. Now that the Dream Hound has become a law-abiding good dog, there is no need for him to waste time here. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a tinge of sadness. "Leader, we will miss you." "Indeed. What capabilities does the deputy leader possess to be worthy of hosting the gatherings?" "Deputy Leader Gao, you can support someone without stepping on another." "Enough," Qin Yu interjected. "I am merely entering seclusion for a while, not departing from this world. This guild will continue to exist, and everyone can assist one another. Should you need help, do not hesitate to seek me out. For now, let us all return to recuperate. We shall continue to strive tomorrow." As Qin Yu prepared to leave, someone urgently exclaimed, "Leader, we haven't shouted our slogan yet." "Qin Yu, strive, strive, strive." The crowd responded, "Go, go, go." Once back in his cave, Qin Yu immediately entered his sea of consciousness. Wang Kai, Sang Biao, woof woof, come find me. I have prepared stinky tofu for you." Wang Kai excitedly barked and swiftly logged off. Qin Yu heated oil in a pot. And just as he finished preparing 4 portions of stinky tofu, Wang Kai dashed over. Woof woof. Wang Kai circled Qin Yu, showering him with affection and playfulness. "Enough with the cuteness. These 2 portions of stinky tofu are for you, and the remaining 2 are for you to take back, understood?" Wang Kai nodded and began to feast joyfully. Qin Yu aimed to help Wang Kai rapidly elevate his status within the pack. While other Dream Hounds could only take back 1 portion, Wang Kai would be able to take 2, thus garnering the favor of the Dream Hound clan leader and the admiration of the other Dream Hounds. Once Wang Kai unifies the Dream Hound clan, wouldn't I then be free to act as I please? Hee hee. Qin Yu chuckled lewdly for a moment before addressing Wang Kai with seriousness. "Wang Kai, go back and inform your kin that when searching for the Xiantian tokens in the future, they should first draw everyone present into a dreamscape before searching slowly. The activity rules do not state that one cannot interfere with others' token searches. Moreover, the illusions conjured by the Dream Hound are remarkably lifelike. The disciples search for tokens within these illusions, and aside from the impossibility of finding the tokens, the experience mirrors that of seeking them in the real world. The emotional investment is profound, making it unlikely for any disturbances to arise." Qin Yu believes his scheme is nothing short of flawless. Chapter 60, The Golden Elixir Ancestor. Wang Kai, having finished 2 servings of stinky tofu, was about to leave when Qin Yu called him back. Qin Yu crouched down and inquired, "Wang Kai, what level of power do you currently possess in relation to cultivators?" Wang Kai drew a circle on the ground. "Golden elixir?" Qin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. "You have already attained the realm of the Golden Elixir Ancestor?" Wang Kai nodded proudly. Qin Yu had always thought that Wang Kai was merely in the foundation establishment stage, never anticipating such strength. "And what about your clan leader? Do you know their level of power?" Wang Kai hopped about, attempting to convey his thoughts. "I cannot comprehend. Please translate it directly within the illusion." Wang Kai tilted his head, shaking it in confusion. Noticing something amiss, Qin Yu asked, "Wasn't it you who translated for me in that last illusion?" Wang Kai shook his head again, indicating he did not understand what Qin Yu was referring to. If it wasn't Wang Kai, could it be the clan leader of the Dream Hounds? Qin Yu inquired. "Did your clan leader know when you were constructing the illusion for me?" Wang Kai shook his head. "I do not know." Wang Kai's head spun like a top. "I see. You mean you are unsure whether your clan leader was aware of your actions in creating the illusion?" Wang Kai nodded. "Then it must be known." At that moment, Wang Kai was right beside the clan leader. They would certainly have sensed it. It seems that my ability to understand the conversations between Wang Kai and the others in the illusion was due to the clandestine assistance of Wang Kai's clan leader. Qin Yu immediately felt a wave of relief. Thank heavens that the one obscuring the words was not my dear Wang Kai. By the way, Qin Yu turned to Wang Kai and asked, "Why were you glancing sideways, appearing guilty?" Wang Kai shook his head, indicating he had not done so. "Forget it. Perhaps I misjudged you." Qin Yu then asked, "Was there a specific purpose behind your clan leader's translation?" Wang Kai shook his head, expressing ignorance. "Were you a rattle drum in your past life? Only able to shake your head?" Wang Kai lowered his head, looking aggrieved. "Ah, you are as foolish as Li Zhengtong. Brother Yu, did you call for me?" Suddenly, Li Zhengtong's voice came from over the courtyard wall. Qin Yu responded. Li Zhengtong poked his head over the wall, exclaiming, "Oh, what an adorable little dog. Brother Yu, is this your new pet?" Li Zhengtong then vaulted over the wall, pinching his nose and remarking, "Ugh, what is that smell? Brother Yu, did your toilet explode?" Qin Yu's anger level rose to 1. Upon seeing the bubbling oil pot nearby, Li Zhengtong's expression changed. "Brother Yu, you aren't frying excrement at home, are you?" Qin Yu's anger level surged to 111. "No wonder I have been catching whiffs of an indistinct foul odor in my home lately. I thought someone was playing tricks and secretly tossing waste into my house, but it turns out it was coming from yours." Qin Yu sensed that Li Zhengtong was unusually exuberant today, likely due to some errant medication. "This is stinky tofu, not excrement." "Stinky tofu? Is it made from feces?" Qin Yu took a deep breath, repeatedly admonishing himself not to argue with the fool. "Stinky tofu has nothing to do with excrement, if you keep spouting nonsense. I'll set Wang Kai on you." Wang Kai, in perfect accord, revealed his tiny milk teeth. "Wang Kai?" Li Zhengtong laughed heartily, pointing at the puppy that was barely the length of his calf. "Is this foolish dog weaned? It dares to bite me? Woof. Ah, my behind. I was wrong. Dog Lord. I promise I won't do it again. Let go. If you don't release me soon, I might have to take action. Oh, Dog Lord, spare me. I was merely jesting." Half a minute later, Li Zhengtong curled up in a corner, trembling against the wall. Qin Yu handed him a piece of torn clothing, sighing. "Wang Kai is at the golden core stage. Why pick a fight with him of all beings?" Li Zhengtong, on the verge of tears, lamented, "Brother Yu, why didn't you tell me earlier? I still have serious matters to discuss with Wang Kai. You stay aside for now. All right, I'll head back to change clothes." Li Zhengtong climbed back over the wall once more. Qin Yu returned to the main topic, reflecting earnestly on the conversation in the illusion. It seemed that the Dream Canine tribe leader only emphasized stinky tofu. Was this a hint for me to include more of it? It felt like there was more to it than that. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Yu. "Is your tribe leader seeking your name?" Upon hearing this, Wang Kai appeared alarmed, gesturing frantically while barking incessantly. "Slow down with the gestures. I can't decipher what you're trying to convey. Brother Yu." Wang Kai means that the entire tribe desires his name, especially the tribe leader. Qin Yu turned to see Li Zhengtong, now dressed, preparing to climb over the wall again. "Why climb over when there's a front door?" Li Zhengtong replied with a smile. "Climbing is simply more convenient." Qin Yu then looked at Wang Kai and asked, "The entire tribe wishes for your name?" Wang Kai nodded pitifully. He was walking on eggshells within the tribe, as any misstep could result in his name being awarded to the tribe leader. "Does your tribe leader not have a name, then, to covet yours so?" Wang Kai nodded and then shook his head. "What does that mean?" Qin Yu inquired. Li Zhengtong explained. Wang Kai implies that the tribe leader has a name, but is quite dissatisfied with it. Qin Yu asked Li Zhengtong, "Can you understand this?" Li Zhengtong sighed softly, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. "I cannot comprehend it fully. However, I have studied a field of spirit-beast behavior, allowing me to infer their meanings." "How impressive. Wang Kai, is his guess accurate?" Wang Kai nodded, casting a glance at Li Zhengtong. "Woof. Kid S got some sense. He might be useful after all. I won't bite him for now." Li Zhengtong responded. "Thank you, dog brother." Observing the exchange between Wang Kai and Li Zhengtong, Qin Yu felt utterly bewildered. Why do I feel like I'm deaf? What are you two discussing? Li Zhengtong replied, Oh, nothing much. Just that dog brother thinks I'm sensible and won't bite me anymore. But Wang Kai only barked twice. How did you derive so much meaning from that? Li Zhengtong explained, Spirit beast behavior studies rely not on words, but on interpreting their actions. But I didn't see Wang Kai doing anything earlier. Qin Yu returned to the topic, asking, What is your tribe leader's name? Wang Kai? Wang Li Zhengtong. Wang Kai stated that his clan leader is named Dog Egg. Huh. Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. That name is quite memorable. Wait. Qin Yu suddenly turned to Li Zhengtong. You can interpret the name Dog Egg through the actions of spiritual beasts? Speak. Can you communicate with spiritual beasts? Li Zhengtong's gaze faltered, cold sweat pouring down. Abba. Qin Yu. Wang Kai, bite him. Wait, let me give him a body refinement pill first. Then you can bite. The side effect of Qin Yu's body refinement pill is that it makes one's skin exceedingly sensitive. Even the slightest touch can cause unbearable pain. Li Zhengtong hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Brother Yu, I admit I can indeed understand Wang Cai's speech, but it's not that I can comprehend all spiritual beasts. I can only understand the language of canine spiritual beasts. Qin Yu, wouldn't it have been better to admit it sooner? Li Zhengtong quietly explained. This pertains to a little secret of my family. My father forbids me from disclosing it. Brother Yu, you must not spread this information. Qin Yu, rest assured, I am the small-mouthed disciple of Shantian's sect. Li Zhengtong, what does that mean? Qin Yu, it means that any news that comes to me will perish on my lips, absolutely not to be disseminated, shortened to dead mouth. Chapter 61. The frustrated outer sect elder. Since this is a secret of Li Zhengtong's family, Qin Yu ceased his inquiries. Since you can communicate with Wang Kai, why not act as our translator for a while? Li Zhengtong, at your command. Qin Yu said to Wang Kai, I understand your leader's desire to change his name. How about I give your leader a new name, so he no longer constantly ponders over yours? Li Zhengtong translated, Wang. Qin Yu, Wang Kai. Qin Yu slapped his forehead. Are you foolish? You only need to translate for me. Oh, I thought Wang Kai could not understand you. Qin Yu tore a piece of paper, pondered for a moment, and wrote the word scar on it. Take this back to your leader. This is the name I bestow upon him. See if he likes it. Once he accepts this name, he will owe me a favor. In the future, how can he not leave the position of leader to Wang Kai? Qin Yu chuckled. He was not worried that the leader of the Dreamhound clan would reject this name. After all, there should be no dog name more unappealing than Dog Egg in this world. Who was the genius that bestowed such a name upon the illustrious leader of the Dreamhound clan? Even something like Lucky would sound better. In the depths of the back mountain, within a cave filled with seals, an old man, tattered and emaciated, his breath nearly extinguished, suddenly opened his eyes. Achio, once is a thought, twice is a curse. The old man looked towards the cave entrance and hoarsely said, After all these thousands of years, who is still thinking of me? Achio, how could he have thought of it twice? With Li Zhengtong the translator nearby, Qin Yu hurriedly asked the questions he had in mind. Wang Kai, what is your leader's current cultivation level? Wang. Li Zhengtong. Wang Kai says his leader is the strongest in the world. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Well, that was a fruitless inquiry. All right, Wang Kai, you may return now. Wang. Li Zhengtong. He says, sure. Wang Kai, clutching 2 portions of stinky tofu and a piece of paper, scampered away with a sway of his hips. Such a bountiful haul surely would endear him to those little female dogs. After Wang Kai departed, Qin Yu inquired of Li Zhengtong, Is there a special occasion today that has you so exuberant? Qin Yu perceived an unusual fervor in Li Zhengtong today. You guessed it right, brother Yu. Li Zhengtong replied joyfully. I have finally succeeded in setting up a formation today. Really? Qin Yu expressed his delight for his good friend. Li Zhengtong had been diligently practicing talismans, honing his foundational skills, and now he could finally draw formations. Where is this formation of yours? What capabilities does it possess? Qin Yu asked. It's in my yard, Li Zhengtong declared, preparing to vault over the courtyard wall. If you love climbing walls so much, wouldn't it be more convenient to simply break a hole in it? Qin Yu retorted with exasperation. Li Zhengtong replied earnestly, that won't he do. Brother Yu, I cannot endure the stench of the exploding excrement and stinky tofu wafting from your yard. It is best to leave the wall intact. Upon scaling the wall, Qin Yu beheld the formation that Li Zhengtong had arranged, which occupied half the yard. At the center of the formation lay a talisman, serving as its focal point. This formation was named the Anti-Gravity Array, and within its bounds, The gravitational force on all objects was diminished by over 90%. As Qin Yu stepped into the array, he instantly felt a significant lightness in his body, allowing him to leap effortlessly into the air. If this formation could move with a person, it would greatly enhance our speed. Unfortunately, I cannot achieve that yet, Li Jingtong admitted. No rush, take your time, Qin Yu encouraged. Today, I must congratulate you. How about I prepare a special batch of my secret stinky tofu as a gift for you? Li Jingtong vigorously shook his head. Brother Yu, could we perhaps consider a different gift? Certainly, Qin Yu replied readily. I have recently concocted a new elixir. Would you accept that as a present? Li Jingtong abruptly froze in place. After a moment, he stammered. Brother Yu, how much stinky tofu are we talking about? Could we possibly reduce the quantity? Seeing his reaction, Qin Yu jested, I won't tease you further. Instead, let us catch some fish. I'll grill them for you tonight. Brother Yu, the river is frozen. Have you heard of winter fishing? On the 6th day of the event, countless individuals rose early, gathering at the central square in anticipation of the clue announcement. The previous day, 2 individuals had discovered tokens, greatly motivating the crowd. Everyone believed that if others could find them, so too could they. All was as usual. With each clue announced by the host, throngs of people surged towards a particular direction. It was not until the final 2 clues that the crowd began to disperse, scattering in all directions. However, regardless of where they ventured, a phantom hound lurked in the shadows behind them. After a day of searching, the members of the guild, weary and fatigued, arrived at the gathering place. Did anyone find a token today? I haven't heard anything. There's certainly none over by the Westgate Bridge. Neither have I. We nearly dismantled that square, yet no tokens were found. Damn, could it be that all the tokens were taken by that mysterious organization again? I really miss the guild leader. Without him, shouting slogans feels so lackluster. As the crowd languished in despair, their leader hummed a tune, gently polishing the 7 tokens he had procured that day. My method is indeed effective. The realm of cultivation is not merely about combat. In critical moments, one must employ intellect. Knowledge is power. Simultaneously, the outer Sect Elder had summoned all personnel involved in the event. Can anyone enlighten me as to why the illusionary dream hounds have shown such keen interest in the Xiantian tokens this year? Silence enveloped the gathering, heads bowed in contemplation. What course of action should we undertake now? Who authored the rules for this event? Why was the participation of spirit beasts not prohibited? Why were no restrictions placed on interference with other participants seeking tokens? Could we not conceive of such fundamental regulations? The assembly remained muted, their gazes fixed downward. Lift your heads and respond. Who established these rules, yet now dares not acknowledge their authorship? A voice timidly broke the quiet. Elder, it seems you personally crafted the rules. The outer Sect Elder retorted, bow your heads and devise a solution. Why do you look at me as if I possessed the answer on my face? Perhaps we should report this directly to the inner sect? Someone ventured cautiously. No, absolutely not. The Elder's response was resolute, swiftly dismissing the notion. The inner sect is preoccupied. Do you wish to appear inept by escalating such trivial matters? The crowd pondered internally. It is you who seem inept, Elder. What if we simply add a few more rules? Came another suggestion. That is out of the question. The Elder exclaimed. Do you think this is merely a child's play? This event involves thousands of disciples. To change the rules at whim would tarnish our reputation. They would accuse us of inconsistency and a lack of integrity, claiming we failed to consider the implications. Where would that leave our dignity? Once more, the assembly silently scoffed. It is your dignity at stake, Elder, not ours. This approach is futile. Let us reconsider. Elder, if all else fails, why not visit the Beastmaster Peak and offer a gift to Elder 6? Requesting assistance in temporarily sealing the illusionary dream hounds? What a ludicrous suggestion. The Elder vigorously shook his head. The illusionary dream hounds are divine beasts. You believe sealing them is a simple task? Besides, with their current fascination for the Xiantian tokens, should we imprison them? What retribution might they exact upon their release? Do you wish to awaken one day to find your doorstep littered with excrement? Moreover, the illusionary dream hounds can conceal their droppings within illusions, rendering them invisible until you inadvertently step upon them. Can you fathom the frustration of such a scenario? Forgive my impertinence, Elder, but may I inquire how you know such intricate details? The Elder's expression stiffened. Merely a friend of mine. Never mind that. Focus on how we shall resolve this matter. The assembly fell into a profound silence. The Elder, succumbing to weariness, slumped into a chair, beginning to question the very essence of life. I, Wang Yingjun. have traversed a path of unbroken fortune. From a young age, I was identified as possessing exceptional spiritual roots, and my journey in cultivation has been replete with extraordinary encounters. I soared like a great rock, rising effortlessly to great heights, ultimately becoming the youngest outer sect elder of the Shantian sect. However, fate has not been kind. 2 months ago, my attempt to achieve a merger during the critical period failed. The Grand Elder of the outer sect, in an effort to ease my mind, suggested that I participate in a spring festival event to unwind. I deliberately chose the simplest project, one that had never presented any issues in previous years. A mere formality for gaining experience. Who would have imagined that, within just a few days, problems would arise incessantly? Alas, why must this year be so unfortunate for me? I cannot shake the feeling that some unseen force is conspiring against me. Could it be that, in September, when I disguised myself as an ordinary person and ventured to the town below for some tofu pudding, I was secretly sabotaged? The initial taste was sweet, and ever since, my luck has soured? How strange indeed. Suddenly, Elder Wang Angjuan's eyes widened. Could it be that, he began, perhaps we can adopt a hands-off approach? Someone finally broke the silence. What do you mean? Came the response. It means doing nothing at all. Since the rules permit spirit beasts to participate and allow interference with other participants in their quest for tokens, then the actions of the illusory dream hound are entirely legitimate. Why should we intervene? Others retorted, it's easy for you to say. If those disciples cannot find the tokens day after day, won't they cause a ruckus? I disagree with your viewpoint. Their unrest stems from their belief that their inability to find the Xuantiang token is our fault. If we simply inform them of the truth and redirect their hatred, they will no longer seek us out. Elder Wang Angjuan's expression brightened. You are right. We need only to reveal the truth and let them devise their own strategies against the illusory dream hound. If they cannot find the Xuantiang token, it is merely a testament to their inferiority compared to the dog, and not our concern. Elder Wang Angjuan immediately endorsed this course of action. Of course, this method has its drawbacks, primarily its potential to dampen the enthusiasm of disciples participating in next year's events. However, I am only responsible for this year's event. What happens next year is of no concern to me. Wang Angjuan. On the 7th day of the event, I realized that the position indicated by the clue must be the Star Moon Avenue. 2 disciples from the Earth and Wood Pavilion walked together. Old Wang. What on earth is the sect thinking? Allowing the illusory dream hound to join a perfectly good event? The disciple addressing Old Wang complained. You're absolutely right, Old Wang. How can we mere mortals compete against the sect's guardian beast? Since both were surnamed Wang, they were affectionately referred to as Old Wang. I believe the sect has no intention of allowing us to find the Xuantiang token, Old Wang asserted. Competing head-on with the illusory dream hound, we have little hope. Yet to say there is no hope at all would be an exaggeration. Old Wang, if you have a solution, please share it without holding back. Old Wang lowered his voice, saying, the illusory dream hound can draw us into an illusion, which is indeed insurmountable. However, it possesses a critical flaw. Its intelligence is rather lacking. Old Wang, puzzled, asked, finding the Xuantiang token requires intelligence? Of course it does. Without intellect, how can one deduce the hiding place of the Xuantiang token? The dream hounds lack the wisdom of humanity. They can only follow in the wake of others in their quest for the Xuanti token. However, we can exploit this weakness to our advantage. We shall take a shortcut, merely needing to create a time gap with the main group, allowing us to locate the token before the dream hounds arrive. Old Wang praised, brilliant. Your strategy is quite astute. Instead of taking the main road, I know a lesser-known path that leads through Mingyue Square, which will save us at least 15 minutes. Excellent. The 2 Old Wangs hastily made their way and soon reached Mingyue Square. Construction in progress at Mingyue Square. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause to your travels. Due to the complexities of the construction, it is expected to take 3 months. We appreciate your understanding regarding the inconvenience caused by the Civil Engineering Pavilion. Given the significant challenges of the construction, it is anticipated that an additional 3 months will be required. We kindly ask you to take an alternate route. Upon seeing the construction signs ahead, the 2 disciples of the Civil Engineering Pavilion were left bewildered. Old Wang inquired, when did the construction at Mingyue Square commence? And why was I unaware of it lasting this long? Old Wang shook his head. I have no idea. I don't recall anything about it either. Never mind. Finding the token is our priority. We can investigate later. With that, the 2 diverted their route and hurried away. This delay meant that old Wang and his companion only arrived a few minutes ahead of the main group, ultimately succumbing to defeat under the firm control of the Dream Hounds. Chapter 63. Counterattack from the affluent adversaries. Today, I successfully acquired 7 more tokens, which brings me immense satisfaction. Qin Yu was organizing all the tokens he had gathered within his cave abode, including today's 7. I now possess a total of 43 tokens. If an individual collects more than 10 tokens, the sect rewards them with a spirit tool. However, each person is limited to receiving 1 spirit tool, so Qin Yu plans to allocate 10 tokens each to Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji. This way, the 3 of us can each claim a spirit tool. Yet, any surplus tokens would seem wasteful. Qin Yu contemplated utilizing these excess tokens to create greater value. Theoretically, collecting 10 tokens is the most cost-effective approach. Acquiring an additional 1 would be a waste. Unfortunately, I lack sufficient companions. While Qin Yu has friends such as Xiao Si, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Lu, his bond with them is not as strong as with Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji. Should these 3 divulge his secrets, Qin Yu would find himself severely hindered in the outer sect. He was unwilling to take that risk. Alas, having too many tokens is a vexation in itself. Qin Yu felt a twinge of melancholy. Regrettably, spirit beasts are not part of the sect's contribution point system, thus cannot be exchanged for contribution points. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Yu, and his lips curled into a smile. I have figured out how to handle the surplus tokens. On the 8th day of the event, Qin Yu collected 6 tokens. Today marks the first day of formal conflict between human cultivators and the Dream Hounds. The Xuani Sect Evening News provided a detailed report on the situation. Since learning yesterday of the Dream Hounds' involvement in the search for the Xuani tokens, astute human cultivators have swiftly mounted a counteroffensive, devising various strategies to combat the Dream Hounds. Among them, one guild has achieved remarkable success. Through interviews, it has come to light that the vice leader of the guild has devised a multifaceted disruption combat strategy. This tactical plan fully capitalizes on the advantage of numerical strength. Under the guild's coordination, regardless of where the keywords direct, individuals will disperse in all directions, significantly diluting the combat prowess of the Dreamhound clan. Moreover, this guild is the first to proclaim unity and solidarity. Each member has a clearly defined role. Some are tasked with distracting the Dreamhounds, while others swiftly chart the course, and still others, with keen observational skills, seek out tokens. The members of the guild share both hardships and prosperity. The tokens found are exchanged for contribution points and evenly distributed among all members. It is precisely due to their advanced strategies and seamless collaboration that this guild secured the only token available today. Qin Yu gazed at the report, filled with regret. He had foreseen that the individual surnamed Gao could not be left unchecked. With this precedent, numerous guilds, both large and small, have suddenly emerged within the outer sect of the Xiantian sect. Some boast hundreds of members, while others consist of only a few. However, these guilds are rife with internal chaos, as members harbor ulterior motives, engaging in endless schemes and rivalries, currently in a phase of adjustment. The editor inquired about the guild's remarkable unity, receiving an unexpectedly unanimous response. We have an excellent leader. It remains a mystery what kind of individual this leader is, capable of uniting so many individuals in a common purpose. The editor will continue to report on this matter. Qin Yu set down the newspaper, having long anticipated the counterattacks from the human cultivators. However, he felt no concern. The Dream Hounds held an absolute advantage over the human cultivators. In the face of overwhelming power, all schemes and plots are futile. Qin Yu believed that if even his wisdom could not devise a countermeasure, others had little hope. The vast majority of the Xiantian tokens would still ultimately fall into the hands of Emperor Qin Yu. With today's acquisition of 6 tokens, he had amassed a total of 49. Feeling that the quantity was nearly sufficient, he planned to implement the second phase of his scheme beginning tomorrow. On the 9th day of the event, before dawn, Qin Yu summoned Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji, bringing with him a small wooden table to the entrance of the law enforcement team. "Brother Yu, why have you called us here?" Li Zhengtong inquired. Qin Yu spoke softly. "I need your assistance with a significant matter today." "A major matter?" Li Zhengtong's eyes brightened with intrigue. Qin Yu addressed the two. "Today, I need you to act as my bodyguards and ensure my personal safety." Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji puffed out their chests, declaring, "No problem." "Since there's no problem, you should take these 2 pills," Qin Yu said, producing 2 strength-enhancing pills. Upon seeing the pills, the expressions of the two shifted. "Brother Yu, You said you needed us to protect you. Why do we have to take pills? Is that even a question? Qin Yu pointed at them. Look at your frail frames. I, at the 6th level of Qi refinement, require protection from one at the 2nd level and another at the 3rd? Li Zhengtong laughed sheepishly. Even if we consume the elixir, it won't significantly enhance our strength. Li Zhengtong has developed a shadow of doubt regarding Qin Yu's pills. He prefers to abstain from them. And when forced to partake, he seeks every possible means to avoid it. Transforming into gorillas at least gives an imposing appearance. Rest assured, this is merely the strength pill. Nothing novel. When has Qin ever let down his brothers? Li Jingtong, Xiaoji. Well, while no one is around, let us consume it quickly. Once the task is complete, I will reward each of you with several hundred contribution points. Very well. Li Zhengtong hesitantly picked up a pill and swallowed it. Xiaoji, seizing another pill, was about to ingest it when he suddenly heard Li Zhengtong cry out in agony. It's unbearable. Li Zhengtong laughed hysterically. Rolling about in a frenzy, scratching himself. In the deserted street, this scene appeared quite eerie. Xiaoji, startled, lost grasp of the pill in his hand. Oh no, this is bad. Qin Yu slapped his forehead and apologized. I mistakenly gave you the Qi refining pill. Qin Yu hurriedly stimulated Li Zhengtong's acupoints in a specific sequence until he revived. My apologies, I assure you I'll be more careful this time. After a session of coercion and persuasion from Qin Yu, the two finally ingested the strength pill, transforming into two robust gorillas. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Now there's an intimidating presence. Once others arrive, simply stand beside me and flaunt your muscles. Qin Yu set up a wooden table, carelessly tossing 20 Xuantiang tokens atop it. Xiaoji was left in awe, although he was already aware of Qin Yu's vast collection of tokens. Seeing so many cast aside like scrap metal still had a tremendous visual impact. Subsequently, Qin Yu retrieved a piece of black cloth, wrapping himself up so thoroughly that even his enemies would fail to recognize him. Now, all that remained was to wait for the wealthy to take the bait. Chapter 64. If you love her, gift her 10 Xuantiang tokens for winter. As the sun gradually ascended, life began to stir on the streets. Shops in the market opened their doors, and disciples setting up stalls commenced their preparations. Initially, no one paid attention to the inconspicuous stall that had appeared beside the law enforcement hall, until the first law enforcement team member arrived for duty and unexpectedly glanced over. How peculiar. This officer, intrigued, observed. The law enforcement team exudes authority, akin to a teacher's office in a school, typically avoided by the masses. Thus, foot traffic here was sparse, and no one had ever set up a stall in this location. The officer's curiosity was piqued as his gaze was drawn to the two gorillas standing behind the stall. Remarkably, they were spirit beasts. Could they possibly be disciples of the Beastmaster Peak? Were they not confined for 6 months? How swiftly they had emerged. The officer then shifted his focus to the stall owner. Wrapped so tightly and setting up in such a secluded spot, it appeared they were eager to avoid recognition. He promptly approached the stall, intent on a final confirmation. If these individuals were indeed from the Beastmaster Peak, he would immediately report them. It is widely known that the Beastmaster Peak has no allies in the outer sect, only adversaries. The law enforcement officer approached Qin Yu's stall, and before he could inquire, his mouth was agape as if he had just sampled a particular brand of fruit milk. Are you, my fellow practitioner, interested in purchasing the Xiantian tokens? Qin Yu manipulated his voice with spiritual energy, rendering it remarkably gruff. Are these all Xiantian tokens? The officer's eyes widened in astonishment as he examined the tokens, flipping them over with both hands. Could you possibly be the leader of that mysterious organization? Since Qin Yu's guild rose to prominence, the theories surrounding it had spread rapidly. However, these theories were promptly updated. The guild members previously believed that an organization composed entirely of the Children of Fate had acquired most of the tokens, following the emergence of the Dream Hound. This theory evolved to suggest that the mysterious organization controlled the Dream Hound to seek out the Xiantian tokens. Consequently, it became a common consensus that most of the tokens had fallen into the hands of this enigmatic organization. Qin Yu, with a self-deprecating chuckle, remarked, Haha, I am merely a laborer. This tacitly acknowledged the existence of such a mysterious organization. Upon seeing the pile of Xiantian tokens, the law enforcement officer realized that Qin Yu was certainly not a disciple of the outer sect of the Beastmaster Peak. To dare set up a stall selling Xiantian tokens was unprecedented for the Xiantian sect and would undoubtedly attract countless onlookers, becoming the center of attention. The individuals from the Beastmaster Peak lack the courage to take such a risk. Are these Shintian tokens for sale? The officer inquired. Qin Yu shrugged. Well, the regulations do not prohibit selling them. So how much for the Shintian tokens? The officer wished to purchase one to flaunt. I do not sell them individually. You must buy 10 at once. 10. I do not possess that many contribution points. The officer kindly reminded him. There are not many people passing by here. It would be best for you to set up your stall at the market. Qin Yu smiled. As long as it is safe here. I fear no one will attempt to rob me. Moreover, good wine needs no bush. Will I lack customers for this merchandise? The officer finally understood. Selling Shintian tokens. Such a sensational endeavor would surely spread like wildfire. The mere appearance of members from the mysterious organization could capture the public's attention. Then sell well. And should you encounter any issues, feel free to call upon us in the law enforcement team. The officer was quite courteous, hoping to establish a good rapport with Qin Yu. Given that the mysterious organization could command the Dream Hound, it was not something the law enforcement team could contend with. Thank you, my friend. After the officer departed, 3 individuals fortuitously passed by. Upon seeing Qin Yu selling Shintian tokens, they gasped in astonishment and hurried away without looking back. Shortly after, a large crowd began to converge towards his stall. Wow, these are indeed Shintian tokens. So many, how many must there be? Incredible. The tokens that were lost are actually here. Amidst their marvel, some pointed at Qin Yu and berated him. You scoundrel. What is the name of your organization? Hiding in the shadows is no feat. Come out and face us. Our guild leader alone could annihilate you. Qin Yu recognized that voice as somewhat familiar. Wait, is that not Senior Brother Gao? It appears that the individual bearing the surname Gao harbors an intense animosity towards the mysterious organization. Rather than engage in idle chatter, let us directly tear away the black cloth shrouding him and reveal the visage of one who dares to oppose us. A voice rang out, urging action. But at that moment, Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji simultaneously exhaled a deep breath through their nostrils and stepped forward. Although these two possessed only average strength, their transformation into gorillas endowed them with a towering height of 2.5 meters. Coupled with their robust musculature and fierce expressions, they exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. It was evident that no one dared to provoke them. With their menacing gazes directed at the crowd, the instigator hesitated, hastily retracting their outstretched hand and scratching their head. My scalp itches a bit. Qin Yu stepped forward and addressed the assembly. The Shintian tokens belong to whoever finds them. That is the rule. The absence of intervention from the sect clearly indicates that we have not violated any regulations. If you are unable to locate the tokens, it is merely a reflection of your own inadequacy. Why do you still have the audacity to create such a ruckus here? If you lack the skill, refrain from participating. Do you comprehend? You sought assistance from the illusory Dream Hound, you shameless wretch. Someone in the crowd shouted. Qin Yu retorted with a cold smile. The illusory Dream Hound is the sacred beast of our sect, right there in plain sight. If you possess the capability, you too may request its aid in locating the tokens. The resources are equally accessible to all. Just because you cannot utilize them does not mean others should be deprived. Must others halt their progress simply because your cultivation pace is slower? Your face flushed crimson, rendering you speechless. Brother Gao gritted his teeth amidst the crowd. What a sharp-tongued individual. It seems that only with the leader's intervention would there be a chance of convincing the multitude. Convincing the assembly. Qin Yu picked up a token and casually tossed it onto the table. The tokens clashed, producing a crisp sound. If anyone has objections, feel free to report them. I did not come here to quarrel, but rather to sell these Shintian tokens. How much do these tokens cost? Someone immediately inquired. 10 tokens constitute a set, priced at 2,000 contribution points. A rotund man erupted in laughter. Have you lost your mind? 10 tokens can only be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points. Selling them for 2,000? If you manage to sell them, I shall twist my head off and use it as a ball to kick. I will buy. A loud and resolute voice echoed through the crowd. The rotund man glared angrily. Which fool dares to oppose me? Fat lord? Seeking death, are you? The crowd parted to make way. A man garbed in a crimson flame robe and adorned with fiery golden boots emerged. Upon seeing him, the rotund man immediately lowered his head. Zhou, I did not realize it was you. Murmurs of discussion rippled through the crowd, revealing that it was Zhou Shuhai from the Alchemy Peak. He had lost his wits, willing to spend 2,000 contribution points for 10 Shintian tokens. What a foolish man with too much money. What do you know? Do you understand the significance of gathering 10 Xiantian tokens? Speak not in ignorance. What significance? The crowd inquired with curiosity. Certainly, the individual paused for a moment, fully engaging the curiosity of the crowd before slowly articulating, of course. It is to win the affections of a companion. Have you not heard the phrase that suddenly gained popularity yesterday? To love her is to bestow upon her 10 tokens of Xiantian during winter. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu realized that his efforts yesterday were not in vain. Chapter 65. The astute senior brother. As the absurdity of the conversation escalated, senior brother Gao could no longer restrain himself and remarked, "Have you all forgotten that if one possesses 10 Xiantian tokens, the sect will reward them with an additional spiritual artifact?" At this proclamation, the crowd suddenly understood. Although the sect had instituted this reward, the senior disciples were well aware that no one had ever claimed it. This event distributed merely over 100 tokens, while thousands of disciples participated annually. Statistically, the chance of any single individual finding one was a mere 1%. The prospect of one person acquiring 10 tokens was nearly impossible, even with a group assisting in the search. Consequently, this reward had long been forgotten. Only when senior brother Gao reminded them did they comprehend why Qin Yu dared to sell 10 tokens at the exorbitant price of 2,000 contribution points. The surplus of 1,000 contribution points was akin to purchasing a spiritual artifact. Zhou Shuhai approached Qin Yu's stall and promptly produced his identity token, decisively stating, "I shall purchase one." Qin Yu mused internally, contemplating the wealth of an alchemist. Initially, he feared that the price of 2,000 contribution points might be too steep for anyone to afford. Little did he know, he had underestimated the financial capabilities of the crowd. Next time, he could raise his prices even further. Qin Yu retrieved his identity token, which was similarly shrouded in black cloth. As their tokens lightly touched, 2,000 contribution points were credited to Qin Yu's token. The transaction was complete. Zhou Shuhai took the 10 tokens and departed without a backward glance. Once Zhou Shuhai left, the crowd began to speculate. What caliber of spiritual artifact would the sect reward? Is 1,000 contribution points truly worthwhile? Spiritual artifacts are classified into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow, each further divided into inferior, medium, and superior grades. This was indeed a gamble for Zhou Shuhai. 1,000 contribution points could procure a superior grade yellow artifact. Should the sect reward him with a medium or inferior grade yellow artifact, he would incur significant losses. Someone analyzed, "I believe the sect's reward will be of decent quality, at least a superior grade yellow artifact, and it is highly likely to be a Xian grade artifact. Hence, I feel that spending 2,000 contribution points to acquire 10 Xiantian tokens is a surefire investment." "Then you should hasten to buy." "Are you jesting? Where am I to acquire 2,000 contribution points? We can lend you some." "Still, I shall not buy. What if I suffer a loss?" As the crowd continued to revel in the excitement, senior brother Gao furrowed his brow in contemplation. Just as the previous speaker had indicated, the rewards bestowed by the sect would undoubtedly be of significant merit. Furthermore, the challenge of possessing 10 Xiantian tokens was formidable. Typically, the more arduous the task, the more substantial the reward. The sect is highly likely to reward a mystic-grade artifact. Senior brother Gao is deep in thought. Even the most inferior mystic-grade artifact commands a price of around 2,000 contribution points. With nearly 100 members in the guild, if everyone contributes just 20 points, they could purchase 10 mystic sky tokens. If the sect grants a low-grade mystic artifact, it could sell for at least 2,000 contribution points, yielding a profit of 1,000 contribution points, with a staggering profit margin of 50. Although there is a certain degree of risk involved, the potential reward is too enticing to pass up. Senior brother Gao resolved to take action. Why buy tokens when one can profit from them? He hastily pushed his way to the front of the line. "How many tokens are left?" he inquired. "Only 10 remain," Qin Yu replied. "Could you set some aside for me? I need to gather the funds," Gao pleaded. Qin Yu diplomatically responded, "I cannot do that. However, you can reserve them. And if more tokens become available, you will have the right of first purchase. After all, we are all acquaintances, and I must take that into account." "That is acceptable," Gao exclaimed with delight. "How do I reserve them?" "You pay a deposit of 10 contribution points. If we do not sell any more Mystic Sky tokens, your deposit will be returned in full. If we continue selling them and you choose not to purchase, the deposit will not be refunded. Don't pay. It could be a scam," someone urgently warned. "Exactly. Look how tightly he is wrapped up. If he decides not to sell, you won't be able to find him." Senior Brother Gao scoffed at this. A large organization that casually sells 20 Mystic Sky tokens would hardly care about your 10 contribution points. He decisively made the payment. The next sale will occur 5 days from now at dawn. Right here, Qin Yu announced. Gao nodded, acknowledging the information, and hurried off, seemingly to gather funds. If he manages to collect the money before Qin Yu sells out the 10 Mystic Sky tokens, he won't have to wait the full 5 days. However, just as Senior Brother Gao departed, 2 individuals rushed in. One purchased a Mystic Sky token outright, while the other paid the deposit of 10 contribution points. Within less than an hour of setting up his stall, Qin Yu sold out completely. Time to pack up, Qin Yu said, hastily leaving with Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji. At noon, Elder Wang Yingjun, responsible for the event, slumped in his chair, a frown etched on his face, exuding an air of existential doubt. Why am I so unfortunate? For hundreds of years, no one has traded tokens at this event, and yet I am the one caught in this predicament this year. It feels as though someone is conspiring against me. Chapter 66. The Elder's Misfortunes. The others silently observed Elder Wang Yingjun, not uttering a word. They too believed that he was extraordinarily unfortunate. The rules of previous events had been largely consistent, yet there had never been any disturbances. Who would have thought that on the second day of this year's event, protests from the disciples would arise, followed by the inexplicable involvement of the Dream Hound, culminating in the trading of Mystic Sky tokens? It was truly disheartening. Who could it be that, out of so many events, targeted this particular one for disruption? Let's take a moment of silence for Elder Wang Yingjun. You all need to speak up. Think of a solution to this matter, Elder Wang inquired of the group. A voice, hesitant yet insistent, spoke up. Elder, this matter cannot be resolved. Our activity rules only prohibit theft, but they do not forbid transactions. The disciples engage in this willingly. We cannot intervene. Do you really need me to point this out? Do you think I have not considered this? Elder Wang Yingjun, feeling a surge of frustration from the repeated setbacks, was visibly irked. For the past few days, he had refrained from cultivation, fearing that after failing to break through his realm and facing these distressing issues, he might inadvertently fall into madness during his practice. In truth, resolving this issue was quite straightforward. A loud, confident voice rang out, drawing the attention of all present. It was the individual who had previously offered crucial insights. Elder Wang's eyes brightened with anticipation as he remarked, "In critical times, we must rely on you. Please, do share your thoughts." The person responded with an air of nonchalance. "It is simple. Since this is a matter of mutual consent among the disciples, we need not intervene. The only issue to address is the matter of spiritual artifacts. Given the current trajectory, we should prepare at least 10 spiritual artifacts to ensure stability." Elder Wang replied, "I am well aware of that. The crux of the issue lies in how to procure these artifacts. Our budget is insufficient. The allocation from the sect barely covers the purchase of 2 artifacts, which is far from adequate." The individual smiled calmly. "This is easily remedied." Observing the tranquil smile and confident words, Elder Wang felt as though he had encountered a savior. "Please, tell me how." "You can simply supplement the budget from your own pocket." Elder Wang's vision darkened, and he fainted. His entire savings had been depleted during his attempt to break through to the fusion stage, and he even owed a considerable debt. For months, the contribution points allotted to him by the sect had been entirely devoted to repaying this debt. He hesitated to accept invitations from friends to dine at the cafeteria, his financial situation having left him nearly destitute. "Elder, are you all right? Quickly, does anyone have healing elixirs?" "I do, but this elixir is rather expensive. I had been saving it for emergencies." "Do not fret. After you recover, the elder will reimburse you. Perhaps, if he is pleased, he might even offer you a little extra." Upon hearing this, Elder Wang's eyes flew open, invigorated by a surge of energy. The first thing he exclaimed was, "Quickly, secure that precious elixir." "Elder, are you all right now? Should I fetch someone to treat you?" Elder Wang hastily waved his hand. "Please, do not call for anyone. I am fine. I sustained some internal injuries during my breakthrough attempt, but after a period of rest, I shall recover. When you all endeavor to break through to the fusion stage in the future, you will understand my current predicament." These words cast a shadow of melancholy over the crowd. For most of them might never reach the nascent soul stage in their lifetimes, let alone aspire to the fusion stage. Witnessing their sorrowful expressions, Elder Wang felt a sense of relief wash over him. With the support of those around him, he settled back into his chair. "So where were we? We were discussing you supplementing the budget to purchase the spiritual artifacts. Elder, are you all right? Quickly, the elixir. I am fine, I am fine. Elder Wang Ingjun gradually circulated the spiritual energy within his body, seeking to calm his agitated emotions. Perhaps the recent activities had stirred unrest among the people, leading to a slight instability in his aura. A sip of water and a brief respite would suffice. An attendant hastily presented him with a cup of hot tea. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ingjun inquired slowly, aside from personally funding the purchase of spiritual artifacts, are there any alternative solutions? The crowd fell silent until a resonant voice broke the quiet, proclaiming, certainly, there is another way. Instantly invigorated, Wang Ingjun exclaimed, why didn't you mention this sooner? You startled me. Speak quickly. Master, why not leverage your nimble skills to pilfer a few weapons from the armory? Suggested the bold voice. Wang Ingjun retorted, if you wish to be expelled from the sect, just say so. There's no need for such roundabout suggestions. Master, I was merely jesting. I do possess another plan. Let us prepare only 2 magical treasures, and we shall reward the one with the most Xiantian tokens. Wang Ingjun pondered, wouldn't that violate the rules of the event? What of it? At worst, we may endure a few years of scorn. At worst, we may never serve as event personnel again. As for you, Master, your tenure as an inner sect elder may be delayed, but I am indifferent. The crowd murmured. Elder Wang Ingjun replied, your suggestion is intriguing. Which weapon shop do you propose I rob? Chapter 67. The Great Thief Wang Shui Master. That is unthinkable. What do you mean by unthinkable? The boisterous senior brother produced a map with excitement. Master, in my opinion, the Baki Pavilion established by the Wang Tai sect is the ideal target for theft. This is the floor plan I have drafted for the Baki Pavilion. You can enter through here. The valuable weapons are located on the 2nd floor. Be wary of the stairs, as they are guarded. Simply leap up instead. After acquiring the weapons, the Baki Pavilion will trigger an alarm, and all defensive arrays will activate, sealing the thief inside. However, given the array's level, it surely cannot restrain you, Master. After all, who would suspect a perfected nascent soul cultivator would attempt to steal mere Xian-level weapons? Thus, you can easily break through the array with sheer force. You would then exit through the back door of the Baki Pavilion and soar northwest on your flying sword. After 3 minutes of travel eastward upon reaching Maple Leaf Square, you will enter the deep mountains, where you shall find safety. The detailed route is marked on this map. Rest assured, this is unequivocally the best path. By the way, the artifacts you steal will bear the Baki Pavilion's insignia, which must be removed before they can serve as rewards. I know a friend who specializes in this. I can recommend him to you. One last thing. It is advisable to conceal your entire form when you go. The Baki Pavilion is equipped with 5 recording orbs, all marked on this map. For safety's sake, I suggest you shatter the recording orbs upon entry. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the speaker, unsure of how to articulate their current feelings. What is your name? Elder Wang Ingjun inquired. I am Wang Shui. There is no need for praise, Master. It is merely my duty. Wang Shui is it? You seem quite knowledgeable. Which peak do you hail from? The Xinyu Peak. The Xinyu Peak primarily focuses on the cultivation of footwork, with its disciples being as light as swallows, possessing ghostly agility and extraordinary speed. Indeed, it seems to align. Elder Wang Ingjun nodded, noting the speed and familiarity with the Baki Pavilion, suggesting perhaps some clandestine activities had occurred. No, Wang Shui quickly gestured, Elder. Although my lifelong dream is to become a great thief, robbing the rich to aid the poor and upholding justice, I truly have not begun to steal. With such preparation, you surely must have had some plan? The Elder inquired. Certainly not. That defensive array is beyond my capability to breach, and the array-breaking talismans are far too expensive for me. A true master thief would never act without ample preparation. Elder Wang Ingjun nodded. After the meeting, you should visit the law enforcement team to leave a record, just in case you become untraceable later. Elder, I am assisting you. You cannot betray me. Wang Shui protested. If you follow my instructions, it will be foolproof and will resolve your troubles in one fell swoop. Excuse me, I have a question, someone from the audience interjected. From what I understand, our sect's own weapon shop seems to have lower defensive capabilities. Wouldn't that be easier to handle? Wang Shui proudly declared. I am a principled thief, and I absolutely, unequivocally refuse to target my own people. Besides, there is a trivial reason. What reason? Stealing from our own sect would certainly attract the law enforcement team's attention. All right, everyone, let us stay on topic. Elder Wang Ingjun stated sternly. Wang Shui, even if the Baki Pavilion is not our sect's property, theft is still unacceptable. Such thoughts are misguided. I shall confiscate this blueprint. If you truly wish to become a master thief, you should focus on those demonic cultivators who wreak havoc upon the world, contributing your strength to the peace of society. The elder is correct, lamented Wang Shuai. Alas, despite my preparations, the Baki Pavilion has escaped unscathed. Now, back to the matter at hand. Elder Wang Yingjun continued. What grade of spiritual artifacts should we prepare as rewards? I need to calculate the contributions required. Wang Shuai responded. Records indicate that the prizes should be of the Xian grade. Given your financial resources, Elder, I suggest we prepare the finest, all top-tier Xian grade artifacts, which would not only reflect our grand endeavors, but also mitigate any negative impacts from various incidents during the event. Top-tier Xian grade, cough cough. Someone anxiously interjected. Elder, are you all right? I'm fine, just choked on some water. Elder Wang Yingjun replied. But you didn't drink any water just now? I choked on my own saliva, huh? Oh, I thought you found the spiritual artifacts too expensive. How ridiculous, Wang Shuai remarked. The Elder is a consummate cultivator at the peak of the transformation stage, not to mention Xian-grade treasures. Even Earth-grade artifacts would be easily within reach. Isn't that right, Elder? Elder Wang Yingjun offered an awkward smile. I do have some contribution points, but it's not that I cannot afford top-tier Xian-grade artifacts. Rather, it seems unnecessary. These outer sect disciples have yet to reach the golden core stage. No matter how excellent the artifacts, they cannot unleash their true potential. Wang Shuai took over the conversation, asserting that even if the results were not as expected, they would still prepare the best, as this would demonstrate the grandeur of their event team. After all, it's not your money being spent, is it? Elder Wang Yingjun gritted his teeth. His expression contorted with frustration. He harbored suspicions that Wang Shuai bore a grudge against him, yet lacked any concrete evidence. Chapter 68. The nationwide acquisition of the Xiantian token. Enough. I shall determine the level of spiritual tools to purchase. Everyone disperse. Yes, Elder. After the crowd departed, Elder Wang Yingjun slumped into his chair, his gaze vacant and lost in thought. How had things escalated to this point? In truth, Elder Wang had taken on this task with a hidden agenda, for no one had ever managed to collect 10 tokens. Consequently, the contribution points originally intended for purchasing spiritual tools would ultimately remain, to be divided among the event staff. As the overall supervisor of the event, Elder Wang would naturally receive the largest share. Although these contribution points were meager for an elder, they would provide some relief to his financial predicament. Who would have imagined that within a few days, so many variables would arise? Not only had the contribution points not materialized, but he would also have to cover expenses out of his own pocket. It was a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Suddenly, a thought struck Wang Yingjun. Although I am the chief organizer of this event, I am not solely responsible for it. Why, when the contribution points fell short, was I the only one expected to pay? Moreover, why had this issue only just dawned on me? I have been misled by that fellow, Wang Shuai. The more he pondered, the more he sensed an incongruity. If there were surplus contribution points, they would surely be shared by all. Likewise, if the contribution points were insufficient, the cost should be collectively borne, with perhaps a slightly greater share from me. Yet it should not fall entirely upon my shoulders. Just as Elder Wang was about to summon everyone back, he hesitated. I am the youngest elder of the outer sect, destined to enter the core formation stage and become an inner sect elder. It is not impossible that I might even become a peak master one day. If I call them back now, I either expose my dire financial situation or risk being perceived as a miser. Elder Wang could already envision the future gossip about him. Do not be deceived by Wang Yingjun's current illustrious appearance. In reality, he is an exceedingly stingy individual. Oh, how so? At that time, Wang Yingjun was the chief organizer of an event. Due to his mismanagement, the budget allocated by the sect fell short, necessitating that he personally contribute points to cover the gap. It was merely an outer sect event. Surely, the compensation need not be excessive. Indeed, it was not much. And by then he had already been an outer sect elder, so this amount was but a drop in the ocean for him. But guess what? What? That scoundrel Wang Yingjun actually compelled all the staff involved in the event to pitch in their contribution points. He, an elder, had the audacity to make the disciples working under him contribute to fill the void. Truly a miserly figure, one who would not part with a single coin. Who would have thought he was such a person? Sigh, it would be best to keep my distance from him in the future. Upon contemplating this, Wang Yingjun felt a shiver run down his spine, vigorously shaking his head to dispel the images that invaded his mind. The words he had intended to utter were forcefully swallowed back. Alas, for the sake of his future reputation, it seems I must bear this contribution myself. With numerous lice, one feels no itch. With abundant debts, one worries not. Let me borrow a bit more. Elder Wang Ingjun retrieved the map confiscated from Wang Shuai, igniting it in a blaze, reducing it to ashes. Such illicit paths are indeed inadvisable. Reclining in his chair, Wang Ingjun closed his eyes in deep contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He conceived an idea. Since the Xiantian tokens can be bought and sold, why should I not seek someone to procure these tokens for me? Moreover, the rewards consist of at least mid-tier spiritual artifacts. Even if I expend 2,000 contribution points, it would be a guaranteed profit. This way, I can at least mitigate some losses. Wang Ingjun immediately sprang to his feet and dashed out. Although he was the event coordinator and could not directly partake in the activities, he had disciples at his disposal. Merely instructing his disciples to acquire the tokens does not constitute a breach of conduct. That very night, Qin Yu successfully acquired 7 Xiantian tokens. On the 10th day of the event, Qin Yu secured 5 more tokens. By the 11th day, he obtained 6 additional tokens. Thus, the sect had distributed a total of 77 Xiantian tokens. Of these, an impressive 67 tokens found their way into Qin Yu's possession, leaving the remaining disciples with a mere 10 tokens collectively. Since Qin Yu began trading Xiantian tokens, many individuals and organizations within the sect began to emerge, eager to purchase tokens at inflated prices. With Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji each finding a token under Qin Yu's arrangement, a throng of individuals now loitered outside their cave dwellings daily, hoping to acquire the tokens they held. Bids escalated, each one surpassing the last. Presently, a single Xiantian token has soared from a value of 100 points to 200 contribution points, matching the unit price of the 10 tokens Qin Yu sold simultaneously. Furthermore, this price is yet to reach its zenith. Although Qin Yu currently possesses ample funds, he refrains from joining in this frenzy. It is not that he undervalues these scattered tokens. Rather, he harbors other intentions. Allow the bullets to fly a little longer. Soon, I, Qin, shall reveal to all what it means to be the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole waits behind. Chapter 69. Fresh chives on the 12th and 13th days. Qin Yu amassed a total of 14 Xiantian tokens. At this juncture, he had acquired a total of 81 tokens, and after selling 20 tokens, he retained 61. On the 14th day of the event, it was the day agreed upon for setting up stalls. Qin Yu brought along 30 tokens, enveloping himself entirely in black cloth. Accompanied by the transformed Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji to their old spot. Before the stall could even be set up, a crowd had already gathered. I will buy 10 tokens for 2,000 contribution points, and I will give it to you immediately. Hey, do you understand the principle of first come, first served? Clearly, I arrived first. If anyone is to buy, it should be me. As soon as Qin Yu arrived, a dispute erupted among the crowd. The Xiantian sect has never lacked clever individuals. Many had already sensed the potential for profit and were gathering funds to make a fortune. Everyone, please remain calm. Are the 2 individuals who made reservations 5 days ago present? Qin Yu inquired loudly. I am here. Eagerly, senior brother Gao pushed his way to the front. Another individual, who had also made a reservation, arrived punctually and claimed a token. Witnessing that 3 sets of tokens had swiftly dwindled to a mere single set, those who had painstakingly gathered the necessary funds became increasingly anxious. Please, brother, sell me a set. I've borrowed at exorbitant interest rates, and failure to acquire a token will lead to my ruin. Brother, don't sell to him. My plight is far worse. One foolish individual had foolishly spread affection, presenting her with a token of Xiantian worth 10 pieces during winter. Now, my partner demands a token daily, threatening to leave me if I cannot procure one. Brother, I would rather dismantle 10 temples than disrupt a single marriage. Qin Yu exclaimed. Everyone, please remain calm. He sought to soothe the anxious crowd. Presently, I hold the last remaining token, while there are at least 20 individuals desiring it. Therefore, I cannot guarantee that all of you will be able to purchase a token. Upon hearing this, the already anxious crowd grew even more frantic. I arrived earliest. I should be the first to buy? Nonsense. It was still dark when I arrived, and not a single soul was here, so I am the earliest. Stop boasting. I was here waiting last night. Who among you could have arrived earlier than I? If we must, let us compete. Only those who emerge victorious shall qualify to purchase the Xiantian token. Let us compete. I'm not afraid of you. As tensions escalated towards a brawl, Qin Yu hastily shouted, "Everyone, please quiet down and listen to me." The crowd fell silent. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a robust voice. "Before we proceed with the sale of the tokens, I wish to impart a fundamental principle to you all. The market is governed by an invisible hand. When supply exceeds demand, prices decrease. Conversely, when demand surpasses supply, prices rise." The crowd listened, bewildered. "What do you mean?" Qin Yu replied. "It means that according to market principles, the price of the Xiantian token is set to increase." The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, rising to 2,000 contribution points. "You are insatiably greedy. Go ahead and raise it. I won't buy, that is for certain." Resistance to the price increase was palpable among the crowd. "Everyone, please do not panic." Qin Yu continued, "Though the cold, hard rules dictate an increase, our leader is a remarkably kind, exceptionally handsome, and deeply understanding individual. He fully comprehends your sentiments. Thus, our leader has specifically instructed me that as fellow disciples, we are akin to family. Being family, we must not be excessive. Therefore, today, our leader has decided to bestow a benefit upon the family. The final set of the Xiantian token, originally priced at 2,000, will not only remain unchanged, but will actually be reduced. A reduction of 100? Not sufficient. A reduction of 500? Still inadequate. A reduction of 1,000? Still not enough. Now, instead of 1999 or 1888, it is merely 888 for 10 tokens to take home." The crowd was left in stunned silence. 10 Xiantian tokens could be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points, and now they were being offered for merely 888? Had the enigmatic leader of that mysterious organization lost his mind? Or had he experienced a moment of conscience, selling at a loss? The atmosphere surged with excitement as many who merely wished to observe the spectacle rushed forward. With 888 contribution points, one can acquire 10 Xiantian tokens, which is akin to receiving them for free. Furthermore, one stands to gain a spiritual artifact. Should one secure 10 Xiantian tokens, it would signify a remarkable turnaround. Many silently resolved within themselves that they would risk everything to obtain these 10 tokens. "Everyone, please be quiet," Qin Yu exclaimed. "Although this benefit is exceedingly enticing, regrettably, we only have one last set of tokens remaining. Should I distribute this set to anyone present, it is certain that others would feel aggrieved. Thus, after much deliberation throughout the night, I have devised an entirely fair and just solution. One that will undoubtedly earn everyone's approval. Bring forth the props." Qin Yu called out. Li Jingtong hastily brought forth an exceptionally large box. Qin Yu patted the box and declared, "Inside this box are numerous small balls, categorized into white and yellow. Those who draw a yellow ball will gain the opportunity to purchase tokens. Each individual is entitled to one free draw. Subsequent draws will cost 10 contribution points. Furthermore, for every 5 newcomers introduced to participate, one additional free draw will be awarded. During the drawing, the use of mental powers for detection is strictly prohibited. Any violators will be immediately disqualified. Now, those wishing to participate, please line up and register." The crowd eagerly formed a long queue, observing the enthusiasm of the participants. Qin Yu displayed a satisfied smile. Mere direct sales yield minimal profit. Substantial earnings must come from a lottery. Li Jingtong and Xiao Ji were left utterly astonished by Qin Yu's maneuver. They witnessed him pour a staggering 100,000 white balls into the box. Those in line today might be in for a grim fate. Chapter 70. The evolution of the participants. Please refrain from drawing the balls just yet. We will proceed once everyone has registered, Qin Yu announced. Those who registered could go out and invite their friends. For every 5 newcomers they introduced, they would receive an additional free draw. We have only 2,000 slots available for this event, and time waits for no one. The atmosphere was lively, with registered participants rushing out to find their friends, while those still waiting anxiously urged those ahead to hasten. With 2,000 registrations, only one would emerge victorious. Everyone was acutely aware that the odds of winning were even slimmer than locating the Xiantian tokens. Yet, the allure of the rewards was too tempting to resist. Qin Yu's experiences from his previous life taught him a valuable lesson. No matter how low the odds, if the rewards are sufficiently grand, individuals will still fervently vie for a chance. People are inherently inclined to entertain notions of luck. What if they were the rare winner? Moreover, there was a free chance to draw. Trying posed no risk. Soon, friends and acquaintances gathered, swelling the crowd to 3,000 or 4,000. Since finding the Xiantian tokens was improbable, why not take a chance here? After an entire hour, Qin Yu finally compiled the basic information of the 2,000 participants. All right, we are at full capacity. Those who have not registered may leave for now. The unregistered lamented in despair. Please, let me register. I am your family too. Indeed. Did you not declare this to be a benefit for family? We are family too. Qin Yu clasped his hands and said, I apologize, everyone, but this opportunity is limited. However, our organization will continue to arrange benefits for all in the future, and I hope everyone will remain as enthusiastic next time. If I contribute 10 points, would you permit me to have one attempt? Qin Yu gently shook his head. Rules are rules. How could they be disrupted for a mere trifling gain? He patted the large box and addressed the crowd. Let me reiterate the rules. Touching the yellow ball will grant you the qualification to purchase the Xiantian token. Everyone must rely on luck, and the use of mental power or other means to cheat is strictly forbidden. Those family members who have not registered may supervise. Anyone who catches someone cheating can take their place and will receive an additional 3 attempts. As soon as these words were uttered, those who had not registered transformed into ravenous wolves, their eyes fixated on those in line. All right, everyone. Please line up according to the order of registration and begin to draw. This is unfair, complained someone from the back. If those in front draw the yellow ball directly, what was the point of us registering? This assertion was misguided. Qin Yu clarified. The white balls that have already been drawn do not need to be returned to the box, although those in front have an advantage. The likelihood of drawing the yellow ball increases the further back you are. It is a matter of pros and cons. Upon hearing this, those at the back felt a surge of delight within. The yellow ball would surely not be drawn easily. My chances of drawing it are greater since I am at the back. Let those unfortunate souls in front take the lead. Meanwhile, those in front silently scoffed. What good is a greater chance? Once I grasp the yellow ball, those behind will have no opportunity to draw at all. Just wait and see, you pitiful souls. The first participant, Wang Kaming, had invited 10 newcomers and was granted 3 attempts. Wang Kaming rubbed his hands together, adrenaline surging. Having never participated in a lottery before, he found himself relishing this thrilling sensation at that moment. It's about to begin, let us reach in, he exclaimed. Oh, so many balls. Which 3 should I choose? Wang Kaming's mind was abuzz, his fingers lightly brushing over the balls. The yellow ball, being the prize, would undoubtedly be placed at the bottom, so I must reach for the lowest ones. With one hand, Wang Kaming reached down, grasped 3 balls, and withdrew his hand. Phew, will I be lucky? Everyone turned their gaze to Wang Kaming's hand, their anticipation palpable as they watched the unveiling. Wang Kaming took a deep breath and shouted, Got it! Opening his fist, 3 white balls lay quietly in his palm. In order to fit more balls in the box, Qin Yu had chosen the smallest size when purchasing them. Each ball was only slightly larger than a mung bean. No luck. Wonderful, we still have a chance. You startled me just now, with that display. I thought you had won. Ha ha ha. Turns out you're just a jester. Aside from Wang Kaming's disappointment, the rest were quite pleased. I will contribute 10 points. I wish to draw again. Wang Kaming earnestly declared. I sense that the yellow orb is drawing near. It is a twist of fate. Qin Yu remarked. Those who purchase lottery tickets for the first time often feel they are destined to win a grand prize. The paid lottery requires all participants to finish drawing before proceeding. If you wish to partake, please queue at the rear. The crowd urged. Hurry up, do not squander our time. Fate's arrangement, you say? That yellow ball is destined to be mine, and you shall not acquire it. Wang Kaming asserted angrily to the onlookers. That yellow orb is fated to be mine, as is the Xiantian token. Your presence merely serves to enhance my odds. Step aside and watch me draw the yellow orb before your very eyes. The second person approached the wooden box and reached inside. Qin Yu stated, Hao, you have invited 5 individuals, granting you 2 chances to draw. I feel the yellow orb is drawing closer. Hao chuckled, his expression exceedingly lewd. His hand rummaged through the box. So close, so close. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd shouted, Wait, I want to report him for cheating. A figure surged forward, seizing Hao's arm and withdrawing his hand from the box. What are you doing? You cannot slander me. The individual directly removed the ring from Hao's finger and addressed the crowd. This ring, when worn, allows one to sense changes in the surroundings. His hand was constantly moving within the box, attempting to cheat using this ring. Everyone, try on the ring and you will see. Hao snatched the ring back, exasperated. How did you know the purpose of my ring? It is so discreet. The man chuckled. What a coincidence. I crafted that very ring. I am but a humble craftsman from the refining pavilion, and your task was one I accepted. What bad luck. He Hao donned the ring and proclaimed to the crowd, "There are at least tens of thousands of white spheres in the box. Do not think that you could find one even if they were scattered on the ground. Stop standing around like fools in line." Qin Yu's eyes widened, ready to speak. When someone in the crowd remarked, "Oh, someone who cannot reach the grapes claims they are sour. Huh, what truth can a cheat like you utter? You may envy us. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu silently closed his mouth. Have the chives evolved to such an extent? They can now concoct reasons and overcome challenges themselves? Chapter 71. The robbery wasn't this swift, esteemed individual. Since you have successfully apprehended a cheat, his opportunity is now yours. You shall receive 3 additional chances to draw, totaling 4. Furthermore, a new rule has been established. No adornments are permitted while drawing. The crowd expressed no objections, understanding that this was a measure for fairness. The individual drew 4 white spheres, but, regrettably, was unsuccessful. Nevertheless, he did not give up and prepared to queue for the paid opportunity. He believed that once the free participants had their turn, the likelihood of selecting the yellow ball would significantly increase. This was truly destiny, although I arrived late. Fate still granted me the opportunity to stand here. If this yellow ball does not belong to me, then to whom could it possibly belong? Next, you have but one chance to draw a ball. This time, it was yet another acquaintance of Qin Yu, a comrade known as Little Six, who wished to avoid being a third party and aspired instead to be the 6th wheel. However, Little Six was unlikely to recognize that the person before him was none other than his good brother, who had shared such intimate moments with him that fateful night. Their bond was forged in the depths of adversity. Little Six casually reached out and grasped a ball. Alas, it was yet another white ball. Should one desire to pay for the opportunity to draw a ball, they may queue at the back. Little Six shook his head in regret. It seemed he did not possess sufficient contribution points. A wise choice. Now you may go to the side and catch any cheaters. If successful, you will still have 3 chances to draw for free. Upon hearing Little Six's decision to forego his chance, Qin Yu felt a surge of happiness. Truly, my friend is astute, discerning this scheme with remarkable clarity. Soon, Qin Yu caught wind of Little Six muttering to himself, "What a pity. Had I known, I wouldn't have squandered my contribution points. Perhaps if I had gone all in, I could have struck it rich." Qin Yu mused, "Well, it's better this way. I feel guilty about tricking my own friends. Come, next in line. The subsequent participants must hasten, or we shall not complete today as proceedings." The queue surged forward rapidly, and all encountered nothing but white balls. Qin Yu had placed a staggering 100,000 white balls within, with the odds of drawing a yellow ball being a mere 1 in 100,000. If it were so easy, Qin Yu would have long since exited the arena. Although none succeeded in their draws, disappointment was absent. Rather, anticipation filled the air. Nearly half of those present returned to the end of the line, silently calculating how many contribution points they might appropriately expend. As the number of white balls dwindled, the probability of drawing the yellow ball increased. Greater odds fostered greater hope. With increased hope came amplified motivation. The greater the motivation, the fuller Qin Yu's coffers became. This was a flawless positive feedback loop. At least, it was quite perfect from Qin Yu's perspective. The disciples of the sect were encountering a dimensional strike from the business strategies of the new century for the first time, and many were rendered dazed by the allure of such immense profit. Faced with this scenario, numerous individuals lost their analytical faculties, fixating solely on the potential wealth to be garnered from drawing the yellow ball. Today, Qin Yu intended to impart a lesson to the disciples of his sect, teaching them that fortunes do not simply fall from the sky. If they were to descend, they would more likely crush you than nourish you. Observing the long queue, Qin Yu gently shook his head. They were all far too naive. Once they left the sect and entered the world, they would undoubtedly fall prey to swindlers, left with nothing but their undergarments. Compared to these con artists, I, Qin Yu, am considerably more benevolent. At the very least, I would spare them their pants. Hee. The first round of the lottery concluded swiftly. Wang Kaming found himself once more at the forefront of the line. Qin Yu enthusiastically inquired, "Dear participant, how many times would you like to draw?" "I shall draw 3 times, came the reply. "Very well, however, I must remind you that should you not succeed in these 3 attempts and wish to continue, you will need to return to the end of the queue to wait anew. Lastly, a gentle reminder to all participants. Exercise caution in your expenditures, for the box contains but a solitary yellow ball. Even if you do not succeed, your contribution points shall not be refunded." "I understand. I shall draw 3 times. Wang Kaming paid 30 contribution points, blew a breath of ethereal energy into his hands, and reached into the dark abyss once more. With the white balls having diminished significantly, the odds must surely have improved. May the ancestors bless me. This yellow ball should be mine. I grasp. Wang Kaming pulled out 3 small balls. Let it be a win. As he opened his palm, 3 white balls lay quietly in his hand. Ah, not again. The individuals behind him began to urge, hurry up. We are all waiting. Indeed, my contribution points are growing increasingly impatient. Wang Kaming tightly held the white balls, silently moving to the back of the line. This must be a test of fate. I should not have wavered in my resolve. Had I drawn a few more times, the yellow ball would surely be in my possession by now. I cannot concede. Having already invested 30 contribution points, to abandon now would be a considerable loss. The queue advanced once more. I shall draw 5 times. I will go all in and draw 10 times. Alas, I am left with but 30 contribution points. I shall draw them all. Observing those who regretfully relinquished their chances due to insufficient contribution points, Qin Yu felt an immense sorrow. It is all my fault. My abilities are too weak. If only I were stronger, I could establish a bank, providing on-the-spot loans to rescue these disappointed participants. Witnessing the rapid accumulation of contribution points in Yu Gu's hands, the 2 apes behind him were left utterly astounded. Is this truly the same contribution point that one earns after a month of labor? Robbery could not be this swift. As time dragged on, Qin Yu decided to take a seat, leisurely collecting the contribution points of the crowd. He mused, consider these contribution points as your tuition. Encountering me, Qin, you shall gain a heightened awareness against deception. Enjoy yourselves quietly. Moreover, this is not a deception. There truly is a yellow ball within that box. If fortune has not favored you, who is to blame? Learn from your missteps. Qin Yu felt assured that, following this incident, these disciples would be far less susceptible to trickery in the near future, as they would likely not possess any surplus contribution points for some time. Chapter 72. I truly did not mean it that way. The second round of the lottery concluded swiftly. The white balls continued to dwindle, and the line of participants also diminished. This lottery attracted a total of 2,000 individuals, but after the first round, nearly 1,000 remained for the second round of paid draws. Among these, only around 300 chose to queue again for the third round of paid draws. Certainly, not all 700 individuals successfully overcame their inner desires. Rather, the majority faced immediate bankruptcy and were rendered unable to continue. Some wept as they withdrew, while others rushed out to borrow contribution points from friends. Qin Yu had placed a total of 100,000 white balls in the box during the first round. Over 3,000 were drawn, and in the second round, approximately 5,000 more. On average, each participant expended 50 contribution points. Many of those participating in the draw were mere errand disciples, possessing scant contribution points. After 1 or 2 attempts, they were declared bankrupt. Observing the dwindling crowd of merely 300, Qin Yu found himself regretting the decision to limit participation to 2,000 individuals. He had perhaps overestimated the wealth of these disciples. Even the outer disciples had little to spare. With such a limited number of participants, it seemed unlikely that anyone would draw a yellow ball today. Qin Yu sighed, noting that there were still nearly 90,000 white balls remaining, rendering the odds of winning exceedingly slim. Moreover, the atmosphere on-site felt somewhat amiss. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees clearly, while the participant is lost. Those ensnared in the lottery may have failed to notice the unfolding issues, but the observing crowd had begun to harbor doubts. With so many white balls already drawn, how could so many remain? Just how many white balls were in that box? Who knows? Surely, it couldn't be 10,000. I suspect it might be even more. Perhaps even 20,000. A 1 in 20,000 chance is rather disheartening. It would take a truly unscrupulous individual to orchestrate such a scheme. Surely, there can't be that many, perhaps only around 10,000. Yet, even a 1 in 10,000 chance is still rather low. I knew it. How could that mysterious organization suddenly show goodwill, claiming to provide benefits to families? It turns out to be a trap. I shall never again trust their deceitful words. The white balls in the box must be dwindling, and the yellow ball should be on the verge of appearing. I wonder who will ultimately possess the coveted yellow ball. Although this is a trap, whoever draws the yellow ball will undoubtedly experience a windfall. Ah, if only we could join now. Huh, you have quite the imagination. If you were to join now, the participants ahead would surely go mad. Upon hearing the discussions, the 300 in line were galvanized with determination. The battle had entered its final phase, and the ultimate victor would emerge among them. Old Wang, how many contribution points do you have left? Inquired a bystander of a participant in line. The one called Old Wang chuckled. I can draw 3 more times. If I don't succeed, so be it. 3 is too few. Here, I'll give you 30 contribution points so you can draw 6 times. If you draw a profit, we'll split it. If not, I'll just consider myself unlucky. What do you say? Deal. Qin Yu glanced at this individual and thought to himself, quite innovative. Has the cultivation world already embraced the concept of investment? This works in my favor. I had been worried about not being able to earn your contribution points. But now you are willingly offering them to me. He. This individual set a fine example, prompting others to follow suit. Old Zhao, are you short on contribution points? Shall we collaborate? You must be little Wang. May I join forces with you? A new round commenced. Qin Yu addressed the assembly. Esteemed friends, allow me to bestow an additional benefit upon our family. Should the event conclude without anyone claiming the yellow ball, these 10 Xiantian tokens shall be awarded to the family member who participates in the most draws. With this single maneuver, Qin Yu could potentially deplete their resources entirely. It resembled an auction, albeit one in which each bid required payment up front. Ultimately, regardless of whether one succeeded in acquiring a token, no refunds would be issued. However, in Qin Yu's case, each bid presented a chance to win a prize, albeit with a rather slim probability. Let the competition commence, my family. Curiosity sparked among the onlookers. How many white balls are concealed within that box? Qin Yu replied, I am uncertain. This box was entrusted to me by the Elder. I am merely the worker. Implicitly, he cautioned them. If you end up losing your fortunes, do not come seeking retribution from me. All right, let the games begin. Wang Kaming stood resolutely before Qin Yu. This time, I shall draw 10 times, he declared with an air of authority. Qin Yu rolled his eyes, muttering to himself, why shout so loudly? One might think you intend to challenge 10 opponents. Pay your contribution points and proceed. Wang Kaming plunged his hand into the wooden box, stirring clockwise 3 times. Then counterclockwise 3 times, mumbling incantations. The spectacle was indeed somewhat intimidating. What on earth are you doing? Inquired an intrigued bystander. This is a spell to enhance my family's fortune, invoking the blessings of our ancestors. Watch as I draw forth the yellow ball. Qin Yu chuckled inwardly, contemplating. If you draw it that swiftly, I, Qin, shall offer my head for you to kick. He paused upon witnessing Wang Kaming reveal his open palm, 10 white balls resting quietly within. Qin Yu thought with relief, if you draw it that quickly, I shall indeed offer my head. No, Wang Kaming exclaimed, collapsing to his knees, arms wide open, gazing skyward. I am left with nothing. The haunting melody of snowflakes falling, north wind howling echoed in Qin Yu's mind. He helped Wang Kaming to his feet, offering consolation. Dear friend, you are not devoid of all. After so many years as an outer disciple, you must have acquired your own weapon and amassed a fair share of elixirs, certainly more than those recent recruits. I understand now. Wang Kaming's spirit rekindled. I shall sell my weapon and elixirs immediately. The yellow ball shall surely be mine. Ah, that was not my intention. Qin Yu lamented as Wang Kaming vanished into the crowd, swallowing the words he wished to convey. I truly did not mean that. He merely intended to reassure him that he was in a far better position than most of the recent auxiliary disciples, and there was no need for despair. Who could have anticipated this? With a sigh, Qin Yu reflected on his own sorrowful history of 30 consecutive defeats, striving to suppress the upward curve of his lips. Chapter 73. 100,000 contribution points after Wang Kaming departed, the others resumed their lottery draws. The crowd began to place heavy bets, with some drawing 10 or even 8 times in a single round. Yet, regardless of the number of attempts, all they drew were white balls. Heavens! How many white balls have you placed in here? Qin Yu innocently shook his head, declaring, I truly do not know. Qin Yu was not lying. The estimate of 100,000 white balls was merely conjecture. Who would have the leisure to count them one by one? Thus, Qin Yu genuinely had no idea of the exact quantity contained within. Damn it, could there really be 20,000? That would be utterly unscrupulous. Qin Yu asserted confidently. While I may not know the precise number, I can assure you it is certainly not 20,000. Not 20,000? Then I feel relieved. I always said that although your organization isn't particularly reputable, you wouldn't stoop to such depths. But why on earth are we unable to draw anything? Qin Yu shrugged. I have no idea. Your leader hasn't forgotten to include the yellow balls, has he? Qin Yu emphatically declared, that is absolutely impossible. If there are no yellow balls in there, I shall twist the heads off these two gorillas behind me and use them as balls. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji, observing Qin Yu's serious demeanor, chose to temporarily trust him. Let us continue drawing. I will keep track of the attempts. As one round concluded, the queue of 300 had dwindled to merely 30 individuals. This is exasperating. Why is this cursed yellow ball so difficult to draw? Enough is enough. I have no contribution points left. This is a trap. I have lost all my savings from 5 years. If I play again, I would be a fool. Qin Yu glanced at the record book and addressed the man. Brother, your name is Li, correct? You currently rank second in lottery attempts. Just 3 draws shy of the first place. Give me 4 more. Qin Yu smiled. Look, you still have some contribution points remaining. Go to the back of the line. Had it not been at the entrance of the enforcement team, I would have challenged you. The man grinned, obediently retreating to the end of the queue. Though his words were tough, his demeanor was quite honest. I rather appreciate your slightly arrogant attitude. As a new round was about to commence, just as someone was about to reach for the balls, Wang Kaming returned, having gathered funds. Clear the way. I wish to draw 23 times. The surrounding crowd hurriedly parted to make way for Wang Kaming, as if welcoming a hero's return. Qin Yu also rose to offer his utmost respect to this robust young man. Are you certain you wish to draw? If you fail, you may lose everything. You must consider this carefully. Qin Yu merely intended to collect some tuition fees and impart a lesson. He had no desire to see anyone lose their fortune. With unwavering determination, Wang Kaming replied, I have made my decision. Are you certain? Qin Yu asked seriously. The number of white balls in that box remains unknown. There might be only one left, or perhaps several thousands. It is still not too late to withdraw. I have made up my mind. Wang Kaming transferred 230 contribution points to Qin Yu's card. Very well, I respect your choice. Wang Kaming reached into the wooden box and swiftly withdrew 3 small spheres. A glance revealed them to be 3 white balls, which he expressionlessly tossed aside before plunging his hand back into the box. He first pulled out the loose change, then boldly grasped a total of 20 balls, drawing the attention of the onlookers to his palm. Extracting 20 at once was indeed a grand gesture, a rarity in the recent rounds. Rather than immediately revealing his hand, Wang Kaming raised it above his head, murmuring incantations under his breath. Qin Yu initially thought Wang Kaming was about to employ some ancestral technique to enhance his fortune. But upon listening closely, he couldn't help but feel a mixture of amusement and exasperation. I am willing to exchange the lifetime of my good brother, who will never find a partner, for the chance to draw a yellow ball. I am willing to trade the lifetime of my good brother, who will never break through to the golden course stage, for the chance to draw a yellow ball. Qin Yu thought, this child is truly deluded. Once Wang Kaming finished his incantation, he spread his hands wide. Among the white balls lay a conspicuously yellow ball, standing out starkly. Wang Kaming was momentarily stunned but then erupted with excitement, shouting, I won. I won. Ha ha, I've struck it rich. Wang Kaming had spent over 400 contribution points to touch the balls, and with the additional 888 points required for the purchase, he was set to spend just over 1,300 points, which could be deemed a significant profit. The expressions of the onlookers varied. Some were envious, others jealous, some resentful, and a few were utterly devastated, rolling on the ground in despair. Qin Yu was astounded. How could you possibly draw that with such low odds? He glanced at the dozens still eagerly waiting in line, feeling a pang of disappointment. This round will cost me several thousand contribution points. A man surged through the crowd, embracing Wang Kaming and exclaiming, Old Wang, your luck is simply extraordinary. Wang Kaming replied, Ha ha indeed. Qin Yu turned to the man and inquired, May I ask who you are? I am Old Wang's best friend. Qin Yu retorted, So you are the culprit behind my loss of several thousand contribution points. Wang Kaming borrowed 888 contribution points, settled the final payment, and Qin Yu handed him 10 Xiantian tokens. Afterward, Qin Yu, along with Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji, closed up shop and headed home. Once he confirmed that no one was following them, he returned to his cave abode to check his earnings. Infusing spiritual energy into his identity token, a long string of numbers appeared on its surface. 103,120. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji's eyes widened, mouths agape, exuding an air of foolishness as they asked, What is this, brother Yu? 100,000. Though not as high as I had hoped, it's still acceptable. Qin Yu replied, lamenting that this event could only be held once. He had anticipated earning several 100,000, but was disappointed to find that the outer disciples were so impoverished, and drawing the yellow ball so early was a setback. Brother Yu, why can't this event be held again? If we gather 10 more tokens, can't we continue? Li Zhengtong asked innocently. Are you foolish? Today so many people lost everything. Who would dare participate again? Do you think everyone is as naive as you? Li Zhengtong, Xiaoji. Please inquire about who is currently acquiring the Xiantian tokens. We must proceed with our next plan. Chapter 74. The next step you go. I have already gathered the pertinent information. Xiaoji began to relay the details. Presently, the primary entities acquiring the Xiantian tokens are a particular organization and an individual. The organization in question is the recently infamous gang, which has already secured 3 tokens and subsequently purchased 2 more at exorbitant prices, now possessing a total of 5 tokens. The other individual acquiring the tokens is named Zhao Liming, a disciple of the inner sect. An inner sect disciple? Qin Yu expressed some surprise. Although this event is open to all disciples of the Xiantian sect, inner sect disciples typically lack the time and regard these few hundred contribution points as trivial, thus rarely participating. He is indeed an inner sect disciple, and I have also come across some intriguing intel. Xiaoji lowered his voice. It is said that Zhao Liming's master is none other than Elder Wang Yingjun, the chief coordinator of this event. Oh, is this true? Xiaoji shook his head. It is difficult to ascertain, as this is merely a rumor. How many Xiantian tokens does Zhao Liming possess? Also 5. Zhao Liming has offered a very high price, reaching 200 contribution points per token yesterday, and it is likely to increase today. From what I know, Zhao Liming intends to meet with that gang today to negotiate a high-priced purchase of the tokens they hold. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu nodded inwardly. The price of 200 contribution points is indeed quite steep. Selling 10 tokens for 2,000 is due to the additional reward of a spiritual artifact. If Zhao Liming acquires tokens at such a high price without obtaining a full set, he stands to incur significant losses. It appears that the quality of the spiritual artifact being rewarded should be commendable. At the very least, 200 contribution points per token guarantees no loss. Having reached this conclusion, Qin Yu tossed 10 Xiantian tokens to each of the 2. This is your reward. You have worked hard these past days. The 2 were astonished. You go. Is this truly for us? This is worth 2,000 contribution points. Qin Yu scoffed. Do you think I care about a mere 2,000 contribution points? You go, no? My adoptive father, please allow me to pay my respects. Go, go, go. Quickly return and regain your human forms. Do not waste my time here. After sending off the 2, Qin Yu addressed the empty courtyard. Come out. I can already catch a whiff of that foul tofu scent lingering about you. Woof, woof. Woof. 7 illusory dream hounds materialized. Today, most individuals were drawn to Qin Yu's generous rewards, leaving few to search for tokens. The illusory dream hounds effortlessly gathered all the tokens. Qin Yu warmly proclaimed, You have all performed splendidly today. The 7 of you are tied for first place and shall each receive 2 portions of stinky tofu. Awoo awoo. The 7 illusory dream hounds excitedly howled. After sending off the hounds, Qin Yu donned his black cloak once more and proceeded to the gang's daily gathering place. By this time, the members had already assembled. The deputy leader was standing at the forefront, addressing the crowd. Today, we have successfully acquired 10 tokens. We are sure to make a substantial profit this time. However, we currently possess 15 tokens and must devise a means to acquire 5 more. Does anyone have any suggestions? Someone remarked. Presently, Li Zhengtong and Ji Duoduo each hold 1 token, while the remaining tokens have been taken by that scoundrel Zhao Liming. That wretched Zhao Liming is maliciously inflating prices and disrupting the market. Without Zhao Liming, we would have already gathered the 10 tokens. Deputy Leader Gao gestured for silence among the crowd, urging us to first strategize on how to obtain the Xiantian tokens from Li Zhengtong and Ji Duoduo. There seems to be no feasible way. Someone lamented. Li Zhengtong and Ji Duoduo seldom venture out of their residences, and when they do, they completely disregard us, turning away without a word. Their attitude is as if they do not possess tokens at all. Do you not find that peculiar? Perhaps we should approach the leader. Does he not have an acquaintance with Li Zhengtong and Ji Duoduo? Indeed, the leader could certainly resolve this matter. Why can't you all think of a solution on your own? Deputy Leader Gao chastised. It's always about the leader. Can our guild not function without him? Someone muttered. Without the leader, we have not even chanted the guild's slogan in ages. It feels as though the guild has lost its soul. Isn't it merely a chant? Let us shout it now. Senior Brother Gao exclaimed, Strive, strive, strive. The crowd fell silent. That chant lacked spirit. It felt like shouting for the sake of shouting. If it is merely for that purpose, it is better not to shout at all. Agreed. I still long for the leader's spirited chant. Deputy Leader Gao responded. You lot are truly difficult to please. The leader is currently in seclusion. Let us refrain from disturbing him and instead ponder our own solutions. If we cannot gather 10 tokens, our high-priced token buyback will result in a loss. Fellow brothers, why not sell the tokens in your possession to me? I assure you a fair price. A dashing young man approached with a smile. Upon seeing him, the crowd's expressions instantly darkened. Zhao Liming, what brings you here? The newcomer was indeed their foremost rival, Zhao Liming. I have come to assist you, my brothers. Zhao Liming replied with a grin. Since you cannot gather 10 tokens, why not sell the tokens you possess to me at the price of 200 each? You will not only avoid losses, but also secure a handsome profit. What do you say? I come with sincerity, and this arrangement benefits us all. Deputy Leader Gao countered. How about we purchase the tokens from Brother Zhao at the price of 200 each? Our sincerity is equally strong, and this arrangement is favorable for everyone. I'm afraid I cannot comply. Zhao Liming expressed regret. I am on a mission and must collect tokens. I hope my brothers understand. Zhao Liming, abandon this line of thought. We will never sell to you. Someone declared to Zhao Liming. We may incur losses, but you would suffer even more. Zhao Liming remained calm. The loss of a few contribution points matters little to me, but for you, those contribution points must hold some significance. I harbor no animosity towards any of you. Why must we contend over contribution points? Now, within the entire Xiantian sect, I alone possess the ability to procure your tokens. Do you have any alternatives? Who claims they possess no alternatives? A raspy voice resounded. Everyone turned to see, their pupils narrowing in astonishment. Are you a member of the mysterious organization? Chapter 75. We ought to apologize to the mysterious organization Qin Yu, draped in a black cloak. Approached with measured steps. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you may sell the Xiantian tokens to me. Zhao Liming, displeased, stepped forward and remarked. Brother, do you understand the concept of precedence? Qin Yu smiled and replied. In commerce, one sells to whom they please. Since they are unwilling to sell to you, why persist in entangling them? Zhao Liming snorted coldly. Do you truly believe they would sell to you? I have heard that their intention in forming a guild was precisely to counter your organization. With hands in his pockets, Qin Yu turned to senior brother Gao and stated, There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Master Gao, to whom do you wish to sell the tokens? Both Zhao Liming and Qin Yu fixed their gazes upon senior brother Gao, who felt an immense pressure. The mysterious organization and Zhao Liming, along with their guild, were far from friendly. The guild was established explicitly to oppose the mysterious organization, rendering the latter their imagined foe. They regarded the mysterious organization's use of illusory dream hounds to collect Xiantian tokens as disgraceful, believing it an unfair means. If the conflict with the mysterious organization was covert, then Zhao Liming represented an overt confrontation. As the saying goes, fellow practitioners are often rivals. Their people frequently encountered Zhao Liming when procuring tokens, often leading to bitter defeats after price wars. Consequently, there was a lingering resentment towards Zhao Liming. Being wealthy does not make one superior. Thus, when both parties sought to purchase the Xiantian tokens simultaneously, senior brother Gao found himself in a predicament. At that moment, someone spoke up. I have something to say. Senior brother Gao quickly looked over. Since I am unable to make a decision, I would like to hear everyone's thoughts. Speak, he urged. The individual addressed Qin Yu earnestly. To clarify, this gentleman is our vice guild leader, not the guild leader. Senior brother Gao. Qin Yu, since you are uncertain, and you are the vice guild leader, why not consult your guild leader on how to proceed? Qin Yu suggested. Zhao Liming nodded in agreement. Perhaps you should inquire with your guild leader. Very well. Senior brother Gao nodded. I shall consult with the guild leader shortly. Tomorrow marks the final day of the event. At this time and place, you may return for further discussions. Until then, Qin Yu tightened his cloak and turned to leave. He hurried back to his cave abode, entered the wooden house, and quickly concealed his black cloak. Just as he took a sip of water, the voice of senior brother Gao echoed from outside. Is the guild leader present? Qin Yu tousled his clothes to appear as though he had been in seclusion for an extended period. Then, he leisurely opened the wooden door and disabled the formation to allow senior brother Gao to enter. Vice guild leader, have you encountered some matter of concern? Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. Indeed, an incident has arisen, and I hope the leader can assist in making a decision. Very well, speak. Senior Brother Gao recounted the recent events and the challenges faced to Qin Yu in detail. After listening, Qin Yu pondered for a moment before responding slowly. In truth, neither the mysterious organization nor Zhao Liming is at fault. The organization's use of the Dream Hound to gather tokens, without intervention from the sect, indicates that their actions are legitimate. Furthermore, the Dream Hound is a sacred beast of our sect, a shared resource accessible to all. Their ability to utilize the Dream Hound showcases their competence. Our inability reflects merely our own shortcomings and skill. Senior Brother Gao felt compelled to counter this assertion, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately nodding in agreement. He sensed a familiarity in Qin Yu's words, as if he had encountered them before. Upon reflecting, he suddenly had a realization. Leader, your words resemble those of the hooded figure who sold tokens to the mysterious organization a few days ago. Narrowing his eyes, he regarded Qin Yu with suspicion. Qin Yu's expression froze, cold sweat trickling down his back, panic surging within him. Oh no, I was careless. Could it be that the hooded figure was present when I sold the tokens? Ah, yes, indeed, I was also present at that moment. Observing the scene, I found some merit in the hooded figure's arguments. Senior Brother Gao inquired. Then the leader must be aware of our guild's fundraising efforts to acquire 10 tokens? Qin Yu nodded, affirming, I am indeed aware. Your decision is astute. Purchasing 10 Xiantian tokens for merely 2,000 contribution points, or even 2,500, is undoubtedly a lucrative deal. Should such an opportunity arise again, we must seize it without hesitation. With Qin Yu's endorsement, Senior Brother Gao felt elated. Qin Yu continued, moreover, regarding Zhao Liming. He engages in fair competition without resorting to any underhanded tactics. He is not at fault either. Senior Brother Gao nodded. Then, leader, to whom should we sell the 5 tokens we possess? Qin Yu decisively replied. Naturally, we shall sell them to the mysterious organization. Is there any doubt? Why? Senior Brother Gao was left bewildered by Qin Yu's response. Hadn't it been established that neither party was at fault? Why then, the sudden inclination towards the mysterious organization? In truth, Senior Brother Gao still favored conducting business with Zhao Liming. He harbored a lingering suspicion that the mysterious organization was less than reputable, given that their leader had yet to reveal themselves, and their emissaries concealed their identities beneath dark hoods, exuding an air of secrecy. Qin Yu addressed Senior Brother Gao, stating, the rationale behind engaging in trade with the mysterious organization is twofold. First, we owe them an apology. We owe them an apology? For what? Senior Brother Gao inquired, utterly perplexed, struggling to grasp Qin Yu's line of reasoning. Qin Yu elucidated. Have you forgotten the very reason we established our guild? It was due to our suspicions that the mysterious organization was employing deceitful tactics to acquire the Xiantian tokens. But in reality, what has transpired? The individuals in question uphold fairness and adhere to the law. Have we not misjudged them? Do you not feel a twinge of guilt in your heart? Should we not extend our apologies to the mysterious organization? Senior Brother Gao nodded in a somewhat dazed manner, as if he indeed grasped the essence of this reasoning. Thus, I propose that, as an expression of our contrition, we should voluntarily reduce the price by 20, selling to the mysterious organization at the price of 180 contribution points per item. What say you? Senior Brother Gao me? Chapter 76. Is the Grand Elder planning a rebellion? Senior Brother Gao appeared somewhat bewildered. Is our Xiantai token not in high demand? Do not all desire it? Why would we lower the price instead of raising it at this juncture? Senior Brother Gao was utterly perplexed. Qin Yu burst into laughter, declaring, your silence is taken as acquiescence. Deputy Leader Gao, I knew you were a perceptive individual. After all, those ignorant and short-sighted souls are incapable of grasping my intent. Only we enlightened ones can fathom the profound implications. Senior Brother Gao's gaze suddenly grew resolute. I understand your meaning, leader. You are absolutely correct. Did we not just mention 2 reasons? What, then, is the other? Qin Yu cleared his throat, articulating with significance. The other reason is that we cannot afford to provoke that mysterious organization. Not only must we avoid offense, but we should also strive to curry favor. We cannot afford to provoke them. Senior Brother Gao immediately bristled. Even if they are the direct disciples of the sect leader, should they assault me, it would breach the sect's regulations and incur severe punishment. What do we have to fear from them? Qin Yu patted Senior Brother Gao on the shoulder. You are mistaken, Deputy Leader Gao. If they wish to target you, you would remain blissfully unaware. Senior Brother Gao, defiantly lifting his chin, retorted, I refuse to believe it. Leader, What could they possibly do to me? Allow me to present a modest example. Qin Yu, with hands clasped behind his back, strolled before senior brother Gao, stating, "The mysterious organization can summon illusionary dream hounds. Should they choose to utilize them against you, they could send the hounds to relieve themselves at your doorstep, employing illusions to conceal their mess." Unfazed, senior brother Gao scoffed. "So what if they leave dog droppings? I am not afraid." Qin Yu, taken aback by senior brother Gao's audacity, continued solemnly, "The illusionary dream hounds could sneak into your abode, devour your elixirs, and then return to leave their waste behind. They would hide in the corner of your wooden cabin and, upon your return, use illusions to distract you, allowing you to retrieve your elixirs without noticing anything amiss. Unaware, you would ingest the elixir only to discover an unusual taste." "Enough." Senior brother Gao rose, resolutely addressing Qin Yu. "Leader, I have long harbored disdain for that Zhao Liming fellow. It is utterly shameless for an inner disciple to encroach upon our business as outer disciples. Since he dares to profit from us, we must ensure he suffers losses. Therefore, let us proceed to sell the tokens to the mysterious organization." "Qin Yu, I thought you would say, it's merely a matter of stepping in dog waste." "I am unperturbed. Deputy Leader, I am not afraid of the mysterious organization. I merely disdain that Zhao Liming. I assure you, I speak the truth." Qin Yu, Indeed, indeed. I believe that a further reduction of 20 contribution points may earn the favor of the mysterious organization." "You are absolutely right, Leader." Senior brother Gao grasped Qin Yu's hands, his excitement akin to that of a bewildered soul who has just received guidance from a master. "However, I feel that a mere 20-point reduction is insufficient. Our average acquisition price for the Xiantian tokens hovers around 130. Selling them to the mysterious organization for 150 would yield substantial profits. There is no need to sell them at such exorbitant rates." "Qin Yu, incredible. You are indeed teachable." On the 15th day of the event, before noon had even passed, all 7 Xiantian tokens were effortlessly secured. Thus, the quest for the Xiantian tokens officially concluded. A total of 105 tokens were distributed, of which 95 were claimed by Qin Yu. After accounting for the 50 tokens sold and the 20 gifted to Li Zhangtong and Xiaozhi, Qin Yu retained 25 tokens. At the appointed hour in the afternoon, Qin Yu donned a black robe and made his way to the gathering point of the guild. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Liming arrived. "I am quite curious about the identity behind your organization. Is it an inner sect disciple or an elder of the sect?" Zhao Liming inquired with a smile. Qin Yu replied with an enigmatic smile, "You are not yet worthy of knowing, yet I can divulge a trivial matter." Zhao Liming, "I have no interest in trivialities. There is no need to elaborate." Qin Yu, "Since you have sincerely sought counsel, I must inform you. Our leader wields the power to eradicate those in the tribulation stage." Zhao Liming's brows furrowed. Such a jest was far from humorous. Qin Yu pointed towards the heavens. "If I deceive you, may the heavens strike me down." Zhao Liming glanced upwards, observing no signs of storm clouds gathering in the sky. Is he speaking the truth? Zhao Liming's expression turned serious. The power to eradicate those in the tribulation stage. Could it be the sect leader or the Grand Elder? That seems implausible. Establishing this organization would serve no purpose for either the sect leader or the Grand Elder. Wait. While it may seem meaningless for the sect leader to create a new organization, what if this organization is backed by the Grand Elder? Suddenly, an image of the Grand Elder, youthful in appearance and cloaked in black, seated upon the throne representing the supreme authority of the Xiantian sect, overlooking all, flashed through Zhao Liming's mind. Could it be that the Grand Elder is plotting a rebellion? The very thought startled Zhao Liming, yet the more he contemplated it, the more sense it made. The Grand Elder could be secretly amassing power, intending to seize control of the sect, positioning himself as the true ruler of the Xiantian sect. Presently, the Grand Elder has already dispatched individuals to initiate actions against the outer sect. The Grand Elder is the head of the law enforcement peak, possessing the authority to enforce the sect's laws. If this mysterious organization is indeed backed by the Grand Elder, then no matter how unruly this organization becomes, no one would dare intervene. Indeed, Zhao Liming's breath quickened as if he had uncovered crucial evidence. The figure in the black robe selling Xiantian tokens did so not in bustling marketplaces, but rather at the entrance of the law enforcement team. Does this not imply that the law enforcement team serves as their shield? The reason this mysterious organization mobilized the Dream Hounds must be due to the Sixth Elder of the Beastmaster Peak having allied with the Grand Elder. Indeed, It has come to my attention that 6 months prior, the 3rd Elder and the 9th Elder summoned the 6th Elder to a secluded area within the outer sect, after which all disciples of the Beastmaster Peak were subjected to half a year of confinement. At the time, it seemed inconsequential, yet upon reflection, one must ponder the severity of the actions that could warrant such collective punishment. This undoubtedly serves as a ruse concocted by the 6th Elder in collusion with the 3rd and 9th Elders, intended to divert the attention of the masses. Furthermore, the fact that the Sect Master is unaware of this affair indicates that the 3rd and 9th Elders have already betrayed the sect. Coupled with the 5th and 12th Elders' long-standing camaraderie with the Grand Elder, it is evident they too are aligned with his faction. Alas, it appears that within the ranks of the 12 Elders, the Grand Elder's influence commands at least half of the power. And with the addition of the Dream Hound to his faction, the Sect Master's prospects appear dire. Zhao Liming wiped the cold sweat from his brow and cast a glance at Qin Yu. Why was he divulging this information to me? Could it be that my talents have garnered their recognition and they seek to recruit me? Am I truly of such significance? Chapter 77. The Leader's Insight. No. I am but a mere pawn. How could the Grand Elder's organization possibly wish to enlist me? Zhao Liming shook his head, realizing his thoughts were somewhat fanciful. His intent in sharing this information was likely to convey a message to my master through me. They are attempting to sway my master's allegiance. While my master currently holds the position of an outer sect elder, his talents are hardly inferior to mine. He is the youngest outer sect elder in a century at Heleavens Sect, and it is almost a certainty that he will ascend to the inner sect, potentially even joining the ranks of the 12 elders. A figure of his caliber would certainly be a worthy candidate for the Grand Elder's persuasion. With this realization, Zhao Liming felt a sudden wave of apprehension. Thankfully, my ingenuity led me to this conclusion. Otherwise, my master might have remained oblivious to the impending danger. Yet, why is it that my master, whose talents do not surpass mine, was invited while I was overlooked? Alas, it seems the Grand Elder's secretive organization is rather short-sighted. For I am indeed the future of the cultivation world. Wait, could it be that they wish to invite both my master and me to join? Such ambition, however, their discernment is commendable. Now, the question arises, should I align myself with their organization? Zhao Liming began to weigh the pros and cons currently. The Grand Elder's faction is evidently more powerful, yet should matters escalate, the Supreme Elder and the Grand Sect Master would undoubtedly intervene on behalf of the Heleavens Sect. They would oppose the Grand Elder's insurrection, thus siding with the Sect Master. Moreover, the stance of the Dreamhound tribe remains uncertain. While they maintain a closer relationship with the 6th Elder, their leader has long been bound by contract with the Sect Master. Could it be that the seemingly tranquil Dreamhound tribe is harboring insurrectionist sentiments? Is there an undercurrent of turmoil within their ranks? This situation is perplexing. The Dreamhound tribe's dynamics are intricate and warrant further observation. At present, it appears that if the Supreme Elder and the Grand Sect Master take action, the Sect Master will hold the advantage. Conversely, should they remain passive, the Grand Elder's faction will prevail. With the internal power dynamics analyzed, it is time to assess the external influences. The sect leader has always maintained a broad circle of friends, whether among the Liang Kingdom or the vast wilderness. Whether in sects or courts, he has acquaintances aplenty. When faced with difficulties, his call is met with a chorus of responses. In contrast, the Grand Elder appears to squander his days, mingling among the young cultivators, only to reveal his prowess in times of peril. His connections consist mostly of inconsequential junior practitioners, lacking even a handful of promising disciples from the cultivation world. In this regard, he is completely overshadowed by the sect leader. Alas, upon such analysis, it seems the Grand Elder is in a precarious position. Yet, it is unlikely, for if I can ponder this, surely the Grand Elder can as well. Knowing the gravity of the situation, daring to let a mysterious organization surface at such a moment hints at a hidden strategy. However, my master has praised my resourcefulness and exceptional talent. What I can conceive may not be within the Grand Elder's grasp. This is vexing. I shall inform my master of this matter and let him decide. If necessary, my master and I could each align with different factions, regardless of the outcome. The other could rely on a familiar face to preserve one's life. Zhao Liming, are you all right? Qin Yu inquired tentatively. After boasting to Zhao Liming, he observed Zhao Liming's initial panic, drenched in sweat, followed by a furrowed brow as he plunged into deep contemplation. His expression was a tangled web of emotions: joy, realization, Confusion, exceedingly complex. This scene left Qin Yu bewildered. Could this fellow be gravely ill? Zhao Liming regained his composure. It seems he is urging me to make a decision. I cannot fall into his trap. The more significant the matter, the calmer I must remain. Thus, Zhao Liming solemnly addressed Qin Yu. I will inform my master of this matter. Tomorrow, at this time and place, I shall return with an answer. With that, Zhao Liming turned and departed. It is imperative to disclose this matter to my master without delay, allowing ample time for consideration of the pros and cons. Qin Yu. No, my friend, we are grown adults. If you cannot compete with me, seeking your master, how shameful. The rules of the event do not prohibit the sale of Shintian tokens. What use is it to inform your master? Zhao Liming, of course, heard Qin Yu's words, but chose not to respond. Concealment, I understand. Why did Brother Zhao Liming leave? Brother Gao inquired. Qin Yu shook his head. I do not know. He left on his own accord. It has nothing to do with me. Since he has departed, let us commence our dealings. Very well. Brother Gao agreed. After all, he had no intention of trading with Zhao Liming, and his departure spared him the trouble. Esteemed representative of the mysterious organization, our guild has deliberated and ultimately decided to trade 5 Shintian tokens with you, Brother Gao said politely, to express our goodwill and celebrate our inaugural collaboration. We propose each token at a friendly price of 150 contribution points. What say you? Let us make it 170. Allow you to profit a bit. Cannot have you laboring in vain during this time. The figure in the black robe replied with a smile. Holding a substantial sum, Qin Yu was indifferent to the minor contribution points. His acquisition of these 5 tokens was merely to complete a set. Gathering 10 tokens would enable him to sell them at a premium. Brother Gao was instantly elated. He suddenly felt that perhaps the mysterious organization was not so malevolent after all. He now wishes to express to the man in the black robe, Brother, you are a good person. As Qin Yu acquired 5 tokens, he turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Senior Brother Gao suddenly interjected, Wait a moment. Are the tokens you possess still available for sale? Are you interested in purchasing? I currently have 20 tokens for sale, 10 tokens for 2,000 contribution points. Are you certain that you can handle this? Chapter 78. Master, there's trouble brewing. Please hold on for a moment while we deliberate. All right. Senior Brother Gao hastily gathered everyone. We have an excellent opportunity before us. We need only spend 4,000 contribution points to acquire 20 Shintian tokens. What do you all think? The contribution points for the guild must be raised collectively, and Senior Brother Gao could only discuss this with the group. Deputy Leader, do you mean we should sell them at 170 contribution points each, and then buy them back at 200 contribution points? Are you not being utterly foolish? I am baffled. How could you negotiate the price down to 170 from 200 contribution points, and now wish to repurchase at 200? Are you with us or with them? If the leader were present, with his capabilities, he would undoubtedly buy them back at 170 contribution points and sell them at 200 contribution points. Upon hearing these discussions, Qin Yu began to suspect whether Li Jingtong was mingling among the crowd. How could such astute questions arise? Before Deputy Leader Gao could respond, a group began to counter. The price for a single token will certainly differ from that of 10 tokens sold together. The greatest value of 10 tokens lies in their ability to be exchanged for a magical artifact. Hence the price should be significantly higher. I believe 2,000 is indeed not excessive. Deputy Leader Gao, we support you. Yet, some within the guild remained discontented, having just sold the tokens at 170 contribution points. Now we are repurchasing them at 200 contribution points each. This does not sit well with me. Qin Yu felt that indeed, some individuals within the guild were rather dim-witted. However, upon reflection, it was only natural. If they were truly astute, how could he have been chosen as the leader? Senior Brother Gao remarked, however, the tokens we purchase at 200 contribution points will be worth at least 300 contribution points upon redemption tomorrow, a definite profit. Qin Yu's mind involuntarily conjured a mathematical problem. Xiao Ming spent 130 yuan on a product, sold it for 170 yuan, then repurchased it for 200 yuan, only to sell it again for 300 yuan. The question is, how much did Xiao Ming earn? This is akin to a split personality, a maniacal merchant engaged in frenzied buying and selling. Ultimately, Deputy Leader Gao invoked Qin Yu. Yesterday, I discussed this with the leader, who stated that even a profit of 2,500 contribution points could be made, let alone 2,000 contribution points. Instantly, the crowd perked up. Did the leader say that a profit of 2,500 contribution points could be made from 10 tokens? Then let us buy them quickly. I shall fetch my contribution points right away. Though the leader was not present in the guild, he continued to strategize for the guild's benefit, which was profoundly moving. The guild's development to this point is entirely due to the leader's guidance from behind the scenes. Gao Shixiang sighed. Deputy leader, we must swiftly gather our funds. The leader has spoken. It is impossible for us to incur losses. Indeed, hasten to declare how much each person must contribute. If needed, I shall borrow more. Observing the changed expressions of the crowd, Gao Shixiang helplessly gazed skyward. After all these days, am I truly inferior to that man? Master, it is dire news. Zhao Liming hurriedly approached Elder Wang Yingjun, practically bouncing in his urgency. Elder Wang, with an impassive demeanor, took a sip of tea and, accustomed to such occurrences, replied, "What analysis have you conjured this time?" "Master, this is truly grave," Zhao Liming declared, seizing the elder's teapot and downing its contents in a single gulp. He smacked his lips in surprise. "Master, you've pilfered the sword immortal tea that mistress has treasured. Are you unaware that it is her favorite?" Noticing his master's countenance darken, Zhao Liming promptly fell silent. "Speak, what calamity has arisen this time?" Elder Wang inquired with irritation. Zhao Liming hastily responded, "Master, fortunately, I reacted swiftly. Otherwise, both of us might have been ensnared in an irretrievable predicament. Without me, you might not even know how your demise would unfold." With a resigned sigh, Elder Wang lifted his cup, savoring the remnants of tea. He had long grown accustomed to his disciples' impulsive nature. "Master, our Xiantian sect is on the brink of upheaval." "Oh?" Elder Wang raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Noting his master's lack of alarm, Zhao Liming lowered his voice. "The Grand Elder is plotting rebellion, having allied with the 3rd, 5th, 6th, 9th, and 12th Elders, along with a faction of the Dream Hounds, to overthrow the sect leader and seize control of the Xiantian sect. I am currently unaware of the involvement of other elders." Elder Wang replied, "Are you certain you speak of that naive Grand Elder, whose thoughts are merely of disguising strength as weakness? Furthermore, why only a portion of the Dream Hounds?" "Because I suspect some among the Dream Hounds are also contemplating rebellion," Elder Wang remarked. Chapter 79. Which foot did you step in with upon entering? The mysterious organization within the outer sect was established by the Grand Elder, who is now prepared to take action and wishes to invite us to join. "Master, do you believe we should accept this invitation?" Zhao Liming elaborated on his analysis of the situation. According to his assessment, the sect leader still held a slight advantage. Yet the Grand Elder's willingness to act indicated he possessed hidden cards. We must tread carefully. After all, should we misplace our allegiance, we could find ourselves in an irretrievable position. Elder Wang massaged his temples and inquired, "What is this organization currently engaged in?" Zhao Liming replied, "They are scouring for Xiantian tokens, trading them extensively. Thus, one must ponder why the Grand Elder seeks these tokens. Do you believe he cares for such trivial contributions?" Zhao Liming paused, contemplating before stating, "I suspect the Grand Elder aims to control the outer sect through this endeavor." Elder Wang, perplexed, questioned, "What utility would the Grand Elder gain from controlling the outer sect? Can the combined strength of these disciples withstand even a mere slap from the sect leader? Moreover, one must ponder who employs such underhanded tactics to gather followers. Were it not for the stringent regulations of the sect, the moment that enigmatic organization emerged, they would likely be met with severe retribution. This is akin to thrusting the outer disciples into the embrace of others." Zhao Liming scratched the back of his head, as if suddenly enlightened. "What, I wonder, is the purpose behind the Grand Elder permitting this mysterious organization to operate within the outer sect?" Wang Yingjun remarked. "Could it be that the mysterious organization is entirely unrelated to the Grand Elder? If this organization were indeed established by him, he would never part with the tokens he has collected." "Why so?" Zhao Liming inquired. "Because, in accordance with the Grand Elder's temperament, he would undoubtedly reveal all tokens before the outer disciples on the day of redemption, showcasing his divine authority." Zhao Liming responded with an exclamation, his expression shifting dramatically. "Master, this complicates matters further. If this organization is not affiliated with the Grand Elder, it must be an external force. We are doomed. Someone intends to strike at our sect and seeks to entice us, the master and disciple, to become traitors. Their chaos within the outer sect is surely a ploy to disrupt the order of Xiantian sect, aiming to instigate internal discord." Wang Yingjun, in despair, placed a hand to his forehead, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. How could I have been so blind in choosing him from among so many capable disciples? No, no. Before Wang Yingjun could voice his thoughts, Zhao Liming preemptively dismissed the notion. Upon realizing his disciple had grasped the gravity of the situation, Wang Yingjun's expression softened slightly. Although my disciple tends to overthink, he is not entirely foolish. Subsequently, Wang Yingjun listened as Zhao Liming articulated. External forces would undoubtedly refrain from making such a bold display within our sect. This organization must indeed be comprised of our own members. I have deduced that this is the handiwork of the Supreme Sect Master and the Supreme Elder. Their intention is to incite chaos within Heleavens Sect, thereby demonstrating the inadequacy of its leadership, prompting the Sect Master to abdicate and allowing them to reclaim power. This explanation holds greater plausibility. The Supreme Sect Master and the Supreme Elder are truly nefarious. It becomes evident that they are plotting a rebellion. Wang Yingjun interjected, "Have you lost your senses? If the Supreme Sect Master and the Supreme Elder wished to govern Heleavens Sect, they need only emerge from their secluded chambers. Why go through such convoluted means?" "Oh, I see." Zhao Liming nodded, realizing that only one possibility remains. He stated earnestly, "Considering all prior conjectures, I have arrived at the most reasonable conclusion. The mysterious organization is the product of collusion between external forces and the Grand Elder. It is under his protection that they are able to operate with impunity within the outer sect. Their ultimate goal is to weaken the strength of Heleavens Sect through internal strife, ultimately seizing control of the sect. I knew the Grand Elder was no benevolent figure. How insidious he truly is. Master, how do you propose we align ourselves? Perhaps you should ally with the Sect Master while I side with the Grand Elder. While the Grand Elder is elusive, I sense that the Sect Master may possess a greater chance of success. Should you align with the Sect Master, your esteemed position would enable you to secure my release should I be captured. Of course, if the Grand Elder were to triumph, I would undoubtedly dedicate myself to rescuing both you and the Master. Although I possess remarkable talent, I must concede that my abilities are somewhat lacking. My words may carry little weight, but rest assured, Master, I will spare no effort, even risking my life, to rescue our esteemed mistress. As for your lofty position, do not fret. Once my strength has grown, I shall undoubtedly avenge you. Alas, why must my fate be so arduous?" Elder Wang Yingjun wore a visage of melancholy, contemplating the prospect of taking on another disciple, for it was evident to any discerning eye that this one had already been rendered ineffective. Elder Wang Yingjun gathered his spiritual energy to calm his tumultuous emotions, fearing that if the conversation continued, he might be compelled to sever ties. Remain composed. I must remain composed. Though Li Ming is somewhat impulsive in thought, his capability in execution is commendable. Without him, I would lack any means of carrying out tasks. I must maintain my composure. After a brief moment, Elder Zhao Liming exhaled slowly. Enough of such futile thoughts. The Grand Elder would never betray the Heleavens Sect. How many tokens have you managed to gather? Zhao Liming chuckled awkwardly, retrieving 5 tokens from his bag of holding, placing them one by one before Wang Yingjun. Elder Wang Yingjun lowered his gaze to the tokens, then raised it to Zhao Liming. Is that all? Just 5. Indeed, just 5. Are you not aware that 10 tokens are required to exchange for a magical artifact? I am aware. Then why only 5 tokens? Because I deemed the matter of the Grand Elder's betrayal more pressing and rushed over without purchasing the remaining 5 tokens. However, it is too late now. Those tokens have likely been acquired by a mysterious organization. You may as well give up hope. Elder Wang Yingjun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Summoning his courage, he inquired, "How many contribution points did you spend on these 5 tokens?" Zhao Liming raised his hand and counted carefully. It doesn't seem to be much. Elder Wang Yingjun released a sigh of relief. Only about 8 or 900 contribution points. Then? Yes? Suddenly bang. Master! Master! Are you all right? You fainted. Zhao Liming exclaimed in panic upon witnessing his master collapse before him. Mistress! Mistress! Master has secretly drunk your sobs. Silence. You fool. Elder Wang Yingjun hissed, covering Zhao Liming's mouth. Zhao Liming wriggled free and explained, Master, I only wish to rouse you from your stupor. Why did you suddenly lose consciousness? This is merely a residual effect from my failed attempt at merging. It is nothing of concern. Elder Wang Yingjun gritted his teeth while casting a pained glance at the 5 tokens. Why were there only 5? If there had been just one more, I could have saved on preparing a magical artifact. Now, I have not saved a single artifact and have instead expended 300 or 400 contribution points more. The worst part is that this was borrowed. How shall I repay the interest? Zhao Liming quietly asked, Master. You do not blame me for causing you to waste 300 or 400 contribution points, do you? Of course not. Elder Wang Yingjun feigned strength, dismissing the trifling matter of 300 to 400 contribution points as insignificant. By the way, which foot did you step in with when you entered? Chapter 80, Benevolent Master. Filial disciple Zhao Liming replied, I believe it was my left foot. With a stoic expression, Elder Wang Yingjun remarked, I have a particular aversion to those who enter with their left foot first. You are hereby expelled from my tutelage. Zhao Liming chuckled, Master. I was merely jesting with you. Having been your disciple for so many years, I know you better than I know myself. Surely, I would not forget your disdain for those who step in with their left foot, hence I entered with my right. Elder Wang Yingjun responded, In truth, I was also jesting with you just now. That is wonderful, Master. I knew you couldn't bear to send me away, Zhao Liming exclaimed. Elder Wang Yingjun continued, What I truly detest are those who enter with their right foot first. Thus you are expelled from my tutelage. Zhao Liming lamented, Master, please. I shall inform the mistress of your secret drinking. Good disciple, I was merely jesting. Elder Wang Yingjun replied with a smile. How could I bear to expel my cherished disciple? Zhao Liming reciprocated the smile, Master, as men. I understand you completely and assure you I will not divulge this to the mistress. I am glad to hear that. The atmosphere was harmonious, embodying the essence of master and disciple. Master, if you have no further matters, I shall take my leave. After a brief silence, Elder Wang Yingjun hesitated to mention his need for a loan. Let us depart. Master, the tea sent by Mistress's old acquaintance is truly delightful. Zhao Liming laughed heartily as he exited, leaving Elder Wang Yingjun seething with frustration. Gazing at the 5 tokens on the table, Elder Wang Yingjun's heart wrestled with turmoil. To act or not to act? Presently, he possessed no contribution points and was burdened with considerable debt. To gather 10 magical artifacts, he would need to incur further loans. At that point, merely the interest would be enough to give him a headache. Should this venture succeed, not only could he repay this debt, but he could also clear the debts incurred during his breakthrough, while still retaining a personal fortune. A sudden windfall awaited him. Elder Wang Yingjun steeled himself. I shall proceed. If I fail, the worst that can happen is a beating. Nothing is more terrifying than poverty. On the first day following the event, today marks the official redemption of the Xiantian tokens. As one of the most popular events of the year, this year's search for the Xiantian tokens, despite its many twists and turns, still captivated countless onlookers on the day of redemption. Everyone was eager to discover who would ultimately possess the 105 Xiantian tokens and what grade of spiritual artifacts would be awarded for the 10 tokens. Early in the morning, the central square was already teeming with people. Redemption for the Xiantian tokens commenced at the hour of Chun. As the time approached, the event's chief coordinator, Elder Wang Yingjun, took the stage to speak. Greetings, disciples. Why does Elder Wang Yingjun's face appear bruised and mottled? Qin Yu inquired curiously. He, along with Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji, had donned black robes and arrived early at the scene. The gathered crowd parted, allowing the holders of the Xiantian tokens to step forward, facilitating their redemption after Elder Wang's address. Thus, Qin Yu approached the forefront of the crowd, where he could distinctly observe the grotesque visage of Elder Wang Yingjun. Despite the numerous wounds being concealed, the brutality of the battle was still evident. Qin Yu casually remarked, unwittingly prompting Zhao Liming to explain. Yesterday, Master had an inexplicable urge in the middle of the night to steal Madam's weapon and sell it for money, only to be discovered by her. As a result, he ended up in this state. Alas, it is perhaps wiser to refrain from seeking a partner. Just as Elder Wang Yingjun, who was fervently speaking with great passion, turned his gaze toward them, his expression stiffened. Although Qin Yu was merely collateral damage, he felt a chill run down his spine. Such an overwhelming aura of menace. Curiously, Qin Yu inquired, why doesn't Elder Wang Yingjun restore the injuries on his face? Given Qin Yu's current prowess, even minor scrapes could be effortlessly healed, let alone injuries of an elder's caliber. Zhao Liming elucidated. The treasure master attempted to steal is named the Blood Tiger Finger, which significantly enhances attack power when worn. However, this artifact possesses a peculiar characteristic that impedes the healing of wounds, rendering it quite formidable. Instinctively, Qin Yu glanced at Elder Wang Yingjun's battered face. imagining the ferocity of the beating he must have received. Zhao Liming proposed, "Answer me a question, and I shall divulge a secret regarding the blood tiger finger." "What say you?" "What question?" Qin Yu queried. Zhao Liming furtively surveyed their surroundings, then leaned closer to Qin Yu, whispering, "Is it true that the Grand Elder intends to rebel?" "What?" Qin Yu was utterly perplexed. Observing Qin Yu's bewilderment, Zhao Liming realized his assumption was erroneous. Not the Grand Elder. Then could it be the Supreme Master and the Supreme Elder who desire to reclaim power? There's no need to feign ignorance. I am already aware. What on earth are you talking about? What do you know? Qin Yu found himself confronting someone he could not comprehend. He had struggled to understand Zhao Liming since the previous day. "Brother, why do you ask such questions?" Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. "Weren't you the one who claimed your leader could summon the power to slay those in the tribulation stage?" "Yes. But what does this have to do with the Grand Elder or the Supreme Elder?" Qin Yu was utterly confounded, having merely boasted casually. Zhao Liming clarified. "Among the sects capable of slaying those in the tribulation stage, only the Sect Master, the Grand Elder, the Supreme Elder, and the Supreme Master possess such authority." "Are you truly suggesting that you are an invading force? What are you even saying?" Qin Yu replied with exasperation. "The power I referred to is the Dreamhound clan. Surely you are aware that they have slain those in the tribulation stage." Zhao Liming retorted, "Your statement makes me seem rather foolish." "Alas. Now you may share with me the secrets of the blood tiger finger." Qin Yu was indeed intrigued, for this was the first high-tier artifact he had the fortune to learn about. Zhao Liming whispered, "In truth, this blood tiger finger was a gift from my master's old acquaintance." Just as Qin Yu perked up his ears, he felt an overwhelming chill emanating from Elder Wang Yingjun. "Do not say another word." Qin Yu quickly covered Zhao Liming's mouth, fearing that if he continued, his life might be in jeopardy. Zhao Liming, naturally, dared not utter another word. The menacing aura that had just swept over him was unmistakably directed at him. Just as he contemplated surrendering, Qin Yu unexpectedly handed him a piece of paper. It bore the inscription, "Do not speak, write it down, in greater detail." Chapter 81. Old Dang, you surely wouldn't want that matter to become known to all, would you? We now commence the prize exchange segment. According to the event regulations, each Xiantian token can be exchanged for 100 contribution points. Collecting 10 Xiantian tokens rewards one with a low-grade Xian artifact. Low-grade Xian artifacts. Goodness. The total worth of 10 Xiantian tokens must certainly exceed 3,000 contribution points. Upon hearing that the artifact was of low-grade Xian, the guild members erupted in jubilant celebration. Splendid. We possess 30 tokens, which means this round will net us a clean 3,000 contribution points, allowing each person to receive over 30 points. As the cheers resounded, Senior Brother Gao tossed his hair back and slowly curled the corner of his mouth upward. This triumph is solely attributed to my astute intellect and keen business acumen. With this success, admiration for me will undoubtedly soar, and surpassing the guild leader in popularity is merely a matter of time. This success is all thanks to the guild leader's strategic foresight. Without the guild leader's clever mind and sharp business sense, how could we have so effortlessly amassed such substantial contribution points? Hail to the guild leader, Senior Brother Gao thought to himself. Clearly, it was my strategy, my fundraising, and my acquisition of the tokens. What does this have to do with the guild leader? Could it be? Are they referring to me as the guild leader? Indeed, throughout the entire process, I was the one exerting effort. Who else could they be speaking of? Senior Brother Gao turned to the crowd beside him, confidently asking, "Do you not believe that I should be the guild leader?" The crowd responded, "Deputy leader, what do you mean? Have you finally revealed your wolfish ambition? You wish to usurp the guild leader? Dream on. It was the guild leader who informed you that acquiring tokens would yield profit. You merely organized it. Yet seek to claim the guild leader's credit? In our hearts, the guild leader will always be that man." With a sigh, Senior Brother Gao, accustomed to such responses, remarked, "I knew it would come to this. But what, pray tell, did the guild leader actually contribute to this affair?" Clearly, I was the one toiling. Wrapped in his dark cloak, Qin Yu wore an equally perplexed expression. What is happening? What have I done? Next, please invite the holders of the Xiantian tokens to the stage to claim their rewards. Elder Wang Yingjun called out, and Qin Yu and the others promptly formed a line to ascend. Master, 5 Xiantian tokens. Elder Wang Yingjun granted Zhao Liming 500 contribution points, gritting his teeth as he added, "I'll deal with you when we return." Next, Qin Yu adjusted his cloak and hastily stepped forward. Who would dare take the stage before members of the mysterious organization? As for Zhao Liming's mere 5 tokens, they were of no interest to Qin Yu at all. Elder, 10 tokens. Qin Yu respectfully presented 10 tokens to Elder Wang Yingjun. The elder, veins bulging on his forehead, retrieved a spiritual artifact and slowly placed it into Qin Yu's hands. Meanwhile, Elder Wang Yingjun silently contemplated. This precious artifact cost me 238 contribution points. If I repay it within a month, I will incur an interest of 22 contribution points. If I settle the debt in 2 months, the interest will accrue further. Qin Yu interjected. Thank you for your generous gift, Elder. Elder Wang Yingjun retorted in frustration. Were it not for the sect's regulations, I would thoroughly investigate the origins of your organization. Qin Yu chuckled. Elder, do not jest. Our organization is merely a small, trivial group. Should you wish to inquire, feel free to ask me directly. Oh, then please enlighten me regarding the current number of members in your organization, the identity of your strongest individual, and their cultivation level. Qin Yu responded. Would you prefer the truth or a fabrication? Elder Wang Yingjun insisted. Of course, the truth. Qin Yu obediently replied. There are currently just the 3 of us in our organization, all merely minor disciples, with our strongest member at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Elder Wang Yingjun retorted. Do you take me for a fool? Qin Yu hesitated. Would you like the truth or a lie? Get lost. Elder Wang Yingjun warned. When I find the time, I shall investigate your organization thoroughly. You best adhere to the rules. Otherwise, I shall report you, and 10% of your organization's total income shall belong to me. Elder Wang Yingjun pondered with a smirk. Rest assured, Elder, we shall never contravene any regulations. You may investigate us at any time. Qin Yu replied. Well, perhaps we shall leave that for another day. Elder Wang Yingjun would not disclose to Qin Yu that his reluctance to investigate stemmed from his inability to confront the illusory Dream Canine clan, fearing retaliation. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu activated his system talent to probe Elder Wang Yingjun. Exceptional spiritual root level. A favored child of heaven and earth, an unparalleled existence. Capable of rapid cultivation and destined to become a formidable power. Fortune in disguise level. Life unfolds in various stages, and a seemingly mundane event or encounter with a particular individual may lead to a significant twist of fate. However, the unpredictability of fate is akin to a wild horse. One cannot ascertain whether it is a blessing or a curse, as destiny is capricious, yet ultimately tends to favor the fortunate, accompanied by the inability to divine or predict the future. Wow, this is rather impressive. Qin Yu mused, somewhat astonished. Although he found the talent, Fortune in disguise, somewhat perplexing. The lengthy description clearly indicated its formidable nature. Glancing at the artifact in his hand, Qin Yu respectfully bowed and inquired, Elder, may I ask what abilities this artifact possesses? Elder Wang Yingjun chuckled softly, replying leisurely, this particular artifact is a cosmic bag. A cosmic bag? Qin Yu furrowed his brow, questioning. Isn't that something that can be purchased for merely a few contribution points? Elder Wang Yingjun clarified. You are referring to a common cosmic bag, but this one is adorned with crimson-green agate, of a quality that reaches the lower tier of the Xian grade. Is there truly a difference? Qin Yu asked. Certainly. There is a distinction. Yours is visually appealing. Elder Wang Yingjun remarked. Elder, I have one more question to pose to you. Ask away. Qin Yu continued. What is the procedure for reporting within the sect? Elder Wang Yingjun replied. Well, in truth, your cosmic bag is not merely aesthetically pleasing. It is also remarkably sturdy and resistant to damage, undoubtedly reaching the level of a Xian-grade artifact. However, this is a storage bag. Is its aesthetic appeal merely a lure for theft? And what is its actual storage capacity? Qin Yu inquired with a glimmer of hope. Elder Wang Yingjun, feigning innocence, replied, Of course, it possesses the same capacity as any ordinary storage bag. Elder, I fear this magical artifact may not suit me. Might I exchange it for another? Elder Wang Yingjun resolutely shook his head, asserting, Certainly not. Magical artifacts are distributed at random. Whatever you receive is what you must accept. Qin Yu thought to himself. This old man is deliberately trying to vex me with such a trinket. Yet, the rules did not explicitly state that exchanges were prohibited. He decided to offer the elder another chance. But the rules do not say exchanges are allowed either. Silence on the matter implies prohibition. Elder Wang Yingjun retorted. With a sigh, Qin Yu lamented, Cursed old man, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Observing Qin Yu's predicament, Elder Wang Yingjun reveled in secret delight. How satisfying this is. I have finally gained the upper hand. Just as Elder Wang Yingjun basked in his triumph, a slip of paper darted past his vision. Subsequently, a whisper reached his ear. Elder, you surely wouldn't wish for this matter to become public knowledge, would you? Chapter 82. The Purple Lightning Sword. Seeing Elder Wang Yingjun's expression akin to that of constipation, Qin Yu marveled at his own audacity. Fortunately, the Xiantian sect was the foremost sect of the Liang Kingdom, boasting a robust system and harmonious internal relations, with elders being generally benevolent. Even if Elder Wang Yingjun harbored sinister intentions, he would hesitate to act in public. Moreover, Qin Yu believed that the elder, being magnanimous, could not possibly hold a grudge over such trivial matters. After all, it was merely a melodramatic love story involving two men and a woman. With a mere 2 inches of dignity at stake, nothing of great consequence. Even if Elder Wang Yingjun were to take action, his primary target would undoubtedly be Zhao Liming. After all, as long as Zhao Liming remained, Qin Yu would continue to emerge. As long as Zhao Liming lived, Qin Yu felt secure. Once he shed his black robe in the future, he would be entirely divorced from this affair. Dreamhound clan, do not let me down, otherwise. The future Emperor Qin Yu may have to confront foes of the divine transformation stage, while still in the Qi refining stage. Before donning the black robe, Qin Yu had negotiated a deal with the Dreamhound clan to obscure his features in exchange for 5 portions of stinky tofu. The clan leader had confidently declared that even an immortal would be unable to see through Qin Yu's disguise. Should he fail, he shall be deemed a dog. Qin Yu chose to place his trust in the clan leader. Elder, I feel this magical artifact is ill-suited for me. May I exchange it? He tentatively asked. Elder Wang Yingjun gritted his teeth, forcing a smile as he replied, Of course, the rules do not explicitly forbid exchanges, do they? Since there is no prohibition, it is certainly permissible. How magnanimous of you, Elder. With a wave of his hand, Elder Wang Yingjun summoned the remaining 9 magical artifacts before Qin Yu's eyes. Choose one for yourself, he instructed. As Qin Yu perused the artifacts, he ultimately set his sights on a sword that exuded an extraordinary aura. Elder, might I inquire about the merits of this sword? Elder Wang Yingjun's eyes brightened as he remarked on your keen perception. For you have identified the most exquisite treasure among all the artifacts. This sword, known as the Purple Lightning and Profound Thunder Sword, is indeed remarkable, Elder Wang boasted. According to the proprietor of the weapons shop, this sword was forged as a high-grade artifact of the mysterious tier. However, on the day of its creation, it encountered a formidable being undergoing a lightning tribulation, and coincidentally, the residual energy from the tribulation affected this sword. Logically, such a high-tier artifact would have been obliterated. Yet astonishingly, this sword not only survived but absorbed a fragment of the tribulation's energy, consequently manifesting a faint consciousness. An artifact spirit? Qin Yu's eyes sparkled. It's not quite an artifact spirit. It's more akin to the earliest manifestation of one. Nonetheless, this sword possesses awareness, which is undeniably impressive. With that, Qin Yu grasped the hilt, instantly feeling a tingling sensation coursing through his body, his hair standing on end. Elder Wang explained, this sword, having absorbed a modicum of the tribulation's power, is imbued with the force of lightning and will continuously emanate electricity. How exhilarating! Qin Yu exclaimed. This level of electricity is manageable. It's not a hindrance. I can simply don a pair of rubber gloves. Moreover, possessing the power of lightning only adds to its allure. He envisioned himself on the arena, drawing the Purple Lightning and Profound Thunder Sword, with dazzling bolts flashing and effects at their peak, elevating his prestige. Such an exquisite artifact. Elder, how could you bear to part with it? You are quite benevolent. With those words, Qin Yu reached for the sword's sheath. Do not draw it, Elder Wang hastily cautioned, but before he could stop him, Qin Yu had already pulled the sword out of fraction. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Qin Yu. As the thunder roared, he became charred, slowly exhaling a plume of dark smoke and weakly uttering, Elder, you've betrayed me. Thud! Qin Yu fell, his body rigid. Elder Wang's heart soared with joy. You've finally faced your comeuppance. He infused spiritual energy into Qin Yu to heal his wounds. Moments later, Qin Yu regained consciousness, hastily adjusting his tattered black robe. Though it bore several gaping holes, it still concealed his identity adequately. Rest assured, since the law enforcement team did not apprehend you after their investigation, it indicates your compliance with the rules, and I shall not intentionally expose your identity. However, it would be prudent to refrain from any unscrupulous deeds in the future. as they may invite divine retribution. Rubbing his temples, Qin Yu inquired, "Elder, what just transpired?" Elder Wang explained, "Although this sword has developed consciousness, its awareness is exceedingly timid. Whoever draws it will be struck by lightning. The more frequently it is drawn, the more potent the lightning becomes." "Unbelievable. This sword is socially anxious," Qin Yu remarked incredulously. "Even if it's powerful, what use is it if I cannot draw it? It pales in comparison to the earlier universe bag." "Elder, why are all the artifacts you prepare so peculiar?" Elder Wang chuckled. To exact revenge on a mysterious organization by acquiring such eccentric artifacts, he had gone to great lengths, visiting numerous weapon shops before finally discovering 2 treasures at the 100 Artifacts Pavilion. Upon purchasing the treasured weapons, the shopkeeper was nearly moved to tears. Elder Wang Ingjun vividly recalls the shopkeeper's fervent grasp of his hand as he earnestly declared, "These 2 weapons have been on sale since the time of my great-grandfather. Yet no one has ever come forth to purchase them. Today, however, fortune has favored us with a kind soul. In gratitude for your patronage, I shall offer these weapons at a 12% discount." Elder Wang Ingjun responded, 12% off? How is that still more expensive? The shopkeeper replied, "These weapons have accompanied me for far too long. I have developed an emotional attachment. In a bid to vex the mysterious organization, Elder Wang Ingjun resolutely decided to purchase the 2 weapons. "Very well, I shall take this sword," Qin Yu exclaimed. Although he could not wield it himself, the summoned lightning it could unleash possessed tremendous power and might prove invaluable in critical moments. "You have chosen this yourself, so even if regret sets in, you must keep the details on that little note confidential," Elder Wang reassured him. "Rest assured, I am known as the silent tongue of Xuantiangong." Elder Wang Ingjun inquired, "What does that mean?" "It means that any information not meant to be shared shall perish on my lips. Should it ever be leaked, it would undoubtedly be that scoundrel Zhao Liming's doing, and I would have no part in it." The mere mention of Zhao Liming ignited Elder Wang Ingjun's ire. "That wretched disciple. You seem quite clever. May I pose a question to test your wit?" Qin Yu replied, "Elder, please proceed." "A friend of mine inadvertently took on a disciple, only to realize afterward that being a master is far too exhausting. He longs for the freedom of being without a pupil." Qin Yu mused. No, your friend does not wish to instruct the disciple, correct?" Elder Wang Ingjun affirmed, "Indeed. Is there a gentle method to resolve this? One that spares everyone's feelings?" Qin Yu responded, "That is exceedingly simple. Your friend merely needs to acknowledge the disciple as a master, thus relieving himself of the burden of teaching." Elder Wang Ingjun retorted, "Is that what you consider sensible?" "My friend wishes to sever all ties with his disciple entirely," Qin Yu suggested. "Then let your friend pay homage to his disciple as a master and subsequently withdraw from the apprenticeship, thereby dissolving their bond. How can the ethics of master and disciple be so casually reversed? Do you have any other solutions?" After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yu proposed, "In truth, there exists another approach. Simply make the disciple believe himself to be quite formidable, and he will likely venture out to establish his own path." Elder Wang Ingjun's eyes lit up. "That is an excellent strategy, and considering that lad's temperament, executing it should pose no challenge. My own disciple has left me utterly devoid of solutions. Who would have thought the members of a mysterious organization could effortlessly resolve such matters? As the old saying goes, evil begets evil. Very well, you may take your leave." He paused. "Wait, I must showcase this." Qin Yu lifted the sword high, directing it towards the audience. Previously, whenever he secured first place at school, he would proudly display his award for photographs. Although no one was capturing images now, the ritual must remain unchanged. "All right, enough. Hurry along next." Holding the purple lightning thunder sword, Qin Yu had yet to descend from the stage when he suddenly turned back and inquired, "By the way, Elder, what is the name of this sword?" "The purple lightning thunder sword." "Oh, the purple lightning thunder sword. That is rather difficult to remember, since this sword can emit electricity. Let us call it the ZZ sword instead. Doesn't electricity make a ZZ sound?" Qin Yu addressed the sword, "That purple lightning something. From henceforth you shall be known as ZZ sword." ZZ, the electrical current, surged dramatically along the scabbard of the purple lightning thunder sword, causing a tingling sensation to ripple through Qin Yu. "Ah, it seems you are quite fond of this name. Consider yourself fortunate to have encountered a naming prodigy like me. Had you met the one who named the patriarch of the Dreaming Hound Clandog Egg, who knows what dreadful name you might have received?" Zizizizizi after finishing his tasks. An alarming thought struck Qin Yu. "Oh no, Li Zhengtong. Just as Qin Yu intended to caution Li Zhengtong against taking the garbage Qianquan bag embedded with shards of beer bottles, he spotted Li Zhengtong descending with that very bag. Brother Yu, do you think this Qianquan bag looks good? Qin Yu face-bombed. Ah, forget it. This is all the hand of fate. Brother Yu, what was that lightning just now? Everyone says heaven has opened its eyes, and you are suffering retribution. Fortunately, I have committed relatively few misdeeds. Otherwise, I might have also been struck. Before he could finish, a bolt of lightning struck Li Zhengtong. Li Zhengtong, dazed, exhaled a puff of black smoke and collapsed with a thud. Qin Yu? Elder, what is going on? He didn't even touch the ZZ sword. Elder Wang Engjun replied, ZZ sword? You mean that purple something thunder something sword? Why would he be struck without even touching it? Elder Wang explained. That sword does indeed possess a slight probability of randomly summoning lightning, albeit a minuscule chance, perhaps once a year at most. Furthermore, the likelihood of it striking a person is almost negligible, which I neglected to mention to you. However, this bolt was rather weak. Your companion's strength must be quite low. Had it struck you, it would have posed no threat whatsoever. Use your spiritual energy to nurture your companion, and he shall awaken. Qin Yu nodded, letting out a sigh. Such an unlikely misfortune was something that Tongzi would inevitably endure. He pondered what effect this trial would yield in terms of his tempered talent. Before long, Li Zhengtong groggily awoke. Brother Yu, I feel as though I have been struck by lightning. Qin Yu replied. Remove the as though from that statement. Li Zhengtong, looking aggrieved, said, But I haven't done anything wrong. Qin Yu sighed. Ah, this is fate. Rise now. Do you notice any changes in your body? Li Zhengtong inspected himself and shook his head. Nothing seems different. Your strength hasn't increased? Qin Yu inquired. No, it hasn't. Have you discovered any new abilities, such as the power to command lightning? No, nothing at all. Qin Yu was puzzled. Where had the enhancement of abilities gone? Brother Yu, why do you ask such questions? Qin Yu picked up the Qianquan bag from the ground and placed it into Li Zhengtong's hands. It's nothing. Why did you choose this artifact? He retorted. I did not choose it. The elder handed it to me, and I simply accepted it. Qin Yu remarked. This bag of holding is no different from an ordinary one. It has merely been adorned with a gemstone that resembles the shards of a beer bottle, thus elevating it to a mystical artifact. Are you foolish enough to trade it for another bag of holding? You dolt. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Zhengtong furrowed his brow and replied, Brother Yu, what shall we do? We should sell it later. Acquiring some contribution points is certainly better than keeping this worthless trinket. Before long, Shaoji descended, clutching a piece of inner armor. While everyone's attention is diverted, let us make our exit. Qin Yu led the two to the marketplace. As most individuals congregated in the central square, the marketplace was eerily desolate, which suited Qin Yu's intentions perfectly. The three donned black robes and entered the 100 Artifacts Pavilion. Shopkeeper, do you accept mystical artifacts here? The shopkeeper warmly approached them. Esteemed guests, we certainly do. Pray tell, what mystical artifact do you wish to sell? Qin Yu casually tossed the bag of holding onto the shopkeeper's counter. The shopkeeper frowned. Had he not just encountered a disgruntled seller with a similar bag that morning? How much? Qin Yu inquired. The shopkeeper cleared his throat. This bag of holding typically fetches 50 contribution points. However, given your bag's fine craftsmanship and minimal usage, I shall offer you a generous price of 100 contribution points. How does that sound? Qin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Shopkeeper, have you lost your senses? This is a mystical artifact. Just look at the exquisite crimson-green agate embedded within. The exterior is remarkably sturdy. How can it be considered an ordinary bag of holding? You dare suggest 100 contribution points? It is worth at least 1,500. The shopkeeper chuckled. Esteemed guest, while the exterior is indeed tough, its hardness is of little consequence. It is not a weapon, and the attractive appearance merely invites thievery. This bag holds the same capacity as an ordinary one. Thus, it must be valued as such. Very well, I shall add an additional 50 points. What do you say? Qin Yu retorted, You are a shrewd merchant, far craftier than I. Chapter 84. The new elixir enough. We shall take our leave. Qin Yu tightened his black robe around him and turned to exit, with Li Zhengtong and Shaoji hastily following. Brother Yu, perhaps I should just make use of this bag, Li Zhengtong suggested. Qin Yu shot him a glance and declared with authority, I have purchased this bag of holding. With that, he transferred 2,000 contribution points to Li Zhengtong. Squeezing the bag in his hand, as solid as a stone, Qin Yu mused. There are no useless magical items, only cultivators who do not know how to utilize them. One day, I shall unlock the true value of this bag. Brother Yu. Li Jingtong was almost moved to tears. Qin Yu reassured him, no need for thanks. I have recently developed a new elixir. I simply need you to test it. Li Jingtong's voice faltered, recalling the agonizing experience of pain, itchiness, and turning to stone. He shuddered in fear. Brother Yu, perhaps I should use the Chinquan bag. I suddenly feel that it holds considerable value. Qin Yu replied, my elixir is not poison. Why are you so resistant? Li Jingtong retorted, I would rather consume poison than take that elixir. Xiaoji nodded in agreement. Qin Yu embraced both of them and said earnestly, rest assured. This time the elixir was meticulously crafted by me according to the formula, and there will be no issues. Li Jingtong countered, Brother Yu, you said the same last time. Qin Yu reassured him, but you didn't die last time, did you? Have faith. You certainly won't perish this time either. Xiaoji's expression suddenly changed. Brother Yu, I just remembered that I left soup simmering at home. Before he could finish his sentence, he dashed out in a frenzy. Li Jingtong shouted in desperation, Xiaoji, you ungrateful wretch. We agreed that I would have cover to escape first. Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively. Let him go. I'm also concerned that the effect of the elixir might be too potent and cause him to meet an untimely end. Tongzi, with just you, I have enough support. I haven't neglected your well-being. Li Jingtong's complexion turned ashen. Qin Yu patted him on the back, offering comfort. Fear not. Your ample physique grants you a strong resistance to toxins. You will be just fine. Now follow me. Under Qin Yu's coercive persuasion, Li Jingtong found himself reluctantly brought to Qin Yu's dwelling. After rummaging through various items, Qin Yu produced a black elixir. Tongzi, it's time for your medicine. Li Jingtong swallowed nervously. Brother Yu, could you please tell me the effects of this elixir before I consume it? I would like to prepare myself mentally. Qin Yu replied. Of course. After all, one should face death with clarity. This elixir is my latest creation, the speed elixir. Upon consumption, it will enhance speed and agility for a duration of 15 minutes. The formula does not indicate any side effects. You can consume it with confidence. Li Jingtong responded. Brother Yu, the more you explain, the more frightened I become. Why don't you try it first? Qin Yu quickly shook his head. That is out of the question. It is far too dangerous. Li Jingtong insisted. You should eat it without worry. With me around, what is there to fear? Although there were minor mishaps previously, didn't I resolve them effortlessly? With a resolute heart, Li Jingtong closed his eyes and swallowed the elixir whole. As the elixir settled in his stomach, he felt a surge of spiritual energy converging towards his legs, compelling him to run uncontrollably. Wow, what incredible speed! Li Jingtong exclaimed as he bolted out of the dwelling, racing across the spacious terrain. Feeling the wind rush past his face, he laughed heartily. This is exhilarating. Too fast. He touched his face, examined his limbs, and sensed his entire being, finding no abnormalities. Brother Yu has finally concocted a proper elixir. Li Jingtong joyfully celebrated his narrow escape. He hurried to share this splendid news with Brother Yu. Standing at the entrance of the dwelling, Qin Yu observed Li Jingtong's speed, internally astonished. This speed is nearly on par with my own. Just days ago, Li Jingtong had only broken through to the 4th level of qi refinement. Having surpassed 1 level is customary for me, but surpassing 2 levels is truly remarkable. Before long, Qin Yu spotted Li Jingtong approaching from another direction. In such a brief span, Li Jingtong had circled an array of cave abodes. With a beaming smile, he exclaimed loudly to Qin Yu, Brother Yu, you've truly outdone yourself this time. Li Jingtong dashed past Qin Yu, who nodded inwardly, acknowledging that this batch of elixirs was indeed exceptional, not only significantly enhancing efficacy, but also presenting minimal side effects. I have finally concocted a proper elixir. Ha! A genius in alchemy is about to rise. However, as Li Jingtong sprinted away, his smile gradually froze on his face. Oh no, why can't I stop? Just as he contemplated slowing down, he suddenly realized that his legs seemed beyond his control. They acted like a pump, drawing in all the spiritual energy from his body, rendering his attempts at guidance futile. This is disastrous. At this rate, will I exhaust myself to death? Li Jingtong made another turn, shouting towards Qin Yu, who stood at the cave entrance. Brother Yu. Whoosh. Li Jingtong vanished in front of Qin Yu. Qin Yu shouted back, I know you run fast. There's no need to show off. Before long, Li Jingtong completed another lap. I whoosh. Qin Yu found it peculiar. Was it really necessary to flaunt such speed? This is bad. Could there be a problem? Qin Yu hurried to catch up with Li Jingtong. What did you say? Brother Yu. I can't stop. Li Jingtong cried in a voice tinged with despair. Qin Yu replied, just keep running. I'll find out how to resolve this situation. He swiftly returned to the cave, retrieved the jade pendant to contact Li Zihao, and transmitted, "Are you there?" The pendant immediately received the message. "Brother Qin, have you developed a new elixir again? I've been waiting 48 days for this new concoction. Pray tell, what remarkable effects does it possess?" Qin Yu responded, "This time it's the speed elixir. After consumption at the Qi refinement level 4, one's speed can rival that of level 6. However, the effects will undoubtedly diminish with higher levels." Li Zihao's voice brimmed with excitement, a 2-tier leap in speed. "Brother Qin, your alchemical skills are truly advancing." He continued, "Were it not for my obligation to heal the world and save the populace, I would abandon this antiquated 100 physicians hall and join your innovative Zhuanyingong, residing with you to delve into alchemy daily." Qin Yu replied, "Well, not everyone in Zhuanyingong is an innovator. Brother Yu, do you have a solution?" Li Zhengtong interjected. Whoosh. Qin Yu hastily exclaimed, "Brother Li, I urgently need assistance. While the effects of this elixir are splendid, once consumed, one cannot halt." "Cannot stop?" Li Zihao responded with enthusiasm. "Does that mean one can maintain that speed indefinitely? But not being able to stop will lead to exhaustion. What if one runs out of stamina and still cannot halt?" Qin Yu countered. Li Zihao replied, "I had momentarily overlooked the issue of stamina. I'll devise a solution immediately. Perhaps if you remove your companion's legs, he could certainly come to a stop." Qin Yu retorted, Chapter 85. "Tongzi, are you all right? Are you speaking sense? Removing the legs would render one disabled." Li Ziheng, "Brother Qin, you have misunderstood. Cultivators can indeed regrow severed limbs, and your sect must be able to accomplish this as well." Qin Yu, "But how many precious materials would that consume?" "Brother, we are merely the most impoverished disciples of the Xiantian sect. We lack the funds for such regeneration." Li Ziheng, "Once one reaches the tribulation transcended stage, regrowing limbs can be achieved without the need for rare materials." Qin Yu, "Brother, do you understand what it means to be a servant disciple?" Li Zhentong, "You go quick. Think of a solution." Qin Yu urged, "Brother, we need a practical approach. The situation is dire." Li Ziheng, "I have never encountered such a predicament. I cannot think of a viable solution at this moment." Qin Yu, "Then hasten to offer incense to your master." Li Ziheng, "At once." Disciple offers incense to you, master. Moments later, Li Ziheng relayed a message. "My master, during his early years wandering the world, acquired a poison pill formula from a demonic cultivator. This pill, known as the delaying pill, can slow down a cultivator's speed. You might want to try it and see if it can counteract the effects." Qin Yu sighed in relief. "Indeed, the head of the 100 Medicine Hall is reliable." Li Zhentong, "You go. Listen closely. The formula requires 3 red walk grass, a small piece of the skin of a steppe snake, and a pair of mouse ears." Qin Yu swiftly noted down the recipe. He hurried out of the cave to procure the materials when he saw Li Zhentong rushing towards him, panting heavily. Qin Yu quickly ran over to support Li Zhentong. "What happened?" After catching his breath for a while, Li Zhentong replied, "It's nothing. Once the spiritual energy in my body was exhausted, I naturally came to a halt." Qin Yu's communication talisman chimed again with Li Ziheng's voice. "Brother Qin, try this method first. If it fails, we shall seek the master." Qin Yu responded, "It's all right now. The issue has been resolved." "How did you resolve it?" Qin Yu, "Once the spiritual energy was depleted, it naturally ceased." "Thank you, brotherly. I shall not disturb you any longer. Please rest." "Rest?" The communication talisman echoed with the voices of an elderly and a young individual. Only those who are of no use to the cultivation realm would rest. In these times of rampant illness, with the health of patients hanging by a thread, it is precisely the moment for someone like me, a prodigy in the healing arts, to shoulder the responsibility. "How can I rest?" Qin Yu, "I feel relieved." After putting away the communication talisman, Qin Yu helped Li Zhentong into the cave. "You should rest for a while. I'm going out to buy some supplies." Li Zhentong suddenly turned pale. "Oh no, you go. I must run again." Li Zhentong dashed out, stumbling at the entrance of the cave before finally stopping. Qin Yu hurried over. "What is going on?" He helped Li Zhentong up once more. Li Zhentong gasped. "You go. As long as there is a trace of spiritual energy in my meridians, I will uncontrollably take off running." "Then do not absorb any spiritual energy for now. I will prepare the antidote for you." "I cannot control myself. You go." With a grimace, Li Zhentong lamented. "The spiritual energy in the air is so dense. Even if I do not actively absorb it, I can feel its overwhelming presence returning." He shifted his legs restlessly and then collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Brother Yu, the spiritual energy in the air can uncontrollably enter my meridians. Even a tiny bit, and I won't be able to withstand it. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu declared, I have a solution. Please wait here while I fetch a tool. Shortly afterward, he emerged with a length of rope. If I hang you from a tree, you won't be able to escape. Will you? Moments later, Li Jingtong found himself dangling from a tree in Qin Yu's yard, his legs occasionally flailing about. Qin Yu swiftly procured the necessary herbs and began refining pills. Hurry up, Brother Yu. My arms are so sore. Li Jingtong exclaimed as he continued to thrash. Could you please reduce your movements? The dirt from your shoes is falling onto my face, Qin Yu retorted. I can't help it. To speed things up, I have to take larger strides, Li Jingtong replied. Qin Yu, uninterested in further banter, tossed various herbs into the alchemical furnace. As Qin Yu's mental prowess expanded, his control over the spiritual herbs became increasingly refined, significantly enhancing his success rate in pill refining. Although he had never encountered the slowdown pill before, he managed to successfully concoct one after just 5 attempts. Here, try this antidote, Qin Yu urged, lifting the slowdown pill with his mental energy. Li Jingtong opened his mouth and took it in, only to grimace and expel it almost immediately. Qin Yu was taken aback. What happened? Hot, hot, hot. It's burning me alive. Li Jingtong cried out. Qin Yu retrieved the pill, rinsed it with water, and offered it to Li Jingtong again. After swallowing, Li Jingtong's previously restless legs fell still. The effect is impressive. It took effect immediately. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Tongzi, how do you feel now? Li Jingtong remained silent. Hey, Tongzi, are you all right? Qin Yu exclaimed, hurriedly untying the rope to lower him down, only to discover that Li Jingtong was completely stiff and motionless. Oh no, the effect is too strong. You've doomed me, Master of the 100 Healers. Chapter 86. My dear family, I return once more to bring you blessings. Qin Yu quickly retrieved 2 rapid pills, having previously concocted 3 in total. The rapid pill and the slowdown pill should counteract each other. If the slowdown pill's effect was too potent, consuming a rapid pill should alleviate it. Qin Yu transformed one of the rapid pills into a liquid and poured it into Li Jingtong's mouth. Moments later, he noticed a twitch in Li Jingtong's rigid body. Seeing him move, Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. He was no longer overly concerned about such incidents, as he had faced far more perilous experiences. The 2 rapid pills perfectly balanced the potency of the slowdown pill, creating an intriguing combination. Qin Yu mused that the slowdown pill was akin to the strengthening pill. While the strengthening pill would turn one into stone, the slowdown pill produced a direct effect. Although both types of pills wielded formidable powers, they could not maintain their effects indefinitely, and once the effects faded, natural recovery would ensue. Qin Yu inquired with concern. Do you feel any unusual sensations in your body now? Li Jingtong absorbed a fragment of spiritual energy, and, after inspecting his body, he confidently declared, Brother Yu, I'm fine now. Qin Yu fixed his gaze on Li Jingtong and inquired, do you feel any areas of comfort, perhaps a sense of lightness in your body? Try running a couple of steps to see if your speed has improved. Li Jingtong moved about, shaking his head in bewilderment. No, it feels no different from before. Qin Yu found this perplexing. Could it be that the refinement of his innate talent had failed, leaving only the burdens of countless trials? With no benefits to report, was he merely left with misfortune? Unable to comprehend the situation, Qin Yu waved his hand and suggested, you should return to rest. I will transfer another 500 contribution points to you, so you can purchase some good items to recuperate. Li Jingtong hastily declined. No need, Brother Yu. You have already given me plenty of contribution points. Qin Yu clarified, you misunderstand. This 500 contribution points is intended for you to recover swiftly and to prepare for the next round of elixir experimentation. After Li Jingtong departed the cave, he gazed at the substantial contribution points within his identity token, feeling a deep sense of melancholy. It always seemed as if these contribution points were a trade-off for his own well-being. Once he left, Qin Yu retrieved a vast array of spiritual herbs and began to fervently concoct elixirs. After a night of relentless effort, he laid out 13 rapid elixirs and 13 slowing elixirs on the table. He then took out a considerable number of strength elixirs, chi refinement elixirs, and body refinement elixirs from his spatial bag, totaling over 100 pills. This quantity was barely sufficient. After securing all the elixirs in his spatial bag, Qin Yu sought out the 2 guardians, Heng and Ha. The trio then found a secluded corner where Qin Yu donned a black robe and had the illusion dream hound apply a layer of mosaic over his face. Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji consumed the strength elixirs and transformed into gorillas. The three then swaggered back to their former market spot. Their presence immediately drew a crowd, as the mysterious organization had become the most talked about topic outside the Xiantian sect. As the sole representatives of this enigmatic group, Qin Yu and his companions had become bona fide celebrities within the sect. After all, even notoriety holds its allure. Every action they took captivated the attention of countless onlookers. Qin Yu was thankful that the realm of cultivation did not employ lethal gazes. Otherwise, he would have met his end countless times. However, the malevolent stares mostly belonged to those who had been bankrupted from the previous lottery. Yet, many in the crowd were genuinely intrigued by the mysterious organization. After all, those who had spent 2,000 contribution points to acquire 10 Xiantian tokens had reaped substantial rewards. This, in itself, could be seen as a boon from the mysterious organization, although most had failed to recognize it at the time. Now, many regretted not borrowing or pooling funds together to purchase those 10 tokens. With such a high return rate, even high-interest loans would have been worthwhile. Thus, the reputation of the mysterious organization within the sect was met with mixed reviews. The interest in Qin Yu from the crowd stemmed from a desire to see if another opportunity for wealth would arise. Upon arriving at the old spot, Qin Yu set up hundreds of small vials at the stall. Finally, he produced a small circle woven from willow branches. "What are you planning to do with that?" someone inquired. Stepping forward with a smile, Qin Yu addressed the crowd. "Dear family members, our organization has once again come to offer you all some benefits. Today marks the eve of the new year, and our esteemed leader has specially acquired a substantial quantity of elixirs at a premium price, which we shall distribute as a gift to each of you. Within these small vials lies a note that specifies the type of elixir, whether it enhances strength, accelerates cultivation speed, fortifies physical resilience, or boosts mobility. Using this ring I hold, please stand outside this line to encircle these vials. Once encircled, the elixir indicated on the note within each vial will be the one we present to you. However, due to the vast quantity of elixirs, they will not be available until tomorrow evening. You may take these vials with you and return here at sunset to claim your elixirs." A murmur of disbelief spread through the crowd. Upon hearing that the elixirs could only be collected the next evening, suspicions arose that something was amiss. They reasoned that after spending money to encircle the vials, they would surely find no one present to exchange them for elixirs the following day. Such a rudimentary trick. Did they perceive us as fools? Only a fool would participate. Someone inquired, "How much does it cost to encircle a vial?" Qin Yu responded, "Since this is a benefit for everyone, it is, of course, free. However, each person is granted only one chance." "Free? How delightful!" The crowd erupted in excitement. The elixirs that enhance strength, accelerate cultivation speed, fortify physical resilience, and boost mobility. These were none other than the strengthening elixir, chi refining elixir, body fortification elixir, and speed elixir, each of which could not be purchased for less than 5 contribution points. This time, the mysterious organization was genuinely offering benefits. If it required 1 contribution point, I might consider it, but since it's free, why hesitate, dear family? Laughter and cheer filled the air. Such a wonderful benefit. Only a fool would not participate. "Quickly, give me a ring. I shall try it out." Raising his hand for silence, Qin Yu reminded the crowd, due to the limited number of elixirs this time, our organization is committed to ensuring that every family member receives their benefit. Therefore, those who participated in the previous event are temporarily excluded from this activity. As you have already received your benefits last time, we hope you will allow this opportunity to be extended to those who have never had the chance. We appreciate your understanding. Upon hearing this, many voices erupted in protest. Why are we excluded? The last time was hardly a benefit. I spent all my contribution points and received nothing. Inwardly, Qin Yu reflected, it is precisely because you have been drained that you are not allowed to participate. Moreover, it seems the previous lesson was insufficient. Do you not realize that what is free is often the most valuable? It appears I must enlighten you all once more. Those who had participated in the previous event voiced their grievances, while those who had not were fervently supportive. This is how it should be. The mysterious organization is truly considerate. You all participated last time. Now it's our turn. Indeed, we cannot allow you to monopolize all the benefits. One should not be so selfish. As the crowd continued to bicker, senior brother Gao approached Qin Yu. Foolish individuals continue to bicker, while the astute have already begun to sign up. Greetings, I wish to enroll. The crowd fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into a frenzy. Chapter 87. The Emergence of Beastmaster Peak. What is this? So many people, what are they up to? A voice, somewhat familiar yet tinged with strangeness and a hint of nostalgia, resonated. Its high pitch instantly captured the attention of numerous onlookers. Many turned to seek the source of the sound, and upon identifying it, their expressions shifted from surprise to silent calculation. The previously chaotic scene of frenzied queuing abruptly quieted. October, November, December, January, merely 4 months. Ha ha ha, Kong Tianjiao, you still have 2 months before you can emerge. I shall report you immediately. One shouted, racing towards the entrance of the enforcement team. The rest surged towards the disciples of Beastmaster Peak, surrounding them entirely. Brothers, let us not allow this group from Beastmaster Peak to escape. You audaciously defy Elder Lu's orders. Emerging 2 months ahead of schedule and brazenly challenging the Sect's regulations. You must all be expelled. Ha ha ha, you've delivered yourselves right to us. Everyone was exhilarated. They had finally seized an opportunity. Observing his stall devoid of customers, and noting that even the rational brother Gao had rushed over, Qin Yu realized he had underestimated the influence of the disciples from Beastmaster Peak. They were willing to forego even the free benefits in their quest for revenge. Such influence truly left Qin Yu in awe. Nonetheless, Qin Yu's excitement was no less than that of the others. To him, these weren't merely disciples of Beastmaster Peak. They were like bulging wallets awaiting collection. For months of confinement had allowed each to amass at least 120 contribution points. If he did not take advantage of this, Qin Yu would find it impossible to rest easy. Crucially, he felt no moral qualms about exploiting these individuals from Beastmaster Peak. Moreover, this endeavor could earn him the goodwill of others from the outer sect. There could be no more fitting opportunity than this. In a matter of moments, the enforcement team, armed and frantic, burst forth. Their demeanor resembled that of high school students desperate for a meal, fearing they might miss out. As the enforcement team passed by his stall, Qin Yu faintly overheard hushed commands. Those of lesser strength were to position themselves in the front, lest someone strike too hard and incapacitate them, which would be far too lenient. Understood, understood. I am the weakest. I shall stand at the front. Move aside, you are the strongest. Surrounded by the crowd, the disciples of Beastmaster Peak exhibited no signs of panic. Kong Tianjiao even crossed his arms, defiantly gazing at the throng, as if to say, what can you possibly do to me? It was only when the enforcement team charged forward with great intensity that Kong Tianjiao leisurely produced a token. Smiling as he addressed the crowd, today is a festive occasion. Our peak leader has granted us 2 days off. Do you have any objections? Following this, Kong Tianjiao boasted, I relish seeing your discontent while knowing you cannot touch me. Alas, what a wasted effort. Everyone was gritting their teeth, and the enforcement team could only return in embarrassment. I thought the heavens had opened their eyes, but it turns out it was the elder who was blind. One must not speak recklessly. I had anticipated a joyful year. Yet here I find myself encountering them. What bad luck. Fortunately, a mysterious organization has offered me comfort for my wounded heart. Huh. Where are the members of the mysterious organization? Upon seeing the crowd sighing and shaking their heads, Qin Yu knew it was time for him to take action. What is a mysterious organization? I shall oversee matters that the enforcement team can handle, as well as those it cannot. This is the essence of the most righteous mysterious organization in the outer sect. Greetings, Kong Tianjiao of the Beastmaster Peak. Qin Yu approached and spoke. Kong Tianjiao regarded the figure in the black robe with a furrowed brow. Why does this fellow seem untrustworthy? Do we know each other? Qin Yu replied with a smile. We naturally do not, but I am acquainted with the inner disciples of your Beastmaster Peak and have even met your Peak Master. At that time, your Peak Master came to my territory to discuss matters. Kong Tianjiao scoffed. Do you think I would believe such a veiled statement? Qin Yu, unfazed, responded. You've been in seclusion for the past few months, so it's only natural that you haven't heard of our organization's reputation. You can inquire about it later. With that, Qin Yu turned and returned to his stall. To entice the big fish, one must learn the art of feigned neglect. Just as Qin Yu sat down, a long line formed in front of him, with some arguing to secure a better position. The members of the Beastmaster Peak were quite intrigued and approached. What are you doing? Qin Yu explained the game and its rules to the members of the Beastmaster Peak. Free? Take what you can. Such a good deal exists. Qin Yu chuckled. Who would dare deceive in front of the enforcement team? Kong Tianjiao fell silent for a moment. lowering his proud demeanor and revealing a friendly smile. I just heard you say you know our inner disciples. The fish is about to bite. Qin Yu's lips curled upward as he said, I know a few. And 2 of them play quite well. Kong Tianjiao's eyes brightened, seizing the opportunity to say, since you have such good relations with our Beast Master Peak, why not give all these slots to us? We have over 100 people, and since it's a welfare gift, what difference does it make to whom it is given? Qin Yu lowered his head, feigning deep thought. Hey, Kong Tianjiao, don't go too far. Someone in the line shouted. Kong Tianjiao retorted, what is excessive about this? This senior has the freedom to give it to whomever he wishes. If it can be given to you, why not to us? In truth, Kong Tianjiao did not care much for a single pill. His primary motive for this was to secure benefits for his younger brothers. After the previous incidents, many from the Beast Master Peak had grown somewhat discontent with Kong Tianjiao. Although they dared not voice it openly, many discussed it privately. Thus, Kong Tianjiao actively sought to provide welfare for the disciples of the Beast Master Peak to maintain his absolute authority as their leader. Whom to give it to is the senior's prerogative. Why all the fuss? The members of the Beast Master Peak echoed in agreement. Enough with the noise. Qin Yu rose to his feet and, after a moment's hesitation, spoke. I still have some collaborations with the Beast Master Peak after the new year. Let this serve as a token of our meeting. Although this may somewhat defy protocol, I trust that my leader will not hold it against me. He clasped his hands in salute to the gathered crowd. Today, this place is entirely under the auspices of the Beast Master Peak. Esteemed family members, please take your leave. How outrageous. I have long claimed that this mysterious organization is nefarious, yet you chose not to believe me. Now, you see the truth. Mysterious organization. Since you have opted for the Beast Master Peak, we shall remain eternal adversaries. Away with you. With the mocking gazes of the outer disciples of the Beast Master Peak upon them, the crowd departed, grumbling in discontent. Qin Yu sighed lightly, contemplating. Soon, you shall comprehend the extent of my greatness. To the disciples of the Beast Master Peak, this year will indeed be one you will never forget. Chapter 88. The Performance of the Heleavens Sect? Come. Everyone, please line up. Qin Yu urged the members of the Beast Master Peak to commence. Kong Tianjiao naturally took the lead. Standing just beyond the designated line, he was ready to toss. Qin Yu handed the large, round hoop to Kong Tianjiao, positioning it perilously close to the small porcelain vase, as if fearing that others might fail to succeed. Kong Tianjiao stepped outside the line and, without even glancing, casually tossed the hoop, which landed squarely on the porcelain vase at the farthest distance from him. Success! The crowd from the Beast Master Peak erupted in applause. Qin Yu congratulated him. Congratulations, little Kong. Qin Yu's endearing moniker for Kong Tianjiao did not offend him. Instead, it filled him with pride. This enigmatic figure had engaged with their own peak master, having been personally sought out, indicating his exceptional nature. Even if he called me his son, I would gladly accept. Initially concerned that his impudence might offend this individual, Kong Tianjiao felt emboldened by the affectionate title. This game is quite simple. He smirked, exuding confidence. One just has to toss it casually to succeed. Qin Yu chuckled. Indeed, if one cannot succeed, how could it be called a benefit? Cultivators possess a mastery of their own strength that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Participating in such games is akin to a university student solving elementary arithmetic. Failure is simply not an option. Qin Yu retrieved the small porcelain vase that Kong Tianjiao had just won and extracted a slip of paper from within. The note read, Congratulations. You have received a strength-enhancing elixir. Please return here at sunset tomorrow to exchange this note for the elixir. Qin Yu handed the note over and stored the porcelain vase in his spatial pouch. Initially, he intended to give both the vase and the note to the victor, but considering they were from the Beast Master Peak, he would not grant them an opportunity to gain an advantage. Kong Tianjiao accepted the note, exclaiming, it's merely a strength elixir. I wish it were a qi refining pill. This elixir is not just a strength elixir. Qin Yu interjected, for this particular elixir. A strength elixir is but a trifle. Kong Tianjiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Could it be a mutation elixir worth 30 contribution points? Or a frenzy elixir worth 50 contribution points? Qin Yu waved dismissively. Those elixirs are utterly trivial. The elixir I am offering you will increase your strength by at least threefold. Threefold? Such power? The crowd at Beast Master Peak erupted in astonishment. It was emphasized that the enhancement must be increased by at least threefold, and most importantly, the effect of this enhancement is permanent. Permanent effect? Is there truly such a powerful elixir? Kong Tianjiao inquired incredulously. Qin Yu squinted and retorted, do you think I would deceive you? Or assume that our large organization would resort to trivial potions to fool you? A jolt of realization struck Kong Tianjiao, and he hastily lowered his head. Admitting his error, brother, that was not my intention. It is merely that my experience is limited, and I have never encountered such a formidable elixir. I do not blame your lack of experience. After all, you are rather weak. Once I present you with the elixir tomorrow, you will understand. Yes, yes. Kong Tianjiao nodded vigorously in agreement. Qin Yu remarked, I still prefer your previous defiant demeanor. Kong Tianjiao forced himself to raise his chin. Qin Yu addressed the assembly at Beastmaster Peak. The batch of elixirs we possess is the latest creation of a remarkable alchemist, yet it has yet to be named. Hence the note's wording. Were it not for our leader's close relationship with this alchemist, it would be impossible for our organization to procure such a quantity. He continued, the reason we cannot provide the elixirs immediately is that the alchemist is currently working overtime on their production. Upon hearing this, Kong Tianjiao swiftly grasped the intentions of the enigmatic organization. They were preparing to market these new elixirs, and by allowing everyone to experience them, they aimed to enhance the elixir's reputation, facilitating a smoother entry into the market. With this understanding, all his doubts dissipated. Previously, he had harbored concerns about the elixirs being a trap, contemplating administering them to the earth-shaking dragon elephant. After all, a potion with such potent effects could not be given away without ulterior motives, and he was wary of potential dangers. However, now that he comprehended the black-clad individual's intentions, he felt reassured. Given the likely limited production of such powerful elixirs, once they hit the market, they would undoubtedly be snatched up, creating a scarcity. He was reluctant to share such a valuable elixir with the earth-shaking dragon elephant. All right, next. After an hour had passed, everyone at Beastmaster Peak received their respective notes. Congratulations to all. Remember to return here tomorrow at sunset to claim your rewards. Do not be late. Understood. Rest assured, brother, we will surely heed your reminder. Kong Tianjiao declared with a defiant expression while uttering the most obedient words. Farewell, and may you all enjoy a prosperous new year. Qin Yu waved his hand and vanished into the crowd with Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji. Upon returning to Qin Yu's abode, Li Zhengtong leaped 3 feet into the air, brimming with excitement. Ha ha ha. Look at how elated the people at Beastmaster Peak are, completely oblivious to the predicament they are in. They believe they have struck a great bargain. Once they consume the elixirs, they will be in for a surprise. His voice trailed off as he suddenly realized a disheartening truth. No matter how unfortunate the people at Beastmaster Peak became, they were merely consuming one elixir. He had consumed every elixir available and endured a myriad of side effects. It turned out that I was the most unfortunate one. Qin Yu hastily reassured him. At last, you have come to this realization. Li Zhengtong replied. Today is the new year. Let us find some joy. Qin Yu patted Li Zhengtong's shoulder, remarking that those at Beastmaster Peak would need to spend money to alleviate their side effects, while he not only spent nothing, but also earned some. In comparison to them, he was far more fortunate. It was merely a matter of physical exhaustion. Is poverty truly terrifying? The image of being hung from a tree and thrashing his legs flashed through Li Zhengtong's mind, and he mused that sometimes being a little impoverished isn't so bad after all. All right, let us hurry back, take a shower, and change our clothes. It seems there is a talent show today. Let us go out and enjoy ourselves. Today, all expenses are on me, Qin. All right, brother Yu. Upon hearing this, both Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji were invigorated. Soon, the 3 brothers arrived at the bustling central square. What performances are happening today? Qin Yu inquired of the quick-witted Xiao Ji. After glancing at the time, Xiao Ji replied, right now, the dance troupe from the Guanghan sect should be performing in the east. In half an hour, Wang Tai sect and Wanya Valley will showcase their fancy forging and alchemy in the west and south squares, respectively. An hour later, the Heleavens sect will present their song and dance in the northern square. Heleavens sect? Qin Yu frowned and remarked, in broad daylight, what kind of decorum is this? It's simply absurd. Brother Yu, why are you heading north? Qin Yu stated, I must critique such a disgraceful performance. But it won't start for another hour. Qin Yu insisted, let us secure a front row seat. I, Qin, must deliver a thorough critique. Chapter 89. Displaying dual cultivation techniques. What? Just this? Qin Yu gazed at the performance on stage, propping his chin up in utter boredom. Under the nourishment of spiritual energy, cultivators possessed remarkable beauty. with the female disciples of the Heleavens sect standing out among them. However, having experienced the era of the internet in his previous life, Qin Yu had long since developed a visual fatigue towards such commonplace performances. Despite the stage being filled with stunning women, the performance was entirely different from his expectations. No wonder they could perform publicly. How could this even be called the Heleavens sect? Qin Yu suppressed his urge to voice his criticisms and said to Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji, "You two stay here and watch. I'm going to explore other areas." Xiao Ji, puzzled, replied, "Brother Yu, don't leave. This performance is so captivating." Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively. "As a gentleman, I have no interest in such displays. I just heard that an inner-sect senior sister is teaching about alchemy over there. I shall go learn from her and strive to concoct more potent elixirs." Upon hearing this, Li Zhengtong, who was engrossed in the Heleavens sect's splendid performance, suddenly shivered. "Brother Yu," he urged, "you work so hard all the time. On this festive occasion, why not take a break?" Qin Yu waved his hand and declared with conviction, "Rest? Only those who are useless in the cultivation world deserve to do so. The teachings of the Baidy Hall are truly mesmerizing." Qin Yu composed his expression and continued earnestly. "When an inner-sect senior sister comes out to lecture, such opportunities are rare and must be cherished when they arise. This lesson is precisely tailored for novices like me, who have embarked on their journey but remain uncertain about how to elevate their skills. After attending this class, my alchemical prowess is bound to experience a significant enhancement." With unwavering confidence, Qin Yu concluded his statement and prepared to depart. Observing the futility of his attempts to dissuade, Li Zhengtong wisely chose to remain silent, turning his attention back to the delightful performance on stage. Instead of fretting over future tribulations, one ought to relish the beauty of the present. Xiaoji felt inspired by Qin Yu's thirst for knowledge. "No wonder you, brother Yu, have reached the 6th level of qi refinement while I have only just surpassed the 3rd. It seems my efforts have been insufficient. I shall forego this performance and return to my cultivation immediately." Qin Yu commended him, saying, "Your awareness is commendable." Xiaoji, brimming with determination, declared, "In this new year, I shall strive diligently. Tongge, why not join us? The dance is nearing its conclusion, and what remains are merely the tedious demonstrations and elaborate introductions of the Heleavens sect's dual cultivation techniques. After each sect performs, they showcase their unique skills and highlight their advantages, both to enhance their own sect's visibility and to entice talented disciples from the Xiantian sect to join their ranks. The Xiantian sect does not oppose such endeavors. Each individual has their own aspirations, and should they discover that another sect better suits them, the sect will offer its support, as long as it does not infringe upon the inner disciples. Upon noticing that both companions were preparing to leave, Li Jingtong also rose to his feet. "Very well. Brother Yu, let us depart." "Brother Yu?" Xiaoji glanced around, but could not locate Qin Yu. Turning back, he discovered Qin Yu seated upright in his original position, eagerly watching the performance on stage. "Brother Yu, let us go?" Qin Yu replied, "Go? Where to?" "Did you not wish to hear the inner-sect senior sister's explanation on alchemy?" He elaborated. "Alchemy can be learned at any time. Although such opportunities are rare, others will arise in the future. During this festive season, one must take the time to relax. There is no need to be so relentless. A balance of work and rest is the true path of cultivation." Simultaneously, Qin Yu mused internally. In a world where morals have declined and the hearts of men have grown treacherous, I, Qin, must critically assess this display of moral decay. "Huh?" Xiaoji exclaimed, "You did not say that earlier." Feeling a sense of disarray, Xiaoji hastily turned to Li Jingtong, seeking a semblance of reality. However, he found Li Jingtong seated, engrossed in the performance on the platform. A chill coursed through Xiaoji as he began to question his existence. "Oh no, I must be ensnared in an illusion. Is what I perceive now a mirage or reality? If it is an illusion, what should I do? If it is reality, then who just influenced me? Have I unwittingly offended someone recently? Yet, I have not committed any wrongdoing. The only mischief I engaged in was accompanying Brother Yu in his schemes. But I am merely a follower. If there were to be retribution, it would surely be directed at Brother Yu first." "Wait." Xiaoji's eyes widened. A wave of icy dread washed over him, and cold sweat began to bead down his back. "Perhaps they have already taken action against Brother Yu. Everything I perceive may merely be an illusion they wish for me to behold. What to do? Had I known earlier, I would have advised Brother Yu to refrain from his misdeeds." Xiaoji stared blankly at the splendid performance on the stage, utterly devoid of any appreciation. Soon, As the music came to a halt, the female disciples of the Heleavens sect gradually withdrew behind the silver screen. The host stepped forth with a smile, inquiring whether the audience found the girls' dance captivating. The crowd responded with an enthusiastic cheer. Indeed, splendid. The host continued, "Would you like to see more?" To which the audience eagerly replied, "Yes." The host added, "If you wish to see more, join our Heleavens sect, and you shall witness it daily." Qin Yu remarked, "Goodness, they are truly encroaching upon the territory of others." The host chuckled to ease the awkwardness. "Next, our ladies will provide a detailed introduction to the dual cultivation techniques of our Heleavens sect, and we hope you find it enjoyable." Qin Yu's spirits lifted, his eyes widening in anticipation. Soon, two exquisitely beautiful women gracefully emerged from behind the silver screen. The two ladies sat face to face at the center of the stage, their palms aligned, commencing their cultivation practice. The host elaborated, "Our Heleavens sect's dual cultivation technique allows spiritual energy to flow continuously between the two practitioners, thereby accelerating the refinement of spiritual energy and achieving a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts." At this revelation, Qin Yu was left in a state of bewilderment. So, dual cultivation truly involves two individuals cultivating together? Indeed. Li Zhengtong nodded in affirmation. Isn't it supposed to be about the yin-yang balance? Qin Yu pressed on. Brother Yu, what you refer to pertains to demonic cultivation. Our Heleavens sect is a legitimate righteous sect. Such practices cannot possibly be part of our teachings. Well, Qin Yu thought it prudent to visit the scripture pavilion soon to brush up on his knowledge of cultivation, lest he find himself in such absurd situations again. Having completed the explanation, the audience began to make their way to the next performance venue. "Let us go." Qin Yu stood up only to notice Xiao Ji sitting there, utterly stiff and motionless. "What's the matter? Are you all right? Did Brother Yu just speak to me? Is this the person controlling the illusion using Brother Yu's voice?" Xiao Ji mustered the courage to say to Qin Yu, "You'd best let me go. Do not compel me to kneel and beg." Qin Yu was taken aback. Chapter 90. New Year's Eve. After patient explanations from Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong, Xiao Ji finally understood that what he was witnessing was indeed reality. "What is the next program?" Qin Yu inquired. "It seems the next event is a free clinic hosted by the physicians of the 100 Physicians Hall, inviting those who are ill or feel unwell to seek treatment. Is there anything else?" Qin Yu asked. "Nothing further. Next will be the evening fireworks display and performances by our sect's senior brothers and sisters." Glancing at the time, Qin Yu suggested, "Let us first head to the cafeteria for a meal. It just so happens I have some money now, and we should indulge in the cafeteria's culinary delights." Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Qin Yu boldly chose a private room. Flipping through the menu, he addressed the waiter. "I would like the Golden Mountain black chicken stewed with Snow Mountain white mushrooms." "Apologies, but this dish requires one to be at least at the mid-stage of foundation establishment to consume. Otherwise, the energy contained in the ingredients may inflict irreversible damage to one's meridians." Qin Yu raised his brows and retorted, "Do you truly believe we are still in the early stage of foundation building?" "Not at all." The waiter hurriedly replied. "It is the sect's rule to remind guests when ordering. If there are no issues, shall we proceed with this dish?" "Wait a moment." Qin Yu waved his hand. "Is it fitting for someone of my status to consume ordinary food that even those in the mid-foundation building stage can handle?" The waiter responded, "Please take your time in choosing. If the guests do not require reminders, I shall refrain from further comments." "That simply will not do. Your failure to remind could lead to dire consequences." Qin Yu coughed lightly and stated with righteous conviction, "Since it is the sect's regulation, it must not be easily violated. We do not wish to put you in a difficult position. Please continue to remind us." "Tongzi, take a look at the menu and select a few dishes worthy of our status." Li Zhengtong, hailing from a family of cultivators, was somewhat familiar with the spiritual beasts of the cultivation realm and knew which dishes were suitable and which were not. Upon receiving the menu, which felt like a hot potato, Li Zhengtong was overwhelmed. He had to select a dish appropriate for the qi refinement stage. Choosing incorrectly would only invite ridicule from the waiter. Furrowing his brows, Li Zhengtong flipped through the menu repeatedly. "What is the purple spirit snake? And the thundercloud tiger king? What on earth is the heavenly devouring ink cloud ginseng?" The ingredients listed were utterly foreign to him. Given their exorbitant prices, they were undoubtedly not meant for those in the qi refinement stage. After flipping through several more pages, Li Zhengtong's eyes suddenly brightened. "This is it." Slowly closing the menu, he leaned back in his chair, exuding an air of newfound confidence. Qin Yu felt a surge of joy. Had he finally found something? Li Zhengtong confidently declared. Let us order 3 portions of rice and 1 serving of caramelized sweet potatoes. Qin Yu interjected, while the waiter remarked, these 2 dishes are suitable for everyone. There is no need for you to remind us. Qin Yu took the menu and placed it in front of the waiter. Please recommend a few dishes for us. The waiter inquired, what kind of quality are you seeking? Do not misunderstand us. We, having grown weary of rare ingredients, have come specifically to reminisce about the taste of ordinary fare. This is a meal of nostalgia. The waiter stifled a laugh as he flipped to the last page of the menu. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes and braised pork with potatoes are staples for cultivators in the Qi refinement stage. The 3 of them frowned. Are you mocking us? If we were to eat these, we could simply go downstairs for a complimentary meal. Why spend money here? You are mistaken. The waiter quickly explained. The paid dishes of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and braised pork with potatoes are distinct from the free offerings. Furthermore, the eggs are not ordinary. They are spirit eggs laid by spirit chickens raised by the sect, and the braised pork is not regular pork, but rather from spirit pigs cared for by the sect. Qin Yu inquired, are the free and paid dishes prepared together, with the tomatoes and potatoes being served as free dishes while the rest are chargeable? The waiter replied, indeed. Then let us have 1 portion of each of those 2 dishes. Qin Yu gazed at the menu and said, please bring us a beggar's chicken leg, spicy stir-fried chicken gizzards, charcoal grilled chicken hearts, and marinated chicken necks. Certainly, please wait a moment. Your dishes will be served shortly. The waiter stepped out of the room, muttering, isn't that the Qin Yu who struck down the Prime Minister's son? We all entered together. What is he pretending for? Although the words were softly spoken, the keen hearing of cultivators allowed Qin Yu to catch every syllable. He froze in his seat. Trouble brewed. His pretense had been uncovered by an acquaintance. Soon, a feast of colorful and aromatic dishes was laid before them. The 3 indulged heartily, their mouths glistening with grease. What a delight! It has been ages since I savored such delectable food, mumbled Li Zhengtong, his mouth stuffed. Qin Yu swallowed the morsel of chicken and couldn't help but remark, there is a stark difference between free and paid meals. After the 3 had satisfied their hunger, darkness enveloped the sky outside. Firecrackers erupted, and fireworks blossomed. A throng of cultivators flew about on swords, skillfully evading the dazzling bursts of color. They were draped in flammable paper. A mere spark could ignite them. The one who could withstand the fireworks the longest would emerge victorious. This was one of the festivities of the Spring Festival. Consequently, the night sky frequently illuminated with bursts of fire, accompanied by shrieks as they plummeted, resembling meteors falling in an apocalyptic scene, more breathtaking than the fireworks, creating a unique spectacle for New Year's Eve. Below, a group of mischief-makers gleefully launched fireworks at the cultivators above, reveling in the chaos. Amidst this jubilant celebration, Elder Wang Engjun stealthily approached a cliff, gazing into the profound canyon before leaping into its depths. Upon reaching the valley floor, he brushed aside the green foliage on the rock wall and gently placed his hand upon it. The rock wall rippled like water. The array dissipated, revealing a dark cave. A smile crept across Elder Wang's lips as he hurried inside. Once he entered the cave, the walls began to writhe, and the entrance morphed back into the appearance of a rock wall. The initial segment of the cave was quite narrow, barely allowing passage for a single person. Clear signs of human excavation marked the rock walls, and the absence of moss indicated that this cave had not been formed long ago. After walking for over 100 steps, a vast cavern emerged. The interior was dim and damp, with droplets falling from above, pooling into a large puddle below. Elder Wang conjured a flame in his hand, igniting a row of torches on the rock wall, illuminating the shadowy cave. As the light flickered above, an unknown creature in the water opened its dark eyes. Elder Wang retrieved a still steaming heart from his Qiankuan bag, blood trickling from his fingertips into the water. With a splash, the surface of the water churned, and a colossal creature emerged. My little treasure, you must grow quickly. My bright future depends on you. Elder Wang's voice echoed ominously through the cavern. Chapter 91. This elixir must be consumed tonight. New Year's Eve, a night of unparalleled revelry. On this day, ordinary individuals would vigilantly guard the night, let alone the spirited cultivators. The night was filled with ceaseless celebrations and revelry, leaving no time for cultivation. This is precisely why Qin Yu decided to postpone the distribution of the elixirs until the following day. If he were to present them today, although most would refrain from consuming them that night, there was always a risk that a few curious souls might partake. inadvertently exposing the elixir's issues and jeopardizing Qin Yu's meticulous plans. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the Xiantian sect would grant its disciples a few days of respite. They could venture to the mortal towns for leisurely excursions or seize the opportunity to visit their families. However, not a single disciple from the Beast Master Peak chose to leave. They all remained dutifully within the sect, knowing they would soon be confined once more. As dusk approached, Qin Yu donned a dark cloak and, accompanied by 2 large gorillas, arrived at the entrance of the law enforcement team. The members of the Beast Master Peak had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing Qin Yu's arrival, Kong Tianjiao eagerly approached him. "Senior brother, you have come." Qin Yu nodded, retorting, "Is that even a question? Are you blind?" Kong Tianjiao asked, "Did you bring the little notes?" "Of course," he replied, forcing a smile. "Now, line up properly to receive your elixirs." "Absolutely. Yes." The disciples of the Beast Master Peak joyfully rushed forward. Before distributing the elixirs, Qin Yu felt it necessary to reiterate a few points. He raised 3 fingers, stating, "First, these elixirs are a gift for you. You do not need to expend a single contribution point. Do you understand?" In unison, they replied, "Understood." Since Qin Yu's elixirs lacked proper certification, making them unsellable, it was essential for him to emphasize this fact. Giving you these elixirs is entirely lawful. This was also why he refrained from labeling them as strengthening pills on the notes, instead opting for a more ambiguous title that suggested an enhancement of power. Every detail must be flawless. The minutiae determine success or failure. Secondly, these elixirs are part of an important collaboration with your peak. Once you receive them, I expect you to test their effects tonight and provide me with your feedback by tomorrow morning, as I need to relay this information upwards. Those who furnish favorable reports will receive a complete set of elixirs as a reward. But senior brother, we must remain in our caves tomorrow and cannot come out. That is fine. Simply jot down your impressions, and I shall collect them from your caves in the morning. Thank you, senior brother. Lastly, these elixirs yield the best results when consumed during the early hours of the morning. Feel free to try them out when you return. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. You may choose to consume them immediately after receiving them, but be warned that the effects may diminish or peculiar side effects may arise, for which I shall not be held accountable. Rest assured, senior brother, since you have advised us, we will certainly wait until the early hours to consume the elixirs." The disciples of the Beast Master Peak responded obediently. They found the reminders quite considerate, even if they were slightly perplexed about the optimal consumption timing of the elixirs. Yet, considering these were newly developed and remarkably potent, it seemed reasonable that there would be some unusual guidelines. Observing their compliance, Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction. Thus, everything was in order. There is one final point. Qin Yu extended his hand, pausing in silence for a moment before speaking. "I have yet to finalize the last detail. Let us first distribute the elixirs." Kong Tianjiao naturally took the lead, eager for the strength-enhancing potion. Qin Yu retrieved a great strength pill and handed it to Kong Tianjiao, who cherished it as a treasure, cradling it in his palms and observing it closely. "This looks identical to the great strength pill, and I cannot discern any difference in its aroma." Seemingly perceiving Kong Tianjiao's thoughts, Qin Yu explained, "Although this pill appears and smells like the great strength pill, its effects will undoubtedly differ. You shall test its efficacy at dawn. Should the enhancement in strength fail to reach 3-fold, feel free to report me to the enforcement team for deceptive advertising." With such assurance from Qin Yu, Kong Tianjiao felt at ease. "Senior brother treats us so well. How could we doubt you?" Qin Yu nodded, signaling for the next in line. Kong Tianjiao stepped aside, carefully placing the elixir into his Qinquan bag, his heart swelling with pride as he watched his junior brothers joyfully claim their own potions. Occasionally, passers-by would glance enviously, only to scoff disdainfully before departing in a huff. Observing their jealous expressions, Kong Tianjiao felt a surge of pride. Those fellows constantly mutter about retribution for wrongdoing. Yet here I am, Kong Tianjiao, engaging in all manner of mischief with the Beast Master Peak, and where is my retribution? Not only am I unscathed, but fortune seems to seek us out. In just 2 days of break, such good fortune has befallen us. I am indeed a natural-born harbinger of luck. Those who oppose me, Kong Tianjiao, shall meet a disastrous fate. Once the potions were distributed, Qin Yu returned to his cave, directing his consciousness into the Sea of Souls. Wong Kai, woof woof, come to me. I have something to discuss. Woof. Wong Kai nodded and promptly disconnected. Moments later, Wong Kai dashed to Qin Yu's cave. Qin Yu affectionately patted the dog's head and instructed, "Go find a few dogs. I need protection tonight. Their strength must be above the golden course stage. I shall offer 2 portions of stinky tofu as compensation for each dream hound." Wang Kai, panting, nodded but was halted by Qin Yu's voice. "Wait, no more than 10 dream hounds." Qin Yu feared that without a limit, the entire clan of dream hounds might mobilize. "This stinky tofu is for you. Eat it, and then leave." Qin Yu placed a portion of stinky tofu before Wang Kai, donned a black robe, and made his way towards the enforcement team. "Beast Master Peak, tonight you shall learn the consequences of offending me, Qin." Giggling ominously, Qin Yu, cloaked in black, strode through the gates of the enforcement team. "What brings you here?" The team member on duty greeted Qin Yu rather brusquely. Recognizing the tone, Qin Yu discerned that this individual bore considerable animosity towards the Beast Master Peak. In a somber voice, he replied, "Tonight, I bring you a grand gift. You would do well to summon more people and prepare in advance." "What do you mean?" Kong Tianjiao, after wandering outside for a few more rounds, reluctantly returned to the cave. There are still 2 months until the confinement period ends. Upon witnessing the vexing cave, Kong Tianjiao clenched his fists and, through gritted teeth, uttered, "That damned Li Jingtong. I shall settle the score with you once I escape." Suddenly, he felt the vibration of his family's communication jade pendant. Hastily, he retrieved it and infused it with spiritual energy, through which a middle-aged man's voice resonated. "My son, your father has made the necessary preparations. You must return swiftly." Upon hearing this, Kong Tianjiao's expression turned fervent, his face flushing with excitement. Has the day finally arrived? Yet, he quickly remembered that he was still under confinement and could not leave Xiantiangong. A surge of frustration welled within him. "Father, I am grounded and cannot leave Xiantiangong for the time being. Why are you confined?" Kong Tianjiao briefly explained the situation, and the middle-aged man's voice came through once more. "Your peak master is truly causing unnecessary trouble. Such a trivial matter could be resolved by having the servant disciples clean a few more times, as they are meant to work. I shall speak with your peak master and arrange for your leave. Return at once." Kong Tianjiao was overjoyed. "Thank you, father." Chapter 92. The show is set to begin. Woof woof. "Chief, there's something amiss." Wang Kai dashed forth, barking as he raced to the residence of the Dream Hound clan leader, followed by a throng of dream hounds. "Woof, it seems that the rascal Song Biao has a scent of stinky tofu." "Woof woof, what a nostalgic aroma. It has been 3 days and 36 hours since I last savored stinky tofu. The absence of it has been unbearable. Woof woof woof, I could endure a world without stinky tofu, had I never tasted it." "Woof, hurry, keep up with Song Biao. He might lead me to stinky tofu." The multitude of dream hounds followed Wang Kai to the dwelling of their leader. "Wang Kai, woof woof, chief. I have significant news to report." The dream hound clan leader exhaled a deep breath through his nostrils and barked in a low tone. "From now on, call me Scarface." A scar manifested on the leader's face, created through illusion. "Dog Dan, woof woof, Song Biao, what news do you bring?" "Wang Kai, woof Scarface. My master has instructed me to gather 10 dream hounds tonight for protection, as he may encounter danger." The dream hound clan leader dismissed this with a nonchalant bark. "Song Biao, what kind of danger could one face in Xiantiangong? Just gather a few clan members." "Wang Kai, woof woof, as you command, Scarface. My master has stated that those who accompany will receive 2 portions of stinky tofu as a reward." Upon hearing this, all the dogs gasped in astonishment. 2 portions of stinky tofu. Such a thought was beyond their wildest dreams. How terrifyingly abundant. With 1 piece a day, they would scarcely finish before the stinky tofu spoiled. If I had 2 full portions, I would even dare to bite the sect leader, not out of malice, but merely to see if it would sting. Song Biao's master is truly generous. Should he ever seek more dogs, do let me know. Song Biao, choose me, choose me. In the midst of chaos, a cacophony of barking echoed through the air as the esteemed Lord Scar, who had lost his composure, called for silence. "We must prioritize the safety of the tofu sage. Who is in peril? It is imperative that we act with utmost seriousness and diligence. According to protocol, we should mobilize our entire force for the protection of the tofu sage. However, since only 10 slots have been designated, we must deploy our strongest warriors for the utmost security of the tofu sage." With that declaration, over 20 dream hounds, slightly smaller than the clan leader, emerged from the throng of barking canines. They emanated an aura of terror that caused the very island to tremble. Though I may not rank in the top 3, I am certainly among the top 5. I must secure one of these 10 spots. If you can place in the top 5, then I must surely be at least in the top 3. Thus, I too deserve a spot. Do you believe you can best me? Shall we put it to the test? Then let us test our mettle. Hurry up and fight. Once you two are exhausted, it will be my turn. Do you think we won't incapacitate you first? Suddenly, the rock sealing the nearby cave erupted, and a dream hound, only slightly smaller than the clan leader, stepped forth. Little pup, I must be included in this splendid opportunity. The clan leader of the dream hounds bowed respectfully. Great Elder, I am now known as Scar. Have you not been in seclusion? What brings you out now? The aroma of stinky tofu wafts through the air daily. How could I possibly remain in seclusion? The Great Elder then cast a sharp glance at the squabbling dream hounds, admonishing them. You little pups have scarcely tasted the dregs of this world. Yet you dare to boast. Stand aside. I have no interest in the stinky tofu. I merely wish for the tofu sage to grant me a name. For I have long endured being called Fortune. No sooner had Fortune barked than an unkempt old man appeared in the sky, grinning mischievously. Ah, little Fortune, you have finally emerged from your retreat. I have missed you dearly. Come, let us frolic together. Fortune's eyes widened in terror as he emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Young ones, quickly band together to thwart this old fiend. Little pup, use your powers to block him. Under the watchful gaze of the pack, Fortune was seized by the scruff of his hind leg and taken away by the disheveled old man, barking frantically as he departed. Why are you all standing idle? Act now. The younger dream hounds murmured among themselves. Old man, do you take us for fools? With you gone, there will be one less competitor. Did you not hear me when I said my name is Scar? You deserve to be left behind. After Fortune was taken, the pack chorused, Fear not, Great Elder. We shall surely come to your aid. With this brief interlude concluded, the dream hounds, emboldened by their perceived strength, resumed their fierce competition. Enough. The powerful Lord Scar emerged, his presence commanding and awe-inspiring. There are only 10 spots available this time, so I have decided to send out all the dream hounds. Their eyes ablaze with anticipation as they gaze at the clan leader, hoping to hear their names spoken from the leader's lips. I have resolved to dispatch the strongest of the dream hounds, the esteemed leader of the dream hound clan, Lord Scar. The dog's expressions remained unchanged, still filled with hopeful expectation as they looked towards the leader. They all understood that within the 10 slots, there would certainly be a place for the leader. For the burdens of leadership are not borne without reward. Yet, after a long wait, the leader remained silent. Lord Scar, who are the other 9 hounds? The leader of the dream hound clan puffed out his chest and proclaimed, When I, Lord Scar, take action, I am worth 10. But fear not. I shall conjure 9 dream hounds from the realm of illusions, thus allowing us to claim 20 portions of stinky tofu. According to the customs of the dream hound clan, regardless of how many portions of stinky tofu one collects outside, only one needs to be brought back to the clan. Dog Egg cleverly exploited this loophole. The dogs paused for a moment, then erupted into barks. Every time, Sang Biao brings news of stinky tofu. I propose we elect Sang Biao as our leader. He who obtains the stinky tofu shall rule the world. Let us support Sang Biao's ascension. Sang Biao, I stand with you when you become the leader. Do not forget to bestow upon me the name Scar. Dog Egg exclaimed. On the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, in the early morning, many disciples left the sect for the holidays, leaving Xiantian's sect unusually quiet. Qin Yu, draped in a black cloak, strolled along the deserted street. Following him were 11 dream hounds, strutting confidently behind him, yet invisible to all. As Qin Yu passed by the law enforcement team's entrance, he cast a knowing glance towards the brightly lit hall. The show is about to begin. Chapter 93. You say, Divine Doctor, please heal me. Qin Yu arrived at his usual stall location and retrieved a large banner from his cosmic bag. The front of the banner proclaimed it as a cure for various ailments, while the back stated a fee of only 120 contribution points per session. He planted the banner firmly into the earth beside him and settled down patiently on the curb to await customers. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had neglected to inform them that they could come to him with any issues. However, it mattered little, as those people were not foolish. They would surely know to come here. Even if just to report something, they would still see him. Gazing up at the moon, Qin Yu estimated the time. It was already 1/4 midnight. By his calculations, they should be arriving soon. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard a whooshing sound, as if many were rushing forward at great speed. His eyes brightened. Here they come. What if they can't stop? That elixir has issues. Look, That figure in black is still at the original spot. Let us hurry over. More than a dozen individuals raced down the empty street, kicking up clouds of dust in their wake. Observing this group swiftly approaching him, Qin Yu shouted, "You," and then dashed forward in a flash. He watched as the group of over 10 individuals rapidly disappeared into the darkness, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Truly, the elixirs crafted by me, Qin Yu, possess remarkable speed. After the rapid team departed, the next to make their entrance was the Howling Ghosts team. Upon consuming the chi refinement pills crafted by Qin Yu, an unbearable itch ensued, while the body refinement pills rendered one's skin exceedingly sensitive, causing excruciating pain with the slightest touch. Amidst the cacophony of laughter interspersed with cries, over 50 individuals stumbled down the street like a horde of disruptive zombies. Haha, I'm itching to death. My entire body is scratched to bits, yet the itch persists. Haha. It feels as if countless ants are crawling over me. I can't take it anymore. It hurts so much. Ah, don't touch me. Just one touch sends me into agony. Haha, I can't take it anymore. Brother, I'm so itchy I can barely stand. Could you lend me your support? I can barely walk myself. Do you want to kill me too? In the midst of their banter, one unfortunate soul, distracted by the conversation, accidentally collided with a companion ahead. Instantly, both bodies trembled, emitting piercing wails. Ah, I'm in so much pain. Unable to endure, they rolled on the ground in agony. The more they rolled, the greater their pain became, and the more they yearned to roll. As they passed through, every household lit their lamps in bewilderment. What is wrong with them? It's late at night, and they're not cultivating. What a ruckus. Wait, aren't these individuals from the beast-taming peak? Have they been possessed? Let us follow them. The crowd swiftly emerged from their dwellings, gathering around the members of the beast-taming peak. What has happened to you? Clear the way, don't obstruct me. Even in this state, you dare to act arrogantly? Look, this is quite amusing. Just a poke and they hiss. Someone discovered this amusing aspect and jabbed a disciple from the beast-taming peak who had consumed the body refinement pill. The disciple inhaled sharply. I jabbed. Hiss. Silly. I jabbed. Hiss. Look, isn't it fun? Hey, why are your eyes rolling back? Brother, don't feign injury. I've only poked you a few dozen times. The members of the beast-taming peak felt that the journey had become exceedingly difficult. It seemed this group was intent on tormenting them. At that moment, a disciple who had consumed the rapid pill rushed back to relay news. Brothers, hiss. You won't believe how entertaining this is. Just a few jabs ahead, and we still have so many waiting behind us. Hurry to the law enforcement team's entrance and seek the man in the black robe. The Howling Ghosts team, moving with great difficulty, hastened towards the law enforcement team's entrance. At the entrance, Qin Yu was still dealing with the rapid team. Observing a dozen individuals rushing past, Qin Yu raised his flag high. Don't run. Do you require assistance? I do. This group vanished from Qin Yu's sight, their legs propelling them with remarkable speed despite their exhaustion. We haven't even discussed the price yet. Slow down. Alas, he could only await their return for another round. Soon enough, the disciples from the beast-taming peak passed by Qin Yu once more. Qin Yu hastily remarked, the consultation fee is 120 contribution points. Guaranteed to cure your ailments. What the hell? Hey, how dare you insult me? Due to his inability to ascertain who had spoken, Qin Yu resolved to raise the price of the slowdown pill to 150 contribution points. We are all adults and must take responsibility for our words. Bored, he observed the crowd as they circled twice, until finally, someone could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed to the ground. The individual lay there, gasping for breath. Until he finally ceased his exertions, Qin Yu rushed over, asking, Friend, are you unwell? Do you require treatment? One pill will surely cure you. You are the one who's unwell. I am fine now. The man retorted, Your pill is defective. Once I recover, you will be in trouble. Qin Yu shrugged, Very well. I shall await your recovery. Just as he turned to leave, the man unexpectedly stood up and, in a fit of uncontrollable movement, stumbled forward before collapsing again. With a bewildered expression, he inquired, What is happening? Qin Yu smugly replied, Did I not inform you that the effects of the medicine last quite a while? If you choose not to be treated, I shall take my leave. Wait, I will undergo treatment. Qin Yu responded, Very well, please pay 150 contribution points first. Was it not 120? Qin Yu replied, I just raised the price. The man, with tears in his eyes, begrudgingly paid the 150 contribution points. Hurry and treat me. Qin Yu instructed, You must say, "Divine Doctor, please administer treatment." After giving him a slow-down pill, the man became rigid, perfectly demonstrating the duration of the pill-less effects. The rapid response team, followed by the wailing team, finally made their delayed entrance, their commotion audible from afar. Divine Doctor, specializing in all manner of difficult ailments. If I cannot cure you, there will be no charge. One individual burst forth from the crowd, stumbling toward Qin Yu. Your cursed pill is truly cursed, he exclaimed, laughing uncontrollably. Quick, hurry and treat me. Qin Yu replied, please pay 120 contribution points first. You still demand payment. The man, clutching his stomach, trembled with laughter, feeling as if he might burst. Fine, 120 it is, just treat me quickly. Qin Yu used his spiritual energy to stimulate the man's acupoints in succession, and soon the man was restored. Finally, it no longer itches. He exclaimed, damn it, I will kill you. The man's expression twisted with rage, and just as he was about to charge at Qin Yu, he was suddenly restrained by a pair of unexpected handcuffs. Bewildered, he exclaimed, what is happening? You dare to emerge during confinement? Seize them. The law enforcement team members stood nearby, their faces alight with excitement. At last, we have caught you. Chapter 94. Oh no. The young master has been devoured by a beast. You are all in cahoots. The apprehended individuals suddenly realized, understanding that this was a trap aimed at their beast master peak. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. No wonder the mysterious organization sent all the pills to Beast Master Peak. They were lying in wait for them. Haha. Seeing Beast Master Peak in such distress confirms that the mysterious organization is indeed a responsible entity. I had previously misjudged them. How could such a benevolent organization possibly have a good relationship with Beast Master Peak? In the future, the enigmatic organization shall transform from shadow to light. Ha ha ha. The leader of this mysterious group is indeed a genius, capable of devising such an intricate trap aimed at the Beast Master Peak. One must wonder the depth of their enmity and grievances against it. The crux of the matter is their ability to concoct such bizarre elixirs, deceiving the members of the Beast Master Peak into consuming them at the break of dawn. Once the practitioners of the Beast Master Peak ingest these potions, they inevitably seek assistance, thus breaching the sect's regulations. Such an exquisite web of entrapment. Truly remarkable. What a delight it is. I never expected that right after the new year, this clandestine organization would orchestrate such a grand spectacle for us. You cannot merely detain us. Your enforcement team must apprehend him as well. A captured disciple of the Beast Master Peak pointed an accusing finger at Qin Yu, vociferously protesting. With handcuffs binding his wrists, he could only raise both hands in unison to question Qin Yu. Do your potions possess a quality certificate? Qin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. No, they do not. Selling potions without a quality certificate is illegal. You must arrest him as well. Qin Yu feigned innocence. When did I ever sell potions? Those were clearly gifts I bestowed upon you, without demanding anything of value in return. How can that be deemed as selling? You are also implicated in deceit. The conditions you described when giving us the potions do not align with our current predicament. Wherein does the discrepancy lie? Qin Yu pointed towards the still stiff members of the rapid response team and remarked, did that potion not enhance speed? Yet, they cannot seem to halt. Qin Yu urged, just admit that it increased speed. The accuser fell silent. And what of the strength potion? Qin Yu surveyed the crowd, finding no trace of a gorilla. Subsequently, he noticed numerous figures wrapped tightly in blankets, too bashful to step forward. Allow me to assist you. Qin Yu strode towards the nearest individual, who had transformed into a gorilla, yet was audaciously close to the excitement. He yanked away the blanket, only to be met with a loud shout. What are you doing? You pervert. Startled, Qin Yu quickly released his grip, exclaiming, my apologies, good sir, I mistook you for someone else. The man tightened his blanket and, addressing the onlookers, grumbled, what are you staring at? When I heard the commotion, I was in the midst of bathing. I had no time to dress with all this ruckus outside. Qin Yu, with a face full of exasperation, declared, those who consumed the strength potion, come forth. If you do not reveal yourselves, I shall cease treatment. For the effects of this potion are permanent. Upon hearing this, many individuals wrapped in blankets rushed to the forefront. Qin Yu did not force them to discard their coverings, but instead turned to the earlier accuser and said, ask them if their strength has multiplied several times over and if the effects are indeed everlasting. The accuser attempted to retort, only to be met with a punch from his companion. He staggered towards Qin Yu, breathlessly imploring, "Divine healer, please save me." Qin Yu, with deft hands, swiftly healed the wailing members of the team, restoring tranquility to the scene. Due to the overwhelming number of individuals, the enforcement team had been caught unprepared, resulting in an insufficient supply of handcuffs. Consequently, those at the back were bound with ropes. Although the rope was easily escapable, who among them did not know one another? Fleeing from guild only compounded their sins. Unless one wished to sever ties with the Heleavens sect, they would all be bound together obediently. Subsequently, Qin Yu administered the antidote to the guerrillas. Observing the distressing black fur fall away, the disciples of the beast-taming peak sighed in relief and removed the blankets they had wrapped themselves in. A collective gasp echoed as they beheld the profound darkness of their skin. What was happening? The group hastily retrieved their blankets, ensconcing themselves once more. Qin Yu reassured them, "Do not worry, a bath will remedy this." Yet, how could the enforcement team grant them such an opportunity? Find them all. Qin Yu could scarcely imagine the expression on Elder Lu's face upon seeing their ebony skin the following day. As he surveyed the surroundings, an unexpected realization struck him. Where has Kong Tianjiao gone? Upon exiting the gates of the Heleavens sect, Kong Tianjiao boarded the flying vessel sent by his family. After 2 hours of travel, he arrived at his home. Jiaoer has returned. His parents awaited him at the door, their faces radiant with joy. "Father, mother." Kong Tianjiao bowed respectfully. "Jiaoer, you seem to have lost weight. Was your time at the Heleavens sect unpleasant?" His mother gently caressed his face, her concern evident. "I heard from your father that you were punished and confined by your peak master. How unreasonable. Now that you're home, take the time to rest. I shall prepare some nourishing meals for you." "Mother, please refrain from calling me Jiaoer. It sounds too feminine." Kong Tianjiao protested. "What is wrong with girls? You were dressed as one every day during your childhood." His face flushed, and the surrounding servants averted their eyes, closing their ears in feigned ignorance. "Enough. Hurry inside." His father commanded with authority. "Son, rest well today. Once you have regained your strength, we shall activate the ancestral grounds. I wish you to ascend to a supreme spiritual root." "Yes, thank you, father." Back in his chamber, Kong Tianjiao suddenly remembered he had yet to consume his elixir. This potion had the potential to permanently enhance his strength. If he could amplify it 2 to 3-fold, his chances of achieving a supreme spiritual root would increase significantly. Without hesitation, he resolved to take the elixir that very night. "How long until midnight?" he inquired of the maid at the door. "Young master, there are still 15 minutes until midnight." "Excellent." Kong Tianjiao sat cross-legged, swiftly adjusting his physical condition. As the clock struck midnight, he retrieved the elixir and swallowed it whole. Immediately, he felt his muscles swell rapidly, his strength surging. The effect was astonishingly pronounced. His heart raced with excitement. Truly, this was a stroke of fortune, a blessing from the heavens. In no time, his physique doubled in size, a testament to his burgeoning power. Admiring his newly formidable muscles and the unparalleled strength coursing through him, Kong Tianjiao was immensely satisfied. Though his arms appeared somewhat elongated and odd, he dismissed such trivialities. Stepping out of his room, he showcased his bulging muscles and asked the maid at the entrance, "How do I look now?" "Greetings, young master," the maid began to praise. But her voice abruptly halted. She was taken aback by the sight of dense black fur sprouting on Kong Tianjiao's face. In no time, the fur spread across his entire body, transforming him into a veritable gorilla. The maid screamed, using all her strength to exclaim, "Alas! The young master has been devoured by a beast." Instantly, armed guards rushed in. Chapter 95. I truly am Kong Tianjiao. What is happening? Kong Tianjiao noticed the black fur growing on his own body and, upon touching his furry face, promptly realized that the elixir was flawed. This was dire. He had been deceived. At that moment, the guards burst into the room, and upon seeing the gorilla-like Kong Tianjiao, one of them bellowed, "A beast! Dare to harm a person, and you shall pay with your life. Quickly, protect the young master." The maid, terrified, collapsed to the ground, pointing at Kong Tianjiao and stammering, "The young master has been slain by this beast." In her mind, Kong Tianjiao had already been killed by the creature, which had then assumed his form to impersonate the young master of the Kong family. However, perhaps due to the ancestral protection of the Kong family or the beast's lack of skill, its true identity was revealed, exposing the truth. She recalled a tale she had heard a few days prior at a tea house, where a storyteller recounted a narrative of a skin-changing monster that killed and disguised itself as a handsome scion of a wealthy family, engaging in an affair with a maid. Realizing this, the maid suddenly regretted her earlier cries, but, upon seeing Kong Tianjiao's furry black face, she unabashedly screamed, "Help!" The guards drew their swords and charged forward, shouting, "Avenge the young master!" Kong Tianjiao, taken aback, swiftly leaped onto the rooftop, shouting as he ran, "Stop! I am your young master. Do not be foolish. Your true form has been revealed, and yet you still deny it." The guards urged, "Do not let this beast escape." They leaped onto the rooftop, blocking Kong Tianjiao's path of escape. Desperate to prove his identity, Kong Tianjiao called out, "Niu heir, I am indeed your young master. Do you remember when I was 13, and you carried your wife while cooking with Aunt Li?" Silence. One of the guards named Niu heir, infuriated, shouted, "What a vile beast! Even in its last moments, it fabricates lies to tarnish my name. I shall not hesitate to sever your monkey brain to honor the young master." With eyes ablaze, Niu heir swung his sword at Kong Tianjiao, who deftly stepped back to evade it, countering with a palm strike that sent Niu heir crashing through the roof. Before consuming the strength-enhancing elixir, Kong Tianjiao's prowess had already surpassed Niu heir's. After taking the elixir, Niu heir was rendered completely powerless, being hurled several meters away. The remaining guards attacked in unison, surrounding Kong Tianjiao. As he retreated awkwardly, dodging their strikes, he realized he must swiftly prove his identity. The clamor of their battle would soon attract more guards, complicating matters. Kong Tianjiao understood that to validate his claim, he must reveal secrets beneficial to them, otherwise, they would never acknowledge him. With this revelation, he addressed another guard, "De Chun, do you recall the incident when I was 10? Caught peeking at the maid while she bathed? You took the blame for me, losing your cultivation resources and hindering your progress. Ah, you vile beast. Do you believe that by stealing the young master's memories you can impersonate him? Such audacity is tantamount to courting death." Kong Tianjiao acutely sensed that Dachuan's swordsmanship had become swifter, imbued with an overwhelming intent to kill. He could no longer afford to engage with them. Aware that prolonging the confrontation would lead to inevitable defeat, Kong Tianjiao seized the moment and struck Dachuan down with a forceful punch, deftly snatching the great sword from his grasp. His Qinkuan bag lay abandoned on the table in the room. Otherwise, he would not be in such a dire predicament. Wielding the long blade, Kong Tianjiao fought while retreating. However, it was not long before a new wave of guards arrived, among whom was a formidable golden core expert who charged towards Kong Tianjiao with astonishing speed. Before Kong Tianjiao could react, a searing pain erupted in his chest as an immense force sent him hurtling away. He felt as though his internal organs had been displaced. And had he not consumed a powerful strength-enhancing pill, causing his muscles to swell considerably and provide some cushioning, he would have surely been knocked unconscious by that blow. Though he remained conscious, he could taste a coppery sweetness in his throat, and blood erupted from his mouth, staining the dark fur on his chest. Bang! Kong Tianjiao crashed heavily to the ground, the stone slabs beneath him cracking under the impact. In his heart, he lamented, "These scoundrels strike with such ferocity. Why were they not this fierce against external foes?" Just as despair began to envelop Kong Tianjiao, his mother's voice suddenly rang out, "What is the matter?" The commotion drew the attention of Kong Tianjiao's parents. Feeling as though he had found a glimmer of hope, Kong Tianjiao mustered all his strength to rise and sprint towards his mother. "Mother, save me. Madam, be cautious." The guards hurriedly warned, yet they made no move to intervene. Kong mother's cultivation far surpassed theirs, and they deemed it unwise to meddle. "Is that you, Jiawa?" Kong mother gently inquired. A mother can never fail to recognize her own child. Despite Kong Tianjiao's altered appearance, the moment she glimpsed his eyes, she knew this creature was her unworthy son. "Mother, it is I. You are merely a beast. How could you be my son?" Kong Tianjiao anxiously explained. "Mother, I truly am Tianjiao. I was schemed against by a vile person and mistakenly consumed the wrong pill, which transformed me into this form." At this moment, Kong Tianjiao was genuinely distressed. A punch from a guard would merely cause him to spit blood, but a blow from his mother would surely leave him with no chance to even bleed. With a slight upward curve of her lips, Kong mother replied, "Words alone are insufficient. I shall ask you a few questions. Only upon your correct answers will you prove yourself to be my son." "Mother, please ask." Kong Tianjiao, filled with a fervent desire to survive, addressed her as mother with every breath. "Then tell me, does your father keep secret savings?" Without a moment's hesitation, Kong Tianjiao blurted out, "He does." At this, Kong father's expression changed dramatically. Which beast dares to impersonate my son and spread such falsehoods? You shall pay with your life. Chapter 96. Filial Piety Amidst Parental Love Silence. Kong mother narrowed her eyes and said coolly, "Step aside." Kong father shivered at her icy gaze. Wishing to offer an explanation, but instead, he cast a resentful glance at Kong Tianjiao and quietly retreated to the corner of the room. Subsequently, Kong Fu turned to the onlooking guards and maidens, unleashing a torrent of invective. Is it truly that captivating? Keep staring, and I shall pluck your eyes out to feed the dogs. The crowd hastily dispersed, whispering among themselves, "Look, he is agitated. He is truly agitated." "Son, please continue." Kong Mu interjected, her demeanor transformed as she addressed Kong Tianjiao. Meanwhile, Kong Fu desperately transmitted thoughts to his son. Just say a few things to appease them. Do not reveal everything. Under no circumstances mention the hidden compartment beneath the bed. My entire savings are concealed there. And for the love of all that is sacred, do not disclose the secret nook behind the 3 books on the 3rd shelf of the study, wherein lies the jade and agate I purchased for Xiao Chui. If your mother discovers it, I am doomed. Gazing at his mother and then at his father, Kong Tianjiao swallowed hard, acutely aware that he now faced a harrowing choice. His mother had nurtured him since childhood, providing sustenance, clothing, companionship at school, and accompanying him to the apothecary, her maternal affection expressed through the gentlest of gestures. Conversely, his father, the family's pillar, diligently managed the ancestral business and sustained their household expenses. Though paternal love lacked the softness and intricacy of maternal affection, his father stood by him during beatings, shared the ordeal of being locked outside, knelt beside him during punishments, and endured the hardships of sleeping on the ground, on wooden planks, or even on the maid's bed, sending her away to accommodate him. His father would secretly use his private funds to purchase sweet treats that his mother forbade, thus becoming Kong Tianjiao's most steadfast support and source of courage. Yet this damned elixir forced Kong Tianjiao, at such a tender age, to make a cruel decision, to choose his mother and betray his father, leading to the latter's demise, or to choose his father and betray his mother, resulting in his own ruin. What a torturous dilemma it was. A mere fraction of the hidden funds shall be yours. His mother's tempting voice echoed in Kong Tianjiao's ears. His eyes lit up as he replied without hesitation, "The hidden compartment beneath the bed contains father's savings. In the stable, within the horseshoe of the prized steed, lie a few copper coins. Mother, your personal maid has concealed treasures in the beams of her chamber." What a simple choice this was. In the entire city, who was unaware that the head of the Kong family feared his wife? Only a fool would side with his father. Kong Tianjiao recalled his childhood, when frequent indulgence in sweets led to cavities. Fearing his mother's wrath, his father had disregarded his pain, extracting each decayed tooth one by one, resulting in Kong Tianjiao's aversion to sugary delights. The rift had long been established. In his heart, Kong Tianjiao silently lamented, "Father, do not hold it against me. After all, siding with you would spell disaster not only for me, but for you as well. Better to sacrifice you than for all to perish." His mother's probing questions indicated her suspicions. Escape was impossible. "If my companion must perish, let it be you. Dear father, at least there will still be someone to honor your memory." Nevertheless, Kong Tianjiao retained a sliver of filial affection. He resolved not to mention the jade he had bought for Xiao Chui. After all, his father's continued existence would alleviate much of his ire. His father's death would bring him no benefit whatsoever. "Unworthy son, cease this foolishness at once. Have I not treated you well?" Kong Fu attempted once more to struggle, hoping to awaken the precious bond of father-son affection. Kong Tianjiao retorted, "Father, if only you had given me a bit more of your private stash, I would not have had to damage someone else's stall, resorting to pawning my own sword to compensate." He continued, "Do you have any idea how I have endured these years?" Upon hearing this, Kong Tianjiao's mother inquired with curiosity, what was being sold at that stall that required such substantial compensation? Kong Tianjiao reminisced. It seemed to be selling stinky tofu, which I had never heard of before. However, that fellow was truly unscrupulous, demanding 200 contribution points. 200 contribution points? Isn't that equivalent to 200 low-grade spirit stones? Indeed. Kong Tianjiao nodded. That hardly seems excessive. I let your father. Before he could finish, Kong Fu rushed over, exclaiming loudly, "Son, what has become of you? Can you not revert to your former self?" Much like Kong Mu, Kong Fu instantly recognized that this black creature was indeed his son. After all, No matter how much a person changes, their essence remains intact. My son's demeanor is truly unique. Casting a glance at the unusually behaving Kung Mu coldly remarked, "Return to the corner and reflect on your actions." Wife. I do not wish to repeat myself. Kung Fu silently turned away, his face ashen, letting out a deep sigh within. Alas, every gift of fate has a price marked in the shadows. This day has inevitably arrived. If I can survive this tribulation, I shall surely have another child. Mother, what were you about to say? Kung Mu continued. Fearing you might be short of funds, I send your father 1,000 spirit stone vouchers each month for him to forward to you. Kong Tianjiao was taken aback. What spirit stone vouchers? Since entering the Xiantian sect, I have not received a single spirit stone from home. His father claimed it was to toughen him, to prevent him from becoming reliant on the family. Realizing the implications, Kong Tianjiao shouted at the cornered head of the Kong family, "You old scoundrel! Even if you had sent me 100 spirit stones, it would have sufficed. Yet you hoarded it all for yourself." Mother, I suddenly recall that my father hid the agate he bought for Xiao Zui in a secret compartment behind the third book on the third shelf of his study. Bang! Silence enveloped the surroundings as a chilling aura surged. Kong Mu, with a smile that was more menacing than comforting, inquired, "Who is this Xiao Zui?" Her voice resonated like a chilling echo from the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine, as though one had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 97. This high-stakes game thud. Kung Fu expertly knelt, his face earnest, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance as he pleaded, "Wife, do not listen to his nonsense. I am being wronged. How could I possibly know who this Xiao Zui is? You know well that in my life, I have loved only you." Kong Mu scrutinized him with a frosty gaze, questioning, "So what you mean to say is that you have had enough of me, and in your next life, you shall not love me?" A jolt struck Kung Fu's heart, and he shook his head vigorously. "Wife, if I am reborn, I will surely love you again. However, I believe that marrying you in this life has exhausted all the merits I have accumulated over 10 lifetimes. In my next life, I will most likely be reborn as a mere pig or sheep, unable to become human. If heaven is moved by our unwavering love and grants me another chance at humanity in my next life, I will traverse mountains and valleys to find you." Upon hearing this, Kong Mu's expression softened somewhat. Kong Tianjiao silently noted his father's words. Father's desire for survival is indeed astonishing. In the realm of wooing women, he is leagues ahead of anyone else. So who exactly is Xiao Zui? Father. Kong Tianjiao brings up old matters, primarily to observe how his father would respond, hoping to learn a thing or two for when he returns to the clan to deal with Xiaolian, Xiaoli, Xiaohua, and Xiaoming, not out of revenge for the spirit stones, but for other reasons. His brothers all know that Kong Tianjiao is a magnanimous individual. Kong's father shot Kong Tianjiao a glare. "You little rascal, do you wish for my demise? What Xiao Zui? I have never heard of her. Do not spread baseless rumors, inciting discord and slandering my affection for your mother." Kong's father feigned ignorance. "Don't you know who Xiao Zui is?" asked Kong's mother. "Of course not." Kong's father vehemently shook his head, asserting, "In my heart, women fall into two categories. One is you, my wife, and the other is a stranger with whom I have no connection whatsoever. How would I know who Xiao Zui is?" Kong's mother raised an eyebrow. "If you do not know who Xiao Zui is, allow me to jog your memory. Xiao Zui is the widow selling tofu at the market, is she not? No wonder tofu has graced our meals daily. It seems you have been colluding with that widow." Kong's father felt a chill down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming. "This is an injustice, my wife. I only went to that shop for the tofu, with no ulterior motives. Moreover, I was unaware that she was a widow, let alone her name being Xiao Zui. My dear wife, it is all a misunderstanding. By the way, that rascal mentioned I was hiding some agate somewhere. Son, what was that place you referred to?" Kong's father turned to inquire of Kong Tianjiao. Witnessing his father's impressive performance, Kong Tianjiao felt a deep admiration. Calm and composed, he displayed the demeanor of a true gentleman. Reflecting on his own struggles with the likes of Shaoqing and Xiaolian, he felt utterly inadequate. Kong Tianjiao answered honestly, "In the study, the secret compartment behind the third book on the third shelf." "Yes, that secret compartment," Kong's father exclaimed, clapping his hands. "Let us go see if there are indeed any jade stones or agate within." Upon hearing this, Kong Tianjiao suddenly realized something. "Oh no, I've been duped." Kong's mother nodded and commanded, "Take me to see. Let us clarify this once and for all." "All right, this way, my dear wife." Kong's father smiled slyly. rising and brushing off the dirt from his knees, leading the way. Thankfully, I had already relocated that agate. Everything is under control. Kong's father had long suspected his son was untrustworthy, so he had prepared a backup plan. The three of them arrived at the study, removed the third book, and sensed a faint fluctuation of the formation within. Open it. All right. Kong's father nodded eagerly, gently touching the formation, which responded by dissolving. The secret compartment opened, and he retrieved a black cloth-wrapped object. What is it? Kong's mother furrowed her brow and snatched the item away. Unwrapping the black cloth revealed a pale, purple jade pendant with a shimmering glow. One side bore the engraving of a rose, while the other inscribed the words, Sierra, I love you. Sierra is Kong's mother's childhood name. Kong Fu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained, My dear wife, with your birthday approaching, I have prepared this exquisite piece of amethyst for you, intending to present it on your special day. This amethyst, known as the nourishing purple spirit jade, when worn regularly, nurtures the body, enhances one's grace, and allows you to retain your youth and beauty. My beloved, let me adorn you with it. After such a heartfelt gesture, who could resist? The sudden surprise dissipated the anger on Kong Mu's face, transforming her from a fearsome figure into a delicate and somewhat bashful woman. My dear, this amethyst must have cost a fortune, she exclaimed. Not at all. With my modest savings and an additional loan of 1,000 high-quality spirit stones from the merchant, I was able to acquire it. Kong Fu spoke with finesse, first indicating that his personal savings were limited and entirely spent on the nourishing purple spirit jade. Furthermore, he conveyed that this jade was not merely a trivial expense, being valued at least at 1,000 high-quality spirit stones, which sufficiently reflected my esteem for you. This was a masterstroke. 1,000 high-quality spirit stones. That is indeed extravagant. Kong Mu caressed the jade, unable to part with it. Dear, even if it meant emptying my coffers, if it brings you joy, I would certainly buy it for you. You are so kind to me. It is only right, my wife. It is my fault for not having communicated sooner, leading to misunderstandings. It is all my error. I merely wished to surprise you. Leaning gently against Kong Fu's embrace, Kong Mu whispered, I am sorry, my dear. I misjudged you, and I should not have doubted. No worries, it is not your fault. It is all due to the deceitful words of others. Kong Tianjiao, witnessing Kong Fu's remarkable maneuver that turned the tide, was left in a state of disbelief. Upon hearing Kong Fu's suggestion to take a look around, he realized that his father had already preemptively concealed the incriminating evidence. What he initially thought would be a fruitless endeavor to vindicate his father turned out to be a trap meticulously devised by him. Unbeknownst to him, he had been unwittingly used by his father, becoming the instigator of discord. He had assumed that while his father was on one level, he was on another, only to discover that while he was indeed on the second level, his father was operating on an entirely different plane. Truly remarkable. Seeing his mother's joyful smile, Kong Tianjiao thought, No, I cannot bear this blame alone. I must share in this credit. Thus, he declared, Mother, Father specifically sent me a message to bring you here, saying he has a surprise for you. Kong Fu shot Kong Tianjiao a glare and transmitted silently, Ungrateful child. The money I spent on your mother's gift has nothing to do with you. Do not forget that a portion of that money is mine too. Kong Tianjiao, unable to communicate telepathically due to his limited strength, could only silently grumble. Now, my dear wife, let us proceed, Kong Fu said cautiously. Wait. Kong Mu furrowed her brows and remarked lightly. There must be more than one hidden compartment in this room, correct? Kong Fu's expression stiffened, while Kong Tianjiao's heart soared with excitement. Chapter 98. I believe there are numerous advantages to becoming a gorilla slowly and deliberately. Mother Kong approached the left bookshelf and withdrew 2 volumes. An enchanted compartment, sealed by arrays, was revealed. Father Kong hastily clarified, There is nothing of consequence within this compartment. Mother Kong inquired, Shall I open it with brute force, or will you? I'll do it myself. Father Kong rushed over to unravel the enchantment. Mother Kong then reached in and retrieved a worn little cloth pouch, adorned with a red flower embroidered in the lower right corner. Upon seeing this tattered pouch, Mother Kong was momentarily transfixed, as a cherished memory surged forth in her mind. Sierra, do you remember what this is? Father Kong asked gently. Mother Kong's cheeks flushed, delicate as a whisper. This was the very first gift I presented to you. I thought you had lost it. Sierra, how could I ever part with a gift from you? It stands as a testament to our love. This pouch has always held the spirit stone vouchers I saved for our son, But alas, all the spirit stones were spent on nurturing beauty with purple spirit jade. If only I had a bit more money, rather than being in such dire straits, this compartment would certainly house a second gift. My dear, this pouch is indeed the finest gift you have ever bestowed upon me. A smile graced Father Kong's lips, for after this incident, he would likely escape suspicion for a while. He raised an eyebrow at Kong Tianjiao. Take note. With such skills, no woman could possibly resist. By heaven, a second chance. Kong Tianjiao endeavored to learn, utterly astonished by such meticulous planning. No wonder his father had thrived until now. He possessed certain abilities. My dear, I should not have doubted our love. It was my error. Father Kong affectionately embraced Mother Kong, murmuring, My treasure, you have done no wrong. The fault lies with those petty individuals who spread malicious gossip. Indeed, Mother Kong turned to Kong Tianjiao, speaking earnestly, Son, I have given it some thought, and I believe your father is right. Boys must learn to be self-reliant, while at Shantian Sect, you must cultivate a sense of independence and should not grow accustomed to relying on the family. Henceforth, I shall no longer provide you with spirit stone vouchers. Kong Tianjiao felt as though struck by lightning. Wait, I have only just learned of the spirit stone vouchers and have yet to enjoy even a single stone. And now you wish to revoke them? Father Kong felt similarly struck. This is disastrous. My largest monthly allowance is gone. The two exchanged glances, sharing a moment of mutual sympathy. By the way, son, when do you think you will recover from your current state? Mother Kong inquired, furrowing her brow. After all, with such an ambiguous atmosphere, having a gorilla with bulging eyes observing was decidedly detrimental to the mood. Do you even remember you have a son? Kong Tianjiao sighed, shaking his head. I have no idea. Perhaps once the effects of the medicine wear off, I will return to normal. That pill could probably sustain its potency for a maximum of 15 minutes, offering a terrifying enhancement to the cultivator's strength, but such effects would surely not linger for long. Kong Tianjiao settled down, consumed a healing elixir, and began to cultivate for recovery. He had been so engrossed in the spectacle that he had forgotten he was still injured. 15 minutes later, Kong Mu, feeling a sense of urgency, interrupted Kong Tianjiao. My son, why are there no signs of recovery in your condition? Kong Tianjiao's injuries had healed to a considerable extent, but upon inspecting his fur, he too felt a pang of panic. Heavens, could it be that I will never return to my former self? Surely, it must be the nefarious work of that accursed man in the black robe. I always sensed he was up to no good. That black-robed figure must possess the antidote. After all,